In the year 737 of the age of the universe, aboard a colossal spaceship, Frieza, nestled within a baby stroller, abruptly awoke from a brief slumber, his breath quickening in agitation. Observing this, his companions, Zebon and Dodoria, hurriedly approached, expressing their concern. "Lord Frieza, are you all right?" "Zebon? Dodoria? What is happening? Were they not slain by Vegeta on Namek?" Frieza's gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings, though he bore no overt hostility. The oppressive aura emanating from him rendered the atmosphere within the ship suffocating. "What time is it now?" In response, Zebon respectfully bowed and replied, "We are approximately 30 hours away from Planet Vegeta." "Planet Vegeta? Could it be that I have returned to the past?" "Zebon, please retrieve the flight log for me." Of course. Zebon promptly approached the control panel, pressing several buttons, which subsequently displayed the current time, the ship's location, and its destination. Year 737 of the age of the universe. It appears I have indeed been reborn into the past. Splendid. Fate has not forsaken me. Frieza, shortly after the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, attempted to invade Earth once more, only to be relentlessly beaten to death by the frenzied Broly for 2.5 hours. He asked for why he was pummeled for such an extended period. It was due to the numerous miscalculations during Goku and Vegeta's fusion. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth remains. Whether he desired it or not, he had become the hero who protected Earth in that world. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may leave for now. I wish to rest a moment." Understood. Once Zebon and Dodoria exited cautiously, Frieza's expression contorted, his teeth clenched as he growled, "How dare you, Broly, to have been beaten to death in such a manner? I shall end this before it even begins." With this thought, Frieza paused for a moment, pondering, "Wait. Since I've been reborn, why not pursue something greater? Why must I confront a horde of monkeys? This time, I shall adopt you, nurturing you myself. You will become my most loyal and formidable subordinate. Other than Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, the remaining Saiyans are merely worthless bags of flesh." Furthermore, Beerus only mentioned the destruction of planet Vegeta, without explicitly stating that the Saiyans must perish. Therefore, I shall gather them all and have them obediently serve me. At this moment, my soul and spirit have undergone a transformation. Even a Super Saiyan would be but a fleeting thought to extinguish. With a little more training, perhaps even Beerus would. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an inexplicable smile crept across Frieza's face. "Oh ho ho ho." He pressed the communication button on the stroller. "Dodoria, inform all squads hunting Saiyans to cease their actions and return, of course. Those already slain are of no concern. Tell King Vegeta to prepare the most sumptuous feast in anticipation of my arrival." Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Bardock, carrying 2 spherical spaceships, accompanied by a female Saiyan cradling a child, ventured to the outskirts, far from the city. He set down the spherical ships, stating, "Frieza is on his way. I cannot stop him. Our only chance is to flee to Earth together. Once Kakarot matures, he will surely be able to defeat that fiend." Gazing at Bardock with concern, inquired Bardock, "Are you perhaps being overly sensitive?" Bardock placed his hands on Kain's shoulders, smiling. "Trust me, Kain, this is all in the past for me." Moreover, King Vegeta seems to be aware of the situation. He has been actively dispersing the younger Saiyans to different planets recently. The tracking devices on those spaceships, like these 2, have all been dismantled. King Vegeta has not even issued a command for the younger Saiyans to destroy the planets. It seems he merely wishes for their survival. Kain lowered her head, murmuring, "All right. Let us hope that all will be well." "I hope so too. Let us enter now. You can share a ship with Kakarot, while I take one alone." "What about Raditz?" Bardock smiled at Kain. "That lad has already joined Prince Vegeta's squadron, which Frieza will not touch. If fate allows, we shall meet him again on Earth." 2 spherical ships, carrying 3 Saiyans, departed from their homeland, soaring towards the distant Earth. In the grand hall of the royal palace, King Vegeta listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression grave. "Frieza brazenly declares his intention to come here if I were to gather all Saiyans and transform into a great ape at this moment. I might just be able to vanquish him." Beside him, a crowned female Saiyan interjected, "But Kakarot is still in his possession, that I am aware. If not for that consideration, I would have acted long ago, along with Lord Beerus. Even if I were to present the finest pillows and delicacies to him, It would not quell his wrath against the Saiyans. The crowned female Saiyan posed the question, "What shall we do then?" After a moment of contemplation, King Vegeta responded, "Let us prepare to welcome him. If fate cannot be altered, then, as the king of the Saiyans, I shall face my demise in battle. I shall not hide away like a coward on some remote planet. In the future, both Vegeta and Broly will surely avenge us. I have scattered the hopes of the Saiyan legacy across the universe. The Saiyans shall not become extinct." Far away on another planet, Vegeta led an assault against the indigenous inhabitants. Yet he bore no expression of enjoyment. The ones engaging in combat were Nappa, Raditz, and another dark-skinned Saiyan with a crab-like head. Nappa and Raditz wore solemn expressions. Raditz, distracted, lethargically struck down an alien, contemplating, calculating the days. Today should mark the destruction of planet Vegeta. Previously hinted at, I wonder if father and mother will survive this time. Nappa raised his middle finger, instantly obliterating a group of minions. The only way to survive is to stay close to Prince Vegeta. When the time comes to journey to Earth, I must be cautious of Kakarot during this period. I shall strive to enhance my combat prowess. If all else fails, I shall play the role of a good elder brother. In that moment, both turned their gazes toward Vegeta, synchronously arriving at the same thought. Considering Prince Vegeta's current battle strength, it is possible that he could defeat Frieza before long. At that point, I could also bask in the glory of his success. Best to treat him like royalty, as that is the wisest course of action. After dispatching another group of aliens, they approached young Vegeta, donning smiles of flattery. "Your Highness, there are no living natives left on this planet." Vegeta merely replied nonchalantly, "Oh, understood this time. Kakarot, I shall ensure that you do not even catch a glimpse of my shadow. When I arrive on Earth, a grand surprise awaits you." With this thought, a smile unconsciously crept across Vegeta's lips. On Earth, in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, a child dressed in a sleeveless shirt opened his eyes. Sitting up from the ground, "This place is Capsule Corporation? Was I not meant to be erased by the Omni King?" The child touched his chest, murmuring, "What is happening? I have turned into a child, and the fusion has not been undone. What are the others' energy? Shouldn't I have been assimilated with Piccolo? Why is it still present?" After the child rose to his feet, he gradually floated into the air, gazing towards the direction of Mount Pozu. "There are two formidable energies. Both belong to Saiyans, and one is strikingly similar to mine. Oh no. If I truly have returned to the past, then Grandpa is still at Mount Pozu. Wait for me." At the entrance of the small dwelling on Mount Pozu, a child clad in a blue martial arts uniform and adorned with a pair of spherical golden earrings gazed excitedly towards the Capsule Corporation. Though I am uncertain about the nature of this world, it appears to be exceedingly intriguing. An elderly man emerged from the doorway, carrying a wicker basket. "Vegeta, would you like to accompany Grandpa on a hunt? I think I will pass for now. Guests are expected shortly, though. Then I shall prepare additional provisions and wake Broly to join us in the greeting." The child lifted his chin slightly, smiling with remarkable confidence. "No need for that. You find a place to hide, and I shall handle the welcoming." Moments later, a diminutive figure sped towards him, halting midair. After a brief exchange of glances, the child with the earrings chuckled. "You can't be Gogeta, can you?" Chapter 2. Unrivaled and the strongest in the dimensions. Who are you? Vegito? Vegito gazed at the child before him, who appeared to be of a similar age, and chuckled. The overlapping sound and the attire reminiscent of the Metamorans indicated that he was indeed the genuine Gogeta. At this juncture, Vegito lifted his gaze to the sky. "Yet I can still sense Vegeta's aura, which implies that you do not belong to this world." Gogeta descended before Vegito and remarked, "That statement should be mine. Your demeanor and tone suggest you too are not from this world, and like me, you have reverted to childhood." At that moment, a slightly taller child emerged from the house, rubbing his eyes. "Brother, are we having guests?" Gogeta focused on the child's aura, quietly contemplating a stranger. "Yet there lies a concealed strength. It's none of your concern. Return to sleep and do not easily relinquish your dreams." Broly groggily turned towards his bed. "Oh, I shall continue my quest in the chocolate castle." Once Broly had retreated, Vegito turned to the perplexed Gogeta and smiled. "You seem unfamiliar with him. Should I recognize him? Theoretically, you both should know each other. First, share your prior memories with me." Gogeta pondered momentarily. "My previous memories. I was participating in the Tournament of Power. By the way, are you familiar with the Tournament of Power? Of course. Gogeta elaborated. I am a fusion of Goku and Vegeta, created during the Tournament of Power to confront an immensely powerful adversary, so powerful that even my ultimate techniques could not defeat him. Ultimately, I was vanquished. Our entire Universe 7 was defeated, and the Omni King erased us. When I regained consciousness, I found myself at Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegito ruminated over the memories in his mind. That opponent must be a fusion of Jiren through Patera, right? So, this individual is a reincarnate, reborn in the form of a fusion. Gogeta stared in astonishment at Vegito. You possess such extensive knowledge. Could it be that you two were? What are you thinking? If it were me, I would never lose. I do not even know how I ended up here. In truth, Vegito harbored suspicions that he resembled a traverser. He was uncertain of how he arrived here or why he was here. Upon regaining his senses, a singular voice in his subconscious insisted that he was indeed Vegito, and that he mastered all of Vegito's techniques. He retained all memories related to Dragon Ball. Yet these recollections did not stem from reincarnation but were acquired from a higher perspective, akin to an individual in the real world who has watched every Dragon Ball work, including fan creations. Naturally, he also possessed memories from various other universes. However, he could not recall any fragments of his existence as a traverser. Even the memory of his name eluded him. Thus, he merely suspected he was a traverser, lacking certainty. From the current circumstances, his existence appeared more like Vegito's true self being forcibly infused with the memories of a traverser by some potent, mysterious force. He did not dwell excessively on such matters. Upon arriving here, only one thought occupied his mind: the exhilaration of battle. That was his sole desire. As long as it was thrilling, he was indifferent to his true identity. If he wished, he could even compel this Gogeta before him to exchange names with him. Vegito scrutinized Gogeta and inquired, "How long has this fusion state persisted for you?" "I am unsure, but it has certainly exceeded 30 minutes. From the current condition, it appears that the fusion cannot be undone." Upon hearing this, Vegito cracked his neck, producing a series of pops, and stepped forward with a smile. Perfect. It seems the days ahead will not be dull. Gogeta immediately adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Vegito. "What are you planning? As fellow fusions, have you ever pondered a question? What? Who is stronger, the strongest in the dimensions, or the unrivaled?" he proclaimed, releasing his aura without restraint, instantly showcasing his true power. Gogeta stared in awe at Vegito. Incredible. Such strength at such a young age. Even as a child. You must have undergone rigorous training, haven't you? Vegito paused for a moment. Training? No, I have not trained. To be honest, I just arrived here recently. I haven't even engaged in a proper battle with that fellow inside. All right then, reveal your true power, the strongest in the dimensions. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Gogeta's forehead as he forced a smile. Regrettably, this child's body does not grant me the strength of my peak form. The aura you sense is my genuine level, but... Gogeta's aura erupted, transforming into a golden hue that enveloped him. His hair gradually turned golden, and with a fierce gust of energy, he fully transitioned into Super Saiyan form. "I can still manage this level. Care to transform and try?" Vegito said with a smile. "No need. In truth, I am uncertain if I can transform. The sensation is quite peculiar. Yet even so, I do not perceive you as my adversary." Gogeta displayed a defiant expression. "Then let us see." With a swift motion, Gogeta vanished and reappeared before Vegito, delivering a punch. Vegito effortlessly caught his fist with one hand. Chuckling, "Is that all? It seems I am still superior." He caught my attack without transforming. Gogeta quickly freed himself from Vegito's grip, creating distance as he carefully sensed Vegito's aura. "Although he is formidable, my aura exceeds his by more than double. What is happening?" Vegito looked up at Gogeta. "If you find it challenging, I can allow you to use both hands." Gogeta gritted his teeth. "Who needs your allowance? I will make you lose your bearings." In Super Saiyan form, teleportation should be a breeze. In the next instant, Gogeta vanished again, utilizing instant transmission to kick towards Vegito's head from behind. Vegito, with his back turned, once more caught Gogeta's kick with one hand. Gogeta's pupils dilated at that moment. "I see." Gogeta unleashed an energy wave aimed at Vegito's back, which caused Vegito to erupt in red flames. Grabbing Gogeta's ankle, he spun him around and slammed him onto the energy wave he had released. Boom! After the explosion, smoke cleared. Gogeta knelt on the ground, clutching his chest as he gazed at Vegito. The Kaioken, activated in an instant. Even I could barely perceive your energy escalation. Such proficiency is not something an ordinary person can achieve. What have you experienced? Vegito crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps I am a cosmic annihilator. If that is the case, this is your only chance to eliminate me. So bring forth any hidden cards you have. Having participated in the tournament of power, you should possess some divine technique. Gogeta rose to his feet, Ultra Instinct. Unfortunately, this body is incapable of it right now. Could you possibly achieve it? Vegeta replied, I cannot do that. I merely wish to witness it. Upon returning to his normal state, Goku lowered his aura and stated, I am not your match at present. I am unable to transform into Super Saiyan 2. However, if you grant me a year's time, I assure you, you will only be able to look up to me. Oh, that is indeed promising. In that case, I shall refrain from any training during this year, lest it be claimed that I am bullying you. Nevertheless, as my physical age advances, my strength will inevitably increase uncontrollably, even if I am not a legendary warrior. Goku, brimming with confidence, gazed at Vegeta. You may also engage in training. Let us compete after a year. Vegeta inquired. Shall the loser serve as the winner's subordinate? Absolutely. I refuse to be defeated by you. As Goku prepared to depart, Vegeta questioned, by the way, where do you intend to go this year? You aren't planning to head directly to the hyperbolic time chamber, are you? Goku paused, contemplating, and realized that there seemed to be no other destination for him. He felt that going to the time chamber would be too much of an advantage over Vegeta. Vegeta continued, or are you considering visiting Dr. Briefs first? While that may be more efficient, this world still has another Vegeta. Goku's face flushed slightly as he replied, I do not need your reminders. Both Bulma and I are still youngsters. Speaking of which, it seems you are the one preoccupied with Bulma, aren't you? To be honest, I prefer Android 18 over Bulma. Have you considered Krillin's feelings? Do I need to? Goku retorted. As I mentioned, I am unsure of what kind of person I truly am. Perhaps I will behave recklessly on Earth. Vegeta's smile grew increasingly self-satisfied. Thus, the only one who might prevent my chaos is you, the strongest in this dimension. Chapter 3, Personality Modification. Within the royal palace of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta knelt on one knee behind Frieza, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. The Frieza before him manifested in a form that King Vegeta had never encountered, and even without sensing his energy. Instinct warned him that this Frieza was far mightier than his previous form with a battle power of 530,000 to annihilate planet Vegeta. Is that a command from Lord Beerus? Frieza turned to face King Vegeta with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, King Vegeta, truth be told, I harbor no particular grievances against your Saiyan race. Your so-called Super Saiyans are, in my view, utterly inconsequential. Their voices echoed through the vast banquet hall, the rapid beating of King Vegeta's heart betraying his anxiety. Frieza approached King Vegeta and continued, however, while Lord Beerus has commanded the destruction of this planet, he has not instructed me to eliminate you. Therefore, in my benevolence, I have decided to grant your Saiyan people an opportunity to relocate to another planet. I have already identified suitable planets for your resettlement. In 2 days, this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. King Vegeta understood that nothing comes without a price. Frieza could not be so magnanimous without ulterior motives. What price must we pay? He inquired. Frieza smirked slightly. It is quite simple. First, you must relinquish your autonomy. Secondly, I require a slight dispersal of your people to intermingle with my Frieza force. However, you shall retain the title of King Vegeta, albeit nominally. Lastly, I need you to assist me in locating a few Saiyans. King Vegeta lowered his head and asked, might I inquire which Saiyans you seek, Lord Frieza? Kakarot and Broly. Those 2 young Saiyans. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta hastened to respond, I beg your pardon, Lord Frieza. Broly was executed in secret years ago due to his extraordinary battle power. As for Kakarot, I will dispatch someone to investigate. Frieza, upon hearing this, was uncertain whether to feel pleased or enraged. Nevertheless, King Vegeta was a symbol of Saiyan spirit. Since he had resolved to subjugate the Saiyans, he had no reason to kill him outright. King Vegeta was immensely anxious. He could not fathom how Frieza had discovered Broly's existence. All of Frieza's actions exceeded his expectations. He had prepared himself for death, yet Frieza's arrival not only spared him, but also revealed the orchestrator behind this arrangement, the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, never mind, I believe I have an idea of Kakarot's whereabouts. Furthermore, from this day forth, young Vegeta shall heed only my commands. King Vegeta quickly replied, "That is as it should be. Every Saiyan will obey the commands of Lord Frieza." Frieza nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. You should begin preparations for evacuation. I expect you all to be discreet. Remember, this is an initiative of your own accord." As Frieza placed a hand on King Vegeta's shoulder, the latter felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and he struggled to withstand Frieza's grip. "Yes, this is all a coincidence. Lord Frieza has never been here. That is acceptable. To enhance the authenticity of the situation, let us ensure that a portion of the Saiyans remains here permanently. Yes. Lastly, send a squad of elite Saiyans to Earth to search for something known as the Dragon Balls. They are translucent orange orbs, a total of 7. Notify me once they are found. I trust you will accomplish this task." King Vegeta assented verbally, yet internally he harbored doubts. He wondered if Frieza was aware of Broly's concealment on that planet. Should Broly be discovered, he could easily shift the blame onto Paragus. Months later, 2 spherical spaceships descended near the Dumpling Mountain. Broly, who was fishing by the river, was startled as his catch was frightened away by the sudden disturbance. He stood up in displeasure, gazing at the landing site of the ships. Vegeta lay on the grass nearby, chewing on a blade of grass, and asked, "Where are you going?" "To reason with them." In an instant, Gogeta appeared before the two, exclaiming, "This energy, it belongs to Goku. And there are 2 others." Vegeta, reclining on the grass, chuckled, "If I am not mistaken, your father Bardock and your mother Jine have come along as well. After all, one of them has a battle power close to 10,000. Gogeta shot a sidelong glance at Vegeta. "Aren't my parents also yours? I hardly recall them." Vegeta sprang to his feet. "They can't be bad people, especially with the 2 of us on Earth. They lack the capacity to cause chaos." Gogeta retorted, "Who is it that suggested they might cause trouble? Now you speak as a guardian of Earth. Do not dwell on the details. Grandpa Gohan's energy is approaching. Let us check it out to avoid any mishaps." With that, Gogeta vanished, and Vegeta followed closely behind. The hatches of the 2 spherical ships slowly opened, revealing Jine, cradling a 3-year-old Kakarot. Bardock donned a modified scouter, stating, "This device has been covertly altered. It will not be detected or intercepted by Frieza's forces. Let us ascertain the strongest fighter on this planet." Beep, beep, beep. The scouter emitted a series of alerts as Bardock frowned and noted, "There are 3 individuals nearby, almost as if they are right before us." Jine immediately inquired, "What are their battle powers?" 2 at 5,000 and 1 at 8,760. Upon hearing this, Vegeta crossed his arms and stood by the crater, observing the trio. "Did you hear that, Broly? You still struggle to control your power at 5,000. Remember to practice more." Upon hearing his name, Bardock was astonished, looking at the 3. "Broly, Paragus' son, and the other 2 are?" Gogeta, standing alongside Vegeta. "Address Bardock, I am Gogeta, and this is my brother, Vegeta." Vegeta frowned at Gogeta. "Please, I was born first. You are the younger sibling. Weren't we supposed to be ranked by power? Then you are the ultimate younger sibling. At your current level, my second brother could easily make you call him brother. Brat, do you want to test that? Huh? Does the strongest being in the multiverse feel confident in defeating me now?" As the 2 bickered, Jine noticed the tails around the waists of the other 2 children and exclaimed, "Saiyans. Were they sent by King Vegeta?" Bardock surveyed the trio. "No. Such young ages with such formidable battle powers. King Vegeta would not easily part with them." "Vegeta, that sounds like a royal name." Jine leaned closer to Bardock and whispered, "The voices of these 2 seem to suggest there are 2 distinct personalities speaking, and one of their tones resembles yours." Upon hearing this, Gogeta asked, "How should we explain our identities? Should we be forthright or concoct a story?" "I, Vegeta, always prefer to speak plainly." With that, Vegeta slid down the slope of the crater, approaching the 3, his gaze sweeping over them as he began to speak slowly. "Greetings, Bardock, Jine, and..." Why does Kakarot's gaze appear so menacing? Kakarot hides behind Jine's thigh, exhibiting a fierce expression, baring his teeth as he glares at Vegeta. Gogeta, from above, interjects, "Fear not. For I recall Master Roshi once stating that Goku has always been like this. It was only after his head suffered injury that he transformed into a different person. Give his head a gentle tap, but do not strike him lethally. I need not your instruction. I shall do as I please. Just keep your mouth shut and observe." Vegeta carefully regulates his strength and lightly flicks Kakarot on the forehead. In the next instant, Kakarot is sent hurtling backward. Observing this, Bardock retaliates with a punch toward Vegeta, only to be met with another flick to the forehead that sends him flying as well. Do not fret, I am aiding you. This is my ultimate technique. The personality correction flick. Kakarot shall emerge improved from this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegeta, the pinnacle of warriors. Born from the Podhera fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. I am invincible, both above and below. The one who is like me is also a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, albeit through the inferior Metamoran fusion technique. He ranks just below me in terms of fusion, and it seems we all hail from alternate universes. This overwhelming influx of information leaves Bardock and Jine in a state of disbelief, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they gaze at the assembly. At that moment, Goku's consciousness begins to blur, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. Slowly, he opens his eyes to behold the scene before him. Where am I? Was I not slain by Moro? Forgive me. Beerus. Forgive me, everyone. I have betrayed your trust. I should have eliminated that fiend in one fell swoop. Wait, is that Vegeta and Gogeta? Chapter 4. The Rebirth of Wukong. You all. Wukong struggled to rise and inquired, how did you end up here? Vegeta and Gogeta replied in unison, we have no idea. After a moment of shared glance, Vegeta asserted, from now on, I will answer questions first. If I don't respond within 3 seconds, you may speak. Gogeta retorted playfully. Why shouldn't it be my turn first? Because you are truly pathetic. Vegeta kicked a small spaceship like a ball, exclaiming, you scoundrel, I've had enough. And today I shall settle this once and for all. Wukong hurriedly intervened, grasping Vegeta's arm. Calm down, Gogeta. Even though we have all reverted to our childhood forms. If you both fight with full force, the earth will not withstand it. I cannot remain calm. This fellow has been mocking me incessantly. As he spoke, Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, declaring, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training over the past months. Wait. Suddenly, Gogeta turned to Wukong, asking, what did you just say? Wukong, panting as he sat upon the ground, replied, I mentioned, if you both transform into Super Saiyans and engage in battle. Before he could finish, Vegeta swiftly approached Wukong, a serious expression on his face. You have also been reborn. Reborn? Wukong asked uncertainly, as he carefully assessed his current power, murmuring, I feel significantly weaker now. My last memory is of battling Moro. But, at this point, Wukong clenched his fists, stating it was due to my negligence and carelessness that irreversible consequences ensued. Moro killed both me and my comrades. Beerus, he sacrificed himself in vain. Meanwhile, Bardock and Jine remained in a state of bewilderment, clearly overwhelmed by the conversation that had far surpassed their comprehension. Bardock, being also reborn, fared slightly better, though he was unaware of subsequent events due to his premature demise. After all, this was Bardock from Dragon Ball Super, and he did not possess the ability to foresee the future. Yet, his character was more composed, and he had deduced Frieza's intent to annihilate the Saiyans from mere signs. Just then, Gohan approached, carrying a basket, and looked down at the group in the pit. Oh, are these all acquaintances of little Vegeta? Thankfully, I prepared extra food today. So come with me to have a meal at home. Upon seeing old Gohan, Wukong could not contain himself and instinctively used his instant transmission to embrace old Gohan, exclaiming, Grandpa, I've missed you so much. Jine flinched, Grandpa. Vegeta explained. In most timelines, Kakarot arrived on Earth alone and was taken in by this elderly man, laying the essential foundation for him to become an exceptional warrior. After this, Vegeta unleashed a powerful aura, causing the ground to tremble. Bardock's scouter exploded instantaneously. Vegeta coldly warned them, let it be known, he is also my grandfather. Anyone who dares to disrespect him shall not escape my wrath. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura calmed, and he placed his hands on his hips, beaming, but do not worry too much, I am half Kakarot, so in a sense, you are also like my parents. Thus, I shall protect you as well. Gogeta, having somehow climbed into the spaceship, remarked, I feel, you have a split personality. It seems Podhera has its flaws. Vegeta quickly pressed a couple of buttons on the spaceship, sealing the door. When Gogeta attempted to exit, he was knocked unconscious by Vegeta's punch. Subsequently, the spaceship ascended into the sky. Ah, at last, one bothersome individual is gone. What a relief. Bardock observed Vegeta and commented, these two spaceships lack remote controls. No worries, he will return on his own once he wakes up. 10 minutes later, Gogeta reappeared, using instant transmission with the spaceship, striding toward Vegeta with a fierce demeanor. If you dare. Before Gogeta could finish, Vegeta disdainfully interrupted. What could you possibly do? Unhappy? If so, return home and train properly. Additionally, help me borrow some money from Bulma. With so many people at home, we undoubtedly need to expand. Upon hearing Vegeta request his assistance, Gogeta immediately felt a sense of pride. The invincible hero has no money? And you want me to borrow money from a woman? This is hardly the style of an undefeated champion. Vegeta chuckled at Gogeta's remark. You're right. This indeed tarnishes my reputation. I should simply find a television station. Declare this planet mine, and use absolute power to enslave a group of Earthlings to serve me. Gogeta extended his hand. All right, I shall assist you in procuring funds. Just keep still for a moment. Gogeta vanished with the spaceship, and they both hurled insults at each other from miles apart. During the meal, Bardock and Giant incessantly inquired about the future events from Vegeta. He narrated the plot from the original story, explaining until Moro's appearance. Bardock, pondering, stroked his chin. So, Raditz perished at the hands of Kakarot and a Namekian? Indeed. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Saiyans is Beerus. Correct. Later, Kakarot and Beerus became allies? That is indeed the case. Bardock, his face shadowed with anger, stood up. Kakarot, I never expected you to be such a person. Is your mind filled with mush? At that moment, Vegeta spoke seriously to Bardock and Giant. Should the Saiyans not be exterminated? What? They have continuously invaded other civilizations, mercilessly slaughtering the natives. The extermination of the Saiyans is a fitting retribution. Bardock clenched his fists. Are Beerus and Frieza innocent then? We were merely their tools. All commands were issued by Frieza. Vegeta retorted. Do you not relish the thrill of wantonly slaughtering during the invasion of those civilizations? Whether it is Frieza or Beerus, I assure you, they will eventually pay the price. But do not consider the Saiyans innocent. I cannot forgive Frieza for the fallen Saiyans, just as those who were slain by the Saiyans cannot forgive us. What has been done is done, no matter whose orders were given. It was the Saiyans who executed them. At that moment, Wukong, seated in a chair, added, Thus, in my world, the Saiyans were exterminated. Only I, Vegeta, and Broly remain as the last 3 surviving pure-blooded Saiyans. Chapter 5. The Great Brother Vegeta. Deep within the cosmos, Vegeta sat in the capsule spaceship, arms crossed, wearing a displeased expression. I have squandered far too much time on this journey. I must escape Frieza's control. The spacecraft is equipped with Frieza's locators, and the only way to break free is to voluntarily request a mission to planet Yardrat. If that guy remains alive, countless innocent lives across many planets will continue to be slaughtered. The only enduring solution is to eliminate him first. At that moment, Nappa's voice echoed through Vegeta's scouter. Prince Vegeta, we have just received news from headquarters. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by an asteroid. Vegeta fell silent for a few seconds. So it has been destroyed after all? Kakarot must have gone to Earth as well. Understood. Nappa's calm response did not surprise Vegeta, after all. The last time Vegeta learned of his planet's destruction, he merely lamented that he had not yet become a legitimate king. Then Nappa added, however, most Saiyans have survived, including your parents. What? Vegeta was somewhat taken aback by this development, and Nappa explained, it is said that when the asteroid struck, most Saiyans were away. The majority of the casualties were the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Vegeta inquired, what about the rest? Frieza has provided a new planet for us. He wants us to regroup there. The journey will be shorter this time, taking about 2 weeks. Frieza could not possibly be so benevolent. No, something is terribly amiss. If he intended to eradicate the Saiyans, he would have planned a comprehensive annihilation, not merely offered another planet. Regardless, Frieza must be dealt with sooner rather than later. Nappa cautiously asked him, Your Highness, where shall we head now? First, we need to find a nearby base with a healing system. We should recover a bit before proceeding. Nappa was puzzled, as the group had not sustained any significant injuries. Yet he dared not question the order, instead recalibrating to a nearby planet, saying, There is a base close by. We can reach it in a day. Excellent. The inhabitants of that planet are few, as its gravity is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, and the station personnel possess considerable combat strength, averaging around 3,000 power levels. Isn't that even better? A day later, 4 capsule spaceships descended upon the planet, greeted by a regiment of extraterrestrials clad in combat attire, standing in formation to pay their respects. As the hatch opened, Vegeta stepped out and asked, Who is in charge of this planet? A lizard-like alien approached Vegeta and respectfully replied, My lord, I am the commander of this outpost. Very well. Our spaceship has encountered some issues, Please arrange for repairs and guide us to the medical facility. After issuing his command, Vegeta strode forward, with Nappa, Raditz, and Dorius following closely. Raditz, feeling the oppressive gravity, murmured, "This gravity. Even for a Saiyan, it feels burdensome. No wonder this planet serves only as a temporary outpost." Upon reaching the medical room, Vegeta turned to the lizard alien, stating, "Your presence is no longer required. Do not enter without my command." "Yes, at once." The medical facility housed a few other Saiyans, and as Vegeta surveyed the three, he contemplated. Theoretically, a Saiyan's potential is limitless. To prepare for future crises, it is prudent to make preparations in advance. Consider this a compensation for them. Moreover, to transcend into Super Saiyan 4, absorbing the energy of other Saiyans is indispensable. Dorius, standing beside Raditz, inquired, "Your Highness, we are not injured. Is it truly necessary to halt for treatment?" Vegeta removed his scouter and glanced at the others. Nappa and Raditz instinctively followed suit, and finally, Dorius did the same. Vegeta smirked slightly, raising his hand towards Dorius, declaring, "Are you not injured now?" "Huh." Before Dorius could comprehend, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, severely wounding him. Next, he directed another ki blast at Raditz, inflicting him with grave injuries as well. Nappa, alarmed, instinctively retreated, while Vegeta lowered his hand, commanding, "Take them inside for treatment. Then you shall inflict injuries upon me as well." If Vegeta were to choose one amongst them whom he trusted most, it would undoubtedly be Nappa, for he alone possessed the strength to protect the others during their treatment. Although he was puzzled as to why both Nappa and Raditz exhibited increased power levels compared to their previous state, he deemed it a fortuitous development. Nappa eventually realized, "I see. Prince Vegeta, you plan to leverage the Saiyans' ability to enhance their power upon near-death recovery." Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta gestured for him to cease. "Just do as instructed. After our treatment, it shall be your turn." Lowering his ki, Nappa cautiously directed a ki blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly extinguished it, scolding, "Fool, how could such a trivial attack possibly injure me? Be more serious. If you do not wish to remain under Frieza's heel for eternity, obey my commands." Nappa closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to launch another ki blast at Vegeta. This time, Vegeta sustained severe injuries. Yet the extent of the damage exceeded both his and Nappa's expectations. Blood trickled from Vegeta's lips as he gazed down at the wound in his abdomen. "You imbecile! Who told you to use a penetrating ki blast?" "Your Highness." Nappa rushed forward to place Vegeta in the healing chamber, inadvertently stepping on the barely conscious Raditz. Raditz struggled to lift his head, silently cursing Nappa. "Damn you, Nappa. Just wait. I will establish a good rapport with Kakarot on Earth. When you are left half dead, I shall not spare you." Upon witnessing Vegeta's life signs stabilize, Nappa wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, "We made it. Now let us place them inside as well." Several hours later, the treatments for everyone concluded. Even with the old-fashioned healing devices, severe injuries could be fully restored within mere hours. Vegeta keenly sensed the energy within himself, contemplating, "Excellent. A few more times should suffice to meet the minimum criteria for transforming into a Super Saiyan." Though purebred Saiyans may start at a lower baseline, as long as they endure the initial challenges, the path ahead will be clear. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists. "Kakarot, I will not wait for you. This time, I shall demonstrate a realm you have yet to attain." Nappa, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Vegeta, instinctively stepped back. "Prince Vegeta, it is truly a relief that you are unscathed." Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, leaving Nappa enveloped in smoke, unconscious. "Throw this fool in for treatment as well. I shall remain here. Who else wishes to proceed?" Dorius, feeling the surge of power within him, declared, "I, Prince Vegeta, I shall come forth." In this timeline, Dorius had not been dispatched on any missions, nor had he been pursued by Frieza's forces. Thus, he had never encountered the spirit fruit. The reason he found himself in Vegeta's squad was simply due to his resemblance to Goku. After conducting an investigation, Vegeta discovered that the individual in question was Bardock's illegitimate son, prompting him to bring the person into their fold. Whether or not he was formidable was secondary. What truly resonated with Vegeta was witnessing Dallas's humble demeanor before him, which left him with a rather pleasant impression. Observing this, Raditz swiftly interjected, "Don't forget about me." "Prince Vegeta." "Very well, I shall accommodate you all," Vegeta replied. After a considerable period, the combat prowess of the group saw a remarkable enhancement. At this juncture, Raditz battle power stood at 15,000, while Nappa's reached 16,000, and Dallas measured at 12,000. It is noteworthy that Raditz had already possessed a battle power of 1,000 prior to their training session. This indicates that, despite the passage of years since the original tale, Raditz's battle power had only increased by a mere 500 points. After all, remaining within the same squad as Vegeta had deprived him of opportunities to confront formidable adversaries. A once promising elite warrior was thus relegated to obscurity. At this moment, the others were filled with gratitude towards Vegeta. Raditz and Dallas, who had initially failed to grasp the situation, began to silently reproach themselves. Upon realizing Vegeta's genuine intentions, they were filled with self-reproach. Vegeta addressed the group, stating, "Though you possess ample room for growth, continuing in this manner may arouse suspicion. I shall first teach you the method to control your battle power. Only upon mastering this can we proceed. Should you fail to learn, do not follow me any longer." The group responded earnestly, "We will not disappoint your highness, the prince. We pledge our undying loyalty to Prince Vegeta." In that instant, Vegeta's stature appeared to elevate significantly in their eyes. Chapter 6. Vegito in the midst of Vegeta and his companions utilizing the Saiyans' near-death revival trait to enhance their battle prowess. Bardock and Jine had established their residence on Earth, specifically at the Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, Goku was gradually becoming acquainted with the parents he had long forgotten. Despite Jine and Bardock's awareness of the adult soul residing within the small body, they showered Goku with affection. However, it was a burden for Gohan, who had to provide for 5 Saiyans. Fortunately, Jine assisted with household chores, and Vegito dutifully brought a plethora of supplies and wealth. Not as a request, but as a gesture from Vegeta, who had instructed him to deliver several spaceships to Dr. Brief as an investment in the Capsule Corporation. On this particular day, Goku was engaged in a sparring match with Broly. The 3-year-old Goku found himself ill at ease in this new body, often facing setbacks in his exchanges with Broly. Observing the duel from the sidelines, Gohan remarked, "The name Goku was originally intended for either you or Broly." Vegeta chuckled. "Broly's Earth name isn't too shabby either. Goku, it sounds quite appetizing, doesn't it? Why not adopt an Earth name yourself? You could simply take my surname, son. Unlike the original Kakarot, you haven't lost your memory." Gohan noted the familiar turtle school stance Goku was assuming and laughed. It's evident that the child has already become a disciple of Master Roshi. "If the opportunity arises, I shall take you both to pay him a visit." Suddenly, Vegito appeared behind them, clad in Earth attire, and greeted everyone. Vegeta, eyeing Vegito's pink children's shirt, teased, "Why are you wearing Vegeta's clothes?" Vegito's cheeks flushed as he turned away and muttered, What do you mean by Vegeta's clothes?" Vegeta clarified, "This is the very color and style I wore the first time I donned Earth clothing." Vegito explained, This was forced upon me by Bulma's mother. Since the fusion cannot be undone, wearing the attire of Metamor isn't quite fitting." At this point, Vegito glanced at Vegeta's martial arts uniform, but before he could speak, Vegeta interjected, "Don't even think about it. If you seek thrills, do not wear my clothes." Vegito coldly turned his head aside. "Who cares? I could just wear Vegeta's battle suit or Goku's GI afterward." Meanwhile, Goku found himself pinned down by Broly, unable to reach his opponent despite his flailing punches and kicks. Damn it. If only I could grow a bit more. Goku was familiar with Broly, as they had become friends in his previous world. Vegito approached Broly and scrutinized him, asking, "Broly, would you be interested in sparring with me?" Broly turned his gaze toward Vegeta, seemingly seeking approval. Vegeta replied, "No way. If you provoke Broly, Capsule Corp will be in ruins. If you wish to spar, it must be in the hyperbolic time chamber." This was no jest from Vegeta. Despite their youthful appearances, he understood that Vegito fought with lethal intent. In the original narrative, Broly was subdued after enduring a beating. If the dragon hadn't transported Broly back to planet Vampa, he would likely have been defeated by Vegito. Furthermore, after the emergence of the evil containment wave, Hell Vegito had only struck 3 times, completely obliterating the evil containment wave. As for the comical Vegito from GT, he was merely a more advanced version of Gotenks. The current Vegito's experiences spanned from Z to Super. As for Broly, although he was only 5 years old now, should he unleash his full power, he could likely tear apart the present Frieza. This was the reason Vegeta remained close to him. If Broly were to inadvertently lose control, someone needed to rein him in. Upon hearing the mention of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku exclaimed, "That's right. The hyperbolic time chamber. If we spend 2 days inside, we might grow a bit. Vegeta inquired. And then what? What do you mean? Goku replied, puzzled. Have you considered what comes next? Will you relive your past experiences or explore new avenues? This question plunged both Goku and Vegito into contemplation. Vegito crossed his arms. Indeed, eliminating future threats now would be neither meaningful nor fair to those individuals. The true concern lies with the Tournament of Power in 43 years. If things develop as they are now, I will be significantly stronger than my former self. Goku looked at Vegito, confused. Huh? You didn't lose even after fusing? Vegito snapped back. Why not give it a try? That Jiren was the result of 2 Jirens fusing using Patera. A fused Jiren? Goku furrowed his brow, excitement bubbling up as he exclaimed, that sounds exhilarating. Vegeta interjected. Speaking of which, have you considered gathering the Super Dragon Balls first to see if you can return to your respective worlds? Vegito replied, and what about me? I have no idea what my original world was like. How could I return? Clenching his fists, Vegito added, I wonder if the Super Shenron could restore my universe. If possible, I would like to try. But in this body, even if I return, it wouldn't change much. Goku, rarely pondering deeply, remarked. I feel the same. Even if I could restore things, returning as a child would be troublesome. Vegeta analyzed. You likely 1T be greatly affected. You changed only after I hit you on the head. So you must have crossed over into this body. However, there's another issue. Returning and restoring the previous world are 2 separate wishes, meaning you would need to use the Super Dragon Balls twice, and the intervals cannot be too long. Upon hearing this, Goku placed his hands on his hips. Well, that doesn't matter. Regardless of how powerful that Moro is, Lord Beerus will annihilate him. If Lord Beerus and Whis truly cared about Earth, they would use the Super Dragon Balls to restore it. From then on, I'll just go with the flow. Regardless of whether I can return, I must first become stronger. Vegito nodded in agreement. Me too. I won't eliminate the impending threats in the future. I will only prepare more thoroughly. Vegeta's tone suddenly grew serious. What if the greatest threat is Zeno? What do you mean? Goku asked, puzzled. Don't you think Zeno is like a child wielding countless nuclear weapons? Goku scratched his head. What's a nuclear weapon? That's not important. What matters is that Zeno can decide the fate of a planet or even an entire universe based solely on his whims. Such power in his hands poses the greatest threat to all universes. As he spoke, Vegeta stood before the 2. No matter how you seek thrills or how you allow Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu to grow, even if it concerns Beerus, we must be prepared for Zeno. Vegito deeply resonated with this. Even in his original timeline, Goku and Zeno were friends. However, Zeno could erase existence at will, and even if Zeno acted out of favoritism, he would only allow Goku to survive in other universes, while others would likely be wiped out. Wukong scratched his head and said foolishly, I truly believe that a Quan is not that kind of person. There is no need to prepare for anything, right? Besides, all we need to do is win the power tournament at that time. With you and Vegeta by my side, no matter how formidable the enemy may be, we have nothing to fear. Vegeta murmured, Vegeta is right. You have not experienced such matters, so it is natural for you to find him amiable. Vegeta intended to use the Super Dragon Balls to counter the power of the Omni King. However, Saiyans cannot survive in the universe. And a portion of the Super Dragon Balls resides in the 6th universe, requiring the language of the gods to make a wish. It all seems rather unrealistic. Vegeta looked at Vegeta and said, who says it's unrealistic? We can first use the other Dragon Balls to wish for the Saiyans to survive in the universe. As for the 6th universe, mastering the Kaioshin's instant transmission will make the journey quite manageable, and we could even teleport directly with the Super Dragon Balls. But do you know the language of the gods? I might. What if the angels and destroyers notice? Vegeta replied with a confident smile. Then I shall simply retreat into the hyperbolic time chamber. Of course, all of this is hypothetical. The Omni King may not even act against us. I merely dislike having my fate controlled by a child. Chapter 7. The most challenging side quest in the 7th universe in the year 738 of the Age of the Gods. Only 1 month remained until the rendezvous of Vegeta and Gogeta. During this time, Bardock also joined the training, nurturing a deep bond with Goku, Broly, and Gogeta. Both he and Jin regarded the 3 as their own children, with Broly adopted as their son. However, Vegeta maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, rarely engaging in conversations beyond training. In contrast, Gogeta took it upon himself to lead Goku, Bardock, and Broly to the gravity room of Capsule Corporation for their daily training. In a matter of months, Bardock's battle power escalated from just over 10,000 to an impressive 70,000, mastering the Kaioken technique. He was able to sustain a tenfold Kaioken for brief periods, easily defeating Frieza in his first form. After exhausting themselves in training, the group would rejuvenate with sins of beans, reminiscent of Vegeta's methods of power training. To facilitate this, Goku ascended the Korin Tower to procure several sins of beans from Korin. Observing this, both Gogeta and Vegeta recognized Goku's amiable nature and each took turns to retrieve multiple canisters, effectively depleting Korin's stock. Bardock, upon learning of this, made another trip and nearly emptied Korin's supply of seeds. One day, the Supreme Kai stood within the Kai's palace, his gaze cast downwards with concern. Beside him, Kibito inquired, "Supreme Kai, what troubles you?" The Supreme Kai replied, "I worry about the Demon King Piccolo. Is it his potential to conquer the world that concerns you?" At this, the Supreme Kai chuckled, "No, I fear he may be slain before he even has the chance to spawn." Currently, Earth was undoubtedly the safest place in the universe, populated by some of its most formidable beings. With a sigh, he continued, "I should remind them, for while Piccolo's strength may now be inconsequential, his existence must not be erased." Indeed, this Supreme Kai had been reborn. After merging with Piccolo, he had observed the world through Piccolo's perspective until the latter met his demise at the hands of perfect Cellmax. This calamity was precipitated by the ferocious Gohan, who, wielding overwhelming strength, insisted that perfect Cellmax experience the depths of pain, ultimately forcing him to self-destruct, resulting in the death of all warriors on Earth. Goku and Vegeta would surely be left bewildered, for they might never return. Upon Piccolo's death, he anticipated an encounter with King Yama. However, upon partially opening his eyes, he found himself back on Earth, restored to his divine form. This occurred just after the separation from the Demon King, who seemed devoid of future knowledge. The reborn Supreme Kai, equipped with a script, diligently trained, already capable of vanquishing the Demon King. Yet, he chose to have Master Roshi seal him within a rice cooker, hoping that one day his other half would again emerge as Earth's guardian. The Supreme Kai maintained a youthful appearance, having wished for rejuvenation through the Dragon Balls, not out of a desire for power, but to provide greater aid to Piccolo should they merge once more. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to the sky and remarked, "Earth has new visitors. Their energy is sinister, and they are all Saiyans." Kibito asked, "What shall we do?" The Supreme Kai replied, "I hope they depart peacefully. If not, we shall mourn their fate. These Saiyans are no match for me." Beyond the atmosphere, 5 spherical spaceships soared northward, crashing into the ground and creating 5 craters. Coincidentally, these ships landed precisely on the newly established secret laboratory of Dr. Gero, a young doctor. Gero, clutching a table in alarm, exclaimed, "What just happened?" A green creature covered in dark spots and adorned with a long tail responded, "It's the Saiyans. I never expected them to arrive one after another." The creature grinned, imagine the possibilities of creating androids based on Saiyans. Wait here. I'll fetch a couple for you." In an instant, the creature vanished, only to return moments later, carrying an unconscious Saiyan. Dr. Gero, perplexed, asked, "You didn't even use the door. What kind of technique is that?" "Instant transmission, derived from Goku's cells. Now, let us restrain them quickly." At this moment, the hatches of the other 3 ships slowly opened, revealing 3 bewildered Saiyans gazing at the other 2 ships. "Where is everyone? Why is the window broken?" "Who knows? They probably perished on the way. Let's just complete our mission." Just as the words left their lips, a voice emerged from behind. "What is your mission?" The 3 turned to see a child in a blue GI floating above them. "A tail? You are also a Saiyan." Vegeta glared, unleashing a powerful aura that sent the 3 crashing against the crater's edge. "Do not respond to questions with questions. First, answer mine." One male Saiyan, enduring the pain of his fractures, pressed a button on his scouter, exclaiming, "Battle power. Only 5? Who are you?" Vegeta scoffed, "You lack awareness." With a mere gesture, the Saiyans had exploded. "You can only blame your bad luck for being here. Earth is currently the most challenging side quest in the 7th universe." The remaining 2, terrified, pleaded, "Please, do not kill us. We are also Saiyans." Vegeta smirked, "And what of that? Infighting is a tradition among our kind." He posed his question again, "What brings you to my planet?" One Saiyan, struggling to stand, replied, "King Vegeta sent us." Before he could finish, his head rolled to the ground. "Who allowed you to stand and meet my gaze?" The other 2 immediately knelt, bowing their heads. "It was King Vegeta who sent us. He seeks something known as the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Vegeta descended onto one of the spherical ships, scrutinizing the 2. "King Vegeta is alive?" And he knows about the Dragon Balls. Something feels off. Is planet Vegeta still intact? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, but most Saiyans survived. Frieza provided us with a new planet. Vegeta was taken aback, as the situation unfolded far beyond his expectations. He then retrieved a phone and dialed a number. Tower. It's complicated. You should come see for yourself. In the next moment, Gogeta appeared beside Vegeta, having utilized instant transmission while holding a phone. After grasping the situation, Gogeta's jaw dropped in disbelief until Vegeta patted his shoulder to snap him back to reality. Tower, why would Frieza act in such a manner? Could he be akin to us or Kakarot? At this, Gogeta felt a chill run down his spine and replied with a wry smile, perhaps. We should visit the hyperbolic time chamber? If what you say is true, we must ascertain which version of Frieza we are dealing with. If he has already mastered his golden form. Vegeta chuckled. If you're afraid, locate Frieza's energy, gather your strongest attack, and use instant transmission to eliminate him. No, that won't do. Gogeta felt a mix of fear and excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If Frieza continues his training, do you not anticipate how powerful he might become? While I am apprehensive about his potential arrival on Earth, I do not wish to end him so soon. Moreover, the fact that he has not exterminated the Saiyans suggests that he may have undergone some transformation. For now, it is safest for us to venture into the hyperbolic time chamber together. Vegeta crossed his arms and declared, I will not go. Our year-long pact has yet to conclude. Even if Frieza appears tomorrow, I shall not relent. I refuse to take advantage of our agreement to train. Gogeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, gazed at Vegeta and asked, do you truly possess such confidence? Are you aware of what a year of training signifies for a young fusion with a clear path of growth? It signifies. You have trained for an entire year. Chapter 8. Shall we call our fusion Vegeta? Gogeta's lips twitched slightly, his eyes wide open as he fixed a fierce glare on Vegeta. The veins on his forehead bulged as he exclaimed, did you intentionally deceive me? Am I mistaken? A year's training is simply that, a year of training. Is your year equivalent to my day? Do you dare to spar with me right now? Humph. I shall not lift a finger before the appointed time. You better seize this month for your training. While the two engaged in their verbal sparring, two Saiyans kneeling on the ground were devising an escape plan. They exchanged glances and nodded to one another before soaring off in opposite directions. However, the next moment, Gogeta and Vegeta each seized one of them and hurled them to the ground. All right, now we must discuss how to deal with you, Vegeta declared. Raising his hand as if to execute them, Gogeta grasped his wrist, saying, are you so eager to take a life? Very well, let them return to deliver a message. Return with a message? Do you intend to inform Frieza to hasten his arrival? Gogeta glanced at the patera earrings on Vegeta's ears and continued. It is not without merit. If necessary, we can fuse again. As for the name, how about Gogeta? What do you think? Vegeta's anger flared at the suggestion. I believe calling it Vegeta is quite reasonable, combining my Vegeta and your Gogeta. What do you think? Gogeta stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, that is a valid point. At worst, we can have Vegeta change his name. Vegeta seized Gogeta by the collar, shouting, are you actually arguing with me? Do you have no pride as a fused being? With that, he pushed Gogeta to the ground, declaring, remember this, the strongest in the dimension. He pointed his thumb at himself, proclaiming, with me, Vegeta, there is no need for the so-called Gogeta. If we cannot defeat our opponent together, we might as well find a place to bury ourselves. Gogeta, sitting on the ground, asked, but what if our opponent is overwhelmingly powerful? Humph. Then we deserve to die? Preferably in such a way that our souls scatter, so we need not suffer humiliation in the underworld. In that moment, Gogeta truly understood the profound pride that Vegeta, as a fused warrior, possessed. This was the awareness one should have as a fused being. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. A fused warrior should indeed carry an arrogant pride, looking down upon the masses. Vegeta turned to the two remaining Saiyans, commanding, listen closely. Return and inform King Vegeta and Frieza. The Earth indeed possesses Dragon Balls. If they have the capability, let them come and seize them. Tell Frieza, if he lacks the golden form, he should not come seeking a beating. Vegeta approached the two and insisted. Not a single word should be omitted in relaying this message. Go. The two immediately boarded their spacecraft and fled, leaving Gogeta at a loss for what to do. However, after a moment of contemplation, he speculated, I understand your thought process. Since we have revealed the golden form to him, he will inevitably feel an unfamiliar fear regarding our capabilities, causing him to hesitate and granting us more time. Vegeta replied, I haven't thought that far ahead. I simply do not wish to bully someone who hasn't even mastered the golden form. What? With that, Vegeta instantaneously teleported back to the Capsule Corporation. Gogeta could only helplessly return, bearing the weight of the pressure and motivation that Vegeta had left him with. He resolved to train even harder. Previously worried that he might grow too powerful, rendering his battles with Vegeta uninteresting. Thus, at times, he would merely coast along, offering guidance to Bardock and sparring with Goku to pass the time. Now, with Frieza as a looming threat, he formally embarked on a relentless training regimen. Before long, the year of their agreement arrived. Aside from the two prepared for battle, Broly, Bardock, Goku, and Kairatsu had also come to witness the event. They arrived at a desolate wasteland, where Vegeta was the first to descend upon a higher rock. Gogeta had no choice but to settle on a relatively lower stone. Just as he was about to land, the stone exploded under Vegeta's fierce gaze. Gogeta glared at Vegeta in fury, who merely chuckled. Find a lower rock from which to look up at me. The strongest in the dimension. Gogeta declared, hovering in the air. I will show you no mercy. Vegeta crossed his arms, retorting, then I shall show you mercy. You, bastard. I do not need your mercy. Unleash all your power. Then you must be worthy of me unleashing my full power. I. Gogeta clutched his chest, nearly choking on his own breath from Vegeta's provocation, his hair shifting between yellow and black. Observing Gogeta's distress, Vegeta remarked, anger is just what you need. Only through anger can you fight without reservation. Well then, since you cannot out-argue me, let us commence our battle. With clenched fists, Gogeta unleashed a terrifying golden aura, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Bardock and Kairatsu gazed at Gogeta in awe, murmuring, is this a Super Saiyan? So powerful. Vegeta felt Gogeta's energy and commented, given your current power, you surpass Gotenks at the level he was during the Buu saga, though you have yet to meet my expectations. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 should not be an issue. Gogeta donned the outfit of the Metamorphs, resembling Gotenks post-transformation, albeit slightly shorter, as he was currently only 5 or 6 years old in physical age. Gogeta pointed at Vegeta and demanded, transform. I refuse to fight you in your base form. Are you afraid of losing and being embarrassed? You beast. Gogeta, thoroughly enraged, charged at Vegeta with a punch. Vegeta, remaining in his base form, took a half step back, adopting a stance and effortlessly caught Gogeta's fist. What? Vegeta's aura darkened ominously, his eyes surrounded by a shadow, resembling the appearance of a possessed Vegeta. Look, my hair doesn't need to change color to leave you speechless. Suddenly, he delivered an uppercut to Gogeta's chin, effectively snapping his mouth shut, before delivering a harsh kick to Gogeta's abdomen, leaving a footprint on his back. Gogeta spat out blood, along with a few teeth, as he was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing through several massive boulders along the way. Vegeta's aura continued to rise, yet he remained in his base form. Bardock, sensing the terrifying energy, exclaimed, incredible. He is suppressing Super Saiyan Gogeta while merely in his base form. Broly, observing Vegeta with a serious expression, remarked, that is no ordinary base form. My brother is harnessing the power of the Great Ape. The power of the Great Ape? Broly nodded, explaining, yes. I can maximize the power of the Great Ape without transforming into one. Perhaps my brother's control is not as refined as mine, yet he retains his sanity. Upon hearing this, Goku sighed in relief. Phew, you startled me. I'm glad he won lose his sanity. When I sensed the change in his energy earlier, I thought it was similar to yours. I didn't expect anyone besides you could wield such power. Broly looked at Goku in surprise. Is it difficult to wield such power? No. Difficult? My brother learned to control it when he subdued me during my first rampage. He claimed any Saiyan could do it. It is simply impossible for anyone to amplify their power by tens of thousands, even millions, as I can. The terrifying magnitude of this amplification left Bardock and Jine profoundly shaken. Only Goku, who had truly faced Broly in battle, comprehended the sheer strength of this force. Goku inquired, what is the typical amplification for an ordinary Saiyan? His brother had mentioned it was approximately tenfold, akin to the transformation into a great ape. Vegeta soared into the rubble and located Gogeta. Rise, for I have no interest in an opponent lying on the ground. In an instant, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his lone tuft of hair standing erect, propelling himself from the debris to deliver a punch to Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta's head recoiled slightly, blood trickling from his brow as he looked at Gogeta and remarked, now, our powers are nearly equal. No, it cannot be. Gogeta retreated a step, You haven't even transformed. I merely possess a slight advantage with Super Saiyan 2. Have you truly not trained at all? I have not, yet despite that, my foundational combat strength has still increased over the year. Even a Saiyan in their youth experiences growth at a rapid pace, even without training. This state is something you should understand. Gogeta furrowed his brow tightly. No, I will absolutely not concede to this. After a year of training, I am still inferior to you. I too possess the pride of a fused warrior. How can I possibly acknowledge such a thing? Chapter 9. The sixth sense. The aura of Goku surged immensely, causing the very earth to tremble. A cacophony of cries erupted. The lightning enveloping him grew increasingly intense. In a clandestine base nestled within a northern mountain, the first form of Cell felt a sense of despair wash over him. Who could possess such a formidable energy? It surpasses even that of Gohan and Majin Buu. My database contains no information on these individuals. Has my alteration of history led to this? Cursed fate. After a hard-won rebirth, I absorbed Trunks and entered the time machine. I had deliberately adjusted the timeline to a point before Goku annihilated the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, I never anticipated the existence of such monsters. This Cell, having lived through countless experiences, was also a reincarnate. But his demise did not come at the hands of Gohan or Trunks. In his reality, due to Vegeta's lack of intervention to assist Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, he emerged victorious. After exterminating all warriors on Earth, he departed, inadvertently leaving behind the new Supreme Kai. Then utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan and Trunks, for they were the only ones capable of revival. Ultimately, through a series of convoluted events, orchestrated by the East Kaishin, Majin Buu was successfully revived. The process was exceedingly abstract. Had the East Kaishin made even a slight misstep, Majin Buu would never have returned. Upon sensing Buu's overwhelming energy, Cell returned to Earth, only to meet his end at the hands of Majin Buu. After his rebirth, he found himself back in the incubation chamber of the future world. He engaged in constant communication with the computer, refining his evolutionary plans, initially drawing upon Buu's unique characteristics. He requested the computer to ensure that upon absorbing powerful life forces, he would automatically merge with their cells, thereby enhancing his own strength correspondingly. Moreover, he had the computer create a compact organic chip, which was implanted into his brain. This modification required additional time, delaying his emergence from the incubation chamber. Thus, he learned from his previous mistakes and refrained from killing Trunks before departing. This battle was far from effortless. Trunks' power exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, absorbing Trunks and acquiring his cells along with all his strength. Subsequently, he consumed the entirety of humanity in the future world before returning to the past via the time machine. Notably, he had previously detected a significant disparity between the 17th and 18th from the two worlds. Based on his analysis, he surmised that this discrepancy stemmed from two primary factors: the upper limits of the character's powers in the current world and the extent of historical alteration. Cell speculated that the stronger the 17th and 18th were, the greater his power ceiling would become upon absorption. Hence, he intentionally returned to an earlier time, aiming to manipulate events from the shadows. He intended to bolster the strength of Goku, Vegeta, and others, and then, with his upgraded physique, reabsorb their cells. However, the current circumstances had exceeded his wildest expectations. He was oblivious to the emergence of these new figures on Earth. Nevertheless, the presence of formidable individuals only served to benefit Cell. Though it surpassed my predictions, this undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity. Just wait. This time I shall become stronger than anyone else. Moreover, with my accumulated knowledge, Dr. Gero's research will proceed even more smoothly. On new planet Vegeta, Vegeta furrowed his brow, perspiration trickling down his forehead as he gazed toward Earth. That aura feels so familiar, akin to Gohan during the Buu saga. What has transpired on Earth? What is the source of this energy? Suddenly, a memory struck him, and he exclaimed, Gogeta? No, this cannot be. By the way, Frieza had dispatched several Saiyans to Earth, who returned with news. There exists an even stronger Saiyan on Earth, and upon mentioning the golden transformation, Frieza became agitated. Cursed fate. There is no time to dawdle. Frieza has become far stronger than I anticipated. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I may not stand a chance against him. Fortunately, this time Frieza has granted me relative autonomy, though I am reluctant to employ such means. I have no other choice. Vegeta pivoted and strode toward the grand spaceship provided by Frieza. As Frieza had yet to locate Broly, his focus had shifted entirely to Vegeta. Reflecting on his rebirth, Frieza reconsidered many aspects. Had he not been so intent on suppressing Vegeta in the past, could he have forged a loyal servant in him? Thus, Vegeta now held a status superior to Captain Ginyu, even acquiring a spaceship identical to Frieza's. Additionally, he had installed a gravity chamber within the vessel, ensuring that he would not squander time during his journey. "Follow me," Raditz inquired cautiously. "Where is your highness headed?" "To Namek, and then to Yardrat. Regardless of who the Saiyan on Earth may be, should they dare lay a finger on my Bulma, I vow to dismantle them piece by piece." Back on the battlefield of Earth, Gogeta, with his long golden hair, faced Vegito. "This is the Super Saiyan 3 you have long anticipated." Vegito yawned. "The build-up was excessive. During this time, I could have killed you 1,000,000 times over. But now that it is complete, I shall take this a bit more seriously." Gogeta smiled confidently. "Even you must transform now, mustn't you?" "Transform. If you cannot reach the divine realm, I need not change my hair color." With a deep exhale, Vegito's muscles swelled 5 times. "Kaioken, Nanny." Vegito instantly dashed before Gogeta, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his face. As Gogeta's body was propelled into the air, Vegito seized his ankle, spun him around, and slammed him onto the ground with great force. "Our combat powers are nearly equal. You have employed Super Saiyan 3, while I have merely utilized 5 times the Kaioken. Considering Broly's transformation into a giant ape, my Super Saiyan is equivalent to your Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, and gazed at Vegito. "If that is the case, why not transform into Super Saiyan and fight me? Is it merely to leave a psychological scar?" Vegito chuckled. "That is about right. If you can display a more advanced transformation, perhaps I would be compelled to transform into a Super Saiyan. But do you still possess that capability?" Gogeta fell silent, realizing he needed to first comprehend Vegito's techniques before deciding on his course of action. He then maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form and charged at Vegito, initiating a rapid exchange of blows. Unfortunately, it seemed Vegito could predict every one of Gogeta's moves. Ultra Instinct. Vegito restrained Gogeta's arms. "No, though it is indeed an instinct. It arises from years of accumulated combat experience and judgment, forming a battle intuition purely based on technique, tactics, and logical calculations." Even Vegito himself was unsure why he possessed such extensive combat experience. He swung an arm and landed a punch on Gogeta's face. "Such a simple task. Don't tell me that the second time around, you still cannot accomplish it." Gogeta was once more sent flying, but as he stabilized himself mid-air with a powerful aura, he gazed at Vegito. Vegito crossed his arms. Observing him, "You have it all backward, Gogeta. That diminutive body struggles to concentrate divine energy while you focus solely on enhancing your combat power. In the bygone days, Mr. Bobo's teachings on no-thought training could be regarded as a nascent form of the ultimate art of freedom. If one were to bestow a name upon this technique, Mind's Eye would indeed be more fitting." This time, Vegeta did not respond with anger. Instead, he closed his eyes and meticulously reflected on the training he had received from Bobo in the Temple of the Gods. In the next moment, it appeared that some transformation occurred within Vegeta, as his gaze became devoid of any superfluous emotions. He simply fixed his eyes upon Gogeta and declared, again. Chapter 10. Outshining the rest this time, Gogeta's attacks and defenses became notably crisp and efficient, successfully anticipating Vegeta's movements on multiple occasions. Previously, Vegeta could effortlessly evade Gogeta's strikes without the need for blocks. However, now the frequency of Vegeta's blocks had increased significantly, and on several occasions, he was even struck in the torso. As the battle between the two gradually stabilized, Bardock observed their conflict and remarked that it had reached a point of equilibrium. He pondered whether Gogeta could secure a victory unless Vegeta continued to enhance his Kaioken. Goku closely monitored their performance and concluded there's absolutely no chance of victory. Although Gogeta possesses remarkable stamina and energy, the Super Saiyan 3 form is exceedingly taxing on one's endurance. I estimate that it won't be long before Gogeta reverts to the disadvantaged position. Goku, filled with excitement, clenched his fists, slightly trembling with anticipation, wishing he could join in the fray. Alas, with his current power level exceeding 1,000, he could only stand by as an observer. At this stage, the Saiyans' efficiency in gaining power through training may not surpass the natural growth that comes with age. Gogeta and Vegeta were prime examples of this phenomenon. Of course, if Gogeta had dedicated the past year to rigorous training, he might have been able to bridge that gap or even surpass it. Vegeta had warned him numerous times. Yet Gogeta, in his arrogance, assumed that he could outpace Vegeta without exerting himself fully. In midair, both Gogeta and Vegeta simultaneously repelled each other. Vegeta remained calm and composed, maneuvering through the battle with ease, while Gogeta's breathing had become increasingly labored, a realization he himself acknowledged. Presently, Vegeta had only utilized the power of the Great Ape and a fivefold Kaioken to match Gogeta's prowess. I wonder if the Great Ape's power can be wielded in Super Saiyan form. But at this point, I have no choice but to take a gamble. Gogeta reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation to his base form, prompting Vegeta to smile and say, "So, you finally intend to unveil all your hidden cards?" Gogeta chuckled wryly. "You've seen through me." "You're correct. The body of a young one finds it challenging to harness the divine energy, yet the infinitesimal probability of approaching zero does not equate to absolute zero." Gogeta's energy surged dramatically, reaching a fever pitch before concentrating and transcending. The aura surrounding Gogeta, once seemingly gaseous, began to solidify into a liquid-like, fiery red energy. Bardock and even Broly were astonished by this unprecedented form. Goku observed Gogeta and remarked, "The injuries inflicted by Vegeta have healed, reminiscent of my first transformation into this state." Bardock, taken aback, looked at Goku and asked, "Kakarot, can you achieve this too?" Goku replied, "Yes, if I were to revert to my adult form, it should be feasible. This state is known as Super Saiyan God. Theoretically, with 6 benevolent Saiyans, one could attain this transformation through a ritual. However, achieving it independently requires immense training and dedication. It's hard to believe. Even Gogeta, at this age, can accomplish it alone. Truly a testament to the amalgamation of myself and Vegeta." Goku glanced at Vegeta, contemplating. "So, Vegeta, how do you plan to respond? If my senses are correct, the Great Ape's power will, to some extent, hinder your control over Ki, which is why you hesitate to transform into Super Saiyan. The stronger the energy, the more difficult it is to control. Even if you could harness it in Super Saiyan form, the efficiency of your Ki utilization would drastically diminish. In that case, even if your energy level matches Gogeta's Super Saiyan God, you would still be at a disadvantage." Noticing the confident smile on Vegeta's face, Goku immediately sensed that Vegeta was concealing some form of trump card. Vegeta looked at Gogeta with a smirk, "As expected of you, Gogeta. It is only natural for a fusion to attain this level." Gogeta, with a serious demeanor, questioned Vegeta, "That tone suggests you believe you can achieve it as well." Vegeta replied, "I'm not sure. After all, I've never tried. However, if you can, then perhaps I can too. Maybe even Super Saiyan Blue." Gogeta gasped in astonishment. His mouth agape. Vegeta, wearing an invincible grin, reassured him, "No need to be nervous. I won't exceed your level. Even if I were to match your transformation, I would feel ashamed. So rest assured, I will search for a method to defeat you within the confines of Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta, filled with a hint of rage, glared at the Patera fusion. "Do you look down on me so much? Don't be so arrogant. I've already noticed. The power of the Great Ape not only disrupts your emotions, but also affects your control over Ki. Thus, even if you stack Super Saiyan on top of this state, you will never defeat me. Is that so?" Vegeta took a deep breath and unleashed his full power. In an instant, Vegeta transformed directly into Super Saiyan. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his gaze grew more ferocious. Vegeta focused on Gogeta and declared, "In terms of energy levels, we are nearly on par now." Cold sweat trickled down Gogeta's forehead as he realized he can truly utilize the Great Ape's power in Super Saiyan form. Vegeta grinned wickedly. "It's not very difficult. Even Broly can do it." With that, Vegeta instantaneously teleported in front of Gogeta and delivered a powerful kick. Gogeta raised his hands to block, but after being kicked back, he surged forward, channeling divine energy and throwing several punches, all of which Vegeta deftly evaded. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. "It seems I must let you have both hands. It's time for you to stop." Gogeta gathered energy into a Kamehameha wave and launched it, but Vegeta stood his ground, effortlessly kicking the energy wave into the stratosphere. Taking advantage of the momentary blind spot created by the energy wave, Gogeta swiftly teleported behind Vegeta and struck down with both fists. Swish! Gogeta's fists passed through Vegeta's afterimage, a phantom punch. Yet the position of the Ki remained unchanged. Vegeta floated behind Gogeta and explained, "By leaving a trace of Ki behind the afterimage, one can easily create the illusion. Meanwhile, the real body compresses its Ki to a minimum, allowing you to perceive only the phantom's energy." Sighing, Vegeta continued, strength, speed, techniques, and skills. The disparity is too vast. Gogeta called out, "If you have the ability, stop resorting to these tricks. I refuse to believe that under equal energy conditions, you can defeat me head-on. Bring it on. I've been waiting for you." Furious, Gogeta charged at Vegeta with punches and kicks, but Vegeta maintained a confident smile, using only his legs to neutralize all of Gogeta's attacks. After exchanging dozens of blows, Vegeta landed a kick that sent Gogeta crashing to the ground. How about that? Gogeta, with the aid of divine energy, healed his injuries and furrowed his brow at Vegeta, questioning, why? The Great Ape's power should have affected your ki control. Vegeta, still with crossed arms, explained, indeed. It has an impact, but our limits on ki control differ. Perhaps you believe you've reached 100 control, but in my eyes, it's merely 50. The Great Ape power may have reduced my control by 20, yet my original capacity is 200. Thus, you comprehend the situation, do you not? A control strength of 180 over 50, under equivalent energy conditions, represents an undeniable advantage. After stating this, Vegeta glanced at Goku, who was not far off, and remarked, "Do not think it is solely me. If Kakarot were to match your level, he might even surpass you. During your battle with the merged Jiren, you must have experienced the godly techniques, owing to the presence of that Vegeta within you. Achieving such a state must have required considerable effort. If this were the Gogeta that emerged after the confrontation with Granola, perhaps Vegeta would indeed need to exert 4 to 5/10 of his strength to defeat him. However, regarding the Goku from the Tournament of Power, particularly in the case of Vegeta, he merely provided an increase in energy. The potential upper limit of Gogeta would not surpass that of Goku during that period. It is essential to note that at the time of the Tournament of Power, Vegeta had not yet journeyed to planet Yardrat for further training in precise control of his ki. Fortunately, Gogeta's foundation, talent, intuition, and potential vastly exceed that of Goku. Once the source of the problem is identified, overcoming it will not take long. Yet now Vegeta has already perceived his limits. Continuing further bears little significance. The game has concluded, and it appears I hold the upper hand by a considerable margin. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and approached him, delivering a devastating punch that rendered Gogeta unconscious and reverted him to his base form. Chapter 11. Vegeta, let us form a Special Forces team. Smack. 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 Gogeta. Are you alright? Goku gently patted Gogeta's face, who slowly opened his eyes and sat up, saying, I lost, and I lost quite thoroughly. Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, if the opponent is me, losing is nothing to be ashamed of. You must know that you are likely the strongest in the 7th universe, aside from myself, Beerus, Whis, Meruz, and Frieza. Gogeta stood up and retorted, if you can't offer comfort, then you should remain silent. Regardless, do you remember our wager? Since I have emerged victorious, you must respectfully acknowledge me as your elder brother. Let me hear you say it. Gogeta lowered his head with a sullen expression and said, can I just call you that in private? No, that would defeat the purpose. Vegeta insisted, leaning in to chide, no way. The strongest in the multiverse can't even accept defeat gracefully? Enough. Be brother. Gogeta exclaimed, overwhelmed. Vegeta, satisfied, patted Gogeta's back, rest assured. From this day forth, I shall look after you. Speaking of which, since Kakarot and Broly are present today, shall we not swear brotherhood together? Gogeta turned to Broly and asked, should we go by age? I see no issue with that. It should definitely be by strength. I am the strongest, so I shall be the elder brother. Gogeta maintained his stance. I believe age is a better criterion. Who knows, I might surpass you one day, and besides, Broly is older than us. It feels odd to have him call me brother. Strength determines everything. Vegeta argued. We are forming a bond, not competing for strength. By age. Goku, standing between them, suggested, why not decide this with rock, paper, scissors? After a brief silence, Gogeta calculated that as long as Vegeta did not claim the title of elder brother, he could accept any outcome. With rock, paper, scissors, the odds of Vegeta becoming the elder brother were only 1 in 4. Alright, what do you say, Vegeta? Surely you must have confidence in your luck? Vegeta, arms crossed and smirking, replied, though your provocation is rather clumsy, it has succeeded. Let us play. The 4 of them formed a circle and waved their arms. Rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta, Gogeta, and Goku all chose rock, while Broly chose paper. Vegeta stared in disbelief at his unyielding fist, tightening his grip. How could this be? I actually lost. No, I absolutely cannot allow Gogeta to win. Rock, scissors, paper. In the second round, Gogeta chose rock, Goku chose scissors, and Vegeta also chose scissors. Gogeta, ecstatic, gazed at his fist and shouted, I won. I defeated you, Vegeta. Haha. In the next moment, Vegeta extended 2 fingers in a scissors gesture and pinched Gogeta's fist, applying pressure. Gogeta's fist gradually pried open, and he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, with Vegeta following suit. Bastard! Gogeta exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan God, consolidating his fist once more. Vegeta, witnessing this, wore a scornful smile. How you're merely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Vegeta enveloped himself in a crimson flame-like aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God and using 2 fingers to pry open Gogeta's fist. Gogeta's entire hand emitted cracking sounds as his bones were crushed, leaving him no choice but to relax his grip. Vegeta looked at Gogeta's hand and said, see, I have won. With sufficient strength, scissors can indeed cut through rock. Ultimately, it is strength that dictates everything. He then turned to Broly and inquired, do you have any objections, little brother? Broly shook his head. None, second brother. Excellent. Now, it remains for Gogeta and Kakarot. Rock, paper, scissors. Goku, unwilling to inflict unnecessary suffering upon himself, disregarded rock entirely. He chose paper, while Gogeta attempted to emulate Vegeta by choosing scissors to pry open Goku's hand. Thus, Gogeta emerged victorious, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. From this day forth, we shall be one family, little brother, second brother, third brother. After healing his hand with divine energy, Gogeta addressed Vegeta. Yes, little brother, second brother, and third brother. As the first victor, Broly humbly acknowledged each one, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Only Goku, the most grounded among them, called out all 3 brothers. That said, they usually addressed one another by name, especially Gogeta and Vegeta. Noticing Vegeta pondering, Gogeta asked, what scheme are you concocting now? Could we not emulate the Ginyu Force and strike a pose together? Gogeta's face twitched in disapproval. Absolutely not. You may wait a few more years. Perhaps Gohan will play with you when he grows up. Vegeta gazed skyward with a smile. It settled then. Once Vegeta arrives on Earth, I will conquer you all, and we shall pose together. We shall be known as the Vegeta Special Forces. Days later, on Namek, a massive spaceship descended near the Grand Elder's residence. Vegeta, accompanied by several Saiyans, flew towards the location of the Grand Elder. Along the way, Vegeta cautioned, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to cause trouble on this planet, I will not hold back. Vegeta felt guilty about his past actions on Namek. He had 2 objectives for this visit. First, to request the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking potential. Second, to warn the Namekians to be wary of Frieza. Upon landing in front of the Grand Elder's dwelling, the door floated open. A Namekian, resembling Piccolo, emerged, gazing at Vegeta with astonishment. Vegeta? Arriving so soon? This Nail was also reborn and shared the same time frame as the Supreme Kai, having experienced the events of the perfect Cellmax. Thus, the entire Namek was transformed significantly due to Nail's foresight. Nail scrutinized the petite Vegeta, asking, what brings you here, Scion? Nappa, standing behind Vegeta, interjected. Be mindful of your tone. Before you stands the heir to King Vegeta, the future King Vegeta, the hope of the Saiyans, the strongest Scion in history. The renowned Vegeta 4. Nappa's flattery delighted Vegeta, though he masked his glee, merely stating, silence, Nappa, I do not require your explanation. He then stepped forward, raising his head to address Nail. I need to speak with your Grand Elder. I require his assistance. Nail squinted, looking down at Vegeta. You know the Grand Elder? Of course, I know much more. Now you'd best step aside obediently. Something's amiss. This Vegeta feels entirely different. There is no trace of evil, and he is far stronger than when I first met him. An elderly voice emanated from within. It's all right. Nail, let him in. Ahem. Yes. Nail stepped aside, allowing Vegeta to enter. The others attempted to follow, but Nail raised his hand to stop them. The Grand Elder permitted only Vegeta to enter, instructing the others to wait outside. Should you dare to behave recklessly? Nella released a faint aura as a warning, prompting Vegeta to turn and gaze at him in astonishment. This fellow, in that fleeting moment, his energy was at least several 100,000 in battle power. The others, intimidated by Nelu, dared not entertain any frivolous thoughts. After Nelu entered, they followed him upstairs. Nelu, it seems your situation is quite akin to his. One remarked. What? The Grand Elder strained to open his heavy eyelids, fixing his gaze upon the diminutive Vegeta. You are Vegeta, correct? You must have also reincarnated from some point in the future. Vegeta, stunned, replied, Are you saying my situation is similar to that Namekian's? Is he also? The Grand Elder nodded vigorously. Indeed. Vegeta, would you mind if I examined your memories? Vegeta furrowed his brow and stepped forward, stating, Do not delve into anything too private. Rest assured, we Namekians have no concept of gender. Even if I were to look, I would not comprehend. Vegeta, blushing fiercely, shouted, I care not how you do things. If you dare to look, I will undoubtedly obliterate this planet. Chapter 12. The Wish for 5 centimeters. The Black Star Dragon Balls, the Z Fighters Baby, the Super Androids, the Evil Dragons. I never expected that the reckless misuse of the Dragon Balls would lead to such severe consequences. Vegeta and Naru observed the increasingly grave expression on the Grand Elder's face. Their own concerns mounting. What is it? The Grand Elder slowly lifted his hand from Vegeta's head and spoke. Although you two have been reborn from the future into the past, the events you and Naru experienced after the Majin Buu incident are entirely different. Vegeta stared at the Grand Elder in astonishment. What? How are they different? The Grand Elder replied, It is complicated to explain. Naru, come here. I shall exchange your memories. Naru and Vegeta stood on either side of the Grand Elder. He placed his hands upon their heads, facilitating the exchange of their memories. After receiving Naru's memories, Vegeta lowered his head and murmured, This is completely different from the time and space I know. The Super Saiyan God, the God of Destruction, the Omni King. And Frieza actually managed to train to that extent. It is highly likely that Frieza's situation mirrors ours. If that is the case, he may arrive on Namek much sooner than anticipated. Moreover, there are 2 unknown, formidable presences on Earth. Everything we have experienced thus far can no longer be considered a reference. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, history has been irrevocably altered. In preparation for Frieza, I have unlocked the potential of all Namekians and assimilated half of the combat-type Namekians with Naru. Following that, we have undergone rigorous training. In theory, dealing with the original Frieza should not pose a problem, but from your memories, if Frieza is indeed like you, even Naru may not be able to defeat him. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, I never expected the most troublesome foe to be reborn as well. Time is of the essence. We must first reach the time chamber on Earth to restore my former strength to eliminate him. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and replied, Very well. I shall enhance your potential first. Should you require the Dragon Balls of Namek, do not hesitate to ask. The Grand Elder subsequently assisted Vegeta and the others in unlocking their potential. Vegeta's combat power reached a level comparable to when he had effortlessly defeated the second stage of Cell. However, this level of power was but a mere fraction compared to his peak. Vegeta, somewhat disheartened, reflected upon his newfound strength. Originally, I intended for you to retreat to Earth and avoid the turmoil. However, I am unaware of the current situation there. Furthermore, if Frieza has also been reborn, Earth will undoubtedly become one of his targets. In any case, you should begin collecting the Dragon Balls. If the time comes, we can evacuate to another planet before Frieza arrives. At that moment, both Vegeta and Naru suddenly looked up at the sky. Naru's eyes widened with terror as he murmured, Such immense energy. It must be Frieza. Naru quickly turned to the Grand Elder and urged, Grand Elder, we must collect the Dragon Balls at once. Indeed, I will notify the elders of each village and instruct them to send the Dragon Balls here immediately. In frustration, Vegeta struck the wall of the Grand Elder's chamber, obliterating it. I reported to him that I came to conquer Namek. He must know that the Dragon Balls are here. Otherwise, he would not have come all this way for this planet. Damn! Vegeta, consumed by rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging. Behind him, Nappa and the others were left in shock. Having only recently learned to sense energy, they had never fathomed that a person's power could reach such heights. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta sat up while fishing by the river and remarked with a smile, It seems Vegeta's situation mirrors ours. Goku quickly inquired, Has he been reborn too? Most likely. He should be on Namek now, and Frieza is nearing there as well. Upon hearing this, Goku sprang to his feet. Then let us hurry to assist. What use would that be? Stay here and do not wander off. Vegeta is in the time chamber. When he comes out, do not let him know I intend to keep this to myself. With that, Vegeta vanished from his spot, appearing on a small hill hundreds of meters away from the Grand Elder's residence on Namek. The Kaioshin's instant transmission certainly proved more effective. Next, I shall extinguish Frieza's hopes when he is at his most arrogant. Vegeta concealed his energy, keen to observe how events would unfold. He yearned to witness Frieza, just a step away from growing 5 centimeters taller, only to have his dreams shattered. At this moment, Frieza's spaceship descended directly toward the Grand Elder's location. As the hatch opened, Frieza emerged in a baby carriage, approaching the exterior of the Grand Elder's chamber, peering through the wall that Vegeta had destroyed. He chuckled upon seeing Vegeta carefully gather 6 Dragon Balls. "Ah, little Vegeta, you have worked hard. I never expected you to gather 6 Dragon Balls for me. If I am not mistaken, the final one is on its way, correct?" Holding the Dragon Balls, Vegeta paused, contemplating countless strategies, such as destroying the Dragon Balls or confronting Frieza directly. Yet ultimately, Frieza's overwhelming presence, akin to that of a being who had absorbed a universe, led him to the only solution he could conceive. Bowing respectfully while cradling the Dragon Balls, he declared, "Hail, Lord Frieza. I discovered these orbs while conquering this planet. Although I do not know their purpose, I recall that you once sent someone to Earth in search of something called Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, these orbs are also known as Dragon Balls. So I collected them to present to you, Lord Frieza." Frieza regarded Vegeta with a skeptical expression. "Well done, little Vegeta. I shall accept this gift." Floating out of the baby carriage, Frieza entered the Grand Elder's chamber and landed gracefully. "Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek." Naru, prepared for battle despite the slim chances of victory, steeled himself. Vegeta communicated silently with the Grand Elder and Naru through mental concentration. "Let us feign submission for now. This fellow does not understand the Namekian language. When we make a wish, we can all relocate elsewhere." This was the only course of action, and the Grand Elder and Naru quickly donned a facade of compliance. Naru stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to Namek?" Frieza smiled at Naru and replied, "I have come for the Dragon Balls, and my intentions with them are merely to fulfill a few modest wishes. Rest assured, once my wishes are granted, I shall leave immediately. I guarantee I will not cause you any trouble." The Grand Elder cautiously asked, "Could you share what your wishes entail?" Frieza, initially reluctant to divulge, recalled from his past experiences that Namekian Dragon Balls could only be activated using the Namekian language. Thus, he would eventually need to inform these Namekians. As for what to do after his wishes were fulfilled, he could simply eliminate those who were in the know. Frieza's face flushed slightly as he stated, "If possible, I wish to use the power of the Dragon Balls to grow 5 centimeters taller. As for my second wish, I desire to grow another 5 centimeters taller in 10 years. The third wish I desire is to possess an immortal and ageless body, of course. It would be ideal if I could control this immortality. For instance, when I wish to die, I should still be able to do so." As Vegeta and the others listened to this peculiar wish, their mouths fell agape, and Raditz' heartbeat quickened. "It's over. Frieza actually voiced such a shameful wish. We are doomed." Vegeta, aware that those who heard this statement might meet their demise, cleverly offered Frieza a way out. He half knelt before Frieza, bowing his head and saying, "So, the Dragon Balls can grant wishes. Lord Frieza, might I be granted a wish as well? From this day forth, I am willing to serve you like a loyal beast." Intrigued by this, Frieza turned his gaze to Vegeta and asked, "Oh, what is little Vegeta's wish?" "Oh, I would like to grow 5 more centimeters in height." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing that someone else shared his desire to use the Dragon Balls for height enhancement, this wish no longer seemed so disgraceful. If Vegeta dared to reveal this, he would retort that Vegeta had also used the Dragon Balls to gain height by a whole 20 centimeters. Meanwhile, Frieza had only grown by 1 centimeter. Chapter 13. Vegeta and Frieza. Upon receiving a modest request from Vegeta, Frieza did not immediately decline. He turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, "Esteemed Grand Elder, if both Vegeta and I share the same wish, can it be granted simultaneously?" The Grand Elder replied, "Indeed, you simply need to add another name when making the wish." Frieza smiled at Vegeta and said, "Be grateful, young Vegeta. There will be no ruler as benevolent as I in this universe." "Yes, thank you, Lord Frieza." Soon, the 7th Dragon Ball was presented. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to converse secretly with the Grand Elder and Nail using their internal communication. "Grand Elder, let Frieza grant the first wish to deceive him. When he wishes for the second time, change it to teleport everyone except Frieza to the Kaishin realm." "The Kaishin realm? Can mere mortals like us enter?" Vegeta pondered carefully, recognizing that his current battle power might be a 50-50 match against the Kaishin, if not weaker. Yet, he had to take a gamble, hoping the Kaishin would be willing to assist him, using the liberation of the sealed old Kaishin as collateral. All he needed to do was endure in the Kaioshin realm for a year or two, extract the Z sword, and destroy it. Eventually, the old Kaioshin could help unlock his potential, enabling him to unleash greater strength. Moreover, Vegeta was currently the only one, apart from Vegito, Nail, and the Grand Elder, possessing both GT and superscripts. This unique advantage would allow him to gain the upper hand in many situations, and with a stroke of luck, he might connect with Whis through the Kaioshin, securing early training from the Angel. At that moment, Nail proposed an alternative plan. Grand Elder, instead of collectively hiding from Frieza, why not use the Dragon Balls to teleport him to the hottest star in the universe? Even if he can survive in space, he would be unable to withstand such extreme temperatures and would be burned alive. Vegeta had to concede that it was a clever strategy, albeit at the cost of his plan to reach the Kaioshin realm. Whether or not potential was unlocked was secondary. He did not wish for Frieza to perish so hastily. He merely sought to buy time. Ideally, he wanted to personally vanquish Frieza. Of course, Nail, having been within Piccolo for many years, understood Vegeta's character well. If Vegeta insisted on going to the Kaioshin realm, they would have to adhere to his plan. Vegeta considered the risks of this approach and cautioned, "You must contemplate a critical issue. If Frieza is not immediately incinerated, he might swiftly escape to a safe distance, and it would only be a matter of time before Cooler's ship locates him." The Grand Elder and Nail soon realized the implications. Not only the empowered Frieza, but even the original Frieza could potentially escape from the sun, albeit at a cost to his health. Nail, let us proceed with Vegeta's method for now. We shall fulfill the first wish. At this juncture, Dandy had yet to be born by the Grand Elder. Thus Nail assumed the role of Wish Grantaire. He approached the 7 glowing Dragon Balls and, speaking in the Namekian tongue, declared, "Arise, Shenron. Grant my wish." The sky above Namek gradually darkened as the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light that soared into the heavens. The enormous Porunga materialized before them. Frieza, brimming with excitement, "Step forward, at last. My wish is about to be fulfilled. Come forth. Let Shenron realize my desire." Once accomplished, Namek will be eternally safeguarded by my Frieza force. After glancing at the Grand Elder, Nail addressed Porunga in Namekian. "Please allow Frieza and Vegeta to grow taller." Though Frieza and Vegeta could not comprehend the Namekian language, they recognized their names and felt a surge of excitement. Vegeta's lips curled into a sly smile. "With this, Bulma won't tower over me in high heels." Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Nail was sent flying by a powerful force. Vegito emerged from behind the Saiyans, speaking in Namekian, "Grant all Saiyans, Namekians, and Earthlings the ability to survive in space." In that moment, Frieza and Vegeta were left in shock. The onlookers struggled to comprehend the situation as Porunga emitted a red beam of light in response. "Your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Frieza glared at Vegito and demanded, "Who are you?" Vegito crossed his arms and chuckled, "I am Vegito. Though you may call me the Invincible One, I can bear the title." Frieza charged at Vegito, exclaiming, "I care not who you are. To dare seize my wish is to court death." He swung a fist at Vegito, who effortlessly sidestepped the blow and tripped Frieza, sending him crashing to the ground, where he rolled and collided with a massive rock. Vegeta, astonished by the young Saiyans' might, took several steps back. Vegito, was that formidable energy I sensed the other day yours?" "Indeed, but let's discuss that later. I must first make my wish and deal with Frieza." Vegito then spoke in Namekian, "For my second wish, grant me the ability to learn the language of the gods." Porunga's eyes shone once more, and Vegito suddenly found himself endowed with knowledge of a new linguistic system. Damn it! Frieza erupted with immense power, scattering the debris that had buried him. Raising a finger, he unleashed a beam toward Vegito. In an instant, Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attack. He then swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Frieza's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. "Man!" Frieza staggered back, clutching his chest in agony. Vegito pointed at Frieza, stating, "Your power does not meet my expectations. Did you grow complacent, believing you had ample time to train after your rebirth? Your current strength is merely a notch above a typical Super Saiyan, far from reaching the level of a Super Saiyan Blue." "Huh?" Vegito unleashed a blast of energy that sent Frieza hurtling thousands of meters away. Turning back to Porunga, Vegito declared his third wish. "Create for me a time machine with infinite energy. If you cannot produce one, then explore some abandoned timelines. However, should you attempt to present me with a shoddy substitute, do not expect courtesy in return." Porunga found himself in a dilemma. not due to an inability to procure a time machine, but rather because if Vegito were to cause trouble with it, he would also be held accountable. Porunga scrutinized Vegito, noting the overwhelming divine energy emanating from him, along with the Supreme Kai's earrings adorning his ears. A candidate for the Supreme Kai? This is not someone I can offend. I shall proceed cautiously. Ultimately, Porunga retrieved a dilapidated time machine from a forgotten timeline. After renovating and repairing it using divine energy, he stabilized its power. I have prepared the time machine you requested, but I cannot provide infinite energy. I can only enhance its capacity to allow for 100 uses. Very well, Vegito replied. Once it is ready, you may leave. With a swish, a time machine materialized before Vegito, who quickly stored it as a capsule. Porunga, resembling someone in a hurry, bid farewell before dispersing into Dragon Balls across Namek. As Frieza soared back, he discovered that Porunga had vanished, causing him to shatter into despair. No, he bellowed, kneeling upon the ground. Despite the three suns encircling Namek, yet he felt the chilling snowflakes drifting around him. Vegeta regarded Frieza with disdain, questioning, "Is this truly how you wish to elevate yourself?" Tears streamed from Frieza's eyes as he knelt, lamenting, "You cannot comprehend. My dreams have been shattered, and thus, this planet holds no further significance." Vegeta sensed Frieza was gathering energy, intent on obliterating Namek. He interjected, "The Dragon Balls are not a one-time use. Why not simply wait 180 days to use them again?" Frieza retorted, "If you understand this, why must you thwart me?" Vegeta furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "Well, it's simply entertaining. Wishing for anything is inconsequential to me. However, witnessing your downfall brings me great satisfaction. Therefore, when you gather the Dragon Balls once more, I shall likely return." At this, even Vegeta found it difficult to bear, thinking to himself, "Is this guy truly so petty? No, he can't possibly have a penchant for NTR, can he? Oh no, my Bulma." Frieza's clenched fists oozed with purple blood as he glared at Vegeta, cursing, "You monster. You are beyond human. I shall confront you today. Give it up. You cannot defeat me. Go train for 1.5 years, and I shall await your return." Frieza, undeterred by Vegeta's words, transformed into his golden form and charged at him. "Die, you wretched." Frieza paused, glancing at the tail at Vegeta's waist before continuing, "Wild monkey." Chapter 14, Vegeta, I have learned everything. Huh, ignorant of death. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, evading all of Frieza's attacks before delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen. The force of the blow penetrated Frieza's body, causing a searing pain that momentarily scattered his consciousness. Before he could regain his composure, Vegeta struck him again, this time with a kick to the face. The impact left a small shoe print on Frieza's visage, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, skimming across the surface of Namek and crashing into several mountains on small islands. Vegeta gazed at this astonishing display of strength, murmuring, "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? Although I cannot sense any energy, it is formidable. It is unlikely to be much weaker than Super Saiyan 4. He continued, reflecting on Neru's memories. Moreover, beyond this transformation, there exists one they refer to as Super Blue. Vegeta stared at Vegito, pondering, even at such a level of strength, he still retains his tail. Could it be that? Vegito turned to Vegeta with a smile. Ah, indeed, I can also achieve Super 4. With that, Vegito soared towards Frieza, effortlessly delivering kicks that left Frieza devoid of any ability to retaliate. As his form shrank, the range of his attacks diminished, yet it became increasingly difficult for Frieza to land a hit. 10 minutes later, Frieza, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his fists pounding the earth in rage. "Damn it! Why can't I defeat you filthy monkeys?" Vegito stood beside him and inquired, "By the way, when did you resurrect? You seem unaware that you could grow stronger again." Frieza immediately lifted his head to look at Vegito. "What do you mean?" Vegito candidly replied, "As far as I know, your golden form is not your ultimate state. In another timeline, you even mastered a black form. At that time, even Beerus would struggle to defeat you. Return and train. Your potential is far beyond this. Remaining here will only lead to your physical and mental degradation." Frieza gritted his teeth, energy accumulating between his hands as he contemplated annihilating Namek, wishing to see this terrifying creature perish in the void of space. Unbeknownst to him, all Saiyans, Namekians, and Earthlings had acquired the ability to survive in the cosmos. Vegito's gaze turned icy as he addressed Frieza. "Shall we test our reaction speeds?" I swear. The moment your energy escapes your body, I will reduce you to ashes and halt the planet's destruction. Feel free to test me if you doubt. Ultimately, Frieza succumbed to his inner turmoil, abandoning the notion of destroying Namek and reverting to his usual white form. As Vegito had stated, the disparity in power was insurmountable. This battle had lost all significance. It would be wiser to return and train diligently before seeking revenge. Seeing this, Vegito chuckled. Now you're thinking clearly. Is it not better to live? If you wish to fight, I am always available. I can even accompany you in training, and if you desire to grow taller, it is not impossible to borrow the Dragon Balls from Earth. He added, but, should you attempt any underhanded schemes, rest assured, Frieza, I will make you feel that death is what you truly seek. Vegito turned his back to Frieza, stating, I have said my piece. How you proceed is your choice. Frieza slowly ascended, gazing at Vegito's silhouette. I shall remember you. Vegito, you are on Earth, are you not? One day, I will come for my revenge. After uttering these threats, Frieza hastily returned to his spaceship, which left Namek's atmosphere within a minute. Only Vegeta and the others remained, standing beside Naru, bewildered and despondent. For Vegeta, he had initially believed he could firmly claim the title of the strongest in the universe. However, not only did Frieza's power exceed his expectations, but there was also the existence of a being like Vegito. He could endure this, as long as he remained slightly stronger than Kakarot. He could not believe that Kakarot had also been reborn. Upon seeing Vegito return, Vegeta asked, surely Kakarot isn't as strong as you now? Impossible. Vegeta has trained him for a year. His battle power is only around 1 or 2,000, Vegito responded. Hearing this, Vegeta exhaled in relief. Only 1 or 2,000. It seems Kakarot has not been favored. Wait, Vegeta? You mean there is another Vegeta on Earth besides you? Indeed, but do not worry. That fellow isn't very strong. It is still possible for you to surpass him. Vegeta began to panic, pressing for details. Where do you all usually reside? Kakarot, Bardock. And I live on Bunzi Mountain, while Vegeta resides at your wife's home. What? In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegito seemed to witness Vegeta's hair flickering between black and gold. For a brief instant, it turned green. Damn it, Bulma is mine. Mine. Vegito reassured him. Do not worry, Bulma is still quite young, and Vegeta is not a threat. And you? Vegito replied earnestly, there is no need for concern. I have no interest in her. However, should Bulma take the initiative? Vegeta repeated the phrase, Bulma taking the initiative? Indeed. That would align with Bulma's character. Though I am reluctant to admit, Vegeta seems to be an enhanced version of myself in every regard. I must return to Earth with you. That fellow cannot remain at Capsule Corporation any longer. Vegito paused for a moment before responding. Vegeta, you must have experienced the evil dragon incident, correct? Indeed. What of it? I think you should first journey to Yardrat. In another timeline, you trained there for a few days and achieved significant improvement. Your previous utilization of ki was far too low. If you can elevate it, you will surpass Kakarot. Vegeta sensed that Vegito was intentionally trying to prevent him from going to Earth. Thus, he directly asked, do you not want me to go to Earth? Vegito chuckled. Not at all. I merely hope that when you arrive on Earth, you can have a proper duel with Kakarot. How about this? Tomorrow, I will first seek out Vegeta to distance him from Bulma, and then have him train with Kakarot while I accompany you in training across the cosmos. When the year 762 of the age arrives, which is when you originally reached Earth, you and Kakarot can face off. And I can also settle the score with Vegeta in this manner. Vegeta looked at Vegito in astonishment. You are willing to train with me? Why would I not? With my guidance, not only Kakarot, but even Vegeta may not be beyond your reach. The very thought intrigued him. A fusion being defeated by his original form would surely drive Vegeta mad. In that moment, Vegeta's heart stirred. He had briefly experienced the power of Vegito and Vegeta. Though not from the same era, Vegito's strength far surpassed that of Vegeta. He firmly believed that Vegeta must have had valid reasons for uttering such words, implying that he indeed had the potential to surpass Gogeta. Indeed. Then I shall train alongside you. Impart all that you know unto me. I shall learn everything. Vegeta placed his finger upon his forehead and said, very well, I shall first return to Earth to establish a wager with Gogeta. And thereafter we shall embark on our journey of training. Chapter 15. The destructive insights of Gogeta, the rebuilder of bridges and roads, Vegeta on Earth, within the divine sanctuary. Vegeta materialized beside the deity in an instant. Upon recognizing Vegeta, the deity immediately inquired, What transpired on Namek? Nothing significant. Frieza, much like your situation, has been reborn. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What? The deity gazed at Vegeta in alarm. Then, Namek is unharmed, right? Rest assured, all is well, no lives were lost. Frieza is unlikely to return to Earth or Namek in the near future. Thankfully, you taught me the Namekian language beforehand. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls would have been squandered on trivial wishes. By the way, has Gogeta emerged yet? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the deity remarked, he and Bardock have been inside for 2 days. As soon as I was reborn, I immediately set about modifying the hyperbolic time chamber, eliminating restrictions on numbers and time. I wonder how long they will stay. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 formidable auras surged within the sanctuary. Bardock emerged, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, while Gogeta stood beside him in his base state, having only grown a mere centimeter taller over the past 2 years. Upon seeing Vegeta, Gogeta crossed his arms confidently and declared, Did you come here specifically to challenge me? Vegeta, sensing Gogeta's energy, chuckled, Not now. Your power exceeds mine by several folds. I likely couldn't match you anymore. Taken aback, Gogeta responded, That's not something I expected you to admit. Are you acknowledging my superiority? Vegeta smiled. This is merely temporary. I only stated it's probable. If we were to truly clash, I still possess methods to secure victory over you. Intrigued, Gogeta asked. Care to demonstrate? Perhaps another time. I primarily came to bid farewell, Vegeta replied. What? Gogeta instantly appeared before Vegeta, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you leaving this world? Don't be foolish. Battle me before you go. Although Gogeta was frustrated with Vegeta, the thought of parting filled him with melancholy. After all, besides Vegeta, he was the strongest in this world. A world without Vegeta would be dreadfully dull. Vegeta recounted the circumstances, and Bardock furrowed his brow, asking, You had the opportunity to eliminate him, but chose to spare him. I wouldn't he find joy in killing someone weaker than me unless they truly provoked me? Gogeta nodded in agreement. I understand. I would have done the same. But you, sneaking off alone, is quite despicable. From what you say, Frieza's strength should be closer to mine. I could have relished the fight. Bardock sighed in resignation. Very well. I will also hasten my training. If the opportunity arises, I shall deal with him myself. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something and turned to Bardock. By the way, Bardock, did you ever attack a planet called Kinesa? After a moment of contemplation, Bardock replied, I did plan to attack that planet, but I sensed Frieza's intent to assault planet Vegeta. So I returned before the attack commenced. Is there something special about that planet? Vegeta explained, there is a Kinesa inhabitant who possesses the ability to foresee the future. In certain parallel worlds, you were struck by that Kinesa being illusory fist, thus gaining the foresight to know Frieza intended to destroy planet Vegeta. Bardock frowned slightly. Frieza exhibited clear signs of his intentions. Even without foresight, one could surmise his plans. Wait, are you suggesting I seek out that individual on Kinesa? Vegeta inhaled deeply and responded, Indeed, for that ability may possess considerable potential. For instance, it could allow one to predict an enemy's actions mere seconds in advance during real-time combat. If circumstances permit, it would be prudent to pursue this ability peacefully, avoiding any senseless bloodshed. Bardock nodded. I shall contemplate this seriously. If key figures retain their memories upon rebirth, the future becomes uncertain. This ability could serve as a valuable warning. The group teleported back to Kirin Tower, where Vegeta shared his intentions with Goku and Broly. Goku, intrigued, remarked, I see. That Vegeta experienced events entirely different from mine after the Majin Buu incident. An intriguing contest awaits. I shall not be defeated. In truth, Goku's current mastery might surpass Gogeta's. After all, he had already mastered perfected Ultra Instinct before his rebirth, though he still lagged behind in his fight against Gas. He had absorbed all training methods. It was merely a matter of time. Gogeta's greatest contribution to Goku's training was their mutual sparring, providing a reference point for Goku to grasp the disparity between himself and his fused counterpart. After discussing these matters, Gohan looked at Vegeta with concern. Little Vegeta, how long will you be away? Approximately 20 years. During this time, ensure that you do not directly eliminate Piccolo, Gogeta replied, reclining casually. Rest assured, we will ensure Piccolo's safe birth and guide him onto the right path, Vegeta assured him, casting a sideways glance at Gogeta. Remember to maintain some distance from Bulma. Vegeta is quite sensitive about that. If you find yourself lacking in affection, I shall keep an eye out for suitable partners during my cosmic travels. Gogeta blushed. Who lacks affection? I wouldn't dare compete with Vegeta. After you leave, I'll move in with you at Korin Tower. Vegeta chuckled, patting Gogeta on the shoulder. By the way, Bulma has a sister you might consider. Get lost. Who asked for your meddling in my personal affairs? Am I not your elder brother? Is it not my duty to be concerned for you? After exchanging witty banter, Gogeta lowered his head, contemplating, in the absence of you for a time. I fear no one will dare challenge me. If I lose in battle, do not refer to me as your younger brother. As Vegeta paused at the doorway, he turned back to the group with a smile. Do not worry. Once I step outside, I will adeptly switch my identity. A sense of foreboding washed over Gogeta. What do you mean? Destruction and chaos, Gogeta. Rebuilding and restoration, Vegeta. Gogeta, exasperated, hurled an apple from the table at him. You scoundrel. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, a voice echoing from afar. Take good care of Broly for me. When it came to deciding who would care for Broly, Vegeta had carefully considered the matter. Those Saiyans were a reckless lot. They might lead Broly astray. Spending time with Goku would be the best choice for Broly. If he could maintain his composure in his green-haired form, he would reach the pinnacle of perfected Ultra Instinct and Beast Gohan's prowess. Moreover, Vegeta had devised a comprehensive upgrade plan for Broly. Their last stop on Earth was Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegeta presented the time machine to Dr. Brief, requesting, please assist me in transforming it into a grand spacecraft capable of traversing time and space. Dr. Brief gazed at the time machine, murmuring, I never imagined someone could indeed create a time machine. But do be cautious, misusing it is a grave offense. How long will the modification take? After taking a puff from his cigarette, Dr. Brief contemplated, currently, we possess sufficient small capsule ships for the transformation. It depends on the specific dimensions you require and whether you need a gravity chamber. Certainly, I require the gravity chamber. To what extent can it be set? Well, based on the materials we currently have at our disposal, it can be set to a maximum of 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Should we acquire superior materials in the future, I can assist you with an upgrade. Vegeta clasped his hands and replied, then I entrust this to you. I shall return in 6 months, and please keep this matter confidential. Chapter 16. The Perfect Mechanism on Namek. Vegeta suddenly appeared before everyone. Alright. The journey of training officially begins. Those who wish to join, place your hands upon me. Naru, feeling restless after spending so many years within Piccolo, had already cultivated the spirit and mindset of a martial artist. It would not be an exaggeration to say that on a soul level, he was already half a Piccolo. However, he remained conflicted, unable to let go of the Great Elder. The Elder seemed to sense Naru's thoughts and said, do not worry, Naru. Frieza will not dare to return in the near future. Should there be any crisis on Namek, I will promptly inform Vegeta. Naru smiled and nodded to the Great Elder, then flew in front of Vegeta and asked, may I also participate? Raditz stepped forward, stating, this is a gathering of Saiyans. Namekians are not. Before Raditz could finish, he was silenced by a glare from Vegeta. Vegeta then extended his hand toward Naru, saying, welcome, Naru. I have always been curious about the limits of the Namekian race. If you can train to achieve the orange transformation on your own, and then assimilate with Piccolo, King Kai, and others, you might reach the level of Black Frieza, or even surpass it. Naru shook hands with Vegeta, replying, like you, I too wish to discover my future limits. At present, Naru's strength was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan during the Android Saga, making him the strongest among the group aside from Vegeta. Once everyone placed their hands together and on Vegeta's shoulder, they vanished from the spot. On Yardrat Star, the group suddenly appeared before Elder Pabala. Vegeta smiled and proclaimed, first stop, the journey to Yardrat Star. Before mastering all their abilities, anyone who dares to leave shall have their legs broken. Pabala, observing the sudden arrival of the group, appeared unfazed and smiled, saying, welcome. Vegeta remarked to Pabala, this fellow seems entirely unperturbed by our arrival. Elder Pabala chuckled, I can communicate with various versions of myself across timelines, so I have a bit of understanding about you. Afterward, Pabala turned to Vegeta and said, haven't you already? Very well, let us do it once more. Vegeta gazed at Pabala and asked, what are you trying to say? Are you certain that the person you believe I have learned from is indeed standing before you? In your own words, it might be best to say, who knows? Vegeta lowered his head slightly, musing, his words are not without merit. It seems I have experienced all of this before, yet it feels somewhat different. Vegeta inquired, what is this Spalito you speak of? Pabala explained. It is what you refer to as ki. We on Yardrat Star do not focus on various peculiar techniques. We have devoted our lives to studying the principles of Spalito. The techniques are merely byproducts of our research. It is a universal power. Combat is merely the most rudimentary application. Vegeta scoffed. Your ki doesn't appear particularly formidable, though your claims are quite grand. Pabala spread his arms and smiled. Vegeta, if you possessed my level of control over Spalito, you could probably defeat 100 versions of yourself, assuming your ki remained unchanged. Nanny. The astonishment was not limited to Vegeta, Naru, Nappa, Raditz, and Dorez stared in disbelief at the massive blue Yardrat star inhabitant. Vegeta explained to Vegeta, instant transmission represents altering space with ki, while Pabala can connect with different versions of himself across timelines, representing time itself. Often, our battles overly emphasize numerical improvements while lacking a true mechanism. To master the mechanism, we must learn here. Vegeta, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, Saiyans should enhance their physical and ki strength. Those peculiar techniques are merely distractions. Pabala responded. You have said that before. Yet afterward, you learned instant transmission in just a few days, a feat that took Goku an entire year to master. Vegeta haughtily scoffed. Humph. As an elite warrior, it is only natural that my talent surpasses Kakarot's. Subsequently, everyone began their study and training of ki. Months swiftly passed. Vegeta had mastered instant transmission, while Naru learned the forced separation technique, allowing him to split from the Namekians he had previously assimilated. Training together yielded faster progress than when he trained alone after assimilation. One day, Vegeta returned to Earth to retrieve the time machine and encountered Bulma and Ties briefly before departing. Upon returning to Yardrat Star, Vegeta and Vegeta sat together for a meal. Vegeta, still puzzled, queried, during this time, I have come to understand ki, and my strength has increased with my control over it. However, these techniques remain mere auxiliary means, do they not? Holding a massive lizard leg, Vegeta swallowed the meat and murmured, you are correct. Immense numerical values are indeed a mechanism. But, do you possess the kind of values that can constitute a mechanism? Vegeta continued, even I cannot claim that my current values reach that realm. Ki encompasses all things, connecting everything, and above that lies divine ki, capable of even more, including divine power. Yet at its core, it is all energy that continuously ascends through ki. Mastering the structure of Spalito allows for broader applications of this ascended energy. Thus, with powerful values and a perfect mechanism, one could approach the state of invincibility. Vegeta closed his eyes, pondering deeply. Then, what kind of mechanism or superpower do you consider the most perfect? There is none, but if I had to say, Vegeta replied, it would be the ability to ascend dimensions and then strike down, achieving true divinity, controlling everything, rewriting reality, granting existence, and erasing all. However, such matters are absurd. Even if one could achieve this, that individual would be profoundly lonely. Lonely? Vegeta echoed. Indeed, especially for a Saiyan, finding no worthy opponent. Wouldn't that be lonely? Vegeta struggled to fathom the realm Vegeta described, setting down the fruit he had been eating in disinterest. Vegeta continued, even the Omni King can only erase. Yet, his erasure is imperfect. It can only eliminate the current existence of things without erasing their past or future. For even after erasure, there will always be those who remember what has been erased, and with the Super Dragon Balls, one can restore what has been eliminated, thus continuing to possess a future. True erasure must encompass the past, present, and future. Suddenly enlightened, Vegeta inquired, is there a mechanism that stands in contrast to perfection? There is, and there are many. Firstly, ki can be dissected into the components of all things, and creation from nothingness serves as the best proof. As Vegeta spoke, a black cube materialized in his hand, magic as referred to by the Namekians, and even the Kaioshin can achieve such feats. Even Babiti's techniques are merely different applications of ki. Imagine, if you will, the ability to manipulate time, to halt its passage and eliminate foes within the blink of an eye. Vegeta reminisced about the diminutive, bespectacled figure from the Ginyu Force, that rotund little fellow, indeed. Had I possessed such power, perhaps I could have vanquished Frieza during our clash on Namek. After finishing his meal, Vegeta wiped his hands and donned his gloves once more, declaring, very well, let us resume training. I have recently mastered some extraordinary techniques that may aid you. What? Vegeta exclaimed as he snapped his fingers towards his counterpart. In an instant, Vegeta found himself overwhelmed by an immense gravitational force, collapsing to the ground. The earth beneath him buckled and caved, and even in his Super Saiyan form, He struggled immensely to rise. Vegeta, arms crossed and a grin upon his face, remarked, "This is gravity. I have amplified the gravitational influence upon you. This technique is excellent for both training and confronting adversaries. For now, acclimate yourself to this weighty existence. By the way, I am currently in a state of hypergravity, which, while not my ultimate limit, is still 100 times more than what you are enduring. Once you can move freely under normal conditions, I shall increase it further." Chapter 17. Cell, you, Vegeta, are merely a fortunate fool. In the year 739 of the Age of the Universe, the warriors trained diligently on the planet Yardrat for an entire year. However, besides Vegeta and Nappa, the other Saiyans failed to master instant transmission. During this year, Vegeta devised a technique to accelerate his own flow of time, enhancing it by several times, allowing his body to reach full maturity. Even without engaging in combat training, his power had multiplied by at least 100-fold, especially as he consistently lived under conditions of immense gravity. Were it not for his ability to maintain a semi-flying state through ki, each step he took would have caused the ground to cave in. This state was subconsciously preserved even during his slumber, although there were instances where he slept too deeply, resulting in the destruction of his bed. Meanwhile, Vegeta learned to accelerate his own time flow, but his control allowed only a 5-fold increase, meaning his body was still in its youthful phase, which for a Saiyan was not the time for significant growth. Nevertheless, he secretly researched a technique to alter his skeletal structure, internal organs, and muscles, ultimately increasing his height to 170 centimeters. Vegeta claimed this was a result of his accelerated growth, asserting that it was the height he was meant to achieve, possibly even more. Vegeta saw through this ruse but chose not to expose him, preserving his dignity. This technique of accelerating the flow of time proved equally effective in battle, enabling him to outpace opponents by several times under comparable power levels. Conversely, he could slow down his own time flow, prolonging his lifespan in non-combat situations. However, this was of little concern to Vegeta. If he truly worried about lifespan, many methods existed to grant him immortality. On one occasion, Vegeta remarked to Vegeta, "Aside from the peculiar techniques learned on Yardrat, your baseline combat power must now be comparable to that of your Majin form during the Buu saga. Correct?" Vegeta reflected on his previous strength and replied, "Approximately, I can still transform into Super Saiyan 3. Would you be interested in exploring other timelines with me?" Vegeta inquired. "Other timelines?" Vegeta produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which transformed into a massive time-traveling spaceship. "We can engage in battles with our former adversaries in alternate timelines, such as Cell and Bey." Vegeta's interest piqued upon hearing this. "Absolutely. I will reclaim the vengeance for the losses I suffered at their hands." Currently, among the other Saiyans, only Dales possessed commendable combat power, reaching 2 million, yet was still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, Vegeta intended to take everyone along for this adventure. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta connected a computer created by Dr. Brief to the control panel. This computer will help us accurately reach specific parallel universes. Specific? Vegeta explained. "We need not interfere with the original history. Instead, we will rectify the mess in those universes that have faced defeat. This will surely be more entertaining." Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Defeated universes? Like the one where Cell triumphed over Gohan?" "Indeed, there are many such universes. In fact, defeating those villains often involves a stroke of luck." After inputting several key parameters, the Super Time computer began its calculations. Once the energy source for the time machine was connected, it swiftly identified a suitable universe. After adjusting the time settings, Vegeta pressed the control panel's button. "All set, let us depart." The spaceship ascended into the air and vanished instantaneously. In the year 767 of the Age of the Universe, on May 26th, Earth. "Father, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer." That was the end, Gohan. Oh, the formidable Kamehameha engulfed Gohan's body, granting Cell the ultimate victory. Gasping for breath, he turned to the remaining warriors. "Gohan drained much of my energy. If you all attack together, you might stand a chance against me." Piccolo was the first to charge in a fit of rage. "Damn it, I will avenge Gohan." Following him were Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, all prepared for battle. Cell vanished from their sight, and as Piccolo searched frantically, Cell suddenly appeared behind him. With a swift strike, he cleaved Piccolo's body in two. Witnessing Piccolo's demise left Krillin pale with fear, yet he pushed through the terror to continue fighting. "Piccolo, damn it, Super Energy Sphere." Krillin conjured a massive energy sphere exceeding 3 meters in diameter and hurled it at Cell. Cell did not dodge. Instead, he stood still with a slight smile, grasping the edge of the energy sphere with one hand and effortlessly returning it, splitting Krillin vertically in the process. Krillin, Tien, willing to pay the price of his life, aimed a key blast at Cell. New Kamehameha. The blast struck Cell, yet he remained unfazed, floating motionless in the air. Gazing down at Tien, such techniques are ineffective against me now. However, given that you once caused me some trouble, I shall allow you to perish by your own attack. Four-way fist. Cell created a duplicate that flew toward Tien, pointing a finger at his third eye. DT wave. The golden beam instantly pierced Tien's head. Cell charged toward Yamcha, making no aggressive moves, simply propelling himself forward at incredible speed, reducing Yamcha to a mere puddle of flesh. Now, the last warrior, Vegeta, floated in the air, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Cell. As Cell's duplicate returned to him, he chuckled. Have you lost your fighting spirit, Vegeta? If you had intervened during my battle with Gohan, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. Even if Gohan had managed to defeat me, you, Vegeta, would have merely basked in his victory. With a father as cowardly and foolish as you, Trunks, even the ability to traverse time cannot spare you from the fate of being killed by me multiple times. As he spoke, Cell clenched his fists, reveling in his newfound power. Ultimately, your existence has greatly contributed to my rise. Allowing you to live may inflict a greater blow than killing you outright. Cower like a stray dog, Vegeta. I shall slay everyone on this planet except you. Vegeta's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with regret for allowing Cell to reach his perfect form and anger for failing to eliminate him when he had the chance. Ultimately, he felt a deep remorse and fury for not assisting Gohan in his final moments. Vegeta's eyes turned emerald, crackling with energy. You may kill me, but I will never hide away in cowardice. Oh. In that instant, Vegeta shattered his limitations, achieving the state of Super Saiyan 2. Although he was severely weakened and his baseline power paled in comparison to Goku and Gohan, Cell had also exhausted a significant portion of his energy. With Vegeta's breakthrough, the battle once again hung in the balance. Sharu was momentarily taken aback, carefully sensing Vegeta's energy, and chuckled. Heh, are you prepared to exhaust yourself for one final dance? Very well, regardless of the outcome, you have at least earned my respect. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Sharu, and they engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, their combat was nearly indistinguishable. Piccolo, barely clinging to life, lay on the ground, murmuring, Vegeta, if only you had unleashed this power sooner. Meanwhile, atop a distant hill, Vegeta and his companions were observing the fierce confrontation. Nappa, dripping with cold sweat, inquired, Can Prince Vegeta emerge victorious? Vegeta focused intently on the energy of both fighters and replied, This is a tale of defeat. The outcome is destined to favor Sharu. Beside him, the alternate timeline Vegeta frowned, visibly displeased, and suggested, Shall I take my turn instead? Wait a moment, Vegeta replied. I wish to see how you, in this universe, meet your downfall. There's no need to rush. We can unravel all of this. Chapter 18, Vegeta, Cell is mine. Mine. Bang. Bang. The clash between Cell and the original timeline's Vegeta was fierce and relentless, with shockwaves emanating from their brutal exchanges of blows. As their injuries multiplied, even Cell, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, refrained from further exhausting his stamina for healing at this critical juncture. With their fingers intertwined, both warriors unleashed their maximum strength. In a moment of instinct, this Vegeta inadvertently activated a muscular transformation while in his Super Saiyan 2 form, granting him a temporary advantage. He forced Cell to the ground and delivered a powerful kick to Cell's chest. Bang! The force of the kick caused Cell to spit out a mouthful of liquid. With great effort, Cell broke free from Vegeta's grip and quickly distanced himself. Vegeta, observing the swelling muscles on his body, murmured, So that's it. After transcending Super Saiyan, one can further alter their form. A confident smile spread across Vegeta's face as he gazed at Cell. Cell, you're finished. Cell, with 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, retorted, It's too early to celebrate. Your energy is dwindling faster than mine. Special beam cannon. Vegeta understood that in a situation where their energy levels were comparable, whoever withstood the attack would perish, prompting him to evade with rapid movement. In that fleeting moment, Cell seized the opportunity, teleporting behind Vegeta and delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Ha! Vegeta, have you forgotten? Excessive muscle will slow your movements. Vegeta instantly sprang up, resembling a fish leaping from water, his muscles now even more pronounced than before, akin to Trunks in his Super Saiyan third stage. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled, I am well aware. Even in my normal form, I couldn't evade your attack. Thus, in that instant, I reinforced my muscles, significantly enhancing my defense. Your previous attack was merely a tickle. Witnessing this, Vegito couldn't help but exclaim. I never imagined Vegeta could devise such a strategy. Indeed, when only one warrior remains, their battle intelligence sharpens, excluding Gohan. Vegito then turned to the Vegeta of his universe and inquired, by the way, what did you train in during your second visit to the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta, glancing sideways, countered, as the fusion of myself and Kakarot. Shouldn't you possess my memories? Regrettably, I do not retain your private memories. Rather, I only have recollections of significant events you both experienced. Upon hearing this, Vegeta exhaled in relief. In the years following the Cell incident, his intimacy with Bulma had grown increasingly profound. If a third party were to discover this, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing. Vegeta replied, initially, I intended to train in Kakarot's manner, but felt it would just place me in his shadow. Thus, during my second entry, aside from enhancing my basic combat skills, I also practiced transitioning between Super Saiyan 1's second and third stages. However, I never had the opportunity to utilize it, as I did not train for about 3 to 4 years after Kakarot's death. It took me 2 years to reach Super Saiyan 2, but I never considered the possibility of altering my form on that foundation. At this point, Vegeta mused silently. If only I had mastered form transitions back then. Perhaps I could have matched Kakarot without relying on Babbidi's power. The more he pondered, the more anger and shame surged within him. How could he have been so entranced as to willingly allow Babidi to control him? If that is the case, then Super Saiyan 3 and 4 should also be capable of similar muscle enhancement transformations. Accompanying Vegito was indeed the correct choice. It has broadened my horizons. Naru, observing the increasingly flustered Cell, asked, does this mean Cell cannot win? Vegito furrowed his brow slightly. Who knows? Perhaps Vegeta will become overconfident again. And in that muscular enhancement state, his energy consumption will escalate. If Cell resorts to a long-range strategy, he might still prevail. At that moment, the Vegeta of this timeline, in his Super Saiyan 2 muscular enhancement state, spread his arms wide, the lightning crackling around him intensifying. So, Vegeta brought his hands together, aiming at Cell. Do you have the audacity to take on this attack again? Cell, initially terrified, soon regained his composure, a confident smile returning to his face. If my conjecture is correct, this is a splendid opportunity. Cell readied himself, clenching his fists at his waist, grinning. Vegeta, I shall utterly shatter your confidence. Bring it on. Vegito suddenly sensed a slight decrease in Cell's energy. What is he planning? Theoretically, even in his muscular expansion state, he should be able to endure it. Now it seems. I see. Vegeta looked quizzically at Vegito. What is happening? You will find out shortly. At that moment, the Vegeta of this timeline had completed his charge, golden energy crackling with violent lightning directed at Cell. Final flash. The powerful energy wave surged towards Cell, who did not teleport away but stood his ground, awaiting the impact. Vegeta's all-out strike struck Cell, sending him hurtling beyond Earth, his body disintegrating in the process. I must hold on. After the strike, Vegeta floated in the air, slowly descending as the lightning dissipated. Though his hair retained its golden hue, it appeared softer than before. Naru, arms crossed, observed Vegeta, stating, his energy is nearly depleted, but fortunately Cell's energy has also vanished. Vegito, keenly sensing the energy beyond Earth, remarked, not necessarily. Moments later, an even greater energy presence surged, rivaling that of Majin Buu. At least comparable to Fat Buu. Cell reappeared before Vegeta, accompanied by a whirlwind. Ha 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 Vegeta, you have once again granted me evolution. Vegeta, horrified, instinctively stepped back. How? How is this possible? You should have been obliterated. Cell, arms crossed, chuckled. Well, let me clarify. As you surmised, I was indeed shattered, nearly reduced to nothing. I expended considerable energy to protect my core because I wished to verify whether your Saiyan traits could be replicated within me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Could it be? Indeed, just as you imagined. While you were provoking me, I had already devised a plan. As you can see, upon resurrecting from the brink of death, my power has increased. Now, I am the strongest being in the universe. an invincible destroyer. Upon hearing this declaration, Vegeto's expression gradually transformed into one of hostility. Vegeta hastily interjected, "Do not act rashly. We agreed to let me handle this guy." In an instant, Cell appeared before the Vegeta of this timeline, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. "I now regret allowing Goku and Gohan to perish. Granting you another opportunity to train could have proven far more entertaining. As for you, Vegeta, who has aided me on 2 occasions, I shall grant your wish. Go to the underworld and reunite with your comrades. To perish at the hands of one who is invincible in this realm, you should feel honored." Cell lunged at Vegeta's heart with a swift strike of his hand. At that moment, however, his seemingly unstoppable attack was seized by a gloved hand that clutched his wrist. No matter how much Cell exerted himself, he could not break free. With a blank expression, Cell turned to the figure before him, who bore a resemblance to Goku with a hint of Vegeta, and inquired, "Who are you?" Vegeta responded, pointing at himself with defiance, "I am the one who is truly invincible." With a single punch, Vegeta sent Cell hurtling away, shattering the green exoskeleton that adorned Cell's head, causing one of his eyes to be violently ejected. Subsequently, driven by a murderous intent, Vegeta advanced towards Cell. With his first step, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. "No one shall claim the title of invincible in my presence." With his second step, he transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. "If you possess a penchant for suffering, then you shall undoubtedly find delight in my presence, for I shall make you dance precariously on the edge of death." Observing Vegeta's imminent third step, the other Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. That guy is losing control. Stop him. At all costs. Cell is mine. Mine." Chapter 19. The Triple Vegeta. The pinnacle among Saiyans, Shara lay on the ground, convulsing and emitting peculiar sounds. Vegeta's punch had rendered him senseless, with strange fluids oozing from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. In this state, Sharu had lost all capacity for thought. He resembled a being clinging to life solely due to his formidable vitality. At that moment, the Vegeta from the main timeline instantaneously teleported in front of Vegeta, blocking his path. Naru hurriedly followed, grasping his hand. "Vegeta, you cannot take pride in defeating such an opponent. Why not spar with us instead?" Though a few individuals could not physically restrain him, Naru's words managed to calm him. Vegeta reverted to his usual demeanor, taking a step back. "I apologize. I momentarily lost control," and struck him. Vegeta then noticed a mysterious switch on Vegeta's body. In the future, if he encountered an adversary he could not handle, he would simply contact Vegeta, claiming the opponent was invincible. Thus, Vegeta would have mastered a powerful summoning technique. Naru approached Sharu to examine him. "It seems your core was damaged by that punch. However, with my presence, no. With the cells of Piccolo and Frieza's son, he should be able to heal over time." The Vegeta of this timeline gazed at the suddenly appeared individuals and inquired, "Who are you?" The Vegeta of the main timeline explained, "We are from another timeline, traversing time via a large time machine. We are here to clean up the mess in your timeline." The Vegeta of this reality observed his alternate self, pondering, "Is this fellow truly another version of me? He radiates a powerful aura, yet he seems not to be Sharu's match. By the way, why is he taller than me?" Subsequently, the Vegeta of this timeline shifted his gaze to Vegeta. "This individual is formidable, with just one strike. He has severely injured Sharu. His aura and appearance are strikingly similar to mine and Kakarot's. Is there such a being in the universe?" The Vegeta from the main timeline tossed a Senzu bean to his counterpart. "Consume this. Soon, you will witness my performance." After swallowing the bean, the alternate Vegeta skeptically inquired, "Do you truly believe you can defeat him?" The main timeline Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. An opponent of this caliber does not warrant my full strength." Meanwhile, Naru rushed to assist the nearly defeated Piccolo. After training on Yardrat, even a combat-oriented Namekian like him could employ healing techniques. Once Piccolo was revived, he stood and murmured to Naru, "Is that you, Naru?" "Indeed, but in a sense. I am also you. We have assimilated for too long." Piccolo, sensing Naru's strength, asked, "Your aura is powerful, surpassing Sharu's. How did you train?" Naru turned to Sharu and replied, "I assimilated many Namekians and trained on Yardrat." Minutes later, Sharu regained a semblance of rationality and consciousness, immediately concentrating his energy on his core to heal. He stood, his expression filled with terror as he beheld the newcomers. "Who are you? How dare you ambush me? I will kill you all." As he spoke, Sharu unleashed an even more potent aura, now exceeding even that of Kid Buu. Vegeta stood behind Vegeta, remarking, That fellow has triggered the Saiyan revival enhancement. Is there no limit? Vegeta analyzed Cheru. After all, he has fused with your cells, Kakarots, and Friezas. It is only natural for him to possess greater potential. If he survives and continues training, he may reach the level of a fusion warrior. Vegeta approached Cheru, swap opponents. It is now my turn to end you. Vegeta cautioned, be careful. This guy's strength is likely second only to Gohan after being absorbed by Buu. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead, indicating the pressure Cheru exerted. Yet, he still bore an excited smile. Perfect. This suits me well. Cheru cracked his neck and flexed. It seems you, like me, hail from other timelines. Conveniently, no one in this timeline poses a challenge for me. I am eager to witness the prowess of those from different realms. Vegeta inhaled deeply and exerted his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden lightning crackled around him as his hair lengthened until it cascaded down to his waist, his brow protruding and his eyebrows vanishing. Vegeta observed his alternate self in this Super Saiyan 3 form and mused. Even the Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle varies across universes. Is it due to being a few centimeters taller? In truth, Vegeta believed this long-haired Super Saiyan 3 suited him more, as Gotenks shared a similar hairstyle, despite being shorter. However, Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 hair, like Goku's, also flowed long, rather than standing erect. One might argue that Gotenks, being a half-breed, lacked the hair's rigidity of pure Saiyans. Moreover, Goku's default hairstyle was never entirely erect. At this moment, Vegeta's transformation was profoundly shocking to those of Cheru's era, in terms of both the intensity of his aura and his appearance. The Vegeta of this universe gazed at this form in awe. What transformation is this? Cheru shared the same confusion. He had not anticipated that, after triggering the Saiyan near-death revival 3 times, there would still be a presence whose aura could rival his own. Vegeta extended his thumb towards himself and grinned. This is Triple Super Vegeta, the pinnacle among Saiyans. After carefully comparing the disparity in their auras, Cheru regained his composure and chuckled. What Triple Super Vegeta? Even if you have reached the pinnacle in other universes, you still fall short compared to me. Pinnacle? Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, smirking. Pinnacle? Not even close. There is no such thing as a pinnacle among Saiyans. Cheru similarly prepared himself. Your self-praise is commendable. But the fact remains that after every time you flaunt your skills before me, I have soundly defeated you. These words incited Vegeta's fury, despite his soul being centuries old. The recollection of past humiliations evoked anger when mentioned. In an instant, he surged toward Cheru, delivering a punch to Cheru's abdomen before he could react. Vegeta's fist nearly sank into Cheru's body. Cheru coughed up a mouthful of purple blood, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground, only to expel another stream of blood. How is this possible? My aura is stronger. I couldn't even see your move. Vegeta, gazing down at Cheru with icy eyes, declared, I have made many mistakes in the past. Seeing you is like confronting the manifestation of my errors. After Kakarot left, I reflected on these days and regretted them. But now, Cheru, I will not grant you another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was displeased. Could this be the true Vegeta, devoid of his usual recklessness? A cautious Vegeta would rob many of their entertainment. Vegeta, arms crossed not far away, remarked, Vegeta, there is no need to be so serious. Enjoy yourself. If anything goes awry, I will cover for you. Earlier, Vegeta had employed a time acceleration technique, yet he had not wished to exploit such a method against Cheru. He simply felt guilt recalling how he had once aided in the creation of the perfect Cheru, which prompted his conservative approach to combat. However, now that Vegeta has expressed himself to this extent, a little indulgence should pose no issue, right? Vegeta reduced his acceleration state, only increasing it by 20. This level should suffice to handle the present challenge posed by Cell. Just as Vegeta adjusted his acceleration, Cell sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Vegeta's surface, indicating a significant shift. What was that energy just now? It seemed to displace him from the surrounding space and time. Could this be the reason for his remarkable speed? Chapter 20. Vegeta. I am the master of Saiyan training in a fierce confrontation between Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and the newly evolved Cell. The battle appeared evenly matched. However, Cell was unable to inflict any significant damage on Vegeta, as most of his attacks were deftly evaded or blocked. In contrast, Cell found himself repeatedly struck by Vegeta's blows. Intrigued by the peculiar energy emanating from Vegeta, Cell sought to absorb its essence. As Vegeta gained the upper hand, he decided to disengage from his accelerated techniques. He noted that although his movement speed had diminished, his reflexes remained exceptionally sharp. The Vegeta of this timeline observed the two combatants and exclaimed, "Incredible. Truly formidable. Is this the level I can achieve in another world?" The primary timeline Vegeta, filled with pride, replied, "This is merely the beginning. Remember, Saiyans possess no limits." Vegeta then prepared to demonstrate his latest technique. Fixing his gaze on Cell, he announced, "Behold, this is my unique Vegeta's triangular assault, which requires precise execution. Pay close attention." With a powerful surge of energy, Vegeta unleashed a massive energy sphere from his right hand. Although the sheer force of the attack was impressive, its speed was somewhat sluggish, so much so that even Dorius could likely evade it. In the next instant, Vegeta launched a smaller energy sphere, the Heavenly Wave, with astonishing speed, surpassing even his own swiftest movements. This acceleration applied to the energy he projected. As the Heavenly Wave soared through the air, it accelerated once more, striking Cell with precision. While it failed to inflict harm, the energy seemed to cling to Cell's form. Vegeta, positioning himself strategically, executed a teleportation move to appear behind Cell. With a swift kick, he sent Cell hurtling towards the massive energy sphere. Simultaneously, the energy sphere surged forward, drawn to the energy that enveloped Cell, rendering him unable to evade even with instant transmission. Vegeta taunted, "Once this technique connects, there is no escape. Prepare to meet your demise." The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the atmosphere, leaving onlookers in awe of the display. Only Vegeta felt the attack was more style than substance, though it signified his mastery of technique, a commendable beginning. As the smoke cleared, Cell lay severely injured, with 2 arms and a leg obliterated, blood streaming from his wounds. In a fit of rage, Cell unleashed a self-healing aura and instantly teleported behind Vegeta, wrapping his arms around him. "No matter how fast you are, my raw strength surpasses yours. I will crush you." Cell augmented his muscles with energy, rapidly increasing his size, and tightened his grip. Vegeta screamed in agony as Cell's elongated tail, now regressed, extended and pierced his thigh. "I will absorb your strength." In response, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, transitioned into a muscle-enhanced state. While Cell's grip proved ineffective, he managed to siphon some of Vegeta's vitality. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta delivered a fierce headbutt to Cell's face, forcing him to relinquish his hold. With a swift rotation, Vegeta unleashed a close-range explosive assault upon Cell's head, rendering him momentarily dazed. Suddenly, Vegito pointed at Vegeta, commanding, "Go, Vegeta. Utilize inherent time manipulation to execute the Earth throw." Vegeta maneuvered behind Cell, gripping his waist tightly before ascending into the sky. After a series of rapid rotations, he dove toward the ground, releasing Cell just before impact. Cell crashed violently into the Earth, and the Earth throw proved devastating. "Well done, Vegito. Just wait, Goku. I will show you who the true master of Saiyan training is." Vegeta then prepared his ultimate flash attack, gathering green energy in his right hand, an amalgamation of the ultimate flash and the explosive wave. Simultaneously, he used his energy to lift the contorted Cell from the ground, bombarding him with a ki wave. The force of the blast shattered Cell into fragments. Yet he retained his core's protective shield. Despite this, his core sustained significant damage, and his energy began to wane, leading many to believe he was finally defeated. With a confident smirk, Vegeta remarked, "Humph. Ultimately, he is but a relic of a bygone era. Even after enhancements, he cannot rival my Super Vegeta form." Returning to his base state, he instantaneously rejoined his companions, inquiring of his alternate self, "How was that? Did you learn?" The alternate Vegeta clenched his fists, retorting, "Such a technique cannot be mastered in a single viewing." Vegeta, brimming with pride, replied, "Fear not. If we remain together for a while longer, I can accompany you to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. From this point on, Kakarot will be trailing behind you." As Piccolo, sensing the absence of Cell's presence, sighed in relief, he turned to Niru. "Thank goodness for your assistance. Otherwise, Earth, no, our entire universe, would have met its end." Niru frowned slightly, gazing at the sky. "It seems the battle is not yet over. Cell's energy has diminished, but it has not vanished entirely." "Nanny." The group swiftly turned towards Niru, while the primary timeline Vegeta closed his eyes to sense the lingering energy. "Indeed, that fiend is remarkably persistent." Piccolo addressed the primary timeline Vegeta. "But you can use instant transmission, can't you? You could return to the past and eliminate him once and for all." The primary timeline Vegeta crossed his arms, scoffing, "Humph. No need. If he revives and grows stronger this time, I will not hold back. I shall unleash my true power and obliterate him in one fell swoop." Although he spoke confidently, if Cell were to enhance himself further, Vegeta would only have speed to rely on, lacking the necessary firepower to vanquish him. 10 minutes later, Cell resurrected, teleporting back to Earth without hesitation. Without a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a rapid ki wave directed at the primary timeline Vegeta. The speed of the attack was so swift that even Niru and the primary timeline Vegeta could not react in time. Vegito instantly positioned himself before the primary timeline Vegeta, deflecting Cell's ki wave with a powerful counter. As the dust settled, it became evident that Cell had undergone an unsettling transformation, his color shifting to a red-green palette. His regressed tail extended once more, culminating in a hammer-like appendage adorned with numerous small orifices. Niru gasped in shock, stepping back. "Is that Cellmax?" And in his complete form? Not quite. Though he appears as Cellmax, his power has yet to reach that level. Vegeta gazed at Sharu and murmured, "This time, I have significantly enhanced my power, surpassing even Gohan and Buu by several folds." Sharu, feeling the transformative energy within him, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Vegeta, you truly are my fortunate star. I never anticipated there would be a new form beyond perfection. I quite like that name the Namekian called me, Sharamax. Splendid. Who wishes to be the first to experience it?" The main timeline Vegeta transformed again into Super Saiyan 3. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he forced a smile, declaring, "There's no need for anyone else to deal with you. I alone am sufficient." Vegeta glanced at Vegeta and remarked, "That's enough. If you keep pretending, you will find yourself in trouble. Let us be serious. Did we not come to these timelines to challenge formidable opponents? I am Vegeta. I can only meet my end in battle." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sharu instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, not through teleportation, but via the inherent acceleration control shared between Vegeta and Vegeta. After having absorbed a couple of Vegeta's blows, he had finally mastered this technique. This speed, akin to teleportation, caught Vegeta off guard as he was seized by the throat and lifted. "Then let me grant your wish. Meet your demise in battle." Chapter 21. Vegeta, do you wish to dance as well? Vegeta strained with all his might, yet remained unable to break free. However, Cell was also hesitant to employ lethal force, for Vegeta stood merely a meter away, observing with a keen eye. His intuition warned him that should he slay Vegeta in the presence of this formidable being, he might indeed vanish without a trace. Thus, Cell feigned a moment of weakness, allowing Vegeta to escape his grip. At this juncture, Cell had lost interest in Vegeta, akin to transitioning into his sage-like demeanor after finishing an action film. His curiosity now lay in the true extent of Vegeto's powers. At that moment, Vegeto's allure was akin to a captivating femme fatale in black silk. Ensconced in a secluded room with the unsuspecting Xiao Chun Nan, Cell gazed at Vegito, inquiring, "Your strength must be the most formidable, is it not? What is your name?" "Vegito," he replied, his aura subdued yet still exuding an inexplicable pressure upon Cell. "So, Vegito, would you care to engage in a little play? Consider it a warm-up." With arms crossed, Vegito let out a cold laugh. "Oh, are you certain? You might find yourself displeased when I truly unleash my power. I have encountered far too many villains like you, who, with a modicum of strength, presume they can dominate the world. You feign mastery and attempt to set rules. Yet when confronted with superior power, you falter." Cell was the sole adversary that Goku had not spared, one who desperately sought Gohan's demise. And there were reasons for this. During their first encounter, Goku had already issued a challenge, yet in his second form, Cell's power far surpassed Goku's. Still, he disregarded Goku's challenge, fixated solely on extinguishing his life. He had agreed to battle Vegeta only once he evolved into his perfect form. Upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku approached Cell, intent on finalizing their confrontation. He understood that Cell and Frieza were fundamentally different. Frieza had afforded Goku numerous opportunities during their skirmishes. In comparison, Frieza, while undeniably malevolent, adhered to certain principles. He understood strategy, recognized limits, and was cautious around those far stronger than himself. After his resurrection, Frieza arrived on Earth with a clear agenda for vengeance, yet halted his assault upon encountering Beerus, prioritizing the latter's disposition. Thus, should Vegito choose to strike, he would offer Cell no chance of survival. Vegito gradually lowered his arms, his expression growing increasingly serious. Just as he prepared to engage, Vegeta interjected, "Wait, I have a method to continue the fight." As he spoke, Vegeta began to condense an energy sphere. "Prepare yourself, Cell. For soon your confident smile shall be utterly extinguished." He launched the energy skyward, commanding, "Mix with the oxygen." Turning to the other Saiyans, he instructed, "Close your eyes." Moments later, Vegeta transformed into a golden great ape. As Vegeta prepared to further condense his energy, Vegito flew to his side and said, "Just a moment." "What is it?" Vegeta inquired. Vegito proposed, "In your great ape form, try to enhance your power as you did in Super Saiyan 2. "Is that even possible?" Vegeta queried. "Perhaps not. But it may allow you to surpass Super Saiyan 4 without relying on others' strength," Vegito replied. Vegeta, uncertain of the outcome, decided to give it a try. In the next instant, a colossal aura reverberated throughout the universe, the golden great ape crackling with immense lightning, its fur standing erect. Cell could only watch helplessly as Vegeta grew stronger, sensing that any attempt to intervene now would lead to his own obliteration. "Damn, I have no idea what other tricks they possess, but if they can exceed my power, I may need to borrow their strength to elevate my own. At that point, even Vegito might not stand a chance against me." Once Vegeta maximized his power in the great ape form and further condensed his energy, his body shrank, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The fiery heat radiating from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was palpable, and he reveled in the immense energy within him, proclaiming, "I truly did it. My power even surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4. Vegito meticulously sensed Vegeta's aura, contemplating. This enhancement likely exceeds that of completed Super Saiyan Blue. Regrettably, his base combat strength remains insufficient, barely comparable to a deflated Super Saiyan Blue. With newfound confidence, Vegeta descended to the ground, gazing at Cell. "Cell, do you not delight in relying on near-death revivals to augment your strength? Allow me to indulge you this time." Cell, perspiration beading on his forehead, replied with a smirk. "Bold words, but can you truly deliver?" In an instant, Vegeta, without employing any acceleration, appeared before Cell, placing his hands upon his chest and unleashing a powerful energy wave, obliterating him completely. Naru, sensing that Vegeta was still holding back his energy, queried, "Do you intend to allow him to grow stronger?" Vegito, facing away from the others, chuckled. Cell's current level may not even match that of a standard Super Saiyan 4. At this level, he is hardly a worthy opponent." At that moment, Vegito sensed that Vegeta's fighting spirit had shifted towards him. He observed with a confident smile, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Vegeta, assuming a battle stance, declared, "Cell's revival will require some time. Why not take this opportunity to witness your limits? You shall not see them." Without further ado, Vegeta charged at Vegito, who transformed into Super Saiyan, meeting Vegeta's advance with two swift strikes. Smack! Smack! These two slaps left Vegeta dazed, unable to comprehend Vegito's speed. Vegito employed no acceleration. It was merely a swift motion, two strikes that brought Vegeta to an understanding of his own standing. Vegeta felt a wave of pain and swelling across his face. Vegito reverted to his normal state, addressing him, with a bit more foundational combat strength. "You might match my Super Saiyan form, but alas, you are still lacking." Minutes later, Cell revived once more, experiencing a significant boost. While his form remained unchanged, his aura now rivaled that of the resurrected Golden Frieza. He was nearly on par with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The battle reignited, and Naru furrowed his brow, remarking, "Vegito, if this continues, he may soon reach perfect Cellmax levels. Should Vegeta falter, we shall eliminate him this time." Vegito was intrigued by the prospect of perfect Cellmax. According to Naru, even the beastly Gohan had been subdued at that time, with his power continuously escalating during combat, similar to Broly, ultimately leading to his self-destruction due to a loss of control. It was likely that Cell's strength was comparable to that of Black Frieza. After several minutes of combat, Cell gradually gained the upper hand, mastering the manipulation of time itself with increasing finesse. Having surpassed Vegeta's acceleration, Vegeta found himself without the means to retaliate. Whoosh! Bang! Cell sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, prompting Vegito to declare, "That's enough. You've reached your limit. Allow me to take over." Vegito was eager to witness what Naru had described as the true perfect Cellmax. Acknowledging his defeat, Vegito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and conceded, "Very well. I cannot yet harness the full potential of Super Saiyan 4. This foe is now yours to face." After the two exchanged a high five, Vegito transformed into a Super Saiyan and approached Cell, smiling as he said, The opponent is indeed formidable. I hope you do not lose your fighting spirit. Cell clenched his fists, unleashing a tremendous power. Come at me. Vegito raised 2 fingers, pointing at Cell. Your current strength is still too feeble. Allow me to enhance it a few more times and see where your limits lie. Observe my finger of insight. In the next moment, Cell was obliterated by Vegito's fingers. Seeing this, Vegito remarked, "Isn't this just dirty fireworks?" "Nonsense. What I say is what it is." Cell's fragments fell to the ground, but after a couple of movements, his core ceased to respond. Noticing the complete disappearance of Cell's energy, Vegito furrowed his brow and said, "Could it be that I truly killed him?" Nairo stepped forward to inspect, and upon seeing Cell's core had withered, he concluded, "It appears that way." After all, Cell is merely a creation of Dr. Gero. With limited potential for enhancement, he has now utterly surpassed that limit. One might say he is in a state of exhaustion. Under such circumstances, if he were to be destroyed once more, it would indeed mean his true demise. Perhaps we should wait a moment longer to observe? Chapter 22. Is she still there? A pair against 3. Vegito cast a piercing gaze at Vegeta, as if to say, "You have been suppressing my cards all along. And now you can't handle a pair against 3? Nello revealed his last 2 cards, a pair of 4s. I win. Bored from waiting for Cell's resurrection, the group decided to play poker on the spot. Several times, when Nello was the dealer, Vegeta consistently suppressed Bra's cards, showing a complete lack of teamwork. In a flash, Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan and pointed at Dales and others, exclaiming, "You go play at the kids' table. Bring a different Vegeta over." In this timeline, Vegeta returned with the corpse of a large creature and set it aside. He approached Cell's remains and inquired, "Can this guy really be revived? Should we gather the Dragon Balls to bring everyone back?" Suddenly, Bra recalled something and asked Vegeta, "Did this Cell regurgitate Android 18? "He did." "Right. That guy shouldn't be dead yet." Upon hearing this, Bra stood up and loosened his belt, asking, "Is she still there?" Both Vegetas blushed slightly and questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "I just need to relieve myself, and I might as well revive her while I'm at it," Bra replied. The main timeline's Vegeta looked at Bra and asked, "Is it really just to relieve yourself? Or should I do it here?" To avoid misunderstandings, Bra found a nearby rock to take care of his business. After securing his belt and wrapping his tail around his waist, he soared high into the sky, searching for Android 18's silhouette. Before long, Bra descended next to Android 18, but he felt a twinge of disgust at the slimy liquid covering her. After using a spell learned from Yardrat to clean her up, he lifted her and flew away. Upon bringing Android 18 before the others, they began to deliberate on how to handle her. "Should we take her back?" Just as they were mulling over it, Bra said, "What is there to ponder? What if our Android 18 inherits the previous memories? That would spell trouble for me." The main timeline's Vegeta looked at Bra in surprise and asked, "You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you? What else? Should I go find Bulma?" Vegeta replied, "I think Android 18 is quite good too. But you must be considering more than just that." Bra crossed his arms and spoke seriously, "Well, if everything goes as expected, our Android 18 would be even stronger. So you're contemplating letting the stronger version be absorbed by our Cell? Aren't you curious? Who knows? Maybe our Cell has Majin Gogeta's cells, and if he evolves into his perfect form, it could be advantageous." Vegeta stated matter-of-factly. "Then just have him spit her out again. It's not that simple. If I don't intervene, it's tantamount to offering her to Cell on a silver platter. Even if she is later regurgitated, I'll carry a sense of guilt. Unlike you, who eagerly allowed Cell to absorb her, if I save her, I will be her savior." Nello examined Android 18's condition and said, "If we don't save her soon, she'll only be resurrected with the Dragon Balls." Hearing this, Bra squatted down to inspect Android 18's body. Infusing energy into her, he discerned her structural makeup. Compared to a normal human, she just had an energy core, self-destruct mechanism, and control chip, along with a substantial amount of flesh, which explained her ability to continue training and growing stronger. The main timeline's Vegeta frowned slightly and remarked, "Are you saying these broken dolls can still train and grow stronger?" "Indeed, and their potential isn't low, at least at the Super Saiyan 3 level." The main timeline Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "These broken dolls are stronger than Cell?" As long as the extraction is swift, forcibly removing her self-destruct mechanism shouldn't pose a problem. This way, we can save a wish, Bra thought. Although the muscle tissue and bones are quite resilient, they still belong to an original human body. They must have used some materials or drugs to enhance the flesh. I wonder how it would fare if modified with Saiyan technology. Taking advantage of Android 18's unconscious state, Bra swiftly inserted a hand blade into her chest, instantly extracting the self-destruct mechanism. He then utilized a healing technique he learned on Yardrat to treat her entirely. After the treatment, not a single scar remained on her chest. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and sat up, surveying the surroundings. What happened? Bra held the self-destruct mechanism and informed her, "You were regurgitated by Cell, and I saved you, along with removing your self-destruct device." You? Android 18 scrutinized Bra, continuously searching her database for information, only to find it unknown. She stood and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Bra, a Scion," he replied. "Then why did you save me?" Bra smiled and said, "Of course, because I like you." "So, what do you say? Will you repay me with your body?" Android 18 stared blankly for a moment before blushing and exclaiming, "Who proposes such a thing upon first meeting?" The main timeline Vegeta, arms crossed, remarked to Android 18, "Being noticed by him is your fortune. Don't be ungrateful." Bra turned to the main timeline Vegeta and asked, "Did you ever say something similar to Bulma back in the day?" "Well, she seemed to enjoy that feeling." He replied, "Don't you think we're acting like villains? I could handle this myself. Thank you." Bra handed her the self-destruct device, saying, he was a bit brusque, "Don't take it to heart. If you dislike it, feel free to leave." Android 18 instinctively took the self-destruct device and then tossed it into the air, blasting it apart with a wave of her hand. Finally free. The main timeline Vegeta stepped forward, saying, "Wait. If you don't plan to take her with you, I'll just dispose of her myself. Keeping her is a constant risk. You just mentioned these puppets can reach Super Saiyan 3 levels." Upon hearing this, Android 18 turned in surprise to see another Vegeta. "There are 2 Vegetas?" The main timeline Vegeta explained, "We came from another timeline to help defeat Cell." Android 18 took a step back, preparing for battle against the imposing Vegeta. Bra urged the main timeline Vegeta, "Let her be. She's not inherently bad, and she has participated in protecting the universe and Earth in the future. Besides, with your current power, you could stop her if she goes rogue. If you're afraid of being surpassed, just train harder." Ultimately, the main timeline Vegeta refrained from attacking, not out of fear of Android 18, but rather of Bra. This entire exchange, seemingly a nuisance, was actually Bra's way of garnering favor with Android 18. It's known that while the prince is proud and cold, he can be flexible with his pride when necessary. For instance, he busied himself trying to please Beerus, even performing an utterly embarrassing dance. Seeing that the group had dropped their hostility, Android 18 asked, "So, have you dealt with Cell?" Bra glanced at Cell's remains and scratched his head. "I hadn't intended to resolve this so early. I may have exerted a bit too much force. It seems I really did eliminate him. Well, since there's been no activity, let us retreat for now. We can rest at Capsule Corporation for a few days before heading to the next timeline." In this timeline, Vegeta carried Trunks' lifeless body and remarked, "Now only Trunks and Gohan can be resurrected by the Dragon Balls. What about Kakarot? We can simply go to Namek. Additionally, let me have a look at Trunks." After Vegeta took hold of the large Trunks body once more and placed it back on the ground, he closed his eyes and employed a healing technique to mend Trunks' wounds and internal injuries. Through a faint aura connecting body and soul, Vegeta located Trunks' spirit and forcibly drew it from the underworld, reinserting it back into his corporeal form. Gradually, Trunks' heartbeat resumed, and his breath returned. Piccolo, astonished, gazed at Vegeta and exclaimed, "You can even resurrect others? Are you truly an ordinary person?" Vegeta, contemplating his hands, murmured, "It was merely an experiment. I did not anticipate success. Under such circumstances, as long as the physical body has not sustained severe damage, I should be able to revive anyone. Disregarding the number of times they have died, it's not exceedingly difficult. Even Nail should be capable of it." At this moment, Trunks suddenly sat upright, taking several deep breaths. I am still alive. No, I should have perished. Was it the Dragon Balls that brought me back? Does this imply that Cell has been defeated?" In this timeline, Vegeta gestured towards Vegeta, saying, "You ought to express your gratitude to this fellow. He was the one who vanquished Cell and facilitated your resurrection." Trunks, still bewildered by the events, approached Vegeta and bowed deeply. "Thank you immensely. I still do not know your name." Vegeta smiled slightly and replied, "Just call me Dad." What? Chapter 23. Vegito. Call me Father. The alternate universe Vegeta elucidated. This being is the fusion of Kakarot and myself. Nevertheless, his personality is distinct. In a sense, he could be regarded as your father. Nanny. Upon hearing the explanation from the alternate universe Vegeta, Everyone except Nuru gazed at Vegito in astonishment. Daitai murmured to the alternate universe Vegeta, 2 fathers? No, 3? Wait, 2.5? The original universe Vegeta interjected. They, like you, must have traversed through time and space to arrive here. Daitai, sensing the powerful aura of both the alternate Vegeta and Vegito, silently marveled. Such immense energy. These 2 fathers are extraordinary. While the others engaged in conversation, Vegito approached the wilted core of Cell, attempting to restore it. He infused his energy, initiated healing, connected souls, and endeavored to summon. However, after a few moments of squirming in Vegito's grasp, the core withered once more, turning to ashes. Indeed, it has reached its limit. Perhaps I should seek out Cellmax directly. At that moment, Daitai noticed the presence of Android 18 among the crowd and became wary, regarding her with suspicion. What are you planning to do? The original universe Vegeta glanced at Vegito, who was examining Cell's core, and stepped forward to clarify. Do not be alarmed. This being is someone Vegito cares for. Nanny, Mr. Goku fused with my father has affections for an android? Absolutely unacceptable. It is far too perilous. The original universe Vegeta chuckled. There is no danger. According to the original timeline, this individual will become the wife of Trunks. For the original universe Vegeta, hastening to find Vegito as spouse was paramount, ensuring Bulma's safety. As for Gogeta, once he completed his training with Vegito, he would reunite with him. Hearing this, Android 18 stared in disbelief at the original universe Vegeta. What? That little bald head? How could that be? Who knows? Perhaps in the original history, he pursued you relentlessly, Vegito remarked, suddenly appearing beside Vegeta. Since Vegeta has brought this up, I might as well inform you all of the potential crisis lurking in the future. A future crisis? Vegito crossed his arms and stated, I was likely born 7 years from now, created to combat Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Indeed, a pink monster with formidable regenerative abilities. In the future, he absorbs all warriors except Kakarot and Vegeta. Vegito continued, by the way, Trunks, you also exist in your future world. But due to the lack of powerful individuals in your timeline, his resurrection was delayed. However, you will inevitably encounter them. Remember, when you meet someone claiming to be the Supreme Kai, do not heed his nonsense. Simply obliterate Babbidi's spaceship to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Trunks listened intently to Vegito's words, inquiring about Babbidi's strength. Are Babidi and his associates formidable? Babidi himself possesses no combat skills, only some peculiar magic. However, as long as one retains a righteous heart, there is no need to fear him. Additionally, he is accompanied by a demon named Dabura, whose strength is comparable to that of Cell after his resurrection and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Super Saiyan 2? As someone questioned, both Vegetas simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2, exuding an air of superiority. This is Super Saiyan 2. They exchanged glances, and the original universe Vegeta proceeded to transform into Super Saiyan 3. A proud expression adorning his face as he explained, and this is Super Saiyan 3. Majin Buu's power is approximately on par with my current self. Such power alone would suffice, but as Vegito stated, that being also possesses immortality and the ability to absorb others. In that time, Kakarot and I, as the last warriors, fused using the Patera earrings to become Vegito. However, in our history, Vegito intentionally allowed himself to be absorbed before disbanding. Nuru observed the original universe Vegeta and remarked, it must be a time limitation, right? If not for the Supreme Kai, a Patera fusion can last at most an hour. Reflecting on the battle, Vegeta recalled, no. Vegito existed for more than an hour at that time. Furthermore, during the fusion, I distinctly felt the influence of Buu's internal atmosphere. Speaking of which, Vegeta turned to Vegito, in your universe, you must not have been absorbed. Buu must have dealt with you directly, correct? Vegito pondered his memories uncertainly. I suppose so. I don't recall clearly. Vegito had at least 3 versions of memories battling Buu. One where he disbanded after entering Buu. Another where he did not lift the barrier and saved everyone inside. And the last, where he voluntarily minimized himself to reduce the gap between them, crashing through Buu's body. Although he could only exert one of his power, he managed to unleash a barrage of blows within Buu, ultimately exploding with energy from within, leaving not a single cell of Buu intact. Android 18 queried Vegito, since you were born from a fusion, is it possible that one day you might revert back to Goku and Vegeta? Vegito assured her, that is impossible. I have already attempted it. Is that even feasible? I learned a technique for force separation on Yardrat, which can disassemble even fused beings, yet I cannot achieve it. Moreover, not just me. Gogeta is immune to this technique. Vegito turned to Trunks. producing a piece of paper from his glove and handing it to him. By the way, Trunks, in the future, aside from encountering Babidi and others, you will also face a villain resembling Kakarot. At that time, you will return to the past via time machine. This is the positioning within our original timeline, so feel free to seek me out. Trunks respectfully accepted the note. Yes, thank you. Call you father. Father. The original universe. Vegeta frowned. Are you taking advantage of this situation? By the way, in your original timeline, Kakarot and I should not exist, right? You ought to have a family of your own. Vegito stroked his chin in contemplation. Is that so? I seem to remember that in my original timeline, you, Kakarot, and I coexisted. Never mind, it is inconsequential. Regardless, we cannot return. How do you know? Vegito explained. Previously, I took the time to seek out an individual named Zeno. He knows everything. To some extent, his abilities are comparable to that of the Eternal Dragon. He provided me with a definitive answer, even stating that neither I nor Gogeta from our timeline have any possibility of disbanding. And how can you verify that what he said is true? He accurately identified the origins of each of you, apart from me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a tinge of disappointment. He had harbored a glimmer of hope to return to his original timeline, but it now seemed impossible. Furthermore, the Bulma, Trunks, and others from that timeline had all aged and passed away, while Kakarot's whereabouts remained unknown. Vegito patted his shoulder reassuringly. Take it easy. Consider this a new beginning and cherish the present. Indeed, Vegito addressed the group. If there are no further matters, shall we return to Capsule Corporation and have a bite to eat? I am quite famished. Android 18, would you like to join us? Observing the expressions of reluctance on the faces of those around her, number 18 stated, no need, you all can go eat without me. She reassured them regarding number 17, saying, you needn't worry about him. He will be revived with the Dragon Balls. The crowd promptly soared towards the Capsule Corporation, but number 18 suddenly interjected, could you wait a moment? What's the matter? Came the response. Number 18 lowered her head slightly and inquired, if all goes as expected, will I be staying here with that little bald fellow? Yes. Then, if I were to leave with you, would it create any disturbances in this timeline? Not significantly. It would primarily affect Krillin. Upon hearing this, number 18 ascended gently into the air. In that case, please inform me when you intend to depart. That may be so, but I can't sense your energy. How would I communicate that to you? Where do you plan to stay during this time? Surely, you require sustenance and rest, correct? Do you have any money? Number 18 lowered her head, saying no. You aren't intending to dine and dash, are you? Perhaps you should accompany me. With my presence, others would hesitate to confront you. Moreover, there remains a controlled chip in your mind. Only once Bulma removes it will you truly be free. Number 18 gazed at Vegeta's outstretched hand, and after a moment of silence, she grasped it, replying, all right. In the next instant, Vegeta utilized instantaneous movement to appear before Bulma. Hey, Bulma, please assist in removing the control chip from her head. Chapter 24. Vegeta, what is that noise? Bulma was startled by the sudden appearance of Android 18 and Vegito. Who are you? How did you suddenly show up here? Vegito playfully lowered his hair spikes, tilted his head back, and smiled at Bulma, saying, I am Kakarot's half-brother. Looks familiar, right? Bulma murmured, familiar. But I feel like you resemble Vegeta a bit too. Vegeta is also my relative. In any case, I am a good person. Let's take a look at her. By the way, this is Android 18. I know her, although I have never seen her in person. I have viewed her in the memory bank of Android 16. At this point, Android 18 suddenly asked, what about 16? Unfortunately, his chip must have been completely destroyed by Cell. Being purely mechanical, the Dragon Balls cannot help him either. Vegito's words trailed off as he pondered. Stroking his chin, though, it seems there might be a way. Instead of wishing for revival, if we wish for repair, perhaps he could be restored. If that doesn't work, we could revert 16 to his state before Cell's destruction. Upon hearing this, Android 18 grasped Vegito's arm and pleaded, please. He saved me. You must think of something. We can only try. Success is not guaranteed. After Bulma activated Android 18's dormant mode, she began to delicately dismantle her control chip using precision instruments while listening to Vegito recounting the events. So that means Goku and Gohan are both dead. Yes, but do not worry too much. I can visit Namek and use its Dragon Balls to revive those who have died more than twice. Are you really a relative of Goku and Vegeta? Not quite. I was merely teasing you. I am the fusion of them, hailing from another timeline. At this moment, Bulma had located the control chip and despite hearing the shocking news, she remained composed. After all, any slight error could lead to Android 18's demise. Bulma examined Android 18's configuration on the computer. 18's configuration is slightly different from 17's, and some functions remain dormant. What functions? Her eyes are made of organic material, capable of scanning opponents, bearing similarities to your Saiyan detectors. Once activated, will there be side effects? No. Actually, 17 also possesses energy detection, but it remains inactive. Presumably, Dr. Gero did not want them to detect Cell's energy. I'll extract the chip now. Just as Bulma was about to proceed, Vegito interjected. Wait a moment. What is it? Vegito proposed a suggestion. Could we implant a new chip for her or modify the existing one? Bulma stared at Vegito disdainfully. You surely do not wish for her to obey you, do you? No. I aim to further enhance her combat capabilities. If there were a chip that could automatically predict an opponent's attacks, analyze, and learn their techniques, she could grow exceedingly strong. Bulma exclaimed, I say, is your request not too extravagant? Where do you expect me to procure such a thing on short notice? Besides, do you Saiyans have nothing in your heads apart from fighting? Combat is crucial. Even if it grants her self-defense capabilities, it is necessary. Vegito crossed his arms and approached Bulma with a mischievous grin. Madam, you wouldn't want Vegeta to learn about your past bathing sessions with Goku, would you? You. How do you know about that? Did I not mention? I am their fusion. If I were to create it from scratch, how long would it take? Bulma considered Android 18 for a moment and replied, chips differ from large machinery. They demand more intricate craftsmanship. Moreover, to keep pace with your kind of monstrous speed, ordinary chips simply will not suffice. It must possess a superconductive material, exceeding any known superconductive material in the world. Vegito chuckled. If you can provide me with the atomic nucleus and atomic structure diagram of such a material, perhaps I can fabricate it. Is that true? Can Saiyans possess such talent? Without further ado, Bulma produced paper and a pen, beginning to sketch her design. Soon, she presented Vegito with the atomic nucleus and atomic structure diagram. Vegito raised his hand and summoned energy to create from scratch. Moments later, a cubic material appeared in his grasp. See if this will suffice. Bulma received it and examined it with professional instruments. Impressive. It perfectly aligns with my design. I never expected that something non-existent in reality could be created. Now, you must assist me. We need to work faster. Vegito released his aura, enveloping a significant portion of Capsule Corporation. I have generated a time dilation field. Within this field, our speed will be 10 times faster than the outside world. Let us begin. Bulma touched her face, concerned. What does this mean? Am I to age 10 times faster than usual? Once completed, I will revert you to 5 years younger. Then let us commence. After a while, everyone returned to Capsule Corporation. The two Vegetas sensed Vegito and Bulma's energies together and hurried over. The Vegeta of this timeline observed the main timeline's Vegeta and remarked, You seem more familiar with this place than I am? Naturally, I have resided here longer than you. The two stood at the entrance, concentrating on the sounds within. Smack, 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 smack. I'm about to pull it out. Wait, just a little longer. I'm not ready yet. One more moment. Upon hearing the commotion, the two Vegetas exchanged wide-eyed glances and immediately burst through the door. They saw Vegito and Bulma holding a slender apparatus, working on Android 18's head. Bulma, sweating profusely, exclaimed, All right, I'm in position. Hurry and pull it out. Vegito swiftly removed the original chip with tweezers, and Bulma hastily installed the new chip. Bulma glanced at the two Vegetas, who wore expressions of confusion, shock, concern, and a hint of anger. Indeed, there are two Vegetas. Have you two been arguing? Vegito wiped the blood off his gloved hands and asked, What is it? The main timeline's Vegeta quickly replied, Nothing. Just asking what you want to eat. I'll have someone prepare it. Anything will do. Just make sure there is plenty. After Bulma completed the final installation, she stated, All done. Now you can treat her wounds. Is that reliable? She asked, looking at Vegito with undeniable scrutiny. Of course. Do you think I stand before you as just anyone? I am the world's most formidable scientist. Fine. If something goes awry, I will come to you for support. Vegito treated Android 18's head wound, and Bulma rebooted her. Android 18 sat up, touching her forehead. Is it done? I feel somewhat different than before. Vegito explained, the previous chip has been removed. Bulma and I have replaced it with a new one, enabling you to fight more effectively. A new one? Rest assured, this chip cannot be controlled by anyone. It possesses many new functions, all of which you can control freely. For instance, it can detect the energy intensity and location of enemies. as well as identify the energy signal's owner, allowing you to learn, mimic, and anticipate others' techniques and movements. Having elucidated the chip's functionalities, Vegeta found himself under the impassive gaze of Android 18, who inquired if his intentions involved her accompaniment in battle. Vegeta, indeed, harbored such a notion, perceiving it as a means to cultivate their nascent bond. He offered a contrite apology for the oversight of soliciting her consent, citing the inevitability of future conflicts necessitating her assistance. Further, he extended the option of extraction should she find the implant disagreeable. At that juncture, Android 18 seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the internal organs of those around her, akin to having X-ray vision. Observing Vegeta's steady heartbeat, she discerned the veracity of his claim regarding the chip's removability. Alighting from the modification platform, she declared that extraction was unnecessary, expressing a desire to be more than a mere ornament and to contribute meaningfully to their endeavors. Chapter 25. The deep affection of the Saiyan in the backyard of Capsule Corporation. Vegeta devoured meat voraciously, even more so than the other Saiyans. Android 18, concerned, glanced at Vegeta and inquired, by the way, how do you sustain yourself in your universe? After swallowing a hefty portion of meat, Vegeta replied, I usually rely on hunting for sustenance. However, the beasts on Bowsy Mountain are rapidly becoming endangered due to our consumption. Android 18 gulped nervously, contemplating, oh no. Will I be unable to support him after we marry? If he goes hungry, will he seek out Bulma? She then turned to the two Vegetas, remarking, unlike Prince Vegeta, you don't seem to worry about your livelihood on any planet. Bulma's gaze flitted between the Saiyans as she questioned, are you from the same timeline? Indeed, replied the younger Vegeta. Bulma reflected on her encounter with Raditz, Goku's elder brother, and remarked, I've seen Raditz's corpse. Vegeta should be around his age. Yet you both appear fully grown while they still look like children. Vegeta explained, we employed some unique methods to accelerate our growth, akin to the time realm we experience today. Android 18, intrigued, asked, wait, are you saying you're not yet adults? Impossible. This Vegeta beside me has a mental age that likely exceeds a century, Vegeta declared. And you? Who knows? But I must be at least in my several tens of years. Bulma, curious, pressed, what does your identification say about your actual ages? Vegeta waved dismissively and laughed. What identification do aliens possess? My physical age is merely that of a young adult, around 17 or 18. Speaking of which, you and Android 17 were modified. So your ages are frozen at around 16 or 17, right? Moreover, you age very slowly. Android 18 tilted her head, mimicking Vegeta's tone. Who knows? I suppose I am an adult now. Trunks, gazing intently at Android 18, interjected, androids do not age. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to struggle against them for so many years. The primary timeline recalled Android 18 from the GT universe, stating, no, we do age, but at a very slow rate. I recall that before my demise, 18 was barely in her 40s. Bulma, excitedly, asked, and what about me? Will I be hideous when I grow old? Everyone ages, even Saiyans are not exempt. But to me, you will eternally remain the most beautiful, he assured. Upon hearing this, Vegeta smiled at him. Well said, Vegeta. You are indeed a worthy husband. Rest assured, if Gogeta dares to harm Bulma, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Bulma was deeply touched by this unexpected display of affection from the usually stoic Vegeta. To express such sentiments in front of others required immense courage. Vegeta turned to his counterpart from the primary universe, advising, cherish her well. In a few years, you will realize that she is the most significant person in your life. The primary universe Vegeta merely snorted, offering no further comment. Trunks beamed with happiness, though the Vegeta and Bulma before him were not from his timeline. The sight of this transcendent confession made him feel fortunate. Perhaps, this was the finest gift and the most profound significance of traversing time. Bulma inquired, when do I pass away? Was it before or after you? Vegeta lowered his head, seemingly sorrowful. You departed before me. I lived for an additional 20 years afterward. Bulma sighed in relief. That's a relief. It means I won't have to mourn your passing. Though I regret the hardships you endured, Vegeta. You must have felt lonely in my absence? Vegeta remained silent. In his world, the Dragon Balls no longer existed, and misusing them exacted a toll. If given a choice, no one wished to witness their loved ones grow old, nor to see them laid to rest. The primary universe Vegeta lacked such emotional depth and could not comprehend the feelings of his counterpart. To him, death was simply a facet of life, inevitable, regardless of timing. Android 18, observing the primary universe Vegeta demeanor, mused, so Saiyans can be so deeply affectionate? If even that Vegeta can express such feelings. It seems the only concern in being with a Saiyan is financial. The primary universe Vegeta, unable to bear the sentiment, crossed his arms defiantly. Saiyans do not require such trivial emotions. We only need to fight incessantly. Nappa, Raditz, and Dariz nodded in agreement. Yet, if asked whom they would follow, they would undoubtedly choose the Vegeta of the primary universe. Before Vegeta could speak, the primary universe Vegeta asserted, "You are mistaken. The true strength of a Saiyan derives from love and justice. One must have something worth protecting in order to transcend oneself in dire circumstances. When you transformed into Super Saiyan 2, did you not think of the loss that would ignite your fury if you failed? How tiresome." The primary universe Vegeta stood up, declaring, "I shall rest now. Afterward, I will be waiting for your training." While he did not voice it, he had already resolved to push himself to the limit, not merely to defeat Goku, but to safeguard those dear to him from future calamities. Bulma seemed to understand Vegeta's feelings and expressed no discontent at his departure. She turned to Vegeta and asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" "Not certain yet. If possible, I hope you and Dr. Briefs can assist us in upgrading our ship." Then, Vegeta turned to Trunks, saying, "For our next destination, we can travel together. If our time coordinates align, you can board our ship." Trunks responded eagerly, "Really? That would be wonderful. My mom will be so happy to see my dad. In addition to that, I will seek a way to resurrect Gohan and the others in your timeline, though Goku and Vegeta may not be revivable." Trunks, anxious, asked why not. Vegeta explained, "Goku passed from heart disease. Even the dragon of Namek cannot assist. Perhaps the Super Dragon Balls may work, but doing so could attract the attention of the gods of destruction and Zeno. The gods of destruction might be manageable, but if we anger Zeno, even I would be powerless. As for your Vegeta from that timeline, the possibility of him reaching the afterlife is slim, as too much time has passed. He may have been reincarnated after being cleansed, so be prepared for that." Trunks nodded. "Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Dad." The primary universe Vegeta felt a twinge of discomfort at this title, yet he could not think of a better one. To call him by name was too informal. Referring to him as uncle would imply a greater portion of Goku's essence within Vegeta, so Dad seemed more fitting. As night fell, everyone drifted into slumber. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood atop the Capsule Corporation roof, gazing at the starry sky with a smile. "Huh. A bunch of oblivious fools think they can lay claim to Earth. Only the one from the south shows some promise, but even he is still too weak at this time. What are you saying?" As Android 18 approached him from behind, she remarked, "It's nothing. This timeline is more intricate than I had anticipated." After a brief silence, she lowered her gaze and inquired, "So, did you truly have no family before?" "I cannot recall. I have lost my previous memories," he replied. "If, after spending time with me, you were to one day remember your past and discover that your family belonged to another, how would you respond?" Vegeta answered resolutely, "Since my life has turned a new page, it signifies my determination to start afresh. Therefore, I will not dwell on prior matters." "Very well then. Is there anything you wish to tell me?" A woman's intuition is remarkably acute, despite Bulma having been moved to tears by Vegeta today. 18 noticed the way Bulma gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Who could say whether Vegeta might return to his original timeline or venture into another, potentially attracting fervent admirers? A vague sense of competitive urgency began to stir within her. Yet, she felt somewhat embarrassed to openly express her feelings. That infuriating Vegeta had hinted at his intentions but took no further action. He had merely stated, in a light-hearted manner upon her awakening, that it was because he liked her, and then left it at that. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "You should rest early. I will handle matters concerning 16 and 17. Though slightly disappointed by the simplicity of his words, 18 found solace in the fact that they reflected his concern for her. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Vegeta, saying, "You should also rest well. Yes, have sweet dreams." Chapter 26. The waves of Porunga at the break of dawn, Vegeta and Nail instantaneously transported themselves to Namek. The inhabitants of Namek, sensing the powerful aura, began to converge towards their location. The Grand Elder Muley, upon seeing Nail, was astonished and dropped his cane. Is it really you, Nail?" Nail turned to Muley and smiled. "It has been a long time, Elder Muley. How could it be? I have not revealed my identity as a reincarnator here. Much has transpired, and I shall remain for a while. However, I do not belong to this timeline and will eventually return. Understanding dawned on Muley. Ah, so you are the nail from another timeline. Fear not. Namek shall always be your home. You may stay for as long as you wish. Thank you. In fact, we have another matter to discuss, responded Vegeta. With arms crossed, he looked at Muley. Greetings, Grand Elder, my name is Vegeta. Due to the events surrounding Cell, several important individuals on Earth have perished. Their deaths have exceeded 2 times, rendering the Dragon Balls incapable of reviving them, hence my reliance upon you. Surprisingly, Muley was quite accommodating, seemingly delighted at the reunion with a long-lost friend. It's no trouble. Mr. Goku has mentioned this to me before and took Dandy away. Wait, something is amiss. What is it? Muley, clutching his wrinkled head, murmured, Dandy should have been able to resolve this limitation. Could it be that? Oh, it seems I overlooked the issue while increasing the wish count, which is why the Dragon Balls on Earth still cannot revive those who have died more than twice. Given that, please wait a moment while I notify the elders of the villages to bring the Dragon Balls. Once the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, Muley smiled at the two. We have also come to recognize the flaws of Porunga. Following my improvements, the current Porunga now imposes no limits on the number of resurrections. That is splendid. Without waiting for a translation from Namek, Vegeta began summoning the Eternal Dragon in the Namekian language. This astonished many Namekians, as the ability to command the Namekian tongue without soliciting their consent could lead to dire consequences. Muley's impression of Vegeta at this moment was that he was quite an extraordinary individual. Porunga, for my first wish, revive all those who perished on Earth due to Cell. Before Vegeta could complete his wish, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, no need to revive me. It's me, Kakarot. Vegeta looked up at the sky and asked, Kakarot, are you certain? After being revived, training with me will be far more efficient than being alone in the other world. Besides, Vegeta is exceptionally strong now. I am even stronger. Would you not like to test your mettle against us? Of course. But if you insist on feigning death, I can always look after Chi-Chi for you. With Vegeta's persuasive words, Goku found it difficult to refuse revival. Meanwhile, in the other world, Goku turned to King Kai and said, King Kai, should we perhaps go for revival after all? King Kai sighed, it's up to you. But then I shall have no one to keep me company. Goku quickly smiled, do not say that. I will visit often. Very well. Just remember to have that fellow revive me as well, lest I be mocked by the other Kais. Once the decision was made, Porunga's eyes gleamed as he proclaimed, your wish has been granted. All those who died due to Cell have been revived. Vegeta then inquired, is there an android named number 16 on Earth? Has he been revived as well? Porunga replied, he does not fall within the realm of humanity. Lacking a soul, he cannot be revived. Then let us approach this differently. Restore number 16 to his state before Cell's destruction. Also, please remove his directive to eliminate Kakarot from his mission parameters. Porunga paused for a moment before responding, this is rather challenging. It could be considered 2 wishes. Vegeta playfully adjusted his Patera earrings and smirked, is that so? I will grant you another chance to rephrase. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Porunga's forehead. Wah, what is this? This is not just any Kai. His divine power surpasses even mine. Who on earth is he? Lord Vegeta, I have already fulfilled your 2. No, just 1 wish. Now only 1 remains. Vegeta scratched his ear. Only 1 left? I must have miscounted. There are indeed 2 remaining. But I assure you, this is truly my limit. The Grand Elder and the Namekians gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Never had they seen Porunga so humble. To the extent of disregarding his own rules, Vegeta clasped his hands and chuckled. I seem to have forgotten the Namekian language. Not to worry. You may speak in whatever language you prefer, replied Muley. Vegeta then spoke in the divine tongue. Tell me, is the fate of Earth in this timeline destined for destruction? And within a century? If the outcome is dire, respond in the divine tongue as well. I wish to avoid inciting panic. Upon hearing these words, Porunga was struck with shock, as if struck by lightning. The divine language. Is this something just anyone can utter? This individual before me is undoubtedly extraordinary. Remarkably so. Furthermore, this wish far exceeded Porunga's expectations. Taking a deep breath, the red light in his eyes flickered. It seemed he exerted all his might to comprehend Vegeta's inquiry. Subsequently, Porunga also replied in the divine tongue, indeed, and it will not take 100 years. In most cases, the Earth in this timeline will completely perish within 50 years. Even if you intervene forcefully, it will merely prolong the inevitable. While a solution to save this timeline may exist, it is beyond my reach. The only method I can access is the Super Dragon Balls. and they must be used post-event to have any chance of salvage. This is the fate you call the defeated universe, with a survival probability of merely 1 in several thousand. Vegeta took a deep breath and, in ordinary language, stated, better than nothing. For my final wish, assist Nail and the Namekians of this universe in unlocking their potential, but spare any evil Namekians. This posed no difficulty for Porunga. After a brief moment, it was accomplished. The strength of the Namekians surged, with Nail and Piccolo awakening a golden potential transformation. Piccolo's power level matched that of Goku in 7 years, while Nail's was even more formidable. Merely the potential transformation rivaled that of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta waved his hand. Let us depart. Until we meet again. As Porunga vanished, Nail gazed intently at Vegeta. You taught me the divine language. Vegeta patted Nail on the shoulder. When faced with adversity, we shall confront it head-on. The fate of this universe rests in my hands, not in the hands of fate. I shall return home now. You stay here and spend time with them. Call for me when it's time to depart. Understood. Chapter 27. The fate of the defeated universe. Does the defeated universe have a destiny of inevitable destruction? In the primary timeline, Vegeta gazed at Vegeta with a sense of reluctance and inquired, how did you come to this realization? Vegeta pointed towards the sky and elucidated. I sense the energy of Broly and his cohorts drawing near. Under normal circumstances, even another Broly should have encountered us before the Cell Games. Yet they were previously unaware of him. The inhabitants of this timeline, at least those on Earth, should have perished at Cell's hands, but we have already vanquished Cell. This Broly appears to have emerged suddenly, as though he were a substitute for Cell, fulfilling his purpose. At this rate, they will likely arrive within a year or two. Upon hearing the name, Vegeta seemed to recall some unsettling memories. Broly, will we have to eliminate him? Vegeta, perceiving the approaching energies, responded, indeed, at this stage. He serves as an excellent training target. With your current strength, defeating him should not pose a challenge. We can allow Kakarot and Gohan to train against him first. However, even if we manage to defeat him, 7 years hence lies the threat of Majin Buu, and 11 years later, Beerus, and eventually, the Grand Priest. There will always be an adversary capable of annihilating this universe, in the best-case scenario, even if we preserve the universe. The Earth and its current warriors will still meet their demise. Damn it, Vegeta exclaimed, striking the wall with a fist, creating a dent. Is there truly no way to save this timeline? Vegeta, stroking his chin in contemplation, mused, I am pondering. The power of the God of Destruction is also limited. It will not exceed that of the Kaioshin or the Destroyer gods. In other words, combined with the answers it provides, the ultimate threat that could obliterate everything is at least on the level of a Destroyer god. If we were to eliminate all potential threats in this timeline, including all the Destroyer gods and the Grand Priest, then perhaps fate could be altered. Vegeta's understanding of the Destroyer gods was limited to the memories of Niru. He was unaware of their true powers. Clenching his fists, he declared, then let us eradicate all the Destroyer gods. Vegeta regarded the naive Vegeta and remarked, setting aside whether we currently possess the strength to eliminate all the Destroyer gods. When the Grand Priest intervenes, they will still be annihilated. Rather than opposing them, it would be wiser to adopt a conciliatory approach. At the very least, we can stabilize the Destroyer gods and the Grand Priest, allowing the inhabitants of this universe to learn the techniques of the gods. Moreover, Porunga has mentioned that our forced intervention, even if it cannot change fate, can extend it. I will have Bulma create an interdimensional emergency communication device. Should we encounter insurmountable troubles, we can call upon her. Extending our time by a century or 2 should suffice, and if we need to save the Earthlings, we shall use the Dragon Balls here to wish for them a new planet. For now, this was the only means Vegeta could devise to indirectly salvage the situation. Regardless of the universe, there will inevitably come a day of extinction. Perpetual existence is unattainable. Vegeta inhaled deeply, concluding that as long as his loved ones could live out their days, that would suffice. It appears there is no other option. Vegeta observed the despondent Vegeta and offered consolation. Take heart, we cannot endlessly save those timelines. Even Trunks' future bears a similar fate. However, if we can prepare and plan in advance, we might discover one in tens of thousands of methods to ensure their survival. At that moment, Bulma's voice rang out from downstairs. Hey, Vegeta. Another Vegeta has returned with Goku. Vegeta communicated telepathically with Bulma. Let us remain uninvolved. After this is concluded, have them seek me at the Sacred World. With that, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself and the primary timeline Vegeta to the Sacred World. Meanwhile, The repaired Android 16 had tracked down Android 17 through the signal and successfully reunited with Android 18 at Capsule Corporation. Krillin approached Android 18, clasping her hand with a grin. "I am so relieved to see you safe, Miss 18. Android 18 responded nonchalantly, scanning for Veget's presence. Krillin awkwardly shifted his gaze to the other two, of course. 16 and 17 are fine, too. Revived, Gohan approached 16 with a smile, extending his hand. "Mr. 16, it is wonderful to see you again." 16 beamed a gentle smile at Gohan. "Yes, I did not expect to be repaired. You were the one who defeated Cell, correct?" "Well, I actually had the chance, but I didn't heed my father's advice and ended up being killed by Cell. I have only just returned to life. By the way, Mr. 16, my father has also died once. Could you perhaps refrain from killing him again?" 16 chuckled. "Rest assured, killing Son Goku is no longer my mission." Among those present, only Goku was aware of some of the events that transpired later. Since he was with the Kaioshin when he died, he had been observing the happenings below through the Kaioshin's perspective. It was only after Vegeta thoroughly eradicated Cell that he felt reassured. Otherwise, his contingency plan would have been to help his deceased comrades preserve their physical forms and return to seek vengeance against Cell once he had grown powerful enough. Of course, if everyone perished, he would no longer concern himself with it, as besides Vegeta, everyone else would likely be able to meet in the afterlife. At this moment, most of those who had been revived were unaware of how Cell had been dealt with. They all inadvertently turned their gazes towards the unscathed Vegeta and Piccolo. Tien Shinhan expressed his astonishment. So it was Vegeta who ultimately vanquished Cell? Incredible. Goku laughed, explaining to everyone. In fact, there was another who dealt with Cell, but it seems he does not wish to make an appearance. Nonetheless, Vegeta has grown significantly stronger, at least comparable to Gohan. The Vegeta of this timeline crossed his arms, gazing at Goku with a smirk, perhaps even stronger than Gohan. Ultimately, our current self-proclaimed strength is merely at a novice level compared to those who are truly powerful. Kakarot, if you are unwilling to be revived, you may never catch up to me in this lifetime. With that, Vegeta ascended into the sky, declaring, "That individual has already arrived at the sacred world. I shall take my leave." Vegeta swiftly surged towards the sacred world, while Android 18 urged the other two androids, "We should go too." Before Krillin could catch up, Android 18 had already soared into the sky. Miss 18. At the sacred world, Vegeta placed his hand on the door of the time chamber, closing his eyes. Beside him, Piccolo inquired, "Is it truly possible to modify the time chamber?" Vegeta, eyes still shut, replied, "What difficulty is there? Dandy and Mr. Popo have already altered the number of individuals and time limits in the time chamber." Upon finishing, Vegeta opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. "All right. Let us wait for Kakarot and the others to arrive before entering together." After Goku greeted everyone, he brought Dend, Gohan, Bulma, and Baby Trunks over. Meanwhile, the earlier departing Vegeta and the three androids were still en route. Observing this, Vegeta promptly teleported to bring them along. Android 18 looked at Vegeta and asked, "Why not wait for me to join you? I cannot sense your energy. If you were to wait here, you could at least locate me." "Very well. I shall extract the bomb and chip from 17 as well," Vegeta replied. As he approached, the ever-confident Android 17 felt a sense of pressure. Fortunately, Android 18 had already elucidated the situation en route. Android 17, gazing at Vegeta, jested, "So, you are to be my sister's husband?" Android 18 interjected, "Brother-in-law, rather." Vegeta, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. This expression, however, immediately silenced the two, as they feared they had spoken out of turn. Vegeta, placing his hand on Android 17's shoulder, commanded, "Hold still." Android 17, with a sense of being compelled, subconsciously replied, Yes." Vegeta moved with astonishing celerity, such that his actions were imperceptible to the onlookers, and in his hand, he held the bomb and the shattered chip. With his other hand, he mended Android 17's wounds. Goku, in a state of profound astonishment, murmured, "What an extraordinary being. He is truly beyond our comprehension." Chapter 28. The History of Universe 2. Vegeta gazed at the assembly, stating, "Before we embark on our training journey, I shall refer to this universe as Universe 2 for the sake of clarity." He then inquired, "Are you all prepared to commence?" Gohan, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, Mr. Vegeta, since Cell has been dealt with, I suppose I can forego the training, right? Additionally, my father has been resurrected. and Uncle Vegeta has surpassed his limits. Clearly, Gohan's focus had shifted entirely towards his studies, showing little interest in training. Trunks, with a serious demeanor, addressed Gohan. Mr. Gohan, the future is far from resolved. Mr. Vegeta has informed me that even greater and more formidable foes await us. We must remain ever vigilant and ready for battle. Vegeta silently observed Gohan before striding towards him, unleashing his formidable aura. Those who had never felt Vegeta's energy were immediately engulfed in despair. Astonishingly, he had yet to transform. The energy detection system of Android 16 was utterly incapable of measuring Vegeta's power. Such sheer strength in his base form was astounding. As Vegeta approached Gohan, he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Harnessing the power of the Great Ape, his aura darkened, emanating a sinister and chaotic energy. He looked down at Gohan, raised his hand, and conjured an energy blast directed at the floor of the Heavenly Temple. Tell me, son Gohan, how would you stop me if I were to obliterate the Earth right now? Gohan, gripped by fear, felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta suddenly bellowed, "Answer me. Look into my eyes." The sheer force of his voice sent dust swirling from the temple floor, shattering the tiles beneath him. Goku, observing Vegeta, questioned, "He can't be serious, can he?" Gohan remained on the ground, trembling, while Vegeta's frustration grew. Finally, he gritted his teeth, reverted to his base form, and declared, "The reason you lost to Cell in this universe is not without merit. It is no wonder this dimension is destined for tragedy. Now leave, and remain out of my sight." Vegeta had prepared everyone with adversaries and a training regimen, yet it was futile to offer kind words to a stubborn spirit. He turned away, leaving Gohan in a state of shock, feeling akin to an ant, ever at risk of being crushed. If such an enemy were to arise, Earth would undoubtedly meet its end. With Goku's assistance, Gohan stood up, though Goku's gaze held a hint of disappointment. "Gohan, your father understands that you do not enjoy fighting. With Cell behind us, you can focus on your studies. I can shoulder more responsibility if need be." Upon hearing this, Gohan reaffirmed his resolve, bowing his head and clenching his fists. I will train and fight alongside everyone." Vegeta found Gohan's declaration peculiar. He perceived Gohan as more fragile than he had anticipated. Goku's words seemed to carry a hint of manipulation, suggesting an emotional intelligence that was perhaps too astute. As for this universe's Vegeta, his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 at that moment was somewhat beyond reason. Could it be that each member of the main cast has experienced a shift in character, leading this universe to its fated destruction? If so, might Android 18 also harbor unknown issues? Vegeta glanced at Android 18 with a tinge of concern, yet she smiled back at him. Approaching the Vegeta of this universe, Vegeta extended his hand, asking, "Would you mind if I touched your head?" Though he posed the question, his hand was already resting atop Vegeta's head. Vegeta closed his eyes. Delving into Vegeta's memories, it became evident that this Vegeta's experiences diverged slightly from the established history. Notably, upon his first arrival on Earth, his battle power had already reached 24,000. Only with a triple Kaioken could Goku barely match him. Moreover, Vegeta did not transform into a great ape, as Goku's quadruple Kaioken had already reached its limit. Despite the relentless assault from the others, he ultimately lost, though Goku's injuries were less severe than in the original timeline, allowing him to walk. It was Vegeta who had shielded Krillin, granting him the opportunity to escape. Upon reaching Namek, Vegeta's battle power consistently exceeded that of the original timeline. After recovering from his injuries, his power surged to 30,000, but misfortune struck when he encountered Dodoria, Zarbon, and Shui in tandem. He managed to eliminate all but Zarbon, who was gravely injured, and brought him to the medical room. Following this recovery, Vegeta's power escalated to 70,000, paralleling the original storyline as he absconded with Frieza's Dragon Balls. Subsequently, he fought alongside Krillin and Gohan, though Gohan's blunders occurred more frequently than in the original history. Thankfully, these mistakes did not result in casualties. Vegeta, employing stealth, decisively defeated Guldo and Rikum in direct confrontation. Later, Goku arrived on Namek, and Jinyu followed suit. This time, however, Vegeta chose not to flee. Instead, he sought to repay Goku's kindness. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he ultimately vanquished Jinyu and Berta. Goku, upon reaching Namek, boasted a battle power of 130,000, thus avoiding Jinyu's attention. As Vegeta joined the fray, Jinyu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Sensing defeat, Jinyu struck Vegeta down to near death. Enraged, Goku unleashed a Kaioken, piercing Jinyu's chest with a single blow, then hurried to Vegeta, offering him a Senzu-bean. In a desperate attempt, Jinyu ambushed Goku and swapped bodies with him, but now he faced a fully revived Vegeta, whose power exceeded 500,000. After sustaining injuries, Jinyu attempted to swap bodies again, only to be thwarted by Goku, who reclaimed his original form. In his desperation, Jinyu could not even transform into a frog, as Vegeta obliterated him with a single energy wave. At this juncture, Vegeta's confidence soared, and Goku, having consumed the saved Senzu-beans, achieved a staggering battle power of 3,000,000. After a brief respite, Vegeta's power also approached 1,000,000. Goku, not concealing his intentions from Vegeta, made secret wishes, knowing that Vegeta's strength would deter any reckless actions. However, upon making his third wish, the Grand Elder perished, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. Furthermore, this led Frieza to unveil his final form. Just moments earlier, Piccolo had proclaimed, "I have attained ultimate power." Yet upon arriving, he found himself powerless to intervene. Both Goku and Vegeta possessed the capability to annihilate Frieza's first form, yet they felt compelled to honor their Saiyan heritage, determined to witness Frieza's ultimate transformation. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged forth, declaring, "I will burn you to ash." Following a smoke-filled display of ineffectuality, Vegeta lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Goku, retrieving the last Senzu-bean, urged Krillin to rescue Vegeta. This time, Vegeta experienced a substantial power surge, with his base combat strength directly surpassing Goku's, reaching 5,000,000. It's a pity he doesn't know the Kaioken technique, lacks sufficient S-cells, and doesn't have the trigger for absolute rage. Despite Goku's best efforts, he couldn't inflict a truly fatal wound on Frieza. However, in this timeline, Goku didn't use the Spirit Bomb, because Frieza saw Krillin helping the heavily injured Vegeta and mistook him for a healer, so he prioritized eliminating Krillin. Goku cried out in anguish, then transformed into a Super Saiyan and relentlessly pummeled Frieza. His condition was far superior to his initial transformation in the original timeline, and he had a genuine healer, Din, nearby. After witnessing the power of Super Saiyan, Vegeta learned from Din that he could heal Goku. Driven by obsession, Vegeta took Gohan and Din to grind for power, determined to unlock the Super Saiyan transformation himself. Disregarding Gohan's consent, he gravely injured him with a ki blast and had Din heal him. After Gohan recovered, he was instructed to severely injure Vegeta, nearly resulting in his demise due to Din's reluctance to heal him. Fortunately, he was saved, but his power increase wasn't as significant as before, only rising from 5,000,000 to 6,000,000. After several repetitions, Vegeta's power ultimately plateaued at 8,000,000. When Frieza unleashed 100 of his power, his injuries prevented him from reaching his full potential of 120,000,000. Goku defeated him with overwhelming ease, but Namek was still destroyed. As before, everyone except Goku was transported to Earth. Thus, while the major events on Namek mirrored the original timeline, many details were altered. In the ensuing Android saga, Frieza and his father arrived on Earth, only to be defeated by future Trunks. Trunks informed Goku about the future, and the group began preparing for the impending crisis 3 years later. In this alternate timeline, Vegeta and Goku's power 3 years later would surpass their original counterparts. Chapter 29. Kakarot, the lazy winner. At this moment, Vegeta found himself engrossed, as if watching an alternate version of an anime. In the second timeline, Vegeta, possessing an exceptionally high base combat power, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan within his first year of training. The inception of his romance with Bulma coincided with his overtraining, during which Bulma seized the opportunity to advance their relationship. 3 years later, the androids made their appearance. Goku, afflicted with heart disease, managed to defeat Android 19, yet reached his own limits and returned home for treatment. As for Dr. Gero, Vegeta initially intended to eliminate him, but after a brief skirmish, he lost interest due to Gero's apparent weakness. Subsequently, Dr. Gero clamored to activate androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became thrilled, declaring that he would eliminate anyone who dared to thwart the awakening of the androids. Notably, in this timeline, when Bulma and Trunks found themselves in peril, Vegeta did not abandon them. After rescuing Bulma and her child, he scolded, "What a nuisance," before pursuing Dr. Gero. At this juncture, Vegeta was at least twice as strong as his counterpart in the original timeline. However, androids 17 and 18 proved to be even more formidable. Initially, during his battle with Android 18, he matched her evenly, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue and was overwhelmed. In this second timeline, Vegeta was consistently dominated by Android 18. After the fight, Android 18 and her companions intended to leave, and Krillin was not subjected to any teasing from her. Instead, he simply smiled and said, bye. Subsequently, Piccolo merged with the Namekian dragon, pursuing Cell for several days before encountering Android 17. This time, he too was not evenly matched, suffering a similar fate under Android 17's onslaught. Meanwhile, Cell, lurking in the shadows, underestimated Android 17's capabilities, believing he could effortlessly absorb him. It was only when Piccolo, unable to hold his ground, resorted to the solar flare to escape that Cell seized the opportunity to absorb him. In this instance, Cell's second form was somewhat stronger than in the original timeline. However, he was still swiftly dispatched by the arriving Vegeta, who then began to revel in the chaos, assisting Cell in locating Android 18. Ultimately, this led to Cell achieving his perfect form, which was at least 50 stronger than in the original history. After mercilessly defeating Vegeta, Cell's vanity was greatly satiated, and events unfolded similarly to the original tale. As Gohan began to shift the tides against Cell, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and fought Cell to a standstill. Vegito appeared midway, delivering a crushing blow to Cell. Observing this, Vegito withdrew his hand, contemplating, undoubtedly. Aside from a few Earthlings, every individual possesses slightly greater strength than in the original timeline. They simply have yet to discover the catalyst for transcending to Super Saiyan 2. Vegito then turned his gaze toward Android 18, noting, in comparison to the original history, 18 has not turned malevolent. She hasn't even vandalized a police car. Her combat power is at least 2 to 3 times stronger than before, yet she has yet to kiss Krillin. Is it because she prefers handsome men this time? Feeling Vegito's gaze upon her, Android 18 turned and inquired, "Do you have something to say to me?" I wish to inquire about the type of men you find appealing." Android 18 pondered for a moment before responding, "Strong, handsome, tall, preferably wealthy. Though if it's genuine affection, money is not an issue. If I truly cannot afford to support Vegito and our future children, I can always work in the factory." The original timeline's Vegeta observed Android 18 and remarked, "Something feels off. What you described bears no relation to Krillin." Bulma approached, cradling Trunks, and curiously interjected, "So, do you have any standards for what you consider strong, handsome, tall, and wealthy? Let us rate everyone. For instance, if my wealth is a score of 10, and my looks are 10. Android 18 interjected, "Your looks do not reach 10, at most, 8. 5 what? How do you rate your own looks?" "If I were to rate myself, I would undoubtedly give myself a 10. You should ask others instead." Bulma immediately sought out Goten, asking, "What about my son?" Android 18 assessed Trunks, then recalled, "Combat power, 6, looks, 7. As for height and wealth, it's hard to quantify with scores." "And Vegito?" 10, 10, 10. A perfect score of 100. Upon hearing this, Vegito crossed his arms and protested, "That's not right. If Trunks is rated a 6, I should at least be a million." The original timeline's Vegeta inquired, "If you could score a million, do you believe I could reach 10,000? Not even close." The present timeline's Vegeta clenched his fists and exclaimed, "What nonsense. If we're rating, let us do it properly. External traits are hardly worth scoring. We should assess the outcomes of the Cell games. I, Vegeta, would rank around 7 or 8. While Vegito deserves a perfect 10, Kakarot is a lazy winner, 0 points." Vegito remarked, "Why are you all so fixated on this scoring? It diminishes the value of one's efforts. Do you comprehend the notions of alienation and objectification? For instance, during the Cell games, if I inadvertently eliminated Cell with a mere gesture and revived everyone, when the results were tallied, lo and behold, I, Vegito, received the MVP award. Meanwhile, Kakarot logged off early, indirectly causing King Kai's demise and aiding Cell in an evolution, thus becoming a lazy winner. Can you even consider it so? Shouldn't we evaluate what he actually did? Did he contribute to Cell's evolution, thereby altering the course of events and allowing Cell to defeat Gohan, thus capturing my attention?" After contemplating, Vegito found himself struggling to recall any redeeming qualities in Goku's overall performance. Alright, in this timeline, Kakarot indeed emerged as a lazy winner during this event. Goku sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, it seems I really didn't contribute much." Bulma moved closer to Vegeta and remarked, "We're digressing. This is a matchmaking segment, not a post-game analysis. She pointed at Vegito and urged, Vegito, provide Android 18 with an overall evaluation. Vegito, stroking his chin, contemplated for a moment before declaring, well, her personality and looks are commendable. Financial status is insignificant. Though her combat power could use a boost, let us give her a 9. Bulma looked at Vegito in disbelief, but when Goku and Vegeta sought partners, did they consider combat power? As your partner, why are you so concerned about her fighting abilities? It diminishes the value of her contributions. Vegito chuckled, pointing his thumb at himself. As my wife, her ability to nurture children is secondary. What truly matters is her willingness to engage in some light exercise with me. While combat power is not paramount, it remains one of my criteria. A higher combat power would enable her to better endure my impacts. Android 18, blushing, asked, what kind of impacts? Of course, that is, The original timeline's Vegeta quickly covered Vegito's mouth, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? My son is present. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Android 18 immediately turned her back to the crowd, her face flushed as if scalded by boiling water. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants that? Besides, my body is far sturdier than you imagine. Vegito, with a swift elbow, nudged old Vegeta aside, remarking, it's about time your son found a wife. He then approached Trunks, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and inquired, Trunks, tell me, do you have an inclination for older women? Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. In most timelines, you've chosen a girl whose age is quite similar to your father's, albeit she has used the Dragon Balls to regain her youth. What? Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Bulma could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward, seizing Trunks by the shoulders, exclaiming, Trunks, why do you have such a preference? Vegito attempted to clarify, he was unaware. But personally, I believe a half-breed Saiyan should ideally seek another half-breed, or a purebred Saiyan. Old Vegeta, incensed by this notion, retorted, that infuriates me. In my original timeline, this boy courted Gohan's daughter. My lineage has been diminished. Trunks, equally astonished, pointed at himself and exclaimed, me? I dated Gohan's daughter? Bulma tugged at Vegeto's arm, saying, Vegito, could I ask a favor of you? What? To help Trunks find a suitable partner? Indeed, I have full faith in your judgment. Very well, but I want to force him if he is not interested. By the way, why are we here? At that moment, Goku, who had been eagerly awaiting the chance to train, finally stood up in excitement. But before he could speak, Vegito interjected, I believe we came here to eat, didn't we? Let us not delay any further. Let us eat. Following supper at the lookout, Vegito rested momentarily before declaring his departure. Very well. Wait here a moment. I shall return presently. Whoosh. With instantaneous transmission, Vegito vanished, only to reappear 3 seconds later, bearing a multitude of adversaries whom he unceremoniously deposited. The elder Vegeta, surveying the unconscious forms, voiced his astonishment. In such a brief interval, in addition to Bojack's cohort, astonishingly, even Broly is among them. North Kai, witnessing this spectacle, promptly conveyed his thoughts telepathically, do exercise restraint. Bojack and his crew are as infamous as Frieza, though their modus operandi involves exhausting a planet before obliterating it. Their combat prowess far surpasses Frieza's. The 5 of us Great Kais labored extensively to seal them away in days past. Vegito interjected, 5 Great Kais? Was not it 4 who combined to seal them? Did the Grand Kai also participate? North Kai, perspiring profusely on his celestial sphere, responded, initially, we believed 4 sufficient, but their strength exceeded our estimations. Ultimately, the Grand Kai intervened to complete the seal. Bojack's power rivals that of Cell. Goku, your recklessness led to my temporary demise, during which they escaped. For the sake of the universe, they must be eradicated. Goku, gazing skyward, reassured him, fear not, Kai. They shall cause no further disturbance. Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed derisively. Bojack is scarcely more formidable than Cell in his imperfect form. Even if this timeline Cell is marginally stronger, he remains inconsequential. Vegito, eyeing the dormant Broly, mused. Bojack is indeed insignificant, but I am intrigued by Broly's potential evolution. Vegito, hoisting Broly in one hand and Bojack in the other, proceeded towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Bring the remaining combatants inside. Android 17, hands on hips, inquired, are we to participate in your training regimen? Vegito paused, turning to address the androids. 16 is purely mechanical. Augmentation is his sole means of advancement. However, You and 18 can grow stronger through training, surpassing Cell before long. Android 17 chuckled. Sounds diverting enough. 18, will you join? Android 18 advanced impassively. Why else would I be here? Since learning that combat prowess was a trait Vegito esteemed, she resolved to enhance her strength. Bulma presented Trunks with a capsule, saying, "Here is a newly designed combat suit. I shall await you at the lookout. Do not tarry over long." Understood. I shall return promptly. Trunks stowed the capsule and carried one of Bojack's henchmen into the chamber. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Android 18 murmured, "It is swelteringly hot. And I feel heavier." Android 17, reaching the center of the chamber, remarked, "I perceive. A year within equates to a day outside. No wonder Vegeta and the others experience such rapid growth." Vegito deposited Broly on the ground and addressed the group. "Kakarot, your strength should match Bojack's. He is yours. Broly's power will escalate linearly, initially weak. This timeline's Vegeta will engage him first. Refrain from killing him prematurely." With a clap, Vegito roused all the combatants. Broly and Bojack, clutching their heads, slowly rose. "Where are we? Select your opponents." Android 18 approached Zanya. "I shall take this one." Zanya frowned at Android 18. "Who are you?" Without a word, Android 18 unleashed a blast of energy, sending Zanya reeling as combat commenced. Bojack and his cohorts, unconcerned with formalities, launched their assault. Goku instantly teleported before Bojack and sent him flying. Trunks confronted the swordsman Goku. Gohan faced the diminutive, magic-wielding Bujin. Broly, upon spotting Goku, advanced purposefully, his aura intensifying. Entering a pseudo-Super Saiyan state, Vegeta from Timeline 2 intercepted him with a swift maneuver, arms crossed. "How dare you disregard me?" Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and struck Broly in the face, drawing blood. Broly paused, wiping the blood from his mouth and regarding Vegeta with a manic grin. "Vegeta?" Vegeta, adopting his signature smirk, pointed to himself. "Incorrect. I am Super Vegeta." "Huh." Vegeta immediately followed with a blow to Broly's abdomen. Despite a resounding thud, Broly remained unyielding, seemingly impervious to the attack. Vegeta's fist sank slightly into Broly's abdominal muscles. The elder Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Something is amiss. Broly's power is escalating more rapidly than the one I previously encountered." Vegito, familiar with the capabilities of the alternate Broly, responded, "He is unremarkable. While his stance is unwavering, he is scarcely more powerful than another version of you. His key utilization is exceptional. His physical enhancements surpass those of most, even at equivalent energy levels." In Vegito's estimation, Broly was akin to a Super Saiyan 3rd grade without the speed deficit, augmented by a gradual power-up. Prolonged engagement aside, even his initial legendary Super Saiyan form would be annihilated by Super Saiyan 2. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Vegeta retreated to amplify his energy. Broly, meanwhile, attained Super Saiyan form, muscles bulging, eyes turning blank white. His physique expanded significantly. Vegeta then transformed into Super Saiyan 2, cautiously unleashing a barrage upon Broly. As Vegito had foreseen, Broly's invulnerability was effective only against comparable energy levels. Super Saiyan 2 attacks still staggered him. Vegeta propelled himself forward, delivering a kick to Broly's abdomen. Causing him to recoil, his face contorted in pain. Subsequently, he clasped Broly's head and unleashed a series of knee strikes to Broly's face. When Broly attempted to block with his arms, Vegeta launched an uppercut, sending him hurtling skyward. He then surged after Broly, initiating a one-sided assault. However, this dominance was short-lived. Broly's ki, though not yet qualitatively superior, was increasing in quantity. Sufficient quantity could compensate for weaker ki intensity, allowing him to contend with Super Saiyan 2. The battle became increasingly balanced. Broly grew stronger, and Vegeta grew apprehensive, marveling inwardly. This fellow is constantly evolving, now rivaling Perfect Cell after his resurrection. If this continues. Broly fervently amplified his energy, instinctively compressing it, the sheer magnitude of his power instantaneously surpassing that of Vegeta. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled under the weight of his aura. The ground quaked, and unbeknownst to Vegeta, a colossal rock ascended from the earth behind him. Broly surged toward Vegeta with remarkable speed, delivering a vicious blow with his energy knife, forcefully slamming Vegeta against the immense boulder. The impact etched a vast crater into the stone. Seeing this, Gogeta chuckled at his counterpart. "You must have vivid memories of this technique, right? This time, I shall not be overrun." With that, the older version of himself rushed to the forefront. The present-time Vegeta, recognizing his limits, chose not to engage further, understanding that the creature before him was still on the rise. Instead, he decided to observe how his alternate self would defeat this formidable foe. Struggling to regain his footing, the present-time Vegeta pointed his thumb at the older version, remarking, "Indeed, he possesses astonishing power, but misfortune awaits you next. For now, it is time for the ultimate Vegeta to take the stage." As the older Vegeta felt the weight of that thumb directed at him, an ominous premonition washed over him. It feels as though every time this gesture is made, calamity follows. Before the present-time Vegeta could finish, he redirected his thumb toward Gogeta at the entrance of the time chamber. There, an even more terrifying presence loomed. Gogeta, having prepared for this moment, swiftly teleported away and admonished Vegeta, "If that finger of yours points at me again, I shall break it." The older Vegeta addressed his alternate self. "Step aside and witness how I handle this." Aya. The older version transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Realizing that there was no room for error in his Super Saiyan 2 form, it was better to suppress his opponent and assert dominance. At that moment, Goku and the others focused their attention on the older Vegeta. Such overwhelming energy. Has he transcended even the Super Saiyan transformations? Bojack, noticing Goku's distraction, seized the opportunity to transform into an enhanced form, his orange hair turning crimson, his outfit straining against his muscular physique. "How dare you lose focus in my presence? You court death." Bojack hurled a punch at Goku, who raised his arm to block the attack, but was still sent reeling backward. The King Kai was correct. This foe's strength may well exceed that of the resurrected Cell. Gogeta cast a glance toward Bojack, pondering. Has Bojack grown stronger too? It seems there must be some cosmic force at play, enhancing the villain's strength in tandem with the protagonist's growth. I wonder how formidable our universe's adversaries have become. Chapter 31. Good Brothers and Pak Mana. Vegeta struck Broly's back with both fists, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta gazed at his hands, murmuring, "What is this guy's body made of? My hands are numb from the impact. And to think, it's been less than 10 minutes. This guy is already nearing my Super 3 form. Such a terrifying rate of growth." Everyone, except for Vegito, found Broly's increase in power to be utterly abnormal. Vegito glanced at the clock on the wall and mused, "It's been 10 minutes since the switch, and I haven't reached Super 3. What was I even expecting? My hands are itching to fight, but there's no one strong enough to spar with. I should have brought my little brother along. I wonder if Broly and Vegeta fused would satisfy my craving for a good battle." As these thoughts crossed his mind, Vegito instinctively touched his earrings. Meanwhile, Bojack and his crew had transformed into their enhanced forms. Even Zanya possessed this transformation, though the android number 18 had struggled somewhat prior to her transformation. She had managed to gain the upper hand thanks to her chip's computational and learning abilities, coupled with the supply of infinite energy. However, upon Zanya's sudden transformation, no. 18 found that aside from keeping pace with her reflexes, her strength and speed were markedly inferior. Number 18 was sent flying by a kick from Zanya toward Vegito, who caught her gently with his hand, saying, "Don't push yourself, take it slow." With a smile, "No?" 18 tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and reassumed her combat stance. "No need to take it easy. My current opponent has just piqued my interest." With that, number 18 charged back towards Zanya, her vision flooded with an array of detailed information, both about her enemy and herself, including precise metrics of her output power. She noticed her output power gradually increasing and analyzed, "It feels as if I've been restricted. If I could amplify my output, defeating her would be a breeze. Let's see if I can break this limitation." Closing her eyes, number 18 attempted to unlock her restrictions. But Zanya quickly flew in front of her, grinning, "Have you given up?" With a swift motion, "No." 18 caught Zanya's punch with one hand and opened her eyes to declare, "You're not the only one who can grow stronger." Pulling back sharply, she caused Zanya to stumble forward, and then, with a powerful elbow strike, she knocked Zanya unconscious in one swift move, albeit with a measure of restraint. She lifted Zanya and flew back to Vegito, tossing her onto the ground with the words, "It's over." Vegito looked at number 18 and inquired, "If the output restrictions of the eternal energy are lifted, how long can you fight?" Number 18 landed gracefully and met Vegito's gaze. "Do you understand the principles of my energy operation?" Bulma had mentioned that entering an overdrawn state would result in the energy device's recovery rate being unable to keep pace with consumption. Number 18 assessed her data and replied, "There is no additional consumption when not in use. In high-frequency, intense battles, I could last about 30 minutes, with an amplification of roughly 10 times under stable conditions. Noticing Vegito's pensive expression, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you planning something with my body? Is that allowed? You, endless troublemaker. If I weren't an android, would you even be interested in me?" Vegito, feeling a pang of guilt under her scrutinizing gaze, scratched his head awkwardly. "And no, I was just considering whether your overdrawn state might have side effects. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "I do. I feel quite uncomfortable right now. I want to hit something." Just then, a powerful green energy blast hurtled toward them. "Watch out!" Vegito exclaimed as he scooped number 18 into his arms and swatted the energy blast away. Looking down at her with concern, he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Feigning anger, Vegito glared at old B, who was hovering nearby. Struggling to suppress a grin. "Hey, aim properly. Don't hurt my number 18. Not surprised she's my Pokemon." Skillfully redirecting Broly's attack to defuse the crisis. "There's already a tacit understanding between us." Old B smiled faintly at Vegito's deliberately furious demeanor. "Truly a good brother. He instantly grasps my intentions." "Hey, danger. Don't let your guard down, you fool." Vegito shouted as Broly suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, seizing his head and slamming it into the ground, dragging him several meters before tossing him aside, followed by a ki blast that struck Vegeta. Boom! Nappa and Raditz rushed forward, alarmed. "Your Highness." As the smoke cleared, Vegeta was revealed, his body cloaked in red fur, with red around his eyes and eyelids, staring at Broly with blue pupils. To think, during this period, I would encounter two foes capable of forcing me to resort to this transformation. But this ends here, Broly. Broly charged at Vegeta with a punch, yet to Vegeta, Broly's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. A slight shift allowed him to evade the punch effortlessly. Before Broly could retract his massive arm, Vegeta seized his wrist and twisted it, compelling Broly to kneel in pain. Vegeta raised his other hand, gathering energy for a ki blast, and declared, "Disperse." The blast shot forth, and Broly let out a scream before collapsing, injured and returning to his normal state. Smoke still billowing from his form. Clenching his fists, Vegeta reveled in his newfound power. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 is of an entirely different caliber than the others. Now, I can achieve full-powered Super 4 on my own, even surpassing Super 4. Vegito teleported in front of Broly, focusing on healing his body. I wonder if the boost from transmitting after near death still applies. After a brief moment, Broly reopened his eyes and rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Vegeta, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His power surged beyond what it was moments ago. But that was not the end. Broly's aura continued to intensify, enveloped in a crackling green lightning. His emerald locks lengthened dramatically, morphing into the form of a Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, everyone was once again struck with astonishment, halting their actions and transitioning from participants to mere spectators. The members of the Bojack gang, save for him, had all succumbed to despair, and few remained conscious. The space around Broly shattered and collapsed under the pressure of his aura. After Vegeta lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, the fragmented space immediately restored itself. Vegeta, gazing at Super Saiyan 3 Broly, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This amplification is simply outrageous. Broly charged toward Vegeta, who, shedding all restraint, ascended directly to Super Saiyan 4, delivering a powerful punch toward Broly's head. However, even Vegeta's most formidable strike only managed to momentarily halt Broly, causing him to tilt his head back slightly. Then, in a fit of maniacal laughter, Broly retaliated, sending Vegeta flying. Ha ha ha! Broly's power continued to escalate, his aura sweeping through the crowd like an 8th-level tempest. Vegeta stood calmly before Android 18, shielding her from the storm. Nappa and the others, hiding behind Vegeta, inquired, "Lord Vegeta, are you not afraid that this guy might whimsically decide to kill us all?" "Huh. I actually hope he has that capability." With that, Vegeta instantly positioned himself behind Vegeta, who dusted himself off and declared, "I can still fight. Moreover, I have my ultimate trump card yet to reveal." Hearing this, Vegeta chuckled. "Is that so? I was just about to let you experience the fusion of great ape power and divine energy." Fusion with divine energy. Vegeta looked at Vegeta in astonishment, asking, "How can that be achieved?" "Who knows? I'm not certain if it can be done, but let us give it a try." Vegeta placed his hand on Vegeta's back and began to infuse him with a tremendous amount of divine energy. Instantly, Vegeta's aura surged uncontrollably, transforming from a jet-like golden flame into a fiery purplish-red blaze. Additionally, A layer of radiant white energy, akin to starlight, enveloped his body. With just his own strength, Vegeta had condensed divine energy in its normal state, propelling Vegeta to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. This surge in power was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta, taken aback, murmured, "Your trump card. Could it possibly be that so-called Super Saiyan 5? Chapter 32, Vegito, it's all right. I am the strongest. What is wrong with Super Saiyan 5? Broly charged toward Vegeta and Vegito, but Vegito effortlessly evaded all of Broly's attacks with his base form. With the aid of his inherent time control, Vegeta was also able to dodge with ease. Give me a moment of silence, Vegeta exclaimed, raising his left hand to block Broly's punch while his right fist struck Broly's abdomen with tremendous force. Even Super Saiyan 3 Broly doubled over, clutching his stomach from the impact. Vegito interjected, as far as I know, there are several versions of Super Saiyan 5. Even if their appearances are identical, the increase in power varies. The weakest may only be 2 to 3 times stronger than Super Saiyan 4, while the strongest likely does not exceed 10 times that. Furthermore, a certain transformation into Super Saiyan 5 places a significant strain on the brain. To recklessly change forms simply for the sake of power is ill-advised. Just like the progression from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3, the physical burden increases with each transformation stage. The ideal state is akin to Gohan, who can harness power surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3 without transformation and without additional strain. Broly slowly rose to his feet, and Vegeta lunged at him with a knee strike, forcing him back to the ground. Then, leaping into the air and spinning several times, he used the tenfold gravity and his own acceleration to land squarely on Broly. The ground buckled under the immense pressure, and as Vegeta jumped out of the crater left by Broly, he returned to Vegito's side. Is it possible to achieve that form without the aid of the Kaishin? Vegeta asked. Not at the moment. I must first observe its principles, aside from Gohan's potential unlocking form. Only Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are meaningful transformations. Super Saiyan 4 can be considered a base form under a different category. Indeed, to manifest the power of the great ape and possess an ultimate power in base form is advantageous, even if one remains in that state for an extended period. Super Saiyan Blue, while it consumes energy rapidly, offers substantial boosts and numerous benefits. However, if you have already mastered the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4, there is little need to continue developing Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta gazed at the aura enveloping him and inquired, "Can I initiate this form on my own?" Absolutely. Even if you cannot now, with further training, you will be able to. Broly struggled to rise from the pit, and Vegito remarked, "You are still quite young. It will take another 20 or 30 years for your power to reach its peak. However, you should still be able to enhance your strength a bit more. Feel free to unleash your full power. I will be your safety net." With that, Vegito departed from the battlefield as Vegeta continued to unleash energy, pressing the attack against Broly. Although Broly still had little opportunity to counter, Vegeta's attacks gradually grew weaker. Gohan, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta's strength is diminishing. That transformation is incredibly taxing." Goku observed the two combatants and said, "Don't speak without understanding. Vegeta's energy has not decreased. It's Broly who is growing stronger. Their powers surpassed our comprehension, making it difficult for us to perceive their increases in strength." Vegito turned to the version of Goku from Timeline 2 and asked, "Do you wish to challenge Broly?" Goku, sweating nervously, replied, "That power is too overwhelming. Even if I teamed up with Vegeta, it would be futile. Why not try fusion?" Fusion? Before Vegeta could decline, Vegito swiftly appeared before him, embracing him with a beguiling charm. "Don't be hasty in your refusal. This fusion is not permanent. Moreover, the growth achieved while fused will revert to your individual forms once separated. Would you not want to experience the might of the strongest in the multiverse? It will be quite exhilarating. The base power from the fusion will be sufficient for you to access various transformation forms." Upon hearing this, Goku excitedly turned to Vegeta, pleading, "Come on, Vegeta. This is a wonderful opportunity." Vegeta crossed his arms and took a deep breath. "There's no helping it. Since you all insist, what must we do?" Vegito began to teach the Metamorphs dance for fusion. After witnessing it, the group felt somewhat awkward, except for Goku and Gohan, particularly Vegeta, who regretted his agreement at that moment. Android 17 posed a rather bizarre question. "So if I fused with Android 18, would it be male or female?" Android 18 coldly grabbed 17's collar and replied, "I'll kill you." Vegito genuinely contemplated the question. There could be several outcomes. One possibility is a female with male characteristics. Another is a male with female features, and perhaps both reproductive traits could exist simultaneously. Bang. Android 18 punched Vegito in the abdomen, exclaiming, "You are seriously considering such nonsense." Holding his stomach, Vegito squatted down, feeling aggrieved. What is so strange about that? As far as I know, in some timelines, you and 17 actually did fuse. 17 paused, mumbling, "I was just asking casually. I didn't expect there was actually a case." Seeing this, Android 18 helped Vegito up. "Next time you encounter such trivial questions, just ignore them. Now, let us begin practicing. First, we must maintain a unified energy." 5 minutes later, Vegeta launched a kick toward Broly's head. Broly caught his ankle with one hand, grinning wickedly. "Haha, Vegeta, you're finished." Broly seized Vegeta's ankle and, akin to the Hulk-smashing Loki, hurled Vegeta to the ground, leaving him disoriented. The state of his limit-breaking transformation faded, and he barely managed to maintain Super Saiyan 4. Suffering multiple fractures in the process, Broly gaped at Vegeta and unleashed an energy blast, instantly transforming the ground beneath Vegeta into a charred crater. Vegito carried the injured Vegeta back to the crowd and tossed him a Senzu bean. Broly charged forward, only to be confronted by a figure clad in a revealing vest who declared, "Your opponent is me," gritting his teeth. Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan and flew toward Broly with a kick. Broly remained stationary, effortlessly countering with a powerful blow that sent Vegito hurtling through the air. Vegito quickly regained his footing mid-flight. "Wow, so strong. In that case, I shall try Super Saiyan 3. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegito surpassed even the limit-breaking Vegeta in power. However, this was partly due to Vegeta's insufficient base power. At this moment, the base power of Vegeta from the main timeline was not significantly stronger than that of Vegito from this timeline. Vegito charged at Broly again, but the battle remained one-sided, with Broly still overpowering Super Saiyan 3 Vegito. Within a minute, Vegito found himself reverted to his base form, rolling to the feet of Vegito. "Quick, let me transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegito crossed his arms and replied, "How can you transform without a tail? This is my turn now." Android 18, watching Vegito's retreating figure, anxiously asked, "Are you sure you can defeat him? Perhaps we should find a way to trap him here?" Vegito turned back to Android 18, smiling. "No worries, I am the strongest." In an instant, a shadow loomed over Vegito as Broly's massive back muscles overshadowed him entirely. "Be careful." Broly swung a knife-hand strike towards Vegeta, who, in the moment of dodging by crouching, transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful uppercut, he struck Broly in the abdomen. "Aya!" Broly spat out blood, soaring into the sky like a kite severed from its string. In an instant, Vegeta teleported above Broly and delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. After hitting the earth with a thud, Broly rebounded. Yet before he could settle back down, Vegeta appeared beside his suspended form. With both hands clenched into fists, he delivered a mighty blow directly to Broly's chest. The resounding crash echoed, causing cracks to form in the reinforced hyperbolic time chamber. In that moment, nearly all of Broly's ribs shattered. In just 3 moves, Broly lay in a crater, having reverted from all his transformed states. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood nearby and remarked, "Well, this seems to be your limit. Let's do this again." He addressed the onlookers, saying, "Everyone with a tail, except for our dear Vegeta, close your eyes." Hearing this, the main timeline Vegeta broke into a cold sweat, realizing what was about to unfold. Suddenly, Vegeta conjured a sphere of light that he tossed into the air. Indeed, the artificial moon's radiance erupted in an instant. After healing Broly, Vegeta seized his head, using brute strength to hold it in place. Then Pride opened his eyelids to gaze at the artificial moon. "Please, do not disappoint me, Broly." Chapter 33. Super Vegito. Broly's body swelled rapidly, sprouting golden-green fur. His aura surged, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3, as he unleashed a wild torrent of energy, enveloping the battlefield in a fierce green light. Vegito raised his hand towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, conjuring an energy barrier. He then soared towards the gaping maw of the great ape, declaring, "Awaken, Broly. Show me your power." The colossal green-gold beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a devastating energy beam aimed directly at Vegito. In an instant, Vegito flared with rage, single-handedly restraining the overwhelming energy blast. With barely 10 meters separating them, Vegito forcefully shoved the energy beam back into the great ape's mouth. A resounding explosion ensued, sending the great ape hurtling backward, smoke billowing from its mouth. Vegito quickly approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, "Hey, get it together." A glimmer of determination sparked in the great ape's eyes, and it emanated an even more formidable energy, compressing rapidly. Its form began to shrink, and in a dazzling flash of light, Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He elevated his aura and pointed at Vegito, declaring, "I will make your blood spill." Vegito beckoned nonchalantly. "If you can, then come and try." Broly roared as he charged at Vegito. Vegito swiftly countered with a precise chop to Broly's throat, causing him to stagger and clutch his neck in pain. Vegito approached him and remarked, "You're too loud. Does all that shouting actually boost your combat power?" In a fit of rage, Broly rose and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike. Vegito, however, moved with lightning speed, planting his foot firmly on Broly's head, forcing him back to the ground. "Is this the extent of your Super Saiyan 4? Broly struggled against the ground, his limbs pressed down as he raged. Vegito smiled slightly, instantly shifting into Super Saiyan 2, his hair standing on end, and pressed Broly back to the ground. He wasn't merely suppressing Broly, he was subtly channeling divine energy into him. A unique ability of Super Saiyan 4 to absorb energy. Sensing that Broly's energy was nearing a specific threshold, Vegito lifted his foot. Broly immediately sprang up, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Old Kai, observing from within the barrier, gasped, "That guy has surpassed my first transformation into Super Saiyan 4. If this continues, he will soon eclipse even the one-star dragon." Beside him, Gogeta questioned, "Were you that strong during your first transformation into Super Saiyan 4? "Of course. Back then, both Kakarot and I in our Super Saiyan 4 forms could easily defeat your current Super Saiyan 3. Old Kai replied. "At this rate, I'm genuinely concerned about that guy losing control." Vegito stood next to Broly, grinning, "Impressive. You have now earned my full attention." With that, Vegito clenched his fists, unleashing an aura that shot skyward. The entire hyperbolic time chamber transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with temperature and gravity spiraling into chaos. The force radiating from Vegito blasted Broly away, his feet shattering the ground as he struggled to remain grounded. Even the energy barrier Vegito had created shattered in the process. Vegito was engulfed in a furious golden aura, emitting a flurry of golden energy particles, interspersed with flashes of white lightning, while his tail transformed into gold. Gogeta, eyes wide, murmured, What transformation is this? Super Saiyan 2. Old Kai frowned. No, when he was in Super Saiyan 2, all his hair was erect. Now he appears like a regular Super Saiyan 1, yet the energy is astonishing. Vegito turned to the onlookers and proclaimed, "This is Super Saiyan. I merely attempted to channel the full power of a Super Saiyan without altering my form. By the way," Vegito grinned, giving a thumbs up to his chin, "if I had to name it, I would call it Super Vegito." Simply boosting numerical values through transformations offers little more than aesthetic appeal. Hence, I had a momentary experiment. And the results were as I anticipated. As Vegito spoke, Broly launched a punch from behind him. Vegito tilted his head aside just in time. The massive fist whizzed past him. Vegito took advantage of the momentum, elbowing Broly in return. Broly clutched his ribs and staggered back. Vegito remained facing away, chuckling, such intense intent and aura. An ambush would never succeed. By the way, Vegito turned, crossing his arms. "I'll let you use both hands. This might make things more entertaining." Enraged, Broly charged at Vegito, throwing a superhuman punch towards his face. Vegito dodged effortlessly, his golden tail wrapping around Broly's wrist, pulling him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. Broly howled in fury as Vegito's tail struck his face, clearing his vision momentarily. "How many times must I say it? Stop barking like a mad dog." With that, Vegito's tail coiled back around his waist. 18, observing the tail, blushed, muttering that tail looks incredibly agile and strong. 17, glancing over, asked him, "Why are you bleeding?" 18 quickly wiped her nose. "Mind your own business. Ask again, and I'll kill you." Broly relentlessly attacked Vegito, who masterfully parried each blow. Although Broly's aura continued to escalate, Vegito transitioned from two-footed stances to one-footed maneuvers effortlessly. With a colossal swing of his arm, Broly aimed a powerful punch at Vegito. In a flash, Vegito kicked Broly's bicep with tremendous speed. The strike left Broly's arm throbbing painfully, rendering it nearly immobile. Clutching his right arm, Broly's eyes widened in fear as he looked at Vegito. Vegito chuckled. What's wrong? Need a break? Stepping closer to Broly, Vegito watched as Broly instinctively retreated 2 steps, his fear amplifying. What are you doing? I won't eat you. Look at that expression. You hardly resemble a Super Saiyan. Vegito relaxed his stance, rest assured. I won't incapacitate you. I merely wish to teach you a few techniques. Your attacks exhibit significant flaws, largely due to your size and combat style. Even though your formidable muscles won't hinder your speed and transformation, they cause noticeable movements during initial strikes. This makes predicting your actions exceedingly simple. Thus, even as your aura intensifies, I find it easier to contend with you. You must achieve 0-frame initiation. Bang! The moment Vegito finished speaking, his fist plunged deep into Broly's abdomen, infused with a spinning force. Naturally, Vegito held back. The punch did not pierce through Broly's stomach, but struck with considerable depth. Just like this, initiate without charging, relying solely on explosive power in a relaxed state. Understand? Broly suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Vegito to swiftly distance himself, avoiding the splatter. I should have avoided striking your vital points, yet why are you still spilling so much blood? Vegeta stood beside Old B, remarking, how can that fellow be so adept at pretending? Old B reminisced about the appearance of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, saying, if you possessed his strength, you would likely be even more skilled at pretense than he is. Chapter 34. The Tower Do Not Approach Me. Although Broly could not clearly perceive Vegeta's attack, he grasped the essence of Vegeta's intent, bolstered by his own experience of such techniques. His formidable talent prompted him to attempt to eliminate the initial lag in his moves by unleashing instantaneous bursts of power. Vegeta, deftly blocking Broly's strikes with his feet, chuckled. Not bad, not bad. You still possess considerable talent. Evolve a little further. After swiftly evading Broly's assault, Vegeta delivered a powerful knee strike to Broly's chest. Following a muffled thud, Broly staggered back, clutching his chest as he glared at Vegeta. Cursed. Why aren't you attacking? Why? Vegeta replied, of course. It is because the disparity in our skills is far too great. In this scenario, attacking you would feel somewhat like bullying. You have always relied on overwhelming power to dominate others, fighting instinctively while lacking in technique. Broly roared. Then let us compare sheer strength. He charged at Vegeta, extending his hand in an attempt to grapple. However, Vegeta countered with a spinning kick that sent Broly flying, leaving a reddened shoe print on his face. Are you a fool? Until now, I have been holding back both speed and power, though such a confession may sting. At this point, you are not worthy to contest any of my abilities. First, focus on improving your weaknesses, and then I shall grant you the opportunity to witness my full strength. This declaration astonished everyone present, with beads of cold sweat trickling down the forehead of the elder. Mr. Vegeta has not yet unleashed his full power? Goku's pupils trembled in disbelief, murmuring, what kind of hellish training must he have undergone to reach this level? Hellish training? The elder, arms crossed, and with a hint of exasperation, chuckled. That lad has hardly ever trained seriously. He simply lives under constant pressure, combined with the rapid growth that enhances his combat prowess to this extent. Furthermore, he has been studying techniques from the planet Yardrat, though those techniques do not directly augment one's fighting strength. As he spoke, the elder clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound. What infuriates me the most is that when I inquired why he does not train earnestly, his response was, because he fears feeling lonely if he surpasses those from our timeline. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned to the elder, saying, that is not entirely true. My weighted training is quite challenging for the average person. The elder retorted loudly, do not be ridiculous. That is merely living in a high-gravity environment. You have hardly done any push-ups. Wait, are you still under high gravity? In the hyperbolic time chamber, your current gravity is 10 times your original level. Vegeta smiled. Oh, indeed, I shall now cancel the high-gravity state. Continuing to train this way would be rather unfair to you. With a snap of his fingers, the space around him appeared to distort, returning to normal only once the high gravity was entirely lifted. Moments later, his aura erupted with even greater intensity, stretching his limbs. Vegeta remarked, I feel much lighter now. Even under 10 times gravity, I feel remarkably agile. Come, Broly, let me experience what my body is capable of. Broly charged forth, launching rapid attacks at Vegeta. Yet, to the spectators, it appeared as though Vegeta stood still, with each of Broly's strikes seemingly passing through him. His body has become intangible? Exclaimed Android 18. Goku and the elder exchanged grave looks. Although they could not discern Vegeta's precise movements, they sensed his energy shifting. Goku explained, "Not at all. This fellow is merely showing off. He evades at incredible speed, then returns to his original stance, leaving behind an afterimage. His body is in constant motion. Curse it. Can't he just be serious?" Vegeta stood with his back to Goku, smiling. "You know, Goku, I relish the sensation of making you watch me flaunt my skills while you remain helpless." Goku clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If I could defeat him, I would have long since done so. At this moment, Broly leaped back, creating distance before unleashing a more powerful aura. Speed. I demand greater speed. In the next instant, Vegeta was before Broly, placing a hand on his head and forcefully pressing him down into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. "Well then, I shall teach you this technique using a crash course." Vegeta channeled his inherent temporal control into Broly's mind. "Since you have not undergone practical training, how much you can harness depends on you." Broly, in a fit of rage, unleashed a shockwave that shattered the ground around him, creating a semicircular crater. He then appeared before Vegeta with a speed that was nearly impossible to track, resuming his relentless assault. Yet the gap between them remained unchanged, with Broly's every strike still passing through Vegeta's form. Gradually, Broly's hands began to vanish, while the air around Vegeta resonated with violent impacts. Vegeta's smile widened. "Very good. I have begun to block. Now, accelerate further and give it your all to please me." Ah! Broly's upper body nearly became invisible, his lower half also fading into obscurity. The peculiar spectacle before the audience, vanishing versus stillness, was surreal, were it not for the occasional deafening echoes of collision. They would scarcely believe this was an intense battle. After this state persisted for several seconds, Broly stumbled and was propelled backward, with a slight distortion. Vegeta raised his hand and murmured, "It seems I have discovered an extraordinary technique." Broly returned, astonished, gazing at Vegeta. "This sensation is off. What have you done?" "Who knows? I have yet to comprehend it myself. Try striking me a couple more times." Broly lunged at Vegeta, delivering a kick, but this time, his body genuinely passed through Vegeta's form. Goku gasped, "Is this yet another afterimage?" The elder furrowed his brow, entering an accelerated state as he scrutinized Vegeta. "No." Vegeta approached Broly, extending his hand to touch his form. His hand penetrated Broly's body from the front and emerged from the back, without leaving a mark. Withdrawing his hand, Vegeta chuckled, "I see. The molecules passed through." Following this, the hazy aura surrounding Vegeta dissipated, revealing he had unwittingly entered a state of rapid vibrational motion, so swift that even molecules could pass through. If I were to cease vibrating while traversing another's body, it would inflict considerable harm upon them. Is this akin to the Godspeed technique? HM? What is that? It sounds so familiar. It appears that neglecting proper training can lead one to inadvertently develop remarkable techniques. Android 18 stood a distance away, her back to the crowd, blushing as she inquired. Could you slow down that vibration a bit? I wish to experience it." Vegeta, still savoring that state, remarked, "Very well. But this way, it may not be possible to pass through." Number 18 murmured in a voice only she could hear, "There is no need to pass through." After a brief moment, old Vegeta, with his head lowered and clutching his head, exclaimed, "Coach, I too wish to learn that slower approach. They say slowing down makes it impossible to pass through." Huh? Are we not on the same wavelength? Old Vegeta's face instantly flushed deeper as he shouted, "Even if you know, you shouldn't say it out loud, you scoundrel." Vegeta chuckled, glancing at Broly, and added, "Speaking of which, your energy growth seems to be slowing significantly. Have you nearly reached your limit? It appears that demanding you to exhaust yourself to please me is rather challenging." "Let me think." Vegeta's gaze swept across the crowd, revealing a mischievous grin. This may indeed prove to be quite entertaining. With that, he approached Broly and, with a single punch, knocked him unconscious, subsequently placing one of his earrings onto Broly's left ear. In an instant, he teleported before Gogeta, holding the other earring with a sinister smile. "Come on, Gogeta. This will be delightful." Gogeta instinctively took a few steps back, saying, "No, that won't be necessary. Come on, I assure you. This will grant you the mightiest power across dimensions. An exhilarating experience awaits. Let me help you put it on." "No. Please, don't come any closer." Chapter 35. Bojack vs. Beerus. Vegeta was forcibly adorned with the Patera earrings and soared towards the unconscious Broly. UCS. Beerus waved his hand and reassured, "Fear not, This is merely temporary. The two collided, releasing a radiant burst of light. Old Bey, observing from the side, inquired. Vegeta, I am aware of your strength, yet your opponent is the fusion of the three mightiest Saiyans in the world. Have you prepared for the possibility of defeat? Vegeta, stretching his legs and warming up, replied, No, my adjectives are numerous, many of which bear a negative connotation. Tyrannical, arrogant, willful, reckless, but never will-defeated be among them. As the brilliance gradually faded, a towering figure emerged before the crowd, standing just over 6 feet tall, clad in a vest reminiscent of the Metamorans, adorned with a golden necklace. A tail coiled around his waist, golden bracers encircled his wrists, and the aura emanating from him could only be described in 4 words: unfathomable depth. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Vegeta with a confident smile, and pronounced in a layered tone, Vegeta, you shall regret creating a truly invincible warrior. Old Bey furrowed his brow. What a terrifying individual. Even without transforming, his energy rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Vegito. I never anticipated that my fusion with Kakarot and Broly would yield such extraordinary results, far surpassing my previous fusion with Kakarot. Vegeta shook his head and twisted his neck. Humph, after all, this is my patera. While I may not comprehend its origins, my memories suggest that this is not the plastic imitation from the Super Era or Dragon Ball GT, devoid of time and energy constraints. Only I and the wearer can remove them, and upon removal, they disintegrate automatically. Additionally, it maximally enhances the abilities of the fusers, drawing from both their strengths and amplifying them to the utmost. Yet, you must understand there can only be one that achieves true multiplicative effects. Vegeta pointed his thumb toward himself with a grin. That's me, Vegeta. Then, turning to the triple-fused warrior, he asked, What is your name? The opponent crossed his arms and flashed a confident smile. Bojack. This name will haunt you for a lifetime. Oh, such arrogance laced with threat. It seems Broly's temperament is more predominant. Bojack spread his arms and began to levitate. Rest assured, I do not intend to kill you or those who admire this battle. However, when you exert your utmost effort, you shall only glimpse the tip of my iceberg. Vegeta approached Bojack. Is that so? I believe that statement should be reversed. Old Bey, following anxiously behind Vegeta, urged, You should unleash all those moves from Yardrat. This is no one you can afford to underestimate. No need. That would be bullying and render the battle tedious. I shall only fight without reservation against gods and those on my death list. Vegeta stood before Bojack, locking eyes. All right. Transform. Humph. With your current state? Vegeta reverted to his base form. Without transforming, you are only worthy to contend with my base form. Arrogant. Bojack suddenly raised his hand and struck down towards Vegeta's shoulder, causing the ground beneath to shatter instantly. His eyes turned icy as he gazed at Bojack and chuckled. Observed. Such force is merely a massage for me. Bojack retracted his hand, pondering. A peculiar sensation as if striking the earth itself. I must not be complacent. Huh. Bojack clasped his hands at his waist and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. Vegeta likewise reverted to Super Vegeta. This time, Bojack launched a punch at Vegeta's chest, who stood his ground, enduring the blow to gauge the opponent's strength. Bojack stared at him in astonishment. In that moment of impact, he swiftly reinforced the struck area with an abundance of energy. Such formidable control. Vegeta stood tall, smiling. I advise you to unleash your strongest form in one go. There is no need for gradual escalation. Old Bey, hearing this, furrowed his brow. This fellow, does he not intend to waste energy? The longer he tests, the more it will impede his strongest form's performance. With that thought, Old Bey asked, Do you wish to consume a senzu-bean? What are you saying? Stay aside and watch. Bojack is restless, and his subordinates are awakening from their feigned slumber. Old Bey had no choice but to return to the crowd, casting a warning glance at Bojack, which instantly subdued him. Bojack stepped back, smiling. I initially intended to make this process more theatrical. However, since it is so, I shall reveal a fraction of my true prowess. I hope you won't T-bore me. Bojack transformed into full-power Super Saiyan. His immense aura struck fear and despair into even the seasoned Old Bey. For over a century of his life, no foe's energy had ever compared. Be it the Super One-Star Dragon, Ace, Jaco, Grey, or even the ancient Saiyans, none could be compared to him. To even place them alongside Bojack would be an affront. Can Vegeta truly prevail? Vegeta stood firm, raising his hand into a tight fist. Ha! Bang! Vegeta erupted like an explosion, a powerful red aura igniting from him in flames before retracting swiftly within. His hair, eyebrows, and even his pupils had turned red, yet his physique remained unaltered. Vegeta gasped, incredible. Though I cannot feel his energy. Just the sheer presence and form of his energy indicate immense strength. The entire transformation took Vegeta 5 seconds. He exhaled, apologies for the wait. This is my first attempt at this form, and I am yet unpracticed. Fortunately, the transformation proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Now, come I await your challenge to subdue me. This was not the Super Saiyan God Vegeta had previously transformed into, but full power Super Saiyan God. The principle mirrored that of full power Super Blue, condensing the overwhelming energy within. Vegeta could scarcely sense the divine aura. Yet he remained oblivious to the precise strength Vegeta now possessed. Nevertheless, the pressure was undeniable. In an instant, he hurled a punch at Vegeta, who anticipated the attack. Using Vegeta's arm as leverage, he propelled himself off the ground and kicked Vegeta in the face. Vegeta was sent flying, and Vegeta seized his ankle, spinning him at an accelerated pace before hurling him to the ground. Boom. The moment Vegeta crashed into the earth, a massive explosive attack followed, striking him directly. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the billowing smoke from the enormous crater. This level of assault should not be fatal for you, should it? In the next instant, Vegeta teleported behind Vegeta, yet he seemed prepared, delivering a swift elbow strike to Vegeta's ribs. Blood spilled from Vegeta's mouth before he could react. Vegeta spun around and landed a roundhouse kick to his neck, sending him crashing down once more. Before Vegeta could hit the ground, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Vegeta's head. Yet, as if anticipating the moment, Vegeta raised his hand and delivered a powerful dragon fist strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta clutched his stomach, his eyes bloodshot and filled with confusion as he asked, Why? Why? How do you always predict my moves? What's so difficult about it? Even Super 17 can accomplish it, let alone me. In an instant transmission, the surrounding air would first create a slight tremor, allowing one to anticipate where the opponent would appear next. Upon hearing this, 17 turned to Vegeta and inquired, What is Super 17? Old Vegeta, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, intently observed the battle between the two, replying, I don't have time to answer you right now. Let us focus on this fight. Vegeta, enduring the pain, straightened his posture and unleashed an even more formidable aura. The part of Broly's essence within him allowed him to grow stronger continuously, while the portion inherited from Gogeta seemed to elevate this growth to an infinite level. His power surged at an unprecedented rate, nearly rivaling that of Super Broly. The two launched themselves towards each other, their forearms colliding, generating shockwaves that altered the very fabric of the hyperbolic time chamber. Under the influence of their combined might and fierce combat, the chamber transformed into a searing inferno. At last, Vegeta, without resorting to superior transformations or special techniques, finally found himself immersed in the long-awaited battle. The two soared through the air, engaged in combat with an astonishing rate of contact, amounting to thousands of touches per second. When Vegeta's strength eclipsed Vegeta's, he seized Vegeta's head and delivered a fierce knee strike to his face. With one hand gripping Vegeta's head, the other relentlessly pummeled his body. How do you like it, Vegeta? This is the battle you've longed for, isn't it? I can feel that you are surpassing your limits, while I continue to grow stronger. Now your time is up. 18 shouted at Vegeta, filled with urgency. Chapter 36 Breaking the Rules. Number 18 anxiously gazed at Vegeta and, in a reckless display of courage, rushed forward. Do not harm my Vegeta. Old B tapped into his protective instincts and positioned himself in front of number 18, exclaiming, Are you insane? That kind of battle, even the aftershocks could obliterate you. But, how infuriating. My Vegeta, after exchanging hundreds of blows, Vegeta held Vegeta's head aloft, laughing, What's the matter? Have you lost your fighting spirit? This strike will surely conclude our battle. With a surge of energy, Vegeta launched his most devastating attack at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta unexpectedly caught Vegeta's fist with one hand. Smiling slightly, he remarked, Who told you I had reached my limit? Nanny. Before Vegeta could comprehend the situation, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to his jaw, causing him to experience a momentary dizziness and loosen his grip. Vegeta pinched one nostril and blew out the blood, chuckling, Just a little nosebleed. And you were thrown into such a delusion? Vegeta staggered back in astonishment. No? It can't be. I struck you so many times. You must have sustained some injuries. Vegeta swallowed hard, pondering. Could it be that he reinforced himself with energy during each of my attacks? In that case, unless it's a sneak attack, there's no way to injure him without overwhelming power. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Vegeta grinned. Though those 100+ attacks felt like a mere massage to me, there's no need to be too disheartened. That last hit might sting a little. Being able to draw blood from me is something you can boast about for a lifetime. Moreover, seeing you lost in your fantasies, I couldn't bear to shatter your dream. But fantasy is ultimately just that. It's now my turn to awaken you. Vegeta's tone shifted abruptly to seriousness as he pointed at Bojack, commanding, "Unleash your limit-breaking power. I will shatter your most cherished pride." Bojack, no longer overconfident, recognized that without revealing his full strength, he could never defeat this enigmatic being before him. However, his black hair began to morph into a deep crimson hue, enveloped by a layer of ethereal energy. Vegeta clenched his fists, channeling the essence of the divine, veins bulging on his forehead as his red hair gradually turned blue. At that moment, he sensed an invisible restraint suppressing his power. What is this? Something has been holding back everyone's strength. I will break free from it all in one breath. Huh. Vegeta's voice resonated throughout the expansive hyperbolic time chamber. He erupted with an even greater aura, shattering the invisible confines. A torrent of blue energy surged uncontrollably from his body. Simultaneously, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the clumsy deity sensed a rule had been forcibly broken. Unfortunately, his limited understanding could not discern what had shattered. In the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus slowly opened his eyes and sat up from his slumber. Whis instantly appeared before Beerus, stating, "Lord Beerus, it seems someone has forcibly breached the limit of humans surpassing deities." Beerus's expression turned grave as he replied, "Logically, my strength will always surpass that of the strongest human currently. And even if they could approach me, my power would still increase. Unless," Whis interjected with a smile, "unless this individual's power surpasses the speed at which you grow stronger in a remarkably short time. Moreover, at the moment of breaking the rule, they unleashed an immense force. Would you like to investigate, Lord Beerus?" Beerus yawned, "Forget it. The rules will self-repair anyway. Surpassing me is merely temporary. One awakening from slumber, and my strength will automatically catch up and surpass. It's quite nice not needing to train to grow stronger. By the way, if there were, that's something. Super Saiyan." God. Before Beerus could finish his thought, he fell back asleep. Whis understood what had transpired, but dared not inform Beerus. For him, going to investigate would be tantamount to courting death. In simpler terms, it was as if, in the world of Naruto, the Chunin exam task involved a one-on-one battle against Uchiha Madara, an exaggerated comparison. Whis gazed at the staff in his hand, contemplating. If the energy that shattered the rule were to unleash its full potential, it could obliterate 12 universes. The rules may be irreparable. And not only would Lord Beerus gain endless strength, the inhabitants of the 7th universe would no longer have a ceiling to their power. Yet neither the Omni King nor my father has made a statement. They must have other plans. The doom enveloping the 7th universe is gradually dissipating. Once they return, I should seize the opportunity to train those Saiyans. Perhaps it could alter the fate of the 7th universe. With that thought, Whis glanced at the peacefully sleeping Beerus and smiled gently. But at this rate, Lord Beerus may need to sleep for 50 years to surpass this level. Back in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Vegeta focused intently. After mastering the control of his energy to the utmost extent, the abundant blue droplets of energy surrounding him gradually coalesced back into his body. Vegeta exhaled a stream of blue energy, murmuring, This has drained quite a bit of my stamina, but thankfully, I have succeeded." Ultra Instinct Limit Break Vegeta vs. Ultra Blue Complete Bojack. In theory, the amplification from the Ultra Instinct Limit Break should surpass that of the Ultra Blue form. However, the boost from the full power Ultra Blue is inconsistent. It's akin to a pressure cooker, internal combustion engine, or bomb. The more energy that spills out, the stronger it becomes once contained. Vegeta's energy scale in the Ultra Blue state was significantly greater than that of a singular Ultra Blue. Without deliberate control, this energy would soar skyward, leading to considerable waste. As he sealed off all his energy, even his body, which had long been under extreme gravity, felt on the verge of explosion. Vegeta gazed at his hands in disbelief, murmuring, "This Ultra Blue feels peculiar. I never expected my divine essence to be so abundant. It seems that in this alternate timeline, I have indeed been restricted by the Pot era, even in the manga. It appears to be set within the bounds of not surpassing the Destroyer." Even the energy amassed could potentially obliterate a god of destruction. Yet it would disintegrate instantly. Only during the Buu saga, when the Elder Kai's ancient Patera was utilized, could one truly unleash formidable power. This is the true strength a Patera warrior ought to possess, feeling the tremendous power within him, far beyond his expectations. Vegeta clenched his fist excitedly and shouted, "Oil shrimp." In the next instant, the entire space transformed into a deep blue hue. The floor of the hyperbolic time chamber resembling a thick layer of blue crystal. Bojack, striving to elevate his own aura, charged at Vegeta, launching a superhuman punch. Thud. Nanny. Bojack's desperate strike was effortlessly blocked by Vegeta with a single finger, leaving everyone astounded. Old B even questioned his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What a joke. Is this truly something a mere human can accomplish? Bojack launched a series of relentless attacks at Vegeta, but each and every one was effortlessly halted by a single finger. Hee with a mysterious smile. Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, "Indeed, even a single finger can be somewhat oppressive. What if I stand here and allow you to strike?" Infuriated, Bojack unleashed a punch to Vegeta's face, but alas, his full-force attack merely disturbed Vegeta's bangs. At that moment, Vegeta slowly assumed a battle stance and said, "It is truly unfortunate that you lack immortality. There are many powerful techniques I dare not employ against you." Upon finishing his words, Vegeta widened his eyes, causing Bojack to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was flung backward by an invisible force. From a considerable distance, Vegeta threw a punch. Boom. The immense spiral punch generated a shockwave that directly struck Bojack. This punch, traveling at an astonishing speed, sent Bojack's body spiraling around the sphere, identical in size to Earth, before returning to him, where Vegeta effortlessly caught it with outstretched hands. The mere gust of air from that single punch brought Bojack to the brink of death, reverting him to his normal state. Vegeta tossed him to the ground and healed him once more. Upon awakening, Bojack experienced an unprecedented enhancement. He transformed again into Super Saiyan 4, pushing his limits. Gazing at Vegeta. Yet, despite his significant power boost, he felt no assurance in defeating this creature that epitomized invincibility. With a tinge of regret in his eyes, Vegeta looked at Bojack and said, "It is a pity that removing the Patera earrings would result in our separation. Otherwise, with the addition of Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks, the 6 of us together might truly compel me to unleash my full potential. Perhaps I should ask Bulma to develop a fusion bracelet, but if it fails to replicate the Potara's effect, it would be futile. Nevertheless, you should be able to grow stronger now, right?" Chapter 37. Use Ultra Instinct on me. Vegeta controlled the energy within him, releasing the sealed spiritual energy. He continuously diminished his divine aura, causing the swirling spiritual energy around him to gradually shrink. Previously, Vegeta's state resembled that of an explosive power-up in Dragon Ball, where he entered a peak explosion state after fully charging his energy bar. However, this was far more intense, with superior endurance, output, and visual impact. Yet, he maintained the bare minimum divine aura necessary for Ultra Blue, rendering it similar to a regular Ultra Blue enhancement. He looked at Goku and said, "All right. I am now sustaining my Ultra Blue form with minimal energy. Moreover, it is leaking, so our strength should be roughly equal now. Enjoy yourself. I will fight at a slightly weaker state as your power increases." This time, Vegeta charged forward first, landing a punch on Goku. Goku gritted his teeth in pain and raised both hands to strike down at Vegeta. Vegeta could have easily evaded the attack, but since Goku wanted to compare strength, he obliged. Vegeta raised his arms to block Goku's strike, causing the ground beneath them to deform and collapse. Both of their arms began to tremble as they seemingly reached their limits. However, Goku's power erupted once more at that moment, unleashing a purplish-red aura that could dye half of the alternate dimension. Vegeta also increased his energy, and the blue aura surrounding him intensified. At that instant, the point where their arms met seemed to create an immense gravitational pull. Both Vegeta and Goku realized that if they continued, the entire space would collapse. So they instinctively withdrew and created distance. A different smile finally appeared on Goku's face. It was not one of arrogance or madness, but rather one of satisfaction derived from battle, radiating happiness. Goku remarked to Vegeta, "You should reinforce this space." Vegeta, panting slightly, replied with a smile, maybe next time. Doing this consumes a lot of divine power, and it will repair itself automatically. Let's make do for now." With that, Vegeta charged forward again to engage Goku in battle, and at last, they they reached a state of equal footing. After 10 minutes of fighting, Goku landed a punch on Vegeta's face, sending him flying onto the ground. Goku frowned at Vegeta and said, "You've helped me recover several times. Go eat a Senza bean and then come back. I have my own dignity. I don't want to take advantage of you." Vegeta, breathing increasingly heavily, stood up and replied, "No need. This is my first time using Ultra Blue in battle, and I haven't fully adapted yet." Gohan, observing Vegeta's condition, turned to Vegeta and asked, "Uncle Vegeta, it seems Uncle Vegito is already quite exhausted. Can he still win?" Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, "I don't know." When he completed his Ultra Blue transformation, he consumed a considerable amount of energy. As far as I know, a leaking and incomplete Ultra Blue will rapidly deplete his remaining stamina, but if he concentrates his power, Goku cannot match him. It seems difficult to maintain a balanced state for an extended period. That guy is just too gentle. He only wants both sides to experience the joy of battle. If it were me, I wouldn't be so considerate. Vegeta approached Goku and said, "You are also suppressing your power. The Ultra Instinct state has been lifted. Since we've come this far, neither of us should hold back." Vegeta raised his fist towards Goku and smiled. "For my sake, for this contest, use Ultra Instinct on me. Then, let us settle this with a single move." A peculiar smile appeared on Goku's face, tinged with sadness, anger, and sorrow. Then, his pupils vanished. A powerful aura continually pushed Vegeta back as Goku exploded with two massive spheres of green energy, tenfold. Super explosive wave. Vegeta squeezed out his last reserves of energy, raising his hands as his aura erupted like blue lava from a volcano. Ultimate Kamehameha wave. The two immense energies collided, and Vegeta's shockwave was slightly stronger, gradually pushing Goku's wave back. Vegeta shouted, "What's wrong, Goku? Is this all you can do even in Ultra Instinct?" The sky changed colors as energy continued to gather around Goku. He, building upon the super explosive wave, charged up and launched a tenfold ultimate Kamehameha wave. Simultaneously, his aura surged once more. As Vegeta's Kamehameha wave was slowly pushed back, Android 18 clenched her fists and declared, "If he can just refocus his energy, he can win." Old Kai shook his head. "In such a powerful output state, that's impossible. Vegeta has already reached his limit." At that moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted, "Remember this. No one who has witnessed my limit has been born yet." Vegeta controlled the output of his aura, causing the massive shockwave to shrink and intensify, pushing back Goku's wave once more. Old Kai murmured, "I see. It's like the principle of a high-pressure water gun. But how difficult must it be to control such immense energy?" In an instant, a fierce red aura erupted from Goku. This aura was so vast that it enveloped even the purplish-red energy surrounding his limit-breaking form. Old Kai raised his hands to shield himself from the intense airflow, exclaiming, "Kaioken?" Using it in this state, is he trying to throw his life away? Goku's skin ruptured, blood oozing from various parts of his body. At that moment, his body had reached the limit of the energy it could withstand. Vegeta took a deep breath and smiled. "Simply increasing energy will not defeat me. Let me show you something else." The massive blue aura surrounding Vegeta began to spiral around him. Then, it all converged in his hands, forming a rapidly rotating energy ring, which infused into his shockwave. The shockwave began to rotate as well, instantly overpowering Goku's wave. "No, it's impossible." Just as the shockwave was about to hit Goku, Vegeta suddenly yanked upward, causing the shockwave to graze past Goku's body and veer away, ultimately creating a massive dimensional rift that seemed ready to swallow everyone. Vegeta extended his hand towards the rift, using divine power to forcibly close it. That was close. I almost knocked you out." Goku fell back to the ground, bloodied and bruised, with a scraped area on his chest exposing a rib. Returning to his normal state. "I lost." Vegeta tossed a Senza bean to Goku and consumed one himself, restoring to his normal state. "Not bad. Although you didn't push me to my strongest form. But my stamina is nearly depleted." After eating the Senza bean, Goku voluntarily removed his earrings, instantly splitting into Broly and Gogeta. At that moment, both bore a hint of reluctance, their heads lowered. Vegeta flew forward and encouraged them, "Keep it up. As long as you keep training, you will improve. Sooner or later, I will catch up to my current self." After this battle, Broly seems to have undergone some transformation as well. He returned the Patera to Vegito and inquired, "Will there be another opportunity to battle with you?" "There certainly will," replied Gogeta. After their recent fusion, he should now be able to attain the form of Super Saiyan God, right? Gogeta reflected on the sensations he had just experienced and remarked, perhaps not yet, but if I had a tail, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 should pose no challenge. In that case, there is no alternative. It seems we must rely on the ritual for transformation. Fortunately, the number of people here is sufficient. Additionally, to ensure that there are enough righteous Saiyans, I specifically asked Bulma to bring along the young Trunks. Chapter 38. Vegeta. I do not consume beef. 6 Saiyans joined hands, channeling their mental energy into Gogeta's body. This phenomenon was profoundly mysterious. It was neither ki nor divine aura. It resembled an energy emanating from the heart, independent of the physical form, and at that moment, Gogeta's presence intensified. In his Super Saiyan state, he acquired strength surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. The lightning surrounding him crackled continuously, and as he gazed at his hands, he murmured, "This seems akin to Vegeta's so-called Super Vegeta transformation." Indeed, it merely augmented his ki, not transforming him into a Super Saiyan god. It was either due to someone infusing ki or a matter of character. As he spoke, the group focused their attention on Raditz. Raditz stepped back, hastily explaining, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Old Vegeta turned to Vegeta and inquired, why not directly infuse divine aura into him? That won't work. Super Saiyan 4 can absorb and integrate all energy because it inherently possesses that ability. The reason this is termed a ritual must be due to specific restrictions. Even if one is not righteous, they must at least be sufficiently pure. It seems we can only attempt to bring in that little Trunks for a test. Presently, the only participants were Vegeta, Gogeta, Gohan, Trunks, and the old Vegeta. Should Gogeta disintegrate, it was uncertain if this timeline's Vegeta would suffice. The other Saiyans, likely due to their rebirth, were neither righteous nor pure individuals. Otherwise, considering Raditz's current experiences, it was improbable that he harbored malevolent thoughts. Nevertheless, during that era, few Saiyans were virtuous. Upon hearing this, old Vegeta remarked, I'll go retrieve him. That boy is a Saiyan and should be able to endure this environment. After about 10 minutes, Vegeta returned, cradling little Trunks. For him, it had felt like mere seconds. He had seen Bulma preoccupied with some task and swiftly snatched Trunks away, intending to return him before she noticed. All right, hurry up. Little Trunks was gently guided by old Vegeta and Gogeta. Vegeta closed his eyes, concentrating, still not right. Clear your mind and contemplate positive thoughts. I will draw that energy through our connection. Moments later, a crimson aura emanated from Gogeta, his form visibly thinning, with his hair, eyebrows, and pupils transforming to a striking red. He threw a few punches into the air and exclaimed, incredible. I feel as though I would not be weaker than the previous Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Old Vegeta, looking at little Trunks in his arms, urged, don't just revel in it alone. Finish with the others. Following suit, under Vegeta's guidance, even little Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan god. The group stared in disbelief at the floating child, exclaiming, This is utterly absurd. Is there a sale on Super Saiyan gods? Vegeta pondered aloud. It seems that the Super Saiyan god form imposes no requirements on base combat power, only on righteousness and malevolence. However, to master control, extensive training is needed. For now, you can only temporarily assume this state. Consider it a one-time transformation. To use it again, the same method must be applied. Gogeta counted on his fingers. Once you and Trunks leave, it seems the numbers won't suffice. Vegeta glanced at Broly and said, isn't there still one more? Broly sat silently, and after merging with Gogeta, his demeanor appeared to have shifted somewhat. After all, merging facilitated a mutual understanding, allowing him to contemplate many previously perplexing matters from the other's perspective. Although Goku's cries still haunted him, triggering PTSD, upon reflection, Goku had merely been an innocent child, crying out of instinct. However, expecting him to never lose control or resort to violence was unrealistic. The original Broly's backstory depicted him as a bloodthirsty Super Saiyan. The inhabitants of this timeline were concerned about Broly, a being of such immense power residing on Earth. If he were to lose control, even Gogeta, combining Goku and Vegeta, and mastering the Super Saiyan God transformation, might not guarantee victory. Daz gulped and approached Broly, asking, Mr. Broly, can you coexist peacefully with the folks on Earth? I don't know. Probably not. The moment I sense Kakarot's ki, it's hard to contain myself. Vegeta, observing the concern among the group, interjected, if you're afraid, I can eliminate him. The statement caused everyone present to gawk at Vegeta, exclaiming, that's too extreme. Vegeta approached Broly and offered, I can send you to a distant planet, where it will be tranquil, and there will be guidance to help you control yourself. Would you agree? Yes. All right then, we shall proceed after your training concludes. In the ensuing time, Vegeta instructed the group in their training. The likes of Bojack and his crew were no match for this assembly of Super Saiyan gods, becoming mere sparring partners for Piccolo, Android 17, and Android 18. Once the Super Saiyan god status dissipated, Vegeta treated them before directing Gohan and Daz to train. Meanwhile, Gogeta continuously practiced against Broly, while old Vegeta sparred with a newly empowered Piccolo. Bojack, bruised and battered, knelt on the ground and raised a piece of white cloth, declaring, I surrender. I surrender. I beg you, please stop hitting me. Vegeta approached Bojack, stating, You dare invade Earth and surrender before the invasion even begins? Is that not an invitation for my wrath? Bojack, bowing deeply before Vegeta, replied, My back has been broken several times. I implore you to show mercy, or grant me a swift end. Gohan interjected, Isn't this just ordinary training? It feels as though we are bullying you. Daz chimed in, Indeed. You should have improved your combat skills. After all, you were the ones aiming to eliminate us. Vegeta took a deep breath and declared, Enough. Bojack, I grant you a chance. Eliminate all your comrades, and I shall let you go. Hearing this, Bojack rose, a smile gracing his face. This is your word. No takebacks, right? Indeed, I have never consumed beef. What do you mean? It's nothing. Go ahead. Bojack darted towards the nearest Zanya, raising his hand to strike a vital area. In the next moment, a long energy blade pierced his heart. Bojack coughed up blood, utterly befuddled as he turned to Vegeta. Why? Vegeta maintained the energy blade with a smile, explaining, I did say I would let you go if you killed them, but you must be capable of doing so. With that, Vegeta sliced Bojack in half. Gohan, witnessing this, swallowed hard and whispered to Daz, Is Uncle Vegeta truly a righteous person? He should be. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to the remaining three, noting that one of them had been obliterated earlier by Broly's reckless attack. Thus, only 3 galactic warriors remained. Do you wish to live or die? We wish to live. Henceforth, pledge fealty to Earth, remaining steadfastly upon its surface, and intervening in battle only when the planet is imperiled. With these words, Vegito conjured spheres of energy between his fingers, imbuing the trio's minds. I shall impart the method of controlling this key to a ruthless individual devoid of compunction. And should he deem your existence superfluous, your demise shall be instantaneous. Vegeta, perplexed, inquired from the sidelines, Why spare these wretches? Eliminating them would be a far simpler solution, as they are unlikely to prove beneficial later on. They harbor certain enigmas. Procure for me a sample of Bojack's cells. Vegito recalled a fan-made comic that alluded to the origins of Bojack's cohort, depicting them as genetically modified criminals enhanced through pharmacological means. Vegito, having probed their memories during their return, confirmed that this premise held true in this reality. Bulma, he surmised, should be capable of reverse engineering the blood to synthesize the enhancement agent. Chapter 39, 18 versus Vegeta. As night fell, fatigue began to seep into everyone's spirits. Old B said to Vegeta, Everyone's condition is deteriorating. This hyperbolic time chamber, being so small, is hardly conducive to rest. Should we take turns? Vegeta glanced at the dilapidated entrance and replied, Indeed, the influx of visitors has made resting a challenge. Piccolo, you should be able to create things out of thin air. Right? Piccolo responded, I can't create anything too large or complex. I can only fabricate the necessary materials and construct from there. Raising his hand, Vegeta unleashed divine energy towards the entrance of the time chamber. Let me give it a try. The entrance began to expand, and fortresses materialized out of thin air. Eventually, the entire entrance transformed into a grand castle. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Creating something monumental is indeed taxing. It requires precise control over my mental energy. However, I will grow accustomed to it. This castle, made from Kachin steel, would require at least super blue level power to shatter. Old B knocked on the wall and marveled, It is indeed quite sturdy. If you can conjure it from nothing, it could serve as an effective means of attack. 18, standing beside Vegeta, inquired, Are there twin beds, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a restroom? Of course, I prepared those while creating. However, the ingredients are. Just then, Vegeta's stomach grumbled, and he slumped to the ground, saying, I suddenly feel too lethargic to move. Trunks quickly produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. Mr. Goku mentioned that the food inside isn't very palatable. So when we came in, Mom specifically prepared ready-to-eat meals for us. There are also some portable cooking utensils. We just need to heat them. 18 looked at the array of ready-made ingredients, somewhat disappointed, and said, "Your mother is quite considerate. This way, we don't even have to cook." 17 chuckled. "What? Do you want to show off your culinary skills? I recall you can't cook. I can learn." "Then take your time. I'd rather eat plain flour." At that moment, Piccolo shouted, "Hey, Vegeta has collapsed." Upon hearing this, 18 rushed to Vegeta, cradling him in her arms. "Wake up. Are you all right?" "I'm starving." 18 shouted to the others, "Quick, bring food." Moments later, Vegeta, Gogeta, and Broly began to feast heartily. Old B observed Vegeta incessantly shoving food into his mouth and asked, logically, "At your level, you should be fine even without food." Vegeta swallowed his food and replied, "I'm not quite at that level yet. If necessary, I can go without eating or drinking for a long time. However, hunger severely impacts my mental state." Piccolo, arms crossed, added, "So, your eating is not for physical necessity, but rather to satisfy a mental craving. Thus, even if you conjure food from nothing, you wouldn't consume it. In your perception, that food originates from you, akin to eating something you've drawn. Even if you truly ate it, you wouldn't feel full." After sipping some soup, Vegeta wiped his mouth and smiled. "That sounds about right. In any case, eating certainly enhances my ability to exert power. Starving feels like a chronic blood loss debuff to me, and it's a genuine detriment. If I realize I need to eat, but go too long without it, I might just perish." Old B pressed further. "Conversely, if you believe you don't need to eat, would it have no impact even if you never consumed anything?" Vegeta pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps. There was a time on Yardrat when I forgot to eat for over 3 months. I only realized it when I suddenly felt hunger." 18 mused, "So, as long as you don't mention food in front of you, and don't remind you of it, you won't feel hungry. By the way, can you create gold out of nothing?" "Certainly, I can conjure gold, diamonds, and jewels." 18's eyes widened in astonishment. "Then, wouldn't we become the wealthiest family in the future?" "In theory, yes. But the rarity of resources is what gives them value. Conjuring or erasing resources disrupts balance." Old B crossed his arms and remarked, "I see. To some extent, you are akin to Shinron now." The old Kai had also warned that abusing the power of the Dragon Balls would disrupt natural order, and we all paid the price. "Is there a cost to your frivolous usage? Perhaps you might turn into an evil dragon or something." Vegeta replied, "That won't happen. What you see is not truly conjured from nothing." "What is it then?" Piccolo explained on Vegeta's behalf. "Using this method requires energy consumption. In other words, converting energy into matter. Think of it as a materialized energy wave." With that, Piccolo raised his hand and condensed a piece of Kachin steel in a conical shape. "This has inspired me. If I create a piece of Kachin steel at the front of my Demon Wave Cannon, its power will surely soar. I shall name this new technique Demon Kachin Cannon." After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. 18 silently followed Vegeta, and just as he opened the door, he waved, "Well then, good night." At that moment, 18 kicked the door open, causing both her and Vegeta to tumble to the ground. She crossed her arms, visibly displeased, and walked in, saying, "Are you joking with me? I was offering you this room." 18 approached and seized Vegeta by his collar. "You were the one who flirted with me first, and now you're just leaving it at that? I thought you preferred a more leisurely pace. My original plan was to spend some time together first, and then perhaps ask you out after we leave." 18 embraced Vegeta's head and kissed him. "I prefer things direct. Don't always make me take the initiative." After pulling Vegeta up from the floor, she kicked the door shut behind her. With a playful blush, she grinned, "Tatakai? You should know I have infinite stamina. Today, I will defeat you. The invincible one. Let me experience that move you used earlier. Consider it a warm-up." Vegeta replied confidently, "I'll finish you off before we even get to the warm-up phase." Initially, the two fought evenly until Vegeta employed numerous attacks that 18 had never encountered before. Within just a few rounds, she was swiftly bested, but with her boundless energy, she merely rested for a moment before launching a counterattack, fueled by the lingering battle fervor. However, her opponent was none other than the unparalleled Vegeta. Even without the advantage of infinite energy, his remarkable skills, formidable output, and recovery kept 18 under constant pressure throughout this prolonged battle. When 18 found herself lying on the ground, nearly unable to think, Vegeta approached, arms crossed. "What's wrong? Get up. The warm-up has barely begun. I'm just starting to show a fraction of my strength." With that, Vegeta's body radiated a golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Android 18 gazed at Vegito with trepidation. She hastily scrambled to Vegito's attire, retrieving a Senza bean and consuming it. Subsequently, her confidence was restored. Let us proceed, then. Be forewarned, the same stratagem will prove ineffective against me. Humph. You are merely apprehensive of the technique I previously employed. Very well. I shall enlighten you further. 72 hours later, after extensive training, the group beheld Vegito emerging with his arms folded. Gogeta, observing Vegito's altered appearance, inquired, "Have you been secluded, perhaps achieving a divine Super Saiyan form in your base state? What? Your current demeanor bears a striking resemblance to that of a Super Saiyan god, albeit with a more slender physique. What? The great Vegito, experiencing post-battle debilitation?" Vegito clenched his fists and erupted with vigor, his physique instantaneously reverting to its original state. Android 17 surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Speaking of which, where is Android 18? She has been conspicuously absent these past few days. Still not broken, I presume." Chapter 40. Unleashing Potential the following day. Everyone emerged from the room of spirit and time. In this timeline, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had all attained the Super Saiyan 3 level. Likewise, future Trunks had achieved a similar feat. Regrettably, only Goku and Vegeta could transform freely into Super Saiyan God, as their training efficiency in the fused state was significantly higher. They were still a bit short of achieving Super Saiyan Blue, primarily due to insufficient time and a less-than-ideal starting point. Piccolo had developed an orange form, making him the most formidable warrior in this timeline aside from Broly. Old Kai had also seen a tremendous increase in strength, having trained in the Super Saiyan 4 state for an entire year. Even in his base form, he could match future Trunks in Super Saiyan form, while Goku, in his Super Saiyan God state, could only equal Old Kai's regular Super Saiyan form. Among the other Saiyans, only Dallas could transform freely into Super Saiyan 1, albeit a rather feeble version that could not even contend with Android 16. Nappa and Raditz had also grown exponentially stronger, yet they remained unable to transform. Androids 17 and 18 had experienced significant enhancements as well. According to 17, dealing with the fully formed Cell posed no challenge. As for Android 18, her daily intense battles with Vegito had allowed her to reach the Super Saiyan 3 level, while dining on dishes prepared by Mr. Bubbles in the Supreme Kai's palace. Bulma had once again underestimated the Saiyans' appetites. After a casual few bites, Vegito conjured several bottles and handed them to Bulma. These contained cells from Bojack, whose gang had injected themselves with a certain enhancer, granting them powers comparable to a Super Saiyan. If they could reverse engineer this for Earth's inhabitants, it would provide an additional layer of security in the future. As Bulma accepted the bottles, she murmured, "I'm not particularly adept in biology. I may need assistance, but I will do my utmost to develop it." Vegito nodded and then produced a phone from thin air. "Take this. It allows you to contact me across timelines. Use it only in dire situations." Bulma looked at the phone and asked, "Are you saying you have to leave?" "In about a week, yes. I need to resolve some issues with future Trunks." After everyone finished their meal, Vegito placed his hand on Broly's shoulder. "I'll take Broly to a suitable location first." Android 18 crossed her arms and inquired, "How long will you be gone?" "A few days, I suppose." "That long? I want to go with you." Android 17 chuckled from the side. "Can't bear to be apart for just a few days? Mind your own business." 18 had been inseparable from Vegito lately, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters from him. "All right, then Vegito will accompany us. The other Saiyans who came with us will continue their training in the room of spirit and time. The remaining ones can decide for themselves." Old Kai voluntarily placed his hand on Vegito's shoulder, and in the next moment, the three vanished from sight. Goku looked at his counterpart in this timeline and said, "Let us go, Vegeta. We'll try again. This time we will surely transform into Super Saiyan Blue." Before Vegito returned, they would fuse into Gogeta once more to test their abilities against him. Vegeta, unusually, did not refute Goku, as he too wished to master Super Saiyan Blue before facing Vegito. However, he was well aware that his power alone was insufficient to rival Vegito, so he did not resist fusing with Goku. Vegeta turned to future Trunks and said, "Since Vegito is going with you, why not train with us for a while longer?" "Sure, father. This time, I want to reach your level." Gohan scratched his head and addressed Goku. Dad, I think I'll sit this one out. If I go in again, I'll look significantly different from my peers, and that would complicate school." Goku felt a pang of disappointment but smiled at Gohan. "All right. You can head back for now. In the Kaioshin realm, Vegito used Jebit's instant transmission to arrive in this sacred domain. He sensed no other presence and took the lead in flying forward. The four reached a towering stone tower, and Vegeta looked at the sword and asked, "Is that the Z sword? Are we really going to free that old man now? Don't you want to master that transformation?" Vegito stepped forward, effortlessly drawing the sword with one hand and swinging it a few times. "It's a bit heavy." He then raised his other hand and flicked the blade, causing the Z sword to snap in two. Moments later, a hunched old man appeared before them. The old Kaioshin glanced at the group and remarked, "Time travel is a serious crime, but since you freed me, I want to hold it against you." Vegito smiled and replied, "We traverse time merely to eliminate formidable foes. I hope you can assist in unlocking their potential." The old Kaioshin turned his gaze to Android 18 and chuckled. "That's not out of the question. Let me take a look." However, before he could finish, Vegito appeared before him and coldly said, "I'm only being civil due to your age. Mind your words." The old Kaioshin, terrified, nodded in response. After Vegito released him, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "All right. But unlocking the latent abilities of you and that large fellow will take more than 1 or 2 tries. We don't need it. Vegeta, you may go." Vegeta crossed his arms and asked, "After unlocking potential, can I still continue to grow stronger through training?" The old Kaioshin replied, "Of course. What I unlock is merely the maximum potential you can achieve at your current state." After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta said, "Never mind. I'm strong enough as I am. I don't need external assistance to improve." The old Kaioshin glanced at Vegeta's tail and inquired, Haven't you already managed to transform into a great ape?" "Great ape? Are you referring to Super Saiyan 4? The old Kaioshin laughed. "Super Saiyan 4? It seems you've taken quite a few detours. If you can maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form while training, you may yield unexpected results." Vegeta asked, "Could it allow me to transform into Super Saiyan 5? "No. Once you unlock it, Super Saiyan 5 will no longer be necessary. The true transformations for a Saiyan are merely Great Ape form, and Super Saiyan God. As for the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 5, they are merely side effects of enhanced power." Old Kai listened to the old Kaioshin's words without sensing anything amiss, yet Vegito found it quite peculiar. Logically, GT and Super should represent entirely different worldviews, with many basic settings differing. However, this old Kaioshin possessed knowledge exclusive to both GT and Super. Vegito interjected, "Old Kaioshin, does this timeline have gods of destruction and Zeno?" "Indeed. I warn you. Don't think that a bit of power allows you to challenge a god of destruction. That being's strength will always exceed that of the strongest in the current universe." Vegito chuckled. "So, that's the case. Now I'm curious to see for myself." The old Kaioshin shouted anxiously, "You must not go. As long as you do not provoke that being, I can unlock the potential of all of you." Hearing this, Vegito placed his hand on Android 18's head and inquired, "Can androids also benefit from this?" After a thorough appraisal, the old Kaioshin declared, "Potential can be unlocked through training and augmentation." "Very well," he continued. "I accede to your proposition. Provided that you augment the latent abilities of our entire assemblage, I shall refrain from seeking out Beerus. A binding accord, I presume?" "Indeed." Vegito surreptitiously smirked, confident that as long as he himself remained untouched, the condition of augmenting all would not be breached. Once Android 18 and Vegeta had undergone the procedure, he would promptly seek a contest with Beerus. Vegeta, while reluctant to rely on external forces for empowerment, was intrigued by the prospect of unforeseen benefits. With this in mind, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 and approached the old Kaioshin, stating, "Proceed." The old Kaioshin inhaled deeply and commenced circling Vegeta, his movements resembling a dance. To onlookers, this appeared to be a mere ritual. However, Vegito perceived far more. He discerned that with each rotation, invisible divine energy intertwined with Vegeta. After 8 hours, the ritual concluded, and the old Kaioshin seated himself before Vegeta to commence the amplification of his power. Upon sitting, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You are far more formidable than I anticipated. It will necessitate at least 36 hours to fully unlock your potential." Vegito promptly positioned himself behind Vegeta, placing his hand upon his head. "That protracted duration shall prove unnecessary." Chapter 41. Whis, let me train with you with the assistance of Vegeta. What was originally a task requiring nearly 40 hours for potential development was ultimately accomplished in merely 2.5 hours. The old Kai sat on the ground, gazing at Vegeta in astonishment. "How did you learn this so quickly?" Just by observing, Vegeta replied. Now, feel the power within you. Clenching his fists, Vegeta pushed his energy to its utmost limit in his Super Saiyan 4 form. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sending the old Kai flying. Vegeta extended his hand, catching the old Kai, while standing 2 meters away, watching intently. The aura emanating from Vegeta was not the typical golden hue of Super Saiyan 4, but rather a white light, its quality approaching that of divine energy. Incredible! This power surpasses my previous Super Saiyan 5, and I feel no burden or waste of energy at all. After placing the old Kai back on the ground and brushing off the dust from his robe, he remarked, I've mentioned before that forms like Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are merely variations of this state. Vegeta murmured. Yet this power can truly be called Super Saiyan 4. Let us name it Ultimate Vegeta 4. And with the infusion of divine energy, we shall call it Ultimate Vegeta 4 Pro. Upon hearing this, a smirk nearly escaped Vegeta's lips, evoking memories of the Dark Demon. He remembered how he had trained for Super Saiyan 3 but insisted on calling it Ultimate Vegeta 1. How about calling it Super Saiyan 4, Potential Development? Or perhaps Ultimate Super Saiyan 4, he suggested. At your current level, utilizing Limit Break could potentially allow you to match my Super Saiyan 1, Vegeta continued. Vegeta stepped back, astonished. Is my current self only able to match your Super Saiyan 1? Otherwise, what do you expect? I've improved after spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Following his battle with Broly, Vegeta had significantly enhanced his combat prowess, further amplified by living under high-gravity conditions. The old Kai conjured a bottle of water and took a few sips. Who was next on the list? With your help, our progress will be expedited. Placing a hand on Broly's shoulder, Vegeta smiled. No need. I've already grasped this method. The only remaining issue is the venue. We shall return shortly. Android 18, Vegeta. Place your hands on me. Vegeta turned his gaze skyward, and the old Kai hurriedly exclaimed, that direction. You promised me you wouldn't provoke him. Indeed. But only after we have all developed our potential. Currently, you have only unlocked one. Kai. In a flash, the group vanished from their location. In the realm of destruction, 5 figures materialized at the bank of a colossal conical celestial body. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, so this is the realm of destruction? It appears even more advanced than the Kai-S realm. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta prepared to awaken Beerus with a loud shout when a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It's best not to disturb Lord Beerus while he sleeps. Came the gentle reminder. Vegeta swiftly turned, ready for combat. Is this the angel? Even I didn't notice his arrival. Vegeta extended his hand to Whis, saying hello. Mr. Whis, my name is Vegeta. I have come to inquire whether you require a replacement for the God of Destruction. Whis smiled politely, shaking Vegeta's hand. Although Lord Beerus has no immediate plans for retirement, should you wish to stay as a replacement, he would be quite pleased. Scratching his head, Vegeta replied, I apologize. I wasn't self-nominating. I intended to recommend this. Broly as a candidate for God of Destruction. Whis' smile vanished instantly. That is indeed unfortunate. He began to scrutinize Broly closely. Indeed, aside from his power, he is quite suited for the role of God of Destruction. However, by the time he becomes a candidate, his strength will no longer be an issue. Vegeta interjected, in truth, strength is secondary. He struggles to control his emotions and power. I believe with your guidance, Mr. Whis, he could excel. With that, Vegeta produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground where an array of Earth's delectable delicacies appeared before Whis. A small token of appreciation. Please enjoy. Whis gazed at the feast before him, his eyes lighting up with joy. Ho, Mr. Vegeta, you are too kind. In that case, I shall accept Broly as my disciple. As Lord Beerus is still asleep, I shall take it upon myself to sample these delicacies. After enjoying a considerable amount of food, Whis wiped his mouth and inquired, surely, Mr. Vegeta, your visit is not solely for the sake of the God of Destruction candidate. Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed at the massive tree in the center and replied, I wish to experience the might of the strongest God of Destruction firsthand. Please convey a message. The invincible Super Saiyan God has arrived. After a moment of silence, Whis approached Vegeta and said, to be frank, Lord Beerus is not your match. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination as he responded, one must engage in battle to truly know such things, no? But can you guarantee that you won't take lethal action against Lord Beerus? If I am not mistaken, once you engage in combat with him, you will unleash your full power, correct? Such a display could inadvertently lead to Lord Beerus's demise. Instead, let me train with you. Consider it a casual post-meal activity. Vegeta turned to Whis, his expression filled with anticipation. Is it truly permissible? Whis conjured a staff and waved it, enveloping the massive roots in a protective barrier. This way, even if the entire realm of gods were to be destroyed, it won't disturb Lord Beerus. At this moment, Android 18 and Broly remained unaware of the impending events, while beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. To 18 and Broly, Whis appeared akin to a servant. Only Vegeta, who had exchanged memories with Naru, understood that Whis' strength surpassed that of Beerus. Finally, is it about to begin? I can finally witness the disparity between the angel and Vegeta. Vegeta slightly bent forward, preparing for battle. Whis, staff in hand, smiled. Whenever you are ready. The stage is set. In an instant, Vegeta teleported before Whis and threw a punch, which Whis blocked effortlessly with a single finger. Indeed, the Ultra Instinct technique lives up to its reputation. Vegeta acknowledged. Should you wish to truly indulge, you may need to exert more power. Vegeta's aura began to stir, causing his bangs to sway. Going all out might be a bit dull for both sides. I will initially utilize only 30% of my power. Uncertain if going all out would be enjoyable, Vegeta realized that in this state, only two outcomes were possible. Either he would overwhelm Whis, or Whis would overwhelm him. Thus, he decided to take it slow, wanting to savor the experience, even if it meant facing defeat. Vegeta transformed into full-power Super Saiyan Blue, and in that moment, the entire sacred realm trembled. Vegeta looked at Vegeta, incredulous. Did I just hear correctly? You referred to 30% of your power as merely Super Saiyan Blue in its perfected form? Isn't that unconventional? What is so surprising about it? Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, this state far exceeds Lord Beerus. Even if all 12 gods of destruction united, they would not be his match. Father truly knows how to challenge me. I wonder if I can gauge his full power. A resounding crash echoed through the air, startling the onlookers. In an instant, Vegeta propelled himself towards Whis, delivering a swift kick. Whis raised his hand to block the strike, yet his expression conveyed a newfound seriousness. The residual force from the kick reverberated across the river of the Destroyer realm, obliterating a nearby planet in its wake. Whis, pushing Vegeta away, gazed at the shattered celestial body and remarked, what a conundrum this is. Despite the formidable resilience of the Sanctum, it would be prudent for you, Mr. Vegeta, to temper your unleashed power. At this rate, the Sanctum cannot withstand such tumult. Vegeta responded with a grin. I apologize. I have been exercising restraint. I shall be more mindful in the future. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful, truly worthy of being an angel. Unlike mere numerical anomalies, he was already preparing to block the moment I made my move. I fear only the techniques from planet Yardrat might allow me to strike his core. But it is still too premature. I shall probe further. Chapter 42, Vegeta. I shall also ascend to the mechanism. Whis gazed intently at Vegeta, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of relaxation. The velocity of Vegeta's recent assault was such that, had it not been for the Ultra Instinct technique, nothing beneath the heavens could have withstood it. Vegeta remained stationary, observing Whis, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. There are absolutely no flaws. Having analyzed countless possibilities, none could inflict harm upon him. Whis raised a hand and remarked with a smile, I sense you have attempted thousands of attacks against me in your future. Is this a skill you cultivated yourself? Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly and chuckled. I did not expect you to be able to probe even into events that have yet to transpire. Likewise, Whis replied, perhaps you have underestimated your own prowess, Mr. Vegeta. Your actual capabilities may surpass your predictions. Come at me directly. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Whis pivoted to evade, simultaneously striking at Vegeta's shoulder with a knife hand. Yet, Vegeta's other hand had already intercepted the intended attack. Whis' blow did not seem to trouble Vegeta. It merely possessed an uncanny force. Upon contact with Vegeta's hand, Whis felt the residual energy linger for a brief moment, shifting in a small, rapid motion. Had it been another individual, they would have certainly been rendered incapacitated by such a strike. Vegeta retaliated with a punch aimed at Whis, who deftly rose, using a single finger to press against Vegeta's arm and evade the blow. Whis' initial impression was that he felt like a slippery eel. To land a hit on Whis was akin to attempting to grasp a greased eel with just 2 fingers. Moreover, Vegeta could not accurately anticipate Whis' movements. After this failed strike, both Whis and Vegeta paused. Whis addressed Vegeta, Mr. Vegeta, There is no need to overly rely on that predictive ability. Allow your body to move with instinct. Lowering his head with a wry smile, Vegeta replied, I never expected that predicting the future would prove less effective than reacting to the present. It is a rather disheartening inversion of expectations. Alas, such minor techniques are of no use against someone of your caliber. It is best to engage in straightforward combat. Whis chuckled in response. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta, you currently inhabit a formidable realm. In terms of strength and speed, you may even surpass some angels. Coupled with the realm you speak of, it is likely that even if Lord Beerus were to slightly exceed you in power, he would still be at a disadvantage. Vegeta assumed a combat stance, stating, merely relying on strength and speed will not suffice to overcome an angel. I sense that you possess nearly no vulnerabilities. Even the weakest of angels could likely defeat all the gods of destruction with just a finger, wouldn't you agree? Whis extended his hands, adopting a Wing Chun stance, and replied with a smile, not necessarily. As silence enveloped them for 3 seconds, they vanished in an instant, the dimensional barriers in the air shattering with a series of collisions. Whis, in swift motion, continued to parry Vegeta's onslaught. If this continues, the reinforced sacred realm will surely collapse. Retreating into a different dimensional space, Vegeta followed closely behind. The space they now occupied was a kaleidoscope of colors, frigid and with inverted gravity. Vegeta's speed accelerated, leaving Whis with little room to evade, forcing him to block continuously. Impressive. Never before has a human, or even a god of destruction, pushed me to a point where evasion is impossible, leaving only defense. If I do not counter soon, I may be struck in a vital area. Whis deflected Vegeta's punch with one hand, while the other thrust towards Vegeta's chest. The moment Whis's fingers made contact with Vegeta's pectorals, a peculiar force emanated from the point of contact. Whis's fingers rebounded, leaving him momentarily stunned. This sensation, is it instinctive? In an instant, he reinforced the struck area and neutralized my force with an equivalent direction and angle. Suddenly, Vegeta employed his inherent time manipulation. Accelerating to seize Whis's wrist with a smile, I am curious, if one were to employ grappling techniques instead of strikes, would Ultra Instinct be effective against that? In the realm of Dragon Ball, it seems that due to everyone's ability to fly, no one has developed throwing or grappling techniques. Combat relies solely on striking techniques and energy blasts. Grappling techniques are multifaceted. Sometimes, even with accurate predictions of an opponent's next move, one cannot alter the outcome. Once a grapple is established, even if one lacks the opponent's strength, victory can be achieved in an instant, unless, of course, the opponent relinquishes a joint. Vegeta tightened his grip, rendering Whis unable to escape, while his other hand circled around Whis's arm, preparing to subdue him. Whis quickly slapped Vegeta's hand away and seized him in return. They grappled, clutching each other's arms and shoulders, swiftly dismantling each other's techniques. For both, if they did not escape each other's grasp in the first moment, they would soon lose control over their own bodies. After a flurry of movement, neither inflicted effective grappling or subduing techniques upon the other, and they simultaneously distanced themselves. Whis regarded Vegeta with surprise. I did not expect anyone else to invest effort in this area. Indeed, once caught, ordinary Ultra Instinct cannot evade such sustained and intricate close-quarters combat. Without having perfected Ultra Instinct, one would indeed be susceptible to grappling. Whis continued, yet, when you escaped my grasp, I sensed you often relied on instinct, did you not? Vegeta fixed his gaze on Whis and inquired, what do you mean? Whis smiled. Both you and that Mr. Vegeta must have undergone reincarnation, correct? Vegeta candidly replied, indeed, Vegeta has, but I am uncertain about my own circumstances. Fortunately, I do not dwell on past events, though I did not expect you to perceive this layer. Whis conjured his staff, observing the images within the orbit top it. I can only glimpse the past of Mr. Vegeta and a few others. As for your past, even I cannot discern it. I merely speculate that you share similarities with them. However, it is certain that you once mastered Ultra Instinct to perfection, even if you have lost your previous memories. The fundamental principles of this technique are etched into your instincts, having become second nature. With sufficient practice, you could swiftly reacquire this divine art. Upon hearing this, Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself and smiled. There is no need for deliberate practice. I can effortlessly execute perfect Ultra Instinct whenever I wish. Did you think my claim of operating at 30% power was mere boastfulness? Long before. During his battle with Broly, Vegeta had employed Ultra Instinct when Broly unleashed his full might upon him, and Vegeta had managed to catch Broly's strike with just one hand. This exemplifies the might of Ultra Instinct. Disregarding power disparities, it automatically adjusts the body to its utmost limits. Whis, upon hearing this, displayed a tense smile. Indeed. If that is the case, 30% may indeed be an understatement. So, why do you not fight with all your might, without reservation? I fear the battle may conclude too swiftly. Moreover, I have now adapted to your rhythm of change. You may very well unleash your full power before I do. By the way, since you have always been operating under the mechanism, I shall also engage with the mechanism. Chapter 43. Whis vs. Vegeta. The Ultra Instinct is an almost flawless combat mechanism. Even achieving the level of allows one to automatically evade and block an opponent's attacks, significantly enhancing reflexes and accelerating speed. While it may lack in offensive power, maintaining this state ensures invincibility against opponents of equal or even superior caliber. The next phase is the perfect Ultra Instinct, characterized by hair turning entirely silver. In comparison to, this perfected state compensates for the deficiencies in output, enabling automatic strikes at the opponent's vulnerabilities and instantaneously adjusting both offense and defense to the body's optimal conditions. After consuming the Saban's fruit, the Demon Moro lunged at Goku, only to have his strike countered by Goku's adjusted muscles, resulting in a devastating blow. However, even at this stage, Whis remarked that perfection is merely the beginning of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, Vegeta's speed increased exponentially, yet Whis maintained parity with him. Observing the temporal distortion surrounding Vegeta, Whis commented, "It appears Mr. Vegeta has mastered several formidable techniques. Your current rate of time flow is approximately 5 times that of a normal state, is it not?" Vegeta chuckled, patting his chest. "For someone of your caliber, Mr. Whis, such a simple technique should be easily grasped after just one observation. Indeed, I have already mastered it. By the way, what is the name of this technique?" Vegeta replied, "It is called intrinsic time control." "Ah, I see. Quite fitting. I never anticipated a Saiyan could develop such a technique. However, if you wish to avoid being easily deciphered, I suggest you apply this force field internally. This way, even I would struggle to see through it in a short span of time. Indeed, seeing it once allows one to learn. Then I shall employ some more intricate methods." Whis seemed to hear Vegeta's thoughts and smiled. "If you wish for your ultimate technique to remain elusive and unreplicable, you must utilize divine energy as the source for your divine techniques. The recently accelerated technique, if driven by divine energy, could potentially enhance your speed to limitless heights, perhaps even surpassing the angel's cosmic speed. At that point, it could be termed divine technique, intrinsic time control." Vegeta dismissed his accelerated state, stating, "I could do that now. But I have no interest in using a technique that can be easily discerned by my opponent. Therefore, I plan to try something different. Since you mention limitless, I shall invoke unbounded this time. Unbounded. I will now use 50% of my power, huh?" In an instant, Vegeta erupted with fury, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, his entire being enveloped in a deep blue aura, his hair darkening further. Gradually, his aura condensed, forming a nearly invisible energy layer on the surface of his body. Whis narrowed his eyes, intently observing the transformations in Vegeta. The structure of the force field had altered, with the energy now infused with divine essence. Suddenly, Whis widened his eyes and inhaled deeply, such astonishing control. What technique allows for atomic-level manipulation of such vast energy? In a flash, Vegeta teleported before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Whis, realizing the imminent danger, transformed his staff and raised both hands to block. Bang! The angel's staff began to bend under the force of the blow, and Whis furrowed his brow, observing such incredible might. The speed has also increased beyond previous measurements. As Vegeta's power fully discharged, Whis was sent flying backward, the surrounding space slightly distorting as he flipped in midair before regaining his balance. Vegeta appeared behind him, declaring, "Not yet finished." Whis swiftly pivoted, delivering a knife-hand strike toward Vegeta's face, but Vegeta neither dodged nor defended. Instead, he leaned into Whis's arm, striking directly at Whis's chest. Though Whis managed to block the punch with his other hand, he felt the impact resonate painfully through his palm. In quick succession, Whis launched a series of rapid attacks toward Vegeta, who remained focused solely on offense, engaging in a fierce exchange. Whis's attacks landed on Vegeta but seemed to inflict no harm, causing his pupils to constrict in realization. So that's it. A layer of energy resembling a spatial protective membrane encases his body. This layer of protection can withstand the fluctuations of Ultra Instinct strength. At this juncture, Vegeta had entered a state of immunity against attacks, leaving Whis momentarily unable to dismantle this technique in the heat of battle. Even as he was momentarily suppressed by Vegeta, Whis summoned his full might and aimed to strike at Vegeta's head, but his fist was deflected. The more threatening the attack, the more impossible it becomes to touch him. Seizing the opportunity while Whis' arm was rebuffed, Vegeta landed his first direct hit to Whis' chest. Whis emitted a muffled grunt as the collision produced a shockwave that shattered the surrounding space, and the two were transported back to the God of Destruction's realm. Whis fought against the inertia of his body, landing steadily on the ground. He summoned his staff and tapped it lightly against the floor, reinforcing the space once more. Vegeta, calm and serious, regarded Whis. Indeed, you are an entity close to perfection. It took us this long to produce a single effective strike. However, once that force enters your body, you can instantaneously disperse it, minimizing the damage sustained. It seems that to inflict genuine harm upon you, one must exert power far exceeding your limits. Whis smiled, adjusting his attire. Aside from my two sisters and father, you are the first to land an effective blow on me during a direct confrontation. The energy you wield is not merely a spatial shield. It appears that the closer one approaches you, the slower their speed becomes. How intriguing. It seems infinitely close, yet remains perpetually out of reach. Alas, the divine technique is still slightly beyond your grasp. Vegeta, exuding confidence, replied, of course, should I elevate it to the level of a divine technique, even you, Mr. Whis, would likely be unable to decipher it. Currently, with divine energy as the source, you still have a chance to unravel it. Whis closed his eyes and chuckled. Have you deliberately left me a solution? Unbounded. In the universe of Dragon Ball, which possesses such high numerical values, the mechanisms are rather lacking. Conversely, in weaker universes, extraordinarily powerful mechanisms often arise, and Unbounded is one of them. For Vegeta, who comprehends the principles of this technique and has thoroughly understood Ki on the planet Yardrat, replicating it is not particularly challenging. It merely requires the ability to manipulate matter on an atomic level and possess immense control over one's Ki at the same scale, paired with a formidable perception that substitutes for the six eyes. In terms of difficulty, it is indeed more complex than the 2.5 Goku, but the outcome is far superior. Moments later, Whis reopened his eyes, and he and Vegeta charged toward each other simultaneously. In that instant, time seemed to slow to a near standstill in their eyes. Whis gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes and struck his chest with a resounding slap. Although I may not master it in a short time, I can certainly disrupt your technique. In an instant, I will distort the time and space of your entire being. Though Vegeta observed Whis' strike imbued with spatial power, he recognized it as a perfect opportunity for offense. Then let us exchange injuries and see who can endure longer. The palm, twisted by the fabric of time and space, struck Vegeta's chest. As Whis' gloved fist made contact with Vegeta's torso, it unleashed a surge of black lightning. The surrounding space, reinforced multiple times, began to shatter anew under the immense force. Boom! Following a violent shockwave, both were thrust backward by the overwhelming power. Vegeta was sent crashing heavily onto the ground of the Destroyer realm, feeling as if the very essence of time and space within him had been thrown into chaos. The distortive force of space relentlessly tore at his body, radiating a searing silver energy. He could only instinctively utilize the Ultra Instinct to withstand the spatial rending. Whis was propelled backward, colliding with a decorative star within the realm, causing it to explode. Vegeta felt as though his bones, muscles, and organs were on the verge of being twisted apart. Fortunately, Ultra Instinct aided him in mitigating the damage. He was the first to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. My internal organs feel as if they have been churned to mush. At last, I have witnessed a commendable attack technique, which transformed into a streak of light and reappeared before Vegeta, who was still spitting blood. Looking down at a gaping wound in his chest, he murmured, "Your current strength has reached a mid to upper tier level among angels." Vegeta placed a hand on his chest to heal his internal injuries and replied with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, but now that I have unleashed Ultra Instinct, I shall fight with my full strength." With a wave of his staff, Whis restored both Vegeta's injuries, stamina, and attire. "This ends here. It is no longer necessary. Your previous state compelled me to unleash my full power, and if your Ultra Instinct were even on par with mine. No. Even if it were merely a tier below, considering your various techniques, and those I have yet to encounter, I would still not be your match. It would require my sister's intervention to defeat you." Vegeta, hearing this, looked disheartened. "Please, don't say that. I have only just begun to exert my full strength," Grant me just one more minute. Just 1 minute. Wish chuckled softly and then bowed in Vegeta's direction. A youthful voice echoed from behind Vegeta. You are quite strong. Would you care to stay with us as a god? Vegeta turned around instantly, only to find 2 guards alongside the Grand Priest, accompanied by the Omni King appearing behind him. Chapter 44, The Omni King's Invitational Tournament. Omni King? Upon hearing Vegito utter the Omni King's name, the 2 attendants promptly advanced, exclaiming, Insolent! How dare you address the Omni King with such familiarity? Kneel. Vegito, with a hand on his hip, retorted with a smile, Apologies, my legs are far too inflexible to kneel. Perhaps you could assist me? I haven't quite had my fill of combat. The Omni King, observing from behind, interjected coolly, Stand down. But, before the attendants could respond, the Omni King reiterated in an icy tone, Silence. Do you wish to be erased? The Omni King levitated forward, regarding Vegito with eager anticipation. So, will you remain? Vegito reverted to his base form, stating, I still desire to exist as a mortal until my demise or erasure. Vegito remained unfazed by the prospect of the Omni King obliterating him, accepting it as a possible fate. The Omni King expressed wistfully, Is that so? Then visit frequently when you have the time, won't you? If you don't mind my unauthorized temporal excursions, I have no objections. I don't mind. Because of your arrival, a portion of this timeline has been revitalized. At that moment, the Grand Minister stepped forward, reminding Omni King, Lord Beerus appears to still be slumbering. Shall we rouse him? No need. Let him sleep. The Omni King then gestured towards Broly in the distance. Expedite that individual's ascension as the next god of destruction. The Grand Minister nodded. Turning to Whis, understood. We shall rely on your assistance greatly afterward. Whis. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. Mr. Vegito has recommended a remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Vegeta instructed Broly and Android 18 to remain in place before flying to the side to observe. The Omni King addressed Vegito. By the way, Vegito, your performance was truly spectacular. Would you be interested in participating in a multiverse tournament of power? Vegito and Vegeta simultaneously inquired. A multiverse tournament of power? Vegito's previously stern countenance immediately dissolved into a smile as he approached the Omni King, exclaiming, Sounds intriguing. Is it a contest where individuals from different timelines engage in combat in a singular location? The Omni King affirmed with a nod, Indeed. Wouldn't you relish the opportunity to battle alternate versions of yourself? But wouldn't that be somewhat challenging to organize? Not at all. Take this. The Omni King produced an Omni King summoning device, handing it to Vegito. This device can summon my counterpart from this timeline regardless of your location. You intend to continue your temporal voyages, correct? If you happen upon an interesting timeline, simply press this button, and I shall travel there to negotiate with my other self. Vegito flicked a finger, tearing a spatial rift and depositing the summoning device within. He then inquired, But do all versions of you share similar inclinations? What if one of them refuses? They will consent, for there is a wager and amusement involved. A wager? The Grand Minister elaborated on the Omni King's behalf. The Omni King has decided to engage in a wager with his counterparts from other timelines. Each timeline will select 10 participants, and each battle will involve wagering items, individuals, or even entire universes of equal value from their respective timelines. The victor shall gain control of everything wagered by the opposing side. Vegito stroked his chin, musing, Each battle sounds less like a free-for-all. The Grand Minister chuckled. The specific format has yet to be determined, but there will likely be multiple formats, including one-on-one individual battles. A contest where all participants from one universe face all participants from another, and finally, a grand melee involving members from all universes. Multiple formats provide universes with numerous losses the possibility of staging a comeback. Of course, if everything is wagered from the outset, there is little recourse. Vegito excitedly grasped the Grand Minister's shoulders, shaking him while exclaiming, With something this fascinating, what are we waiting for? Make haste. The Grand Minister, being jostled, responded, It is currently impossible to proceed, hence the need for your assistance. As we are deities, it is inappropriate for us to directly appear in other timelines, as it would violate fundamental rules. Thus, even the Omni King cannot directly interfere with other timelines. But dispatching others to seek out such universes lacks the ability to contend with the Time Patrol. The Time Patrol? Vegito reminisced about the Time Patrol's various underwhelming performances, with Super Saiyan 4 versions of himself being unable to defeat a Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Even a Super Saiyan Blue Vegito from a parallel, trans-temporal universe was subdued. He paused for a moment before asking, "Are they truly that formidable?" The Grand Minister smiled. "For someone of your caliber, they are hardly a challenge. Which is why we seek your assistance. Of course, Mr. Vegito, should you encounter the Supreme Kai of Time, you may also attempt to communicate with her, encouraging her to bring the Time Patrol to participate." Vegito placed a hand on his hip, patting his chest as he declared, "No problem, leave this task to me." How many timelines are required, by the way? All eyes turned to the Omni King, who pondered for a moment before responding. 18, perhaps. But at least 6 of them must be dark timelines. Dark timelines? The Grand Minister clarified. Timelines where fate dictates that evil forces will ultimately triumph over the gods. They differ slightly from timelines like ours, which are plagued by misfortune, as even if someone wreaks havoc, the gods will eventually vanquish them. Of course. Mr. Vegito, this presents another issue. The Grand Minister waved his hand, projecting a light image in midair, depicting a scene from the Dragon Ball GT universe. Vegeta, observing Goku battling the Shadow Dragons, remarked, "Is that not our universe?" The Grand Minister explained, "Indeed, it closely resembles what Mr. Vegeta once experienced. The number of universes far exceeds your imagination, and not every universe possesses an Omni King or God of Destruction. Some universes' highest-ranking deities are merely gods of destruction or even supreme kais. There may even be demon gods or other deities serving as the supreme god. Such universes may be smaller in scale, and thus, there may be fewer things to wager. However, as long as we can gather participants, we still welcome their arrival." Vegito, gazing at the image in the projection, inquired, "I understand. Should I communicate with their leader? That would be ideal. In certain timelines, the Omni King is unable to influence matters. In such timelines, the summoning device will cease to function, requiring Mr. Vegito to exercise his own judgment, whether it be communication or other means. In any case, should the other party agree?" The Grand Minister conjured a stack of papers, handing them to Vegito. "Have them press their handprint on these documents, which will allow them to enter the competition venue." Vegito examined the papers in his hand, sensing the divine power contained within. A contract to establish a connection between universes? Vegeta cautiously inquired, "You wouldn't be attempting to lure them here to eliminate them, would you?" The Grand Minister explained with a hint of helplessness, "Truthfully, we do harbor intentions of eradicating a portion of the dark timelines, but there is no need to worry about what you suggested. Everything will be conducted fairly and justly, with victory determined through battle before any decisions are made." Vegito nodded. "I understand the general idea. What about the time and location?" The Grand Minister pondered for a moment before replying. "Each universe experiences time differently, but we can fix it at a specific point in time. Let's use the period of the Tournament of Power in other timelines as the entry point, which would be age 781, as you call it. Of course, it matters not if certain timelines exist further into the future. We possess the confidence to concede some temporal ground. As for the location, let us provisionally settle upon the world of Void. Should alterations arise, I shall contact you via the instrument provided by the esteemed Grand Zeno." Having stated their purpose, the Grand Priest and Zeno prepared to depart. Vegito, gazing upon the Grand Priest, inquired, "Pray tell, are the strengths of all temporal angels and gods of destruction fluctuating or constant?" The Grand Priest paused momentarily before responding, "Fluctuating, yet not entirely so. In some timelines, the strength of angels and gods of destruction remains fixed, typically adhering to a ratio of 10 for the destroyer and 15 for the angel." Vegeta, seemingly more concerned than Vegito, interjected, "And how does the strength of this timeline's angel rank within the multiverse?" The Grand Priest smiled, replying, "At least within the top 10. It is conceivable that some versions of myself might be outmatched by even the current Whis. Conversely, the current me might be unable to contend with certain temporal versions of Whis. All is possible, Master Vegito. Proceed with caution. Furthermore, be prepared, for Grand Zeno may consider allowing angels and gods of destruction to participate." Vegito nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, now that is intriguing." Subsequently, Vegito turned to Zeno. "I have one further request. I wish to bring Android 18 of this timeline back to my own." Zeno readily agreed. "Certainly, though I shall endeavor to reclaim you all to my timeline in due course." With those words, Zeno, his 2 guards, and the Grand Priest transformed into streaks of light and swiftly departed. Vegito, arms crossed, stood in place, murmuring, 18 universes. Our primary timeline can be counted as one, this one as another, leaving 16 more to locate. Vegeta remarked. The timeline of future Trunks likely fails to meet the criteria for participation, and some time has passed since age 781. No matter, we shall proceed at a measured pace. Let us consider it a journey of exploration. Chapter 45. The Legend of the Ancient Saiyans after Whis tidied up the chaotic realm of destruction. Vegeta approached him to exchange pleasantries. Well then, Mr. Whis, until we meet again, I shall relay everything that has transpired here to those back on Earth. If you ever desire to savor Earth's delicacies, feel free to do so. Whis smiled expectantly, responding, Ho ho ho, how considerate of you, Mr. Vegeta. I shall indeed rely on your friends in this timeline. Subsequently, Vegeta patted Broly on the shoulder, saying, Keep your spirits high. If you ever feel lonely, I will find you a companion. Vegeta had already contemplated bringing Zangya to the realm of destruction when the time was right. As both Zanya and Chi-Lai shared the same green-skinned appearance, perfectly aligning with Broly's Saiyan image, Broly looked at Vegeta and asked, We will meet again, won't we? Absolutely. Train hard. With that, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to bring himself, Vegeta, and Android 18 to the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin, with his hands behind his back, remarked, I didn't expect you all to return unscathed. Where's that large fellow? I recommended him as a candidate for the God of Destruction. And even the Omni King personally approved. What? The Omni King has arrived. Vegeta lifted the old Kaishin with one hand and positioned him in front of Android 18, playfully spinning him around her. With Vegeta's assistance. The ritual that originally required 8 hours was reduced to half an hour. Next came the potential unlocking. As Vegeta aided Android 18 in unlocking her potential, he recounted the events to the old Kaishin. After listening, the old Kaishin's expression turned grave as he slowly said, You are playing a very dangerous game. This is a game of gods. Will you be a pawn or the player? Vegeta shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I just want to fight. Everything else is inconsequential. Android 18 glanced at Vegeta and inquired, Am I inconsequential as well? Vegeta scratched his head, stating, Of course not. Well, in any case, you are all my companions and my bottom line. Regardless of the reasons, if anyone crosses that line, they will pay the price. Even gods are not exempt. The old Kaishin sigh. This matter has already exceeded my capabilities. Vegeta continued, By the way, there is something else I wish to confirm with you. You once. No, it should be in the future, or rather, according to the original historical development, the one who released you was Gohan. At that time, you mentioned that the one who sealed you in the Z-Sword was not as powerful as Majin Buu. Yet later, in an even more distant future, you stated that it was Beerus who sealed you, correct? The old Kaishin understood what Vegeta was getting at. You wish to know why Beerus's power has increased so rapidly, right? Indeed, in that era, even if Beerus's strength did not compare to the Majin Buu of the future, he was still the strongest being at that time. To be precise, Beerus was historically the strongest. One cannot measure the power of the God of Destruction by his past self. Vegeta shook his head. I am aware of that. What I wish to ask is, during this time, there must have been a remarkably powerful individual whose emergence contributed to Beerus's substantial increase in power. Am I right? The old Kaishin took a deep breath and recalled, Indeed. Before Majin Buu and even Moro, there existed a formidable being, a scion of ancient lineage. Hearing this, Vegeta jumped down from a nearby rock. An ancient scion? Vegeta inquired. Do you know about them? Not just know. We paid a heavy price because of them. It was nearly 10 years after the Evil Dragon incident. 3 individuals claiming to be ancient scions arrived on Earth, each possessing power exceeding Super Saiyan 5. They even killed Goten, prompting Gohan to ascend to Super Saiyan 6. Yet he could only defeat one in a one-on-one encounter. Fortunately, they were far more Saiyan than we were. Despite the changing circumstances, they refused to team up. Ultimately, it was only through the fusion of Gohan and myself that we managed to eradicate them all. Vegeta paused. What was the name of the fusion you and Gohan performed? Was it the Dance of the Mates or Patera? Perhaps it could also be called Gogeta? Vegeta clenched his fists and said, Can you focus on something more relevant? Vegeta nodded. All right. Let me rephrase. Do you think your fusion at that time was stronger than I am now? Vegeta covered his head and took a deep breath, feeling that Vegeta seemed to dismiss the ancient science entirely. I truly admire your confidence, but still, it was quite formidable, perhaps even stronger than the previous limit breakthrough of Gogeta. Android 18 suddenly interjected, but they couldn't possibly be as handsome as Vegeta, right? Vegeta earnestly replied, analyzing, perhaps they were similar. After all, Gohan does bear a resemblance to Kakarot when it comes to looks. Listening to their trivial conversations, Vegeta's forehead throbbed, and he clenched his fists, shouting, "I say, aren't you concerned at all about Super Saiyan 6 and the ancient Saiyans?" Vegeta looked at him disdainfully. "Who cares about your so-called Super Saiyan 6? To put it plainly, in the face of me, even if you brought out Super Saiyan 10, it would be futile, let alone the ancient Saiyans who could be defeated by that nonsense transformation. How powerful could they possibly be?" With a defeated expression, Vegeta gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed." The old Kaioshin chuckled at the banter, turning to Vegeta and saying, "Hee, Vegeta is correct. The ancient Saiyans only possessed what you refer to as Super Saiyan 4 transformations, yet their transformations bore unique and individualized characteristics. To simplify, each of their Super Saiyan 4 forms would differ, but undoubtedly, they could defeat your Super Saiyan 5 with their Super Saiyan 4, right? Given your potential unlocked Super Saiyan 4, in a scenario where your base combat powers are comparable, you could dominate them effortlessly." The old Kaioshin's gaze shifted towards the realm of destruction. Earlier, Vegeta's divine aura reached this vicinity, indicating he was likely fighting in the Super Saiyan God form. If we apply that kind of amplification and follow your customary progression, with each power increase, you'd transition to Super Saiyan 5, 6, and 7. That kind of energy elevation Vegeta displayed. Even if your base combat power is equal, you would need to cultivate to Super Saiyan 15 to 20 to match. During that time, Vegeta did not change forms, correct? Vegeta murmured, "Well, it's somewhat ambiguous. Super Saiyan Blue evolution. It's akin to the difference between regular Super Saiyan 4 and transcending Super Saiyan 4. Of course, the amplifications are entirely incomparable." The old Kaioshin smiled reassuringly at Vegeta, saying, "That is the right approach. Fully harnessing the power of a single transformation is crucial." Noticing Vegeta's inner turmoil, the old Kaioshin continued, "Actually, I have glimpsed your memories from that time. Those ancient Saiyans developed an alternative transformation path, under which their great ape characteristics would vanish, their ears becoming pointed, and their heads sharper. Is it possible that they took too many drugs?" The old Kaioshin stared at Vegeta with a straight face. "Are you serious? My friend, I am enlightening you." Vegeta chuckled, "Don't be vexed. With those pointed ears, you must have some connection to the demon realm, wouldn't you say?" The Supreme Kai was taken aback. "You discerned that already?" "Ah, based on my conjecture, that group of ancient Saiyans likely journeyed to the demon realm during their migration, subsequently acquiring its dark powers. This is what enabled them to unlock an alternate transformation. Yet, even so, it shouldn't have amplified Beerus's strength to such an extent. Wouldn't you agree?" Vegeta interjected, mentioning, "Those ancient Saiyans previously stated that only a mutated moon could transform a Saiyan into the true legendary Super Saiyan. However, we eradicated them before that day arrived, leaving not even ashes behind. Neither I, Gohan, nor Trunks underwent the transformation." The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, stating gravely, "Indeed. Back then, it was an ancient Saiyan transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan that caused Beerus's power to escalate rapidly. His strength even surpassed Beerus's at one point, though he was ultimately vanquished. However, that battle greatly satisfied Beerus, and ever since, he has been in search of another Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan God." Vegeta remarked impassively, "It seems the previous legendary Super Saiyan wasn't as strong as a Super Saiyan God. Fool, base power levels must also be taken into account. Moreover, that ancient Saiyan was undoubtedly stronger than an average Super Saiyan God at the time." Chapter 46 Farewell. An hour and a half later. Android 18's potential had been fully unlocked. After a brief test, Vegeta felt that her current strength should be comparable to that of Golden Frieza. Android 18 could hardly believe the magnitude of her newfound power. "Is this truly me? Indeed, to call myself Ultimate 18 would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, this was likely not her ultimate limit. With continued training, she could become even stronger." Turning to Vegeta, 18 asked, "Do you still wish to unlock your potential?" Vegeta scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat troubled. "If I were to unlock my potential as well, it would be rather excessive. That would be unfair to Gogeta and the others." Listening to Vegeta's self-reflection, Vegeta felt a surge of indignation within. How unfair. I desire such talent and latent potential for myself. Suddenly, Vegeta adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "There is nothing unfair about this. You might not catch up to me. But surpassing Gogeta is still within the realm of possibility. Even if Kakarot were to cultivate Ultra Instinct to the level of an angel, He could potentially exceed Gogeta. But can't Gogeta also reach that level? Vegeta furrowed his brow, reluctant to voice this harsh truth. But Gogeta possessed a part of Vegeta within him. When it came to mastering Ultra Instinct, that could indeed be a hindrance. This was the distinction between the Patera and Metamoran fusions. The former birthed a warrior by combining their strengths, while the latter melded all aspects, good or bad, into one. Although the power increase was significant, it left behind certain vulnerabilities. With arms crossed and head lowered, Vegeta lamented, regrettably, in terms of Ultra Instinct's realm. Even if Gogeta were to master it, he may never reach the heights attained by Kakarot and me. However, he is, after all, a fusion. His innate talent and potential are undeniable. Given time, even without fully relying on Ultra Instinct, he might discover a new divine technique. If possible, I sincerely hope that one among you can surpass me. The old Kai approached Vegeta, saying, if you feel you are too strong. I possess one more technique. What? The old Kai conjured a pair of new Patera earrings. Let us exchange them for a pair that is not as potent. Then, I shall utilize my mysterious power to adjust your current state to align with the new Patera. Vegeta, taken aback, replied, such a method exists? Can one exchange formidable Patera for those suited for a less powerful fusion? Indeed. First, allow me to examine your fusion structure. The old Kai extended his hand, placing it upon Vegeta's chest to sense. After a brief moment, he raised his hand in astonishment, exclaiming, it cannot be altered. Why? The old Kai swallowed hard and said, because, my boy, you are not a purely fused being. Your Patera merely serves as a tool and adornment. Nanny. Both Vegeta and Vegeta exclaimed in shock, while the old Kai wore a perplexed expression. After a moment of analysis, he continued, this may sound unbelievable, but in your original world, you were likely a naturally born fusion. Vegeta suddenly realized, no wonder I had a vague feeling. Vegeta and Kakarot exist within the same timeline as me. The old Kai added, however, the essence of your soul is indeed that of the future fusion warrior, Vegeta himself. There may be a formidable, mysterious power that has modified your soul, placing it within a new body, allowing you to appear in your world as a natural fusion. The latent potential of this body likely reaches the point of a Saiyan named Son Goku multiplied by Vegeta. Vegeta was not overly surprised by this revelation, as he had sensed something similar during his ascent in strength. Well, now that everything is complete, we should take our leave. Vegeta conjured a collection of small yellow books and inflatable props. Consider these a token of gratitude. May we meet again in the second timeline, old Kai. Before departing, the old Kai remarked, by the way, Vegeta, I nearly forgot to inform you that your soul's level and divine power have surpassed that of the Kais. Many rules of the world no longer apply to you. But remember, do not act recklessly. Understood. I shall do my utmost to restrain myself. Kai. Vegeta returned to West City on Earth with his companions. First, let's prepare some provisions for the journey. I will seek out Bulma. Android 18 glanced at Vegeta with an expression laden with jealousy. You return only to seek out another woman. I'm off to retrieve the spaceship. I had previously asked her to modify it. Would you care to join me? Very well. Vegeta and Android 18 made their way to Bulma's laboratory, while Vegeta flew towards the sacred world of the Kais. This opportunity was too good to miss. He intended to challenge Gogeta and gauge his own capabilities. As for Vegeta's relationship with Bulma, he no longer felt concerned, for 18 was there to keep an eye on him. Of course, even without her vigilance, Vegeta would not stray. Upon entering Bulma's laboratory, Vegeta immediately furrowed his brows. For within, alongside Bulma, was a familiar figure clad in a white lab coat, underneath which she wore a red and blue plaid dress. 21. It appears she is not yet an android. Upon noticing Vegeta's arrival, Bulma set aside her work and greeted him. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. Is the spaceship ready? Yes. My father completed the final sound system last night. It should be operational now. By the way, allow me to introduce you to an esteemed biologist I have hired. Dr. Womi. Dr. Womi scrutinized Vegeta closely, contemplating. Is this the one who defeated Cell? A Saiyan possesses such strength. Vegeta approached Dr. Womi. Their distance a mere 30 centimeters, as he looked down into her eyes. Hello, Dr. Womi. Bulma, 18, please wait outside for a moment. I have some inquiries for this esteemed doctor. Understanding the gravity of the situation, 18 promptly turned to leave, with Bulma following her lead, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. Doctor. Womi furrowed her brow, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead as she swallowed nervously. May I ask what questions you have for me? Whatever your plans may be, do not toy with Earth. Some powers lie beyond your control. Dr. Womi lowered her gaze, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes. I understand. Vegeta decided to cease, knowing that with the contact information he had given Bulma, should any genuine trouble arise beyond their abilities, he could swiftly return to this timeline to rectify any chaos. By the way, provide me with comprehensive details regarding your research on 18. Or better yet, allow me to handle it myself. Vegeta placed his hand upon Dr. Womi's head, accessing her memories. I see. 18 still has many functions that have yet to be activated. She can also absorb energy to enhance her output limits. Very well, remember to remain compliant. As Vegeta turned away, the next day, a colossal spaceship loomed over the Divine Temple, nearly engulfing its expanse. Trunks input the coordinates of his time machine, and soon everyone prepared to depart. Number 17. Observing number 18 in her athletic attire boarding the ship, remarked, should you decide to hold a wedding, do remember to invite me, though. I regret to say, I lack the means to present a gift. Don't forget to visit your family when you have the chance. Number 18, devoid of her usual threats, offered a frigid smile and replied, if you can't contribute, then perhaps it's best you don't show up. Additionally, you're no longer a child. It's high time you seek a partner. Vegeta turned to number 17 and suggested, in truth, you could join us. Number 17 shrugged and glanced at number 16, saying, no, we intend to find jobs we enjoy. We wish to experience the life of ordinary people. The battered old Vegeta gazed at his equally bruised counterpart from this timeline. The present timeline's Vegeta spoke first. Don't squander your potential. Next time, I want a one-on-one match. Old Vegeta chuckled nonchalantly. That line should come from me. Furthermore, be kind to Bulma and Trunks. Naru bid a brief farewell to Piccolo and denned before returning to the ship's cabin. Bulma, with concern etched on her face, called out to Trunks, Trunks, please send my regards to your mother on that side. Of course. Following this, Bulma silently implored, please, the other Vegeta, and you too, Vegeta, must save the future. As the hatch closed, the spaceship ascended slowly, then vanished in an instant. The inhabitants of the second timeline felt a sense of disorientation, while the travelers aboard the ship began to acclimate to this new existence, realizing that farewells would become a regular occurrence in the days to come. Chapter 46. Reunion after a long absence on the other side. In the primary timeline, Goku, Vegito, and even Frieza were undergoing rigorous training. Indeed, on a certain day prior, Vegito, feeling an unbearable sense of loneliness, sought out Frieza. Transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form and shedding his undergarments, his muscles bulged, subtly revealing a character of virtue. After a dialogue that emphasized moral persuasion, a battered Frieza was brought by Vegito to Earth to join everyone in their training endeavors. Naturally, Vegito would not exploit Frieza without reciprocity. He promised him a wish with the Dragon Balls of Earth after their training concluded. Unlike some individuals who offer empty promises, Vegito assured that he would indeed fulfill his word. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Frieza indulged in a bowl of instant noodles, exclaiming in surprise at the plethora of delectable food Earth had to offer. If I had known, I would have conquered this planet before you Saiyans arrived. He thought to himself, these wild monkeys do not deserve such delicacies. To his astonishment, Broly also appeared there, and Frieza recalled having seen Vegito before his demise, along with the unexpected resurrection of Goku. After an exhilarating bout between Vegito and Broly, the two sat on the steps of the time chamber, sipping on refreshing beverages. Oh, this new sports soda from Bulma is truly delightful, Broly exclaimed, finishing his drink with a loud belch. Vegito chuckled beside him. Do you think our second brother will be all right? Broly, with a gentle smile, reassured him he should be fine. Don't worry, our second brother is immensely powerful. Indeed, my second brother is unrivaled. Just then, Goku, who had been meditating before them, stood up, his hair standing on end and turning a silvery hue, radiating an intense aura. Vegito's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Is this reasonable? However, this state vanished in the blink of an eye. Goku scratched his head and turned to the group, chuckling. Failed if the foundation isn't solid, it's impossible to maintain. It seems I must seek out someone to continue my training. Vegito inquired. Do you have a suitable place in mind? Well, similar to Vegito, I plan to train on Yardrat for a while, and then visit the Galactic Patrol. There's someone extraordinary there. Vegito murmured. Galactic Patrol, is that Gak? I should contact Bulma's sister for more information. Upon hearing Galactic Patrol, Frieza interjected with his usual sarcasm. Ha! Who would have thought that the Saiyans, once reveling in slaughter, now aspire to join the Galactic Patrol to contribute to cosmic peace? If they knew you were consorting with me, you would undoubtedly be deemed criminals. Vegito turned to Frieza, exclaiming, "Are you itching for trouble again? If you speak any more nonsense, I shall cease supplying instant noodles and chocolate to your Frieza force." At this, Frieza promptly fell silent. The abundance of instant noodles had garnered rave reviews within his ranks, and the chocolate was far superior to that found in other universes. Since their introduction, the Ginyu Force had nearly ballooned to the point of being unable to fit into their ships. In the chaotic currents of the multiverse, Vegito examined Bulma's newly modified display system. It allowed for real-time observation of nearby timelines and historical records, enabling precise searches for future needs. As Vegito scrutinized a particular timeline, he furrowed his brow. "Is there a noteworthy timeline?" Bulma asked, approaching him. "Indeed, there are several. This appears to align with the dark universe the Grand Minister spoke of. Such timelines have little to no chance of redemption. However, little does not equate to none. In truth, it seems I have altered the fate of Timeline No. 2 to some extent, and my spiritual level and divine power have elevated accordingly." Android 18 approached Vegito, inquiring, "Is it akin to accumulating merit to become a deity?" "Not exactly. It is more like, well, perhaps it's somewhat similar, so I suggest you try it as well." Vegito crossed his arms, scoffing, "Utterly ridiculous. By all reason, Kakarot should have ascended to divinity after saving the world so many times. Perhaps he has become a god, but you wouldn't want to be a savior, would you?" Vegito replied, "I have no interest in that. I can cultivate my divine power independently. Once we reach Trunks' future timeline, you should visit Capsule Corp, while I, along with others, venture to the afterlife in Namek." As Vegito turned his chair to face Vegeta, he remarked, "Vegeta, the Bulma of this timeline is quite unfortunate. She perished at the hands of someone identical to Kakarot. Can you imagine her feelings? To die at the hands of her most trusted friend." Vegeta clenched his teeth at this, declaring, "I will treat her with the utmost seriousness. Besides, she has aged, I have aged as well, yet I still see her as the most beautiful in my heart, no matter her appearance." In the future timeline of Trunks, year 788, a spaceship hovered above the dilapidated Capsule Corporation. Vegito addressed the group. "This timeline is designated as number 3. Vegeta and Trunks, go find Bulma. You two will handle the androids in this world. Don't forget to track down Cell's energy signature and deal with him. Neru will take Raditz and the others to Namek. Android 18 and I will go." Before Vegito could finish his sentence, he sensed several distinct anomalies. His power was suppressed again, below that of a god of destruction. While he could break free, he saw no need. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing issue was that he felt the speed of this world's descent into ruin had accelerated since their arrival. Their presence felt like a virus to this doomed timeline. For any who sought to save it, they would be viewed as a threat by the will of the world itself. The stronger the savior, the quicker the demise would ensue. Just as in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Vegeta's arrival had, in a sense, hastened the universe's obliteration. Yet they remained unaware of this rule's influence, oblivious to the impending doom that would descend upon them the more they struggled to survive. "What is it?" Vegito smiled. "Nothing of consequence. Let us find Bulma." Once Trunks exited, Vegeta cast a worried glance at Vegito. Vegito reassured him, "What with that look? In this universe, there's no problem I cannot resolve. Now go." After the two departed, Neru spoke slowly. "I understand you don't want to ruin their reunion, but what exactly transpired?" Vegito, sensing the aura of the universe, replied, "It seems there's trouble in the afterlife. I cannot perceive King Enma's law over the deceased. What could happen? Chaos. The threat of androids pales in comparison to such events." Vegito stepped out of the spaceship, raising his hand to create an energy barrier around the dilapidated Capsule Corp, declaring, "Now this place is secure. You three protect the vicinity. Neru, Android 18, come with me to the afterlife." The rusted, heavy steel door of Capsule Corp creaked open. "Mom, look who I brought back." Bulma, her face lined with wrinkles, approached in her work attire. Upon seeing the two figures standing before her, the wrench slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. She had confirmed the identities of the individuals before her time and again. In that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Vegeta." Trunks offered a gentle smile, stepping aside to clear a path. Vegeta, too, with tears glistening in his eyes, approached Bulma. Once adorned in resplendent attire, she now appeared so haggard it was heart-wrenching. The only constant was the glimmer of hope in her eyes that seemed eternally unyielding. In the dim light and amidst her tears, The light within her eyes shone all the more brilliantly. Bulma, you have endured so much over the years. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, Vegeta enveloped her in a warm embrace. This was not her first experience in the arms of the Saiyan Prince. Yet the instances they had shared could be counted on a single hand. Even so, after all these years, she still remembered that sensation. Is it truly you, Vegeta? It is I. I have returned from another timeline. Bulma clung tightly to Vegeta, her eyes shut in fear that this might merely be a dream. When that familiar gloved hand rested upon her head, she heard words that had never before been spoken. Bulma, I have missed you so dearly. In that instant, the distinction between reality and illusion held little significance for Bulma. At least for this fleeting moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. A long-awaited reunion. Welcome home, Vegeta. Trunks. Chapter 47. A Kid. 10 minutes before the arrival of the group in future Trunks' timeline. Enma's colossal form trailed behind two peculiarly dressed individuals. I was unaware of the Supreme Kai's visit to the Netherworld. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. Supreme Kai Shin led the way, with Kibito following closely behind. Shin, displaying the airs of a Kai, addressed Enma without turning around. Enma, Earth falls within your jurisdiction, correct? Indeed. Which soul does the Supreme Kai wish to retrieve? Or perhaps, which judgment do you seek to overturn? I shall see to it immediately. Shin approached the entrance to Hell, stopping before the soul purification machine, his gaze fixed upon the containers brimming with negative energy. How long has it taken to accumulate such a vast amount of negative energy? It is surely time for a replacement, is it not? Have you not cleansed the soul of a being named Bibidi before? The incident involving Majin Buu was widely known, and any deity with even a modicum of authority was familiar with the details. Enma promptly responded, yes, but that was long ago. Bibidi's soul has likely been reincarnated by now. Shin closed his eyes, murmuring, so it is as I suspected? It seems the only way to locate Majin Buu is to exploit this negative energy. Enma inquired with concern, may I ask what the Supreme Kai intends to do? I need to take several of these containers of energy to Earth and use them to lure Babidi into absorbing it, thereby revealing Majin Buu's location. Shin clenched his fist with righteous indignation. This time, I shall eradicate Majin Buu and Babidi once and for all. With that, Shin placed his hand on the pipe, employing his rudimentary matter manipulation skills to gradually shrink it. However, he merely reduced the size of the container, neglecting the immense negative energy within. Crack. 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 Supreme Kai, danger. Boom. Thus, due to Shin's inexplicable actions, the container exploded. Enma shielded Shin, and the explosion triggered a chain reaction, engulfing them in a deluge of negative energy. When Kibito regained his senses, he saw Shin and Enma seemingly merging into a single entity. WH. What is happening? Kibito, pull me out. Kibito rushed to assist, but the three individuals instantly underwent a metamorphosis. They fused into a massive ball of flesh, which then expanded continuously, transforming into a colossal crimson monster. In an instant, an aura of malevolence permeated the entire netherworld, even reaching the realm of the Supreme Kais. Countless enormous, prismatic crystals sprouted throughout the unreachable domains. Simultaneously, Gohan and Piccolo, who were training on the Grand Kai's planet, were abruptly separated by a sharp, crystalline spike that emerged from the ground. Gohan frowned at the crystal, exclaiming in astonishment as he sensed the surrounding aura. What is happening? A formidable presence seems to have arisen in the netherworld. The North Kai, who was observing their training, used his antennae to investigate and murmured, this is terrible. Enma and the Supreme Kai have merged into a monster. Enma's laws combined with the Supreme Kai's divine power. How potent will such a monster be? The Grand Kai, seated on his sofa, inquired, where is Goku? He has disappeared to train elsewhere. We cannot reach him. It seems we must rely on you all to venture into the netherworld. The soulless, they have all been resurrected, even the souls in heaven. Gohan. Piccolo, I entrust the netherworld to you both. In heaven, Frieza hung from a tree, encased in a cocoon. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged through, shattering the cocoon that bound Frieza. He landed on the ground with a superheroic pose. After a moment, he stood and stretched his limbs, declaring, this wondrous sensation is complete resurrection? That wretched simian. I shall make you suffer the torment I have endured for all these years. Back in the present, Vegito, accompanied by Android 18 and Nail, arrived at the entrance to the netherworld. Android 18 casually picked up an irregularly shaped crystal floating in midair and asked, hey Vegito, can this be sold for money? Vegito examined the crystal, remarking, although it is aesthetically pleasing, it contains a significant amount of negative energy. It is best to avoid prolonged contact. Nail gazed at the Enma Palace, which was enveloped in colossal, distorted crystals, and said, it appears that creature is the culprit. Perched atop the Enma Palace was a purplish-red demon. Vegito folded his arms and took a few steps forward, chuckling, oh, impressive key. Its base key is comparable to Super Saiyan 4 Broly from Timeline 2. And there is also a potent divine aura and divine power. If utilized correctly, its overall strength could surpass that of Vegeta. Nail, care to have some fun? Nail wisely replied, I am no match for it. This is your domain. Very well. There is no time to mourn the absence of Hell Gogeta. Now, Vegito, Hell Limited Edition, shall take the stage. Before Vegito could fly off, Gohan and Piccolo arrived before the massive monster. Gohan observed it, saying, is this the creature that has wreaked havoc on the netherworld? Although its ki is overwhelmingly strong, it is quite unique in appearance. Upon seeing future Gohan, even Nail felt an urge to call out to him. Alas, the assimilation had been too long. He might even turn around if one inadvertently called him Piccolo. Piccolo frowned, retorting, fool. This is not the time to comment on its appearance. Do not forget that Android 18 was also a lovely girl. And yet, we were both slain by her. At that moment, Evil Janemba Pro Max Ultra abruptly swung its massive hand down towards Piccolo and Gohan. Vegito estimated that they would survive the blow, and it would serve as a valuable lesson, so he refrained from intervening. Boom. Gohan was sent flying by the enormous palm. Fortunately, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, crashing into Piccolo and sending them both hurtling backwards, landing directly in front of Vegito. Gohan sat up, rubbing his head, groaning, ouch, ouch, ouch. That thing attacked without any warning. Why, kid? This is now a matter for adults. Watch closely as your father teaches it a lesson. Android 18 stared at Vegito with a detached expression. You never miss an opportunity to claim someone as your son. We might as well have one of our own. Android 18. Gohan and Piccolo immediately sat up in astonishment upon seeing Android 18. Without a word, the T-Zero version of the murderous future Gohan stood before them. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and launched a punch at Android 18. Vegito swiftly appeared before Android 18 and effortlessly blocked the blow with a single hand. She is not the Android 18 from this world. In fact, none of us are from this world. Vegito pushed Gohan to the ground with a finger. Gohan stared at Vegito in astonishment, thinking to himself, his ki is very similar to father's, a Saiyan, but he blocked my full power attack with a single finger without even transforming. Damn it. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. Just as Gohan was about to power up, Piccolo placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder, saying, wait a moment. What he is saying is true. What is true? With a cold sweat trickling down his brow, Piccolo gazed at Naru and remarked, if my instincts do not deceive me. You must be Naru, correct? Naru chuckled and replied, indeed, I am pleasantly surprised that you still remember me. Piccolo then turned to Vegeta and inquired, and who might you be? Vegeta introduced himself with confidence. I am Vegeta, a Saiyan from another realm, and I possess formidable strength. He continued, now that introductions are concluded, I must insist that you refrain from harming my Android 18 in my absence. Should any harm befall her, do not say I did not forewarn you. Chapter 48. Wukong. Victory is assured. Vegeta stood several hundred meters away from the colossal evil energy wave, slowly raising his hand, directing it at the monstrous entity. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed the spirit bomb, sending the evil energy wave hurtling away, plummeting towards the depths of hell. Piccolo and Gohan gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, incredible. From such a distance, he merely used his energy to send that creature flying. As Vegeta descended, Android 18 and Nello followed closely behind. Piccolo, intrigued by Vegeta and his companions, sensed that their strength might surpass even that of Goku. Let's go, Gohan. All right. During its descent, the evil energy wave noticed Vegeta pursuing it and waved its hand, causing colorful crystals suspended in the air to race towards him. Vegeta merely unleashed his fury, repelling all the approaching crystals, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, accelerating towards the evil energy wave. Utilizing the momentum of his dive, he struck the creature's rotund belly with a punch, penetrating its very form. With a resounding thud, the massive body fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Vegeta stood nearby, arms crossed, waiting for it to enter its next phase. At that moment, Android 18, Nello, and Gohan arrived, and Piccolo urged Vegeta, what are you waiting for? Now's the time to finish it off. Vegeta chuckled. Patience. This creature likely possesses other forms. Ignoring Vegeta, Piccolo immediately unleashed his fury, his fingers gathering energy at his forehead to form the special beam cannon. Gohan, give it your all. If we don't eliminate this thing, the realm of the living and the underworld will descend into chaos. Yes, Gohan shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta observed with a smile. Have you trained to this level? You could have resolved the situation with a simple day off from King Enma. Moreover, Piccolo, who hadn't fused with Kami, had reached a level comparable to Ultimate Cell. In the next instant, Gohan and Piccolo unleashed the Kamehameha and Special Beam Cannon in unison. Piccolo released 2 rays of energy, intertwining with Gohan's Kamehameha as they soared towards the evil energy wave. The explosion was so fierce that it shook the entire underworld. Vegeta frowned slightly. Ineffective. Most of your energy has been absorbed. What? As the smoke cleared, the evil energy wave retained its corpulent form, but the damage inflicted by Vegeta had already healed. It clapped its hands joyfully, each clap resonating with a sound that shook the very souls of those present. Piccolo, Gohan, and Android 18 covered their ears in distress, while only Vegeta and Nello seemed to possess a means of resistance. With each clap, the pressure it exerted increased. Vegeta snapped his fingers, releasing a more potent sonic wave to counteract the disturbance. The smile vanished from the evil energy wave's face as it glared at Vegeta. Evil energy wave. It threw a punch, and a dimensional portal appeared before it. As its fist passed through the portal, a dimensional rift opened in everyone's blind spots. An arm multiplied into 5, simultaneously striking towards the group. Just as the colossal fist was about to make contact, the dimensional portal abruptly closed. The evil energy wave's arms were severed, causing them to plummet from the air. It glanced at the stumps of its severed limbs, bewildered. The arms on the ground began to disintegrate, reassembling back onto its body. This time, it wore a menacing expression, inhaling deeply before raising its hands towards the group. The entire underworld dimmed ominously, and Vegeta sensed the change around him. This sensation, is it a time freeze like that of Gudo? It seems to wield the abilities of those who have perished. The evil energy wave charged towards the group, intending to utilize its size to ram them. Vegeta floated nonchalantly in the air, unfazed. The impact of the evil energy wave against him resulted in no movement from Vegeta. Instead, the creature was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. The suspended time resumed its flow. Android 18, witnessing the displaced evil energy wave, inquired, "What just happened?" That fat fool's position suddenly shifted. Nello responded, "That creature halted time. I once heard from Gohan that one of the Ginyu Force had a similar ability. It seems this entity can utilize the techniques of the deceased. Vegeta, eliminate it swiftly, but beware of Ginyu's powers. Don't worry, Ginyu should still be alive." That said, 18, Nello, try using energy attacks against it. The duo nodded and began unleashing small energy blasts towards the evil energy wave. However, each attack was effortlessly deflected. As expected, this creature can only absorb the energy of the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, landing on the ground, panting heavily. Why is this happening? My power is rapidly depleting. I only used one Kamehameha. Piccolo, equally affected, landed beside Gohan and remarked, "It seems that even if we don't attack, our energy will still be absorbed. If this continues, we will surely perish." Vegeta waved his hand, causing the halos above their heads to vanish. "Don't worry. With me here, you have been revived." Piccolo stared incredulously at Gohan's disappearing halo. What kind of technique is this? Simply breaking the rules with energy. It's nothing particularly advanced. The evil energy wave prepared a Kamehameha, launching a colossal energy wave towards the group. "Danger! Get out of the way!" Piccolo shouted. Even Android 18 and Nello dove to the sides, but Vegeta merely smiled disdainfully, preparing to counter it. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue appeared before him, effortlessly redirecting the massive Kamehameha upwards with a single kick. Vegeta shouted in frustration, "You idiot! Do I need your help, Dad?" Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, stood protectively in front of Vegeta, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I know you have the power to resolve this, but both King Kai and King Enma cannot perish. Otherwise, this world is truly doomed." To Vegeta's eyes, Goku before him was untouched by the energy drain. Though in a state of death, he seemed to exist independently of the underworld's rules, exuding an essence beyond the 3 realms, detached from the 5 elements. Even my revival techniques are ineffective against him. Super Saiyan 3 has surpassed the limits of my Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, intrigued by Goku's power, returned to his normal state and inquired, "Can we win?" "We will win. I am surely the strongest in this universe." "Humph, just be careful not to get sliced in half. I'm eager to witness your prowess." Chapter 49, Where Has Dad Gone? Goku advanced towards the evil spirit wave, which seemed to sense a looming threat. Several large holes on its body began to emit energy blasts. Goku swiftly maneuvered to evade them, while Vegeta stood resolutely in front of the others, deflecting all incoming energy spheres with one hand. Subsequently, the evil spirit wave placed its hand on the ground, summoning Frieza from the afterlife. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. "Where is this place?" Noticing this, Goku furrowed his brow. "It appears you have the ability to manipulate all deceased souls that have yet to be reincarnated. But Frieza is outdated." In an instant, Goku appeared before Frieza, delivering an uppercut that pierced through Frieza's abdomen. Nappa observed that Frieza possesses formidable mental strength, but he hasn't had the time to hone his physical form. Nonetheless, he is considerably stronger than when he perished. Frieza transformed into a stream of energy, absorbed by the evil spirit wave, causing Goku's expression to grow increasingly grave. I must find a way to defeat him without completely annihilating him. With this thought, Goku chuckled wryly. "I wonder how much I need to beat you to achieve that." Vegeta, standing nearby, raised his voice. "Stop overthinking it. This guy has other forms. Just hit him hard first. Then I shall unleash my full power," Goku declared, vanishing from sight and delivering a fierce kick to the evil spirit wave's abdomen. This blow inflicted significant pain, but unlike Vegeta, it did not penetrate through. The evil spirit wave, spitting out saliva, retaliated with a slap, which Goku skillfully blocked with one hand while launching a ki blast with the other, sending the creature flying. Kamehameha. Once he charged up his full Kamehameha, he instantaneously teleported above the evil spirit wave. The powerful ki blast pushed down relentlessly, nearly flattening the corpulent body of the evil spirit wave. It raised its hand, immediately compressing the blast into its palm and redirecting it back towards Goku. What? Boom. Goku raised both hands to shield himself, absorbing his own Kamehameha. Though he sustained some injuries, his combat prowess remained unaffected. Goten, witnessing this, shouted "Dad." He promptly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged forward to assist, only to be seized by Vegeta, who admonished him, "Don't throw your life away. Although you and Kakarot are both Super Saiyan 3, the gap between you is vast." Vegeta was uncertain of the journey Goku had undergone. His Super Saiyan 3 was nearing Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. In the previous timeline, no singular entity beneath the gods could defeat him. Moreover, Kakarot's powers still surpassed the evil spirit wave, albeit lacking some mechanisms, but he would proceed with caution. After saying this, Vegeta tossed Goten onto the ground. "Stay put and observe. If Kakarot cannot handle it, it is not your place to intervene." At that moment, Goku was amplifying his energy, the golden aura around him growing intensely vibrant. He gazed at the evil spirit wave and remarked, "I never imagined there would be someone like you in this world. Since you possess other forms, I shall confront you with the intent to eliminate you." Goku charged at the evil spirit wave, his form trailing a magnificent golden dragon. Dragon Fist. Extending his fist, the colossal dragon's head collided with the evil spirit wave's body. Explosion. The golden dragon surged through the evil spirit wave, inflicting wounds larger than those from Vegeta's assault. After delivering the blow, Goku turned to the fallen evil spirit wave. How about that? The evil spirit wave's body convulsed, morphing into a mass of red flesh that rapidly shrank. Meanwhile, crystals suspended throughout the underworld began to gravitate towards the mass, eventually forming a colorful crystal mountain, which subsequently diminished in size. The crystals were being absorbed by the evil spirit wave, augmenting its energy. "Damn it, I won't allow you to grow stronger." Goku concentrated 2 ki blasts in his palms and propelled them into the crystal mass, blasting a hole through it. However, the breach was quickly sealed by even more crystals. Vegeta, sensing Goku's energy, concluded, "It seems he cannot win, but thankfully, he hasn't been cleaved in two." Goten anxiously inquired, "Why? Where did Dad go?" "He has been absorbed." "What?" The massive, colorful mountain condensed into a humanoid figure, gradually revealing its shape. While it still resembled the evil spirit wave, its colors were now intermingled with black and gold. The exoskeleton covering its body was golden, while the flesh beneath was black. Kakarot's base combat power might even surpass that in GT. I wonder how it compares to the most malevolent evil spirit wave. The evil spirit wave lifted its head to the sky, emitting a chilling roar that resonated with the hearts and souls of all present. As dark red spiritual energy radiated from its being, Goten shielded himself from the overwhelming energy. I can't sense that guy's power anymore, because he has completely mastered the power of the gods, transforming it into a negative divine aura. Once the evil spirit wave's energy peaked, it turned its gaze towards Vegeta. Smiling ominously, "You must be the strongest among them, right?" Vegeta replied with a smirk. "So you've absorbed Kakarot, and now you can speak like a normal being?" The evil spirit wave examined its hands, conjuring a purple-red longsword from thin air. "Don't misunderstand. I have possessed intelligence since the moment of my creation. This seems to stem from the Kai's abilities, but I was unable to control myself in that previous state. Now, I have experienced comprehensive enhancement in all aspects. Once I eliminate you and absorb your soul, I will be invincible." After a brief silence, Vegeta remarked, "Indeed. If you could absorb my energy, even a stray dog on the street could become invincible. But do you think you can achieve that?" Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an aura of terror, instantly transforming into Super Vegito, lightning crackling around him. The evil spirit wave, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta, managed a strained smile. "Of course, my abilities far exceed your imagination." Vegeta stepped forward, while Goten and Piccolo questioned from behind, "What if you get absorbed too?" "Don't worry, that creature cannot absorb the living. It must first eliminate me," Vegeta reassured them. Piccolo frowned, observing Vegeta's back. "I know you are strong, but can you win?" Before Vegeta could respond, the evil spirit wave teleported in front of him, swinging its sword towards his head. Vegeta sidestepped, and in the next moment, the purple-red sword energy cleaved through the ground of the underworld, splitting it in two. "Die, your soul is mine." The evil spirit wave aimed to cleave Vegeta in half, but as it instinctively executed the move, it felt as though a part of its body was missing. Looking down, it saw its own arm lying on the ground. Vegeta stepped on the severed limb. Before us, a radiant blade-like glow extended from the palm of Vegeta's right hand. In that fleeting moment, as the malevolent wave of energy surged forth, Vegeta deftly severed his opponent's arm with an ethereal sword. The swiftness of the strike left the malevolent entity oblivious to the dismemberment of its own corporeal form. With a sardonic smile, Vegeta addressed the malevolent wave. "In order to contend with me, you must concentrate more intently. Should I desire it, I could scatter your remains in an instant." The severed arm on the ground writhed in a grotesque dance, while Vegeta gathered a pinpoint of stellar energy upon his fingertip. As he let it fall upon the writhing limb, it was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. "There are myriad ways to subdue you, yet this battle shall not conclude swiftly. Only when you lament the possession of your sentience will I grant you the release of death." Chapter 50. One should not the entity known as Evil Spirit, whose severed arm regenerated, appeared to possess abilities akin to those of the Namekians. However, the newly formed limb lacked the characteristic slime, indicating that Evil Spirit's essence was a blend of traits from various races, culminating in an enhanced capacity. Waving his newly formed arm, he smiled at Vegeta, proclaiming, "It's futile. I am immortal." Vegeta smirked, beginning to transmit a message, aminos. Suddenly, with a crack, Evil Spirit's entire exoskeleton and skin shattered in an instant. Vegeta chuckled. "I could injure you with merely a word. Your exterior is as fragile as glass. One insult, and it shatters. But do not worry. I shan't resort to such trivial methods to eliminate you. I possess far more effective means." As Evil Spirit's body completed its regeneration, he gazed at Vegeta in horror, exclaiming, "How do you know my weakness? No. I should be a perfect being. Such a flaw should be easily." Before he could finish, Vegeta's lightsaber pierced through his mouth and out the back of his head. "I didn't come here to chat. Unleash all your tricks." Evil Spirit let out agonized cries as he grasped the lightsaber, struggling to move his head. Just as he was about to pull away, the lightsaber inexplicably elongated 100 kilometers. Vegeta, with a tone laced with mockery, taunted, "Go on, keep pulling." Enraged, Evil Spirit decided to sever his own head from the lightsaber. His form began to disintegrate, vanishing into thin air, only to swiftly reconstitute behind Vegeta. However, to Vegeta, this speed was akin to slow motion. Before Evil Spirit could fully reform, Vegeta seized his partially reconstructed head and yanked it out. Evil Spirit could only widen his mouth to unleash a green energy blast, but Vegeta, faster still, countered with a ki blast directed straight into his mouth. The ensuing explosion left Vegeta's energy orb lingering, releasing shockwaves, completely obliterating Evil Spirit's head. With Evil Spirit's body crumpling to the ground, Vegeta stepped forward, placing his foot on his back. Don't feign death. If this is all you've got, I would be quite troubled. As Evil Spirit's head regenerated, a ki blast narrowly grazed it, causing him to instinctively duck, burying his head in the ground like a startled ostrich. Vegeta, controlling the direction of his force, stomped down, shaking Evil Spirit loose. Grasping his neck, Vegeta laughed. What a pitiful sight. With so many ways to evade, yet you bury your head in the dirt. Without granting him a chance to disassemble, Vegeta slammed him down, causing the very underworld to tremble. He then conjured several sharp light spears that pierced through Evil Spirit's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. As Evil Spirit contemplated escape, the spears began to expand and rotate, swiftly tearing his form asunder. Vegeta, wary of Evil Spirit's healing abilities surpassing those of Majin Buu, ensured that a substantial portion of his body remained intact. Various sounds, alien to a living being, echoed from Evil Spirit's form as Vegeta inflicted torment in a brutally merciless manner. This style of combat was reserved for foes endowed with exceptional regenerative abilities. Amidst this, Vegeta locked Evil Spirit's body with his legs, using one hand to twist his horn while the other forced a glowing wheel into his mouth. Piccolo, witnessing Evil Spirit's plight, murmured, How cruel. Not even the demon race has been subjected to such brutality. Does he believe that creature feels no pain? How can one conceive such methods of attack? At the very least, it shouldn't be possible. Gohan gulped nervously. Dad, he won't suffer alongside him. Will he? After nearly an hour of torment, Evil Spirit knelt on the ground, his face devoid of expression, his demeanor becoming vacant. Upon hearing Vegeta's leisurely footsteps approaching, he snapped back to reality, instinctively attempting to flee. As he braced himself to rise, Vegeta pointed two fingers at him. Friction destruction. With a swift motion, Evil Spirit slipped and fell, powerless to escape his spot despite his struggles. Just as he remembered he could fly, an overwhelming gravity enveloped him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Do not fret. This state won't last long, Vegeta mused, stroking his chin. By the way, how many techniques have I executed? Your ability to endure without breaking is commendable. Yet, I could engage in this manner all day without repetition. Piccolo, hearing this, urgently interjected, Stop playing, Vegeta. Quickly rescue Goku and Lord Kai. Vegeta retorted with a cold laugh. The Eastern Kai's existence is a blight upon this universe. However, Kakarot cannot perish again. Even King Yama must restore all. Very well. I intended to see if I could elicit something delightful from you. Yet it seems you merely possess divine power without the means to wield it. This shall conclude your existence. As Vegeta prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Evil Spirit sensed an unprecedented danger. A torrent of divine energy erupted from within him, plunging the underworld into darkness. All senses, sight, hearing, smell, and even touch, were distorted, leaving everyone disoriented. Android 18 suddenly found herself in an alternate space, fearfully calling out, Vegeta, are you there? I seem to have lost my sight. In the next moment, she felt herself ensnared by some formidable force, though unable to discern its nature. She felt a sense of reassurance. Piccolo, are you there? Gohan, where are you? In truth, everyone's positions remained unchanged. They were merely affected by the sudden surge of energy from Evil Spirit. At that moment, Piccolo accidentally brushed against Naira's left arm. To Nairu, it felt as if he had been struck by something sharp, prompting him to retaliate with a punch that sent Piccolo sprawling, blood spewing forth. So powerful. Is this Evil Spirit's doing? How infuriating. Have we been dragged into a different dimension? Panic ensued, as anyone touched would instinctively lash out. Evil Spirit laughed maniacally. Even you, having lost all perception of the outside world, can only submit to my will. He conjured a sharp sword, aiming it at Vegeta. However, the next moment, Vegeta effortlessly caught the blade between two fingers. Such a foolish tactic. Not only can the Ultra Instinct automatically counter all your attacks, but I can also foresee impending dangers. This level of threat can be shattered by mere brute force. With a triumphant laugh, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power surging forth, restoring the underworld once more. Behold, number 18 is cradled in his embrace. While Piccolo lies on the ground as Nail employs the powerful technique known as the strongman lock on Gohan, Vegeta, with a mere flick of his fingers, shatters the blade. then delivers a decisive punch to the abdomen of the evil spirit wave. In an instant, Goku bursts forth from within, causing the strength of the evil spirit wave to diminish significantly. Once Nail has healed Piccolo, he assists him to his feet. Piccolo, astonished, inquires, "What manner of technique is this?" "It's the forced separation technique, a relatively simple move from planet Yardrat," Nail explains. The evil spirit wave, clutching its belly, raises its head, only to be met with Vegeta's swift strike, a skull-crushing blow to its head. The formidable figure of King Yima, along with Jebet, gradually separates from the evil spirit wave's body. Vegeta, sensing the transformation of the evil spirit wave, remarks, "Indeed, it is based on the Eastern Supreme Kai. Had it been anyone else, I doubt it would have been so effortless." With that, he aims his palm at the evil spirit wave and declares, "Perish." Piccolo hastily interjects, "Wait." Boom. Ignoring Piccolo's plea and his ominous foreboding, Vegeta unleashes a wave that utterly obliterates the current form of the evil spirit wave. Humph. The feeble deity being reduced to mere smoke and fire is their greatest honor. As for reviving him, that is entirely up to you. After all, you and the gods should have been resurrected by now. I still need to pay a visit to Namek. What a disappointment. Fortunately, this Kakarot should match my Super Saiyan too. Once the task is complete, I shall engage him in some amusement. Chapter 51. Beerus, another Kaishin demise? With Janemba vanquished, the Netherworld regained its former tranquility. Enma was escorted back to his palace by Vegeta, and the resurrected souls on Earth faded once more. Goku, gazing at Vegeta with astonishment, inquired, "Astounding power. How did you attain such heights?" Vegeta chuckled, "If you seek enlightenment, engage me in combat after your resurrection, and I shall guide you further. Moreover, I am intrigued by your current state." Goku, hands on hips, grinned, "Haha, I am uncertain myself, perhaps a deity, though I seem to lack any official mandate." Vegeta surveyed the group from Timeline 3, remarking, "Any of you could resolve the android predicament with a mere day's leave from the Netherworld. Why the inaction?" Future Gohan, scratching his head, replied, "We have attempted such, but Lord Enma forbade it." "What? Had I known, I would have reduced him to cinders," Vegeta exclaimed, turning his gaze upon Enma, who recoiled from Vegeta's imposing aura. Besides the sheer power emanating from Vegeta, there was also the divine energy he possessed. Enma, sensing the unique presences of the assembled group, mused inwardly. Goku's divine energy has reached the Grand Kai's echelon. Even that Namekian rivals a Kai, and this one's stature surpasses even the Kai Shin. Kibito must sense it as well, explaining his silence after the Kai Shin's demise. With a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, Enma inquired obsequiously, "Might I inquire as to this esteemed one's name?" "Vegeta. I am the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot from another timeline, or so it would seem," Vegeta replied. Disinclined to elaborate further on his origins, whether by nature or contrivance, he defaulted to this explanation. Goku, upon hearing this, regarded Vegeta with renewed astonishment. "You are the fusion of Vegeta and myself? The Metamorian fusion dance? But I thought that only lasted 30 minutes. Not the Metamorian technique, but the Pod era." "The Kaishin's earrings," Vegeta clarified. Kibito exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined the Pod era possessed such capabilities." Vegeta addressed Enma, regardless of these matters. "Why are you denying them passage to the mortal realm?" Enma hastily explained, "In truth, it is not my decree. But what? Another delay, and I shall obliterate you and replace you as Enma," Vegeta threatened. The others also hungered for an answer. Enma lowered his head and muttered, "The Earth's fate is destined for destruction. Should anyone attempt to alter this destiny, all deities in this temporal universe shall meet their end. Further, this universe shall cease to exist. Even if the Kai Shin were to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection, it would avail nothing." The group stared at Enma in astonishment, while Goku wore an expression of resignation, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Gohan questioned Goku, "Father, were you aware of this?" "Indeed, it is not merely this timeline, but in every timeline, the excessive interference of the deceased in the mortal realm will engender similar consequences," Goku replied. Vegeta furrowed his brow, musing, "So that is the reason. All the deities of the future timeline perished at the hands of Zamasu. The ultimate fate is erasure of Universe 7 by Zeno. Is this the destiny of a defeated universe? But if I can alter the fate of Timeline 2 to some degree, then Timeline 3 is no different." With this in mind, Vegeta turned to Enma and inquired, "Is Vegeta's soul still extant?" Enma hastily consulted the Book of Life and Death. Vegeta, Alas, he has long since passed, his soul cleansed and reincarnated. Moreover, given his past transgressions, he is ineligible for reincarnation as a human unless someone intercedes on his behalf, but it is now too late. Emma inhaled deeply and addressed Vegito, esteemed one. Forgive my candor, but if Earth is not destroyed, this universe may. Listen well, Emma. I care not for the original fate of this timeline or Earth. I am here, and I shall not stand idly by. I shall mend this to the best of my ability, Vegito declared, turning to Gohan and Piccolo of Timeline 3. Vegito instructed, you two proceed to Kami's lookout. Kami should be restored. Gather the Dragon Balls and restore Earth to its state before the advent of the androids. Afterward, Piccolo shall fuse with Kami, and Nail shall seek out a new Kami on Namek. As for you, Kakarot, as your demise was natural, even the Namekian Dragon Balls may not resurrect you. Now, if you cooperate with me, I should be able to revive you. Goku hesitated for a moment before declining. I shall pass. I appreciate your sentiment, but I have gained insight into these matters. To be frank, your plan is sound, but I doubt it can save Earth. Vegito struck Goku to the ground with a fist and stated sternly, your doubts are irrelevant. How can one know without attempting? While you owe Earth nothing, your family still needs you. To be honest, if we can assemble 10 capable warriors, this world may yet be salvaged. If resistance to the fate of a defeated universe only invites greater repercussions, then we shall seek intervention from the highest echelons of divinity. Vegito did not know if this was ordained by this universe's Zeno, but if Zeno was indeed involved, then the only recourse was to summon another Zeno to intercede. While this timeline's Universe 7 might not muster 10 warriors, the addition of the Saiyans from Universe 6, as well as the Pride Troopers from Universe 11, might tip the scales. But before that, he desired to cross swords with this timeline's Goku. Goku pondered for a moment before rising to his feet. I understand. In that case, I shall revive and fight to the bitter end. Come. Vegito placed his hand upon Goku's chest, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Gathering a vast amount of divine ki, and then sublimating that divine ki into divine energy. Goku was captivated by this novel form. Remarkable. It seems one could accomplish much in this state. You shall experience it soon enough. For now, do not resist my energy. Natural deaths are indeed somewhat challenging. Although this fellow may now roam freely, it is best to revive him. Just in case. Vegito expended a considerable amount of divine energy to dispel the halo above Goku's head. Finally. Remember, do not squander your life. Nail. Proceed to Namek and bring Den to Earth. We shall await you at Kami's lookout. Kai. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus, stirred from his slumber, opened his eyes. Whis. As soon as the words left his lips, Whis appeared at his side, staff in hand. Lord Beerus. Another Kaishin perished? Beerus inquired. Indeed. Amidst the chaos in the netherworld, the Kaishin was unfortunately caught in the fray and eliminated by a Saiyan, Whis confirmed. Beerus, scratching his head in his sleepwear, queried, a Saiyan capable of slaying a Kaishin? Speaking of which, when I last awoke, did you not say that the Saiyan who defeated Frieza had died? Was it he who slew the Kaishin? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis verified. Audacious. This time, let us obliterate his very soul. Beerus declared. Fortunately, I had previously sealed a god of destruction in anticipation of such a scenario. As Whis observed the scene within the staff, he remarked, it appears that the one who vanquished the god of destruction has emerged from another dimension. That one, Whis elaborated. His divine essence seems to surpass that of Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus instantly perked up. Could it be the Super Saiyan God? Indeed. He can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan God, Whis replied. A terrifying smile crept across Beerus's face as he declared, I thought my chances were lost. Yet here you are, just as I had hoped. Where is he now? Earth. If we depart now, we should arrive in approximately 26 minutes. Chapter 52. Do not force me to strike you at my happiest moment in the Temple of the Gods. The crowd gathered closely. Vegeta, wielding the Dragon Ball radar, swiftly collected the Dragon Balls with the aid of Jebet's instantaneous movement. Subsequently, they visited Capsule Corporation to bring Bulma and her family along. Gohan, with a hint of concern, inquired, by the way, have the androids 17 and 18 of this timeline been eliminated? Vegeta turned to Dallas and the others. Noting their injuries, Dallas nodded, saying, though they were formidable, it was manageable with the three of us working together. Moreover, Raditz has also attained a breakthrough and can transform into a Super Saiyan. Seeing former adversaries standing before them, the group felt a sense of unease. Raditz, Nappa, and Android 18 Who could have imagined that in some universe, these individuals could coexist harmoniously with others? Bulma, gazing at the familiar faces before her, couldn't help but shed tears. I never expected we would reunite one day. But it seems I am the only one who has aged. Old Bey reassured her. Do not fret about age. Vegeta possesses certain abilities. He then looked at Vegeta, and before Old Bey could speak, Vegeta placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder. Regulating Bulma's cells, and even her telomeres, she visibly rejuvenated before their eyes. Vegeta informed them, I consulted with King Enma, and it appears that the Vegeta of this timeline has been reincarnated. Upon hearing this, both remained silent. Vegeta turned to Old Bey and said, You can be like me in Android 18, although there is also a Bulma in our timeline. Old Bey took a deep breath and looked at Bulma. Bulma, you have done so much for this world. Now, live the remaining time for yourself. Bulma, with resolute eyes, replied, Yes, I understand without further words. Once everything here is settled, I will leave with you. For Bulma, this Vegeta represented her best choice, a version shaped by time as trials, possessing a calm spirit, capable of facing everything, including his own heart. Besides these admirable traits, his former pride and indomitable spirit remained intact. She felt an unprecedented affection from this Vegeta. As Vegeta lifted his hand, Bulma seemed to revert to the age of 20. She produced a shattered mirror from her pocket, gazing at her reflection in astonishment. I really look younger. Thank you. It's a trivial matter. What do you intend to do about the other Bulma once we return? Vegeta had yet to ascertain whether the Bulma of the primary timeline had been reincarnated, as their encounters had been minimal. Moreover, even if one were to reincarnate, they typically would not announce it. Even Nappa and Raditz had only recently come to learn of their own reincarnations. This posed a dilemma for Vegeta. He preferred to grant this Bulma a life filled with happiness. After all, the Bulma of this timeline had lived in constant anxiety and toil. Fundamentally, the primary timeline was merely a place of rebirth, where he had spent 7 or 8 years without even meeting that Bulma. Vegeta took a deep breath and looked steadfastly at Vegeta. I will be with the current Bulma. Only with her. Bulma gazed at him with gratitude. Vegeta. Thank you. However, in the next moment, Vegeta revealed a harsh reality. Vegeta, if your choice is rooted in sympathy, understand that there are many such timelines, with Bulmas akin to this one. Old Bey turned to Vegeta, asking, And what about you? There are numerous timelines where Android 18 is a virtuous individual. How will you approach that? He pondered the criteria for his choices. Android 18, equally curious, listened intently as Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, For me. The standard is fate. She happened to be the first I encountered. Coincidentally, she was not with Krillin. At that moment I saved her. And she showed interest in me, nothing more. Even if someone later appears who surpasses her, she holds an irreplaceable uniqueness in my eyes, and that is my conviction. Upon hearing this, Android 18 beamed with joy, having previously harbored concerns regarding similar matters. With Vegeta's candidness, her anxieties were alleviated. Old Bey smiled at Vegeta. Well said. That is my standard too. The Bulma by my side is my one and only. For Deet, he yearned for his father to possess such tenderness and understanding. If he were to resurrect this timeline's Vegeta, he felt uncertain about how to relate to him. Based on his experiences, he suspected that the other would feel a sense of distance due to his superior strength. Meanwhile, Dondi was modifying the models of the 7 Dragon Balls in Shenron while Vegeta observed. According to him, Dragon Balls that had not turned to stone had greater potential for enhancement. Ah, I see. The Dragon Balls merely serve as conduits for the laws, while Shenron functions as a machine responsible for granting wishes. It seeks solutions based on the Wishmaker's desires, altering the laws with minimal energy to fulfill them. Isn't that akin to the Holy Grail? It doesn't seem overly complicated. The deity inquired, Can you replicate this? Previously, it was impossible, but perhaps now even Nera could. Just a moment, Dondi. As Dondi worked, Vegeta placed his hand upon him, infusing him with a substantial amount of divine power. This may significantly raise the upper limit of the Dragon Balls. Old Bey interjected, That's not necessarily a good thing. The stronger the Dragon Balls, the more negative energy they produce after each use. It's fine. I am still making modifications. I've accelerated the release of the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. What would have taken 100 years to dissipate can now be released in just 1 year. Of course, the Dragon Balls cannot be used again during that year. The deity, acknowledging his own frailty, watched as the youthful Namekian easily elevated the level of the Dragon Balls he once took pride in. Another had merely glanced at the principle and improved it. He felt that his only remaining purpose was to merge with Piccolo, becoming a cornerstone of this world. The deity placed his hand on Piccolo's chest as Goku interjected. Lord Deity, do you truly wish to proceed this way? Perhaps I should have done this long ago. Otherwise, we would not have arrived at this juncture. In truth, Piccolo harbored some reluctance towards merging with the deity, yet after hearing Naru's insights, he resolved to reunite with the deity. The deity addressed Piccolo. From here on, the protection of Earth will be entrusted to you. Without your prompting, I would do so. Let this be the catalyst for my strength. The deity smiled. I have not been idle in the heavens. I also requested King Enma to preserve my physical form. While my own advancement is limited, merging with you should yield superior results. Ha 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 ha. A blinding light emanated from their bodies, leaving only Piccolo standing there. Naru was the first to inquire. How do you feel? Piccolo examined his hands, acutely aware of the immense power within him. It's formidable, perhaps even stronger than Gohan in his Super Saiyan 3 form. What wish shall I fulfill with the Dragon Balls next? Vegeta addressed the assembly. Restore the Earth to its former state, prior to the devastation wrought by the androids. Revive your fallen comrades, as well as those yet to be reincarnated. Of course, those of egregious wrongdoing shall be exempt. As for the final wish, I leave it to your discretion. Were it my choice, I would render the Earth impervious to destruction, or imbue it with the power of self-repair. Upon concluding his words, a voice resonated from a distance. A commendable notion, but such efforts are unnecessary. This planet must be annihilated. The crowd turned to see a purple cat-like humanoid who had appeared unannounced, accompanied by an oddly dressed servant. Old B and Android 18 immediately recognized the servant. Whis. Beerus glanced at Whis and inquired, do you know him? No, he is likely acquainted with another version of us from a different timeline, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms and stepping forward. The Earth is closed for business, little feline. Return another day, lest I be compelled to strike you during my moment of joy. Chapter 53, Vegeta vs. Beerus. Beerus stared at Vegeta in disbelief. He even briefly questioned whether he had misheard, a mere mortal, daring to strike him? It became clear that not only mortals, but even gods could chuckle in moments of utter astonishment. Whis remained silently observant, assessing Vegeta with a serious demeanor. His power should still not surpass that of a destroyer god. At most, he ranks as the strongest beneath one. What audacity! To speak so boldly to Lord Beerus. Those behind Vegeta grew tense, yet he turned his back to them and said, do not be anxious. Do what must be done. You must think very little of me. Beerus raised his finger and unleashed a purple ray towards the Dragon Balls. In an instant, Vegeta positioned himself to intercept the ray, swatting it aside with a casual flick of his hand. He had not even transformed. Upon witnessing this, Beerus expressed his surprise. Oh? You managed to block my ordinary energy ray? Impressive for a Super Saiyan god. I shall grant you a chance, Super Saiyan god. If you can defeat me, I shall overlook your trespass into time and the death of the Kaishin. However, Earth shall still face destruction. Vegeta scoffed, as if you possess the capability to hold me accountable. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. But first, I must inquire, why must Earth be destroyed? Beerus's aura intensified, enveloped in a dense, purple energy as he slowly ascended into the air. Is that even a question? The duty of a destroyer god is to obliterate. It is a given. Piccolo and the others shielded themselves from the fierce winds emanating from Beerus, exclaiming in terror, what? Terrifying power. Yet, we cannot sense his energy at all. Vegeta furrowed his brow and addressed Beerus. No, that is not the true reason. You must perceive. A certain calamity shall arise from Earth. Upon hearing this, Beerus was convinced. The arrogant Super Saiyan god before him, as Whis had stated, was no ordinary foe. The opponent was also a god, and one who stood on equal footing with him. Regaining his composure, Beerus descended back to the ground of the heavenly palace, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta. Since you sense it as well, surely you can comprehend why I must see this planet's destruction? Vegeta replied, I understand your desire for destruction. I simply do not grasp why you did not act sooner. Logically, you must have awakened before. Why not personally annihilate it then? Beerus paused for a moment before explaining. It is precisely because of you, the Super Saiyan God. A prophecy foretold that the Super Saiyan God would emerge on Earth, so I have been waiting. Though I awakened midway, Whis informed me that this planet was nearing annihilation. Thus I did not bother to intervene. Yet, I did not anticipate that upon awakening, you would seek to restore and protect this planet. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? It will attract an even greater crisis, resulting in the death of all gods, and potentially the annihilation of the entire universe. In this matter, there exists no absolute right or wrong, good or evil. Vegeta's desire to protect Earth and its inhabitants is noble, while Beerus's intention to eradicate threats at their inception is equally justified. The true error lies within the so-called cosmic destiny that dictates such events. Vegeta queried, one final question. Why must there exist timelines that are destined for tragic fates? Beerus chuckled with his hands clasped behind his back. Us? You misunderstand. In every timeline, there will always be planets that escape destruction, potentially impacting everything. This is the true duty of a destroyer god, eliminating those planets that can bring immense misfortune to the universe. The crises faced by the universe are not solely caused by Earth, but whenever such planets appear, I am compelled to obliterate them. Additionally, I must destroy those worlds that hinder the advancement of cosmic civilization, those that are difficult to enlighten, such as you Saiyans, who blindly annihilate all forms of civilization. Old Vegeta gasped, staring at Beerus, murmuring, the destruction of planet Vegeta, the extinction of the Saiyans, you are the true mastermind behind it all? Old Vegeta had no prior knowledge of the truth surrounding the destruction of planet Vegeta from his memories with Nello. Thus, this was the first revelation he received. Oh, Prince Vegeta? I did not expect to see you grown so much. Wait, you must be from another timeline? As old Vegeta was about to explode in rage and charge forward, Vegeta raised his hand, saying, Wait, do not stop me, Vegeta. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at old Vegeta. Raising his hand hardly constituted an obstruction. Calm yourself, Vegeta. Though I too am a Saiyan, the extinction of the Saiyans is not worthy of sympathy. I believe you feel similarly, knowing that as the Prince of the Saiyans, some actions must be undertaken, even if they seem unjustified. Beerus remarked with a smile. That level of awareness is quite godlike, so, what do you plan to do now? Old Vegeta glanced at Vegeta and said, You have already had your fun in the afterlife. At least let me gauge the gap between myself and the Destroyer God. Vegeta took a deep breath and replied, Very well. At this moment, the others had already fulfilled 3 wishes. Vegeta addressed Beerus and Whis. There exists a dimensional space. Let us enter and fight. Suit yourself. Thus, everyone proceeded into the hyperbolic time chamber, and astonishingly, Bulma was also able to enter the chamber of 10 times gravity, albeit with some difficulty. Vegeta looked at her in surprise. How did you manage to come in? Bulma clung to Vegeta's arm, declaring, Do not underestimate me. After battling the androids for so long, I have been secretly improving myself. Though, my progress may seem negligible to them. Vegeta tenderly patted Bulma's head. You have worked hard. Now watch me perform. As Vegeta stepped forward, Vegeta specifically instructed, Remember, do not point your thumb at yourself. I understand. Goku looked on eagerly at the two, curious about the powers of the Destroyer and Vegeta. Vegeta turned to Whis and said, Mr. Whis, please reinforce this dimensional space to the utmost of your capabilities. Whis, with a cold gaze directed at Vegeta, replied, Why should I do that? Earth is destined for destruction. Vegeta conjured a cup of pudding and offered it to Whis, for this reason. Whis took the pudding, savoring a bite with a look of bliss, then conjured his staff and tapped the ground, reinforcing the entire hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vegeta unleashed the Super Saiyan 4 limit break form in one breath. He had no intention of testing the waters. This was his customary combat style, going all out from the outset. Goku and the others gasped in astonishment at Vegeta's form. So powerful. What transformation is that? Vegeta explained. Super Saiyan 4, augmented with divine energy, Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Beerus stood still, observing Vegeta with a smile. Not bad. You even carry the essence of a god. I shall employ 60% of my power. The battle commenced. Vegeta charged directly at Beerus, throwing a powerful hook, which Beerus, smiling, effortlessly blocked with a single finger. How could he so easily deflect my attack? I have clearly unlocked my potential. As Vegeta observed, he became serious, contemplating, undoubtedly. This Beerus must be stronger than the one from the second timeline. Whis had mentioned that each time Beerus awakens from slumber, his power significantly escalates. And having rested for such an extended period, according to Whis from the previous second timeline, that Beerus was superior to his Super Saiyan 3 form, yet inferior to Super Saiyan God. To defeat that Beerus, one would still need to rely on the transformation mechanisms. Vegeta lingered in the room of spirit and time for an extended period. believing that his Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough should be able to contend with his Super Saiyan 2 form. However, he was certain it could not surpass the Super Saiyan 3 Goku of this timeline. Beerus flicked Vegeta's forehead, sending him flying backward. He rolled across the ground for some distance before coming to a halt, blood trickling from his forehead. Upon rising, he realized Beerus had vanished from sight. Gone. In the next moment, Beerus's voice echoed from the sky. Even if you possess the godly aura, you won't be able to perceive it, will you? Your understanding of the godly aura is still superficial. After all, it merely cloaks you in divine energy. In an instant, Vegeta turned and unleashed a big bang attack towards Beerus, only for Beerus to deflect it effortlessly with a single finger. Is this all you've got? What a dull battle. Vegeta's body erupted with golden lightning, his energy multiplying severalfold as he declared, "The warm-up has just begun. Now I shall truly unleash my power." Ah, boom. Vegeta's energy surged forth, enveloping him in a blue aura. His red hair shifted to white, his skin darkened, and long white hair cascaded down his back. Reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3. Goku exclaimed, "What transformation is that?" The sound reverberated in Vegeta's ears, prompting him to disdainfully clean out his ears. Super Saiyan 5. It seems I've enhanced my godly aura. This development signified a substantial increase in Vegeta's strength. I never imagined I could wield the godly aura in this state. Vegeta contemplated the overflowing energy surrounding him. Vegeta, do not squander that divine energy, just as I did previously. Seal it within yourself to maximize its potential. Vegeta struggled to harness the immense energy, remarking, "Easier said than done. Such potent energy is difficult to control." Beerus chuckled, "No worries, I shall wait for you." After approximately 3 minutes, Vegeta finally consolidated all the godly aura within himself. Vegeta, now, you have wasted too much energy on your transformation. Vegeta threw a Senzu beam towards him. In the past, Vegeta would have outright refused it. Yet, this was the refined, deeply evolved Vegeta. He understood that to confront Beerus, he must fight at his peak condition. After a moment of hesitation, he consumed the Senzu beam, his energy reaching its zenith. Come on, the warm-up is over. Chapter 54. Yukong. This time, victory is assured. The moment Vegeta swallowed the Senzu beam, he swiftly approached Beerus and delivered a powerful punch. The sudden surge of speed caught Beerus off guard. In a fit of anger, he retaliated with a swift knife hand strike aimed at Vegeta, who instantaneously evaded to Beerus's rear and launched a kick. Beerus stabilized himself mid-air, acknowledging, "Indeed, you have grown considerably stronger. It appears I must take this seriously." Seizing the advantage, Vegeta smirked and advised, "I suggest you unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you may find yourself out of opportunities." In response, Beerus unleashed a torrent of divine purple energy, launching a series of strikes at Vegeta, all of which failed to connect. Witnessing this, Whis chimed in, "Lord Beerus, it seems that Mr. Vegeta is employing a method to accelerate himself. He is likely 10 times faster than usual. To land a hit on him, you may need to exert even greater power." Upon hearing this, Beerus scrutinized Vegeta, realizing, "I see. No wonder his speed seems disproportionate to his power. He possesses such a technique. But such tricks are futile against a god of destruction, with an even more potent aura." Beerus increased his speed and aimed a kick at Vegeta's head. This time, Vegeta could not evade and was forced to block with his hand. What overwhelming force! He thought as he was propelled backward. Yet, Beerus did not grant him a moment to recuperate and relentlessly pressed the attack. Observing Vegeta's predicament, everyone held their breath in concern. Meanwhile, Vegeta, arms crossed, murmured, "How curious. What is it?" Vegeta seemed to be evenly matched with Beerus. Yukong remarked, "An even match is quite remarkable. Vegeta appears stronger than I." "I'm not speaking of Vegeta. Logically, Beerus should be more formidable." Whis, setting down an empty cup that once held pudding, responded, "Indeed, Lord Beerus has yet to employ his divine techniques, merely engaging in fundamental combat. Moreover, even without his divine techniques, Lord Beerus is currently only utilizing half of his power." Wukong stared at Whis in astonishment. "Half? He can suppress Vegeta with just half of his strength?" Whis smiled at the group. "Do not underestimate the god of destruction." 3 minutes later, battered and bruised, Vegeta gasped as he addressed Beerus. "You haven't unleashed your true power yet, have you?" Beerus, hands behind his back, replied with a smile, "Of course not. If I were to reveal my full strength, you would vanish in an instant. I am growing weary. I wish to battle someone stronger. Let us conclude this." Raising a finger, Beerus began to gather destructive energy, indicating a deadly intent. Wiping blood from his mouth, Vegeta retorted, "Do not rush. I have yet to unleash my full power." "Oh." Vegeta clenched his fists, preparing to elevate his energy once more. Wukong watched in awe as the energy emanating from Vegeta surged. Could it be? Vegeta, determined, reflected, "I must rely on a transformation to achieve greater power." At that moment, the entire hyperbolic time chamber transformed into a deep crimson hue. Vegeta's hair vanished, leaving his upper body exposed. His hair stood upright, resembling a beastly form, but with a blood-red hue. His eyebrows disappeared, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan 3 state. Clenching his fists, he proclaimed to Beerus, "This is my ultimate form. Super Saiyan 6. Limit break." Vegeta sensed his aura and thought, without considering divine energy, "I am merely 4 or 5 times stronger than Super Saiyan 5. Moreover, this time, my divine aura has not increased with the transformation." Beerus chuckled. "You remind me of the ancient Saiyans." "Nanny," Beerus elaborated, "this form you currently possess is what they referred to as the Super Saiyan state. I anticipated something unique, yet it is merely reheated leftovers. How dull." With that, Beerus instantly appeared behind Vegeta and struck him with a powerful slap, sending him flying. Vegeta, flipping midair, landed on all fours before springing towards Beerus, launching a relentless assault. However, Beerus was not without effort, managing to block many of Vegeta's strikes. Yet, despite Vegeta's elevated transformation, the disparity between them remained evident. After several more minutes of combat, Vegeta was sent hurtling toward the others, was conjured a barrier with his staff, and Vegeta collided with it before falling to the ground. Damn it! Why do I sense such an imbalance in energy? My equilibrium is even worse than Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta, arms crossed, faced his counterpart and said, "Give it up." Though this transformation is called Super Saiyan 6, it has ventured into an entirely different evolutionary path, incompatible with divine energy. This is likely a variant derived from the demon realm. Your control over your energy has significantly diminished, and your inherent abilities can only manifest 2 or 3 times your speed. Beerus descended to the ground, grinning. That fellow speaks true. In pursuit of a trivial power boost, you have sacrificed too many other strengths, and this transformation will rapidly deplete your divine energy. Switch out. Let me witness the true Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, realizing the futility of continuing, understood fully the words of Vegeta and the old Kai. Returning to his normal state, he furrowed his brow and walked back to the group. Consuming a Senza bean, Vegeta turned to Wukong. "You take the next turn?" "What? I am to face a god of destruction. Is this for real? Should I?" Wukong was acutely aware of his limitations. Vegeta had been suppressed by Beerus. Could he truly hold his own? Vegeta placed a hand on Wukong's shoulder. "Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Raditz, you too." Compared to the other 2 Saiyans, Raditz was relatively righteous. Wukong looked at Vegeta, puzzled. "What are you planning?" "To empower you. Your Super Saiyan 3 surpasses Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Should you ascend to Super Saiyan God, no transformation, including Super Saiyan 6 limit break, will stand a chance against you." Under Vegeta's guidance, the collective mental power of 5 Saiyans infused Wukong, enabling him to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus, eyes narrowed with anticipation, observed the long-awaited transformation. "So this is..." Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within, exclaiming, "This is Super Saiyan God. Incredible. I feel overwhelmingly powerful." Vegeta continued to channel divine energy into Wukong's back. "This is not the end. Now, transform into a Super Saiyan while in this state." "All right. Understood." "Aya." Wukong clenched his fists, unleashing a roar as the red aura gradually shifted to blue. His hair stood on end, culminating in the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta urged, "This is still not finished. Like Vegeta, contain this divine energy within. Do not let it escape." Vegeta intended to push Wukong to achieve the full completion of Super Saiyan Blue. He was confident that Goku's fundamental skills and talent would allow him to achieve it, provided he could supply a continuous stream of divine energy. The outcome aligned with his expectations. Goku attained Super Saiyan Blue complete on his first try. Gohan and the others couldn't perceive Goku's current aura, but they sensed an immense power, surpassing even Vegeta. Piccolo, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Can we win? This time, we will certainly triumph." Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo, suggesting that while victory was uncertain earlier, it was now highly improbable. Vegeta, with a provocative gaze directed at Beerus, exclaimed, "You're finished, Beerus. For next to appear will be the ultimate god, Kakarot." Vegeta pointed his thumb at Goku, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Vegito had already abandoned any hope. If there was a mere sliver of a chance after Piccolo's healing, there was now absolutely none. Of course, Vegeta was doing this deliberately. How humiliating would it be if Kakarot defeated someone he couldn't? It was better to test the effectiveness of his poisonous milk ability. Beerus, scrutinizing Goku, remarked with a smile, "Indeed, he is brimming with divine energy. And it's not merely an external aura. It emanates from within, truly originating from himself. Come, Super Saiyan God." Goku leaped into the air, delivering a punch towards Beerus's head. As Beerus tilted his head to evade the blow, he conjured a sphere of purple energy on his finger and launched it towards Goku's ribs. Goku swiftly swatted it away and closed the distance once more, relentlessly attacking. For a moment, Beerus, not yet accustomed to Goku's intensity, was struck several times in succession. It wasn't until he unleashed the full extent of his divine techniques that he fought on equal footing with Goku. Whis, observing the scene, commented from the sidelines, "It seems this time Lord Beerus will be satisfied. Lord Beerus has unleashed all his power, save for his divine techniques. To think that after so many years, a mortal can once again stand shoulder to shoulder with a god, and a Saiyan at that." Vegito, watching Beerus and Goku's battle, mused, "Is this the full extent of Beerus's power? It's perhaps only slightly stronger than my ordinary Super Saiyan God form." Chapter 55. Vegeta, you are the challenger. Thud, thud, thud. The air reverberated with the sound of violent collisions, each impact shattering the fabric of space. Despite Whis's relentless efforts to reinforce and repair the entire realm, it remained unable to contain the overwhelming aftermath of the battle between the two. As Beerus and Goku distanced themselves, Goku regarded Beerus with a serious expression, his breath quickening. "Lord Beerus is indeed formidable. I never anticipated that even after Vegeta's considerable enhancement, I would still struggle to overcome you." In contrast, Beerus maintained an aura of tranquility. Hands on his hips, gazing at Goku with a smirk. "Truly, you are the god of Super Saiyans. Your presence only serves to amplify my own strength." Confounded, Goku furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Beerus elucidated, "The destroyer possesses the advantage of rules, eternally surpassing even the strongest beings in the universe. Unless one can instantaneously transcend me within a brief span, no one can triumph over a destroyer." Upon hearing this, Goku inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. "Is it possible that defeating you requires surpassing you in such a short time?" With a fierce roar, Goku unleashed a surge of divine energy, a torrent of ki erupting forth. At that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged and his muscles swelled slightly. Vegeta, astonished, observed, "Is he about to transform further?" Vegeta explained, "No. The Super Saiyan Blue theoretically has no limits. His current state resembles the Kaioken technique. By increasing his body's strain and the rate of energy expenditure, he can momentarily gain a power boost. One might consider it a form of Super Saiyan Blue, overdraft." Regrettably, if Kakarot had mastered Super Saiyan Blue evolution, he might have had a chance to defeat Beerus. Mere overdraft can only yield a transient enhancement. Goku soared into the air, launching a punch that sent Beerus flying. Before Beerus could fully escape, Goku seized his ankle, spinning him around before hurling him toward the ground. Beerus's body crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater, yet the battle was far from over. Goku positioned his hands at his waist, gathering a formidable Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. As the smoke around Beerus dissipated, Goku teleported directly in front of him, and in that instant, Beerus was taken aback. With a sudden burst, Beerus's form was enveloped in a radiant, silvery energy. In a space with nearly no room for evasion, he leaned back, nearly grazing the ground to avoid Goku's attack. Simultaneously, one of Beerus's feet struck Goku's wrist, redirecting the Kamehameha wave skyward. Vegeta chuckled, observing Beerus's reaction. "Oh, you've already mastered it perfectly." Whis, taken aback, marveled at Vegeta's recognition of the technique. The searing energy surrounding Beerus forced Goku to retreat, and with a confident grin, Beerus remarked, "Not bad, kid. You've managed to push me to use 40% of my power." Goku gasped, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Only 40%. You must be joking. I have pushed beyond my limits. There should be some boundaries to this jest." Beerus raised his hand, surveying the silvery energy within, and chuckled. "No need to be so astonished. It may not even be 40%. After all, I've only recently grasped this technique. It merely signifies an introductory level. And you're the perfect practice target." As his words fell, Beerus stepped forward. When his foot touched the ground, he instantaneously appeared behind Goku, who, in that moment, felt as though he had been struck by countless blows. He fell to one knee, his body covered in wounds, and the Super Saiyan Blue state dissipated. Is this it? It seems I have won. Perhaps it is time for the strongest challenger to emerge. Beerus gazed at Vegeta, who, at that moment, showed no intention of intervening. His eyes fixed behind Beerus. Beerus turned, only to see Goku, previously downed, rising once more, radiating a crimson aura. Still have strength left? Goku, head bowed, murmured. Regardless of whether you utilized 40% or more, this level is insufficient to defeat me. In that moment, the red aura enveloping Goku ignited like a match, bursting forth with brilliance, surrounded by a myriad of star-like lights. Though his hair was red, it stood tall akin to a Super Saiyan, and his physique remained unchanged. Old Kai, astonished, exclaimed, "What transformation is that?" Vegeta meticulously sensed Goku's body, aura, and soul across multiple dimensions, summarizing it in a single statement. Without a doubt, that is the true god of Super Saiyans. His divine power and soul level may have reached that of the Grand Kaishin, the true god of Super Saiyans. Gohan gasped, "Can Dad win?" Vegeta frowned, responding, "Against the techniques of the gods, it is challenging. He has indeed surpassed Beerus without employing divine techniques. Losing would not be shameful." In that moment, all of Goku's injuries miraculously healed, and he opened his eyes to Beerus, declaring, "From here on, I will give it my all." With that, Goku instantly appeared before Beerus, delivering a punch that sent him staggering back. Of course, this was Beerus's own desire to experience Goku's power in this state, allowing himself to be struck. Otherwise, without absolute numerical superiority, the techniques of the gods held overwhelming advantage. Goku charged forward, raising his fist once more, but Beerus retaliated with greater speed, landing a blow on Goku's face. Yet Goku advanced resolutely, his head colliding against Beerus's fist before landing another punch to Beerus's abdomen. Ugh, that blow caused Beerus to wince, momentarily dazed. Goku then brought both fists crashing down onto Beerus's back. A thunderous sound reverberated as Beerus was forcefully knocked to the ground, only to be sent flying by Goku's kick. Beerus opened his eyes to Goku, exclaiming, "Kid, you're getting a bit too cocky." After experiencing this power, Beerus began to counterattack, effortlessly deflecting Goku's frenzied assaults with a single hand, while the other swiftly sent Goku hurtling away. Once Goku regained his footing, he clenched his fists, gazing at Beerus with determination. "This technique is my strongest move. If I cannot defeat you, then surely no one in this world could." For Goku, he felt that in this form, he was even stronger than Vegeta. He surged toward Beerus, the crimson aura coalescing into a colossal dragon, Divine Dragon Fist. In that instant, Beerus truly sensed an attack capable of threatening his very existence approaching. The silvery energy surrounding him dissipated, replaced by a purple aura. "Come, allow me to demonstrate to you the true techniques of a destroyer." With explosive force, Goku drove his fist toward Beerus's chest. Beerus braced for impact, absorbing the blow. Yet his body was forced backward. Spitting blood, he gripped Goku's fist tightly. "At this level, you still cannot defeat a destroyer." Beerus's power surged wildly, seemingly limitless, as he forcefully pulled Goku's fist down, slamming it into the ground. The entire Spirit Time house trembled with a violent force, causing Wukong to lose consciousness in an instant, reverting to his normal state. Soon, Beerus's injuries healed, and he unleashed an even more formidable power, exclaiming with delight, "Yes, this is the sensation. The long-awaited feeling of becoming stronger through battle. Last time it was the ancient Saiyan, and this time it is the Super Saiyan God. You Saiyans truly bring me joy." "Ha." Whis observed Beerus with a smile, remarking, "Lord Beerus has grown stronger. Perhaps he has even surpassed me. Does Mr. Vegeta still have confidence in victory?" Vegeta gazed at Whis in astonishment, responding, "Is this the extent of you in this timeline?" Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis shot cold glares at Vegeta. Indeed, while Beerus was formidable, he was not a match for the Whis of the previous timeline. As expected, the disparity among gods of destruction and angels across timelines is indeed vast. Beerus pointed a finger at Vegeta, warning, "Kid, don't get too arrogant. You'll be next. And I assure you, I shall show you no mercy." In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Beerus, lifting Wukong and tossing him towards the crowd. "This is for the best. Let Kakarot consume a Senzu bean." Gohan rushed to embrace the unconscious Wukong, producing a Senzu bean to feed him. Seeing Vegeta preparing to take the stage himself, Piccolo began to express doubt. Will he win? To this, Vegeta confidently smiled at Beerus, declaring, "Of course, I am the strongest. I have heard that your growth came after battling the ancient Saiyans. Such ancient Saiyans would surely fall to someone like me." Beerus furrowed his brow, retorting, "Humph. You insolent brat. You are merely a mortal born in my era of slumber. To me, your strongest is but a fleeting moment of this age. There has only ever been one true strongest throughout history. That is I, the god of destruction, Beerus." Vegeta pointed at Beerus with a grin, countering, "It seems you've misunderstood. So allow me to clarify. You are the challengers here." Chapter 56, The Mightiest in History versus the Pinnacle of Modernity to utter such insolent words. You impudent whelp, demeaning deities, unforgivable, unveil your most formidable transformation. Witness how I shall utterly dominate you. Vegeta, gazing upon Beerus, retorted with a confident smile. For me, there exists no mightiest, only the most suitable. Instantly, Vegeta ascended into Super Saiyan Blue, once more shattering the paradigm that mortals cannot transcend gods. Subsequently, the azure aura enveloping Vegeta swiftly coalesced within him. Come forth, O most formidable divine being in history. Channel all your grievances against me into unbridled power. Beerus, transitioning into the autonomous Ultra Instinct state, lunged toward Vegeta, aiming a precise strike at his heart. Success. Thwack. In the ensuing moment, Beerus recoiled, clutching his eye, exclaiming, Impossible. When did this transpire? Why did autonomous Ultra Instinct fail to react in the slightest? Beerus released his hand, revealing one eye marred by a panda-like bruise inflicted by Vegeta's punch, though it swiftly regenerated with divine energy. Whis, observing the scene, stroked his chin in contemplation of Vegeta's previous strike. The instant of the attack carried no discernible intent to harm. Nay, even an unconscious assault would be evaded by autonomous Ultra Instinct. Was the velocity so immense that Lord Beerus could not react? Vegeta, remaining stationary, gestured provocatively towards Beerus. Come hither, destroyer god. I await your crushing defeat. Cease your gloating. Beerus charged at Vegeta with heightened velocity, vanishing in a swift maneuver, only to reappear behind him, launching a punch. In that fleeting instant, Beerus felt a sudden chill in his nether regions, instinctively raising his hand to defend. Yet, in the subsequent moment, Vegeta, with his back turned to Beerus, delivered an elbow strike squarely upon Beerus's nose. Beerus, clutching his nose, staggered backward, exclaiming, You fiend! Vegeta, pivoting to face Beerus, smirked at the sight of the purplish-red blood trickling from his nose. Verily, even gods bleed. Or perchance, is that Ichor? I shall obliterate you. Driven to the brink, Beerus promptly raised his hand towards Vegeta, uttering, Destruction. Instantly, Vegeta's figure blurred. Destruction proved utterly ineffective against him, instead detonating the ground behind him, leaving a crater. Vegeta nonchalantly advanced towards Beerus, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. In that instant, Beerus found himself utterly unable to discern the origin of Vegeta's impending attack. For autonomous Ultra Instinct instinctively warned him that Vegeta's assault could materialize from any direction, leaving no part of his being secure. Before Beerus could regain his composure, Vegeta had already closed the distance, delivering a punch that sent him hurtling away. Old Vegeta and Goku exchanged astonished glances. Why? Why is Lord Beerus merely standing there? Absorbing the blows? Whis elucidated, the initial strike was unforeseen. However, the subsequent two attacks suggest that Mr. Vegeta has adroitly exploited the very nature of autonomous Ultra Instinct. By compressing his murderous intent into an almost tangible form, he has induced a misjudgment within autonomous Ultra Instinct, rendering it utterly ineffective. It seems Mr. Vegeta possesses a profound comprehension of autonomous Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Beerus realized that autonomous Ultra Instinct had, in fact, rendered his body unresponsive. He swiftly transitioned into the Destroyer God's exclusive divine technique. This was the technique Vegeta referred to as Ego Ultra Instinct. This art transmutes sustained damage into an inexhaustible reservoir of power, perpetually elevating one's potential. Of course, this was merely the effect Vegeta manifested, requiring a beating to grow stronger. However, Beerus differed. While in this state, he could continuously amplify his power, even without enduring punishment. The fundamental principle of the technique lies in amplifying the desire for retribution, thereby nurturing the extreme notion of obliterating all. Under the influence of divine power, strength escalates without limit. Thus, simultaneously employing these two divine techniques necessitates existing at the intersection of two extreme states of mind. This is exceedingly arduous. Even among the Destroyer Gods, Beerus alone has achieved it. Having fully unleashed the Destroyer God's divine technique, Beerus's confidence surged anew. He levitated in midair, radiating an aura of dread, raising his hand towards Vegito. Remember this well, whelp. Before creation, there is destruction. Countless orbs of violet destruction energy hurtled towards Vegito, bombarding him relentlessly. Vegito charged towards Beerus, deflecting the incoming destruction energy with a single hand. Beerus, witnessing this, marveled inwardly. He can directly engage destruction energy unscathed. Vegito, now before Beerus, regarded him with a mocking smile. You dare call that a fraction of destruction? You seek death. Beerus launched a kick towards Vegito's head, but Vegito evaded it, seizing Beerus's ankle in the process. Then, unleashing his power, he hurled him violently to the ground, and before Beerus could regain his footing, Vegito descended with blinding speed, driving a knee strike into Beerus's knee joint. It mirrored the merciless technique employed by Tien Shinhan before his redemption against Yamcha during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Beerus clutched his knee, howling in agony. Ark, you fiend! I shall obliterate you. I shall reduce this accursed space and you to ashes. Beerus unleashed a spherical burst of violet energy, instantly annihilating all matter in its path. Whis cautioned the others. It appears Lord Beerus has lost his composure. If you wish to avoid being obliterated along with this space, I suggest you depart forthwith. The violet sphere expanded rapidly until it reached a diameter exceeding 500 meters, abruptly ceasing its growth. Vegito, channeling immense divine energy, braced both hands against the destructive barrier, resisting the force barehanded. In the subsequent moment, Vegito's body emanated a violet aura as well. However, unlike Vegeta, he did not transform into the browless, violet-haired Ego Ultra Instinct form, instead retaining his Super Saiyan Blue state. Whis, observing Vegito, inquired, could it be? You were once a Destroyer God candidate. Destroyer God candidate? You presume such techniques are arduous? With those words, Vegito concentrated all destruction energy into his hand, forging a deep violet destruction energy sword. Excalibur. Vegito brandished the sword, its blade instantly extending to 1,000 meters before cleaving through the spherical barrier. Swoosh. The sphere was bisected, and Beerus suffered a grievous wound from the strike. As the destruction energy dissipated, Beerus, clutching his bleeding shoulder, glared at Vegito, a mere mortal, daring to inflict such grievous harm upon a god. I shall never forgive you. Beerus's energy surged anew, while Vegito, with a dismissive flick of his hand, dispersed the residual destruction energy. In terms of raw power, you are indeed the mightiest I have encountered thus far. To contend with a numerical anomaly like yourself, employing divine techniques would be unfair. Therefore, allow me to demonstrate absolute power. Hi-ya! Vegito ascended further into Super Saiyan Blue evolved, his power escalating exponentially and continuing to surge. Both warriors lunged towards each other simultaneously, and in a single exchange, Beerus was sent hurtling backward by Vegito's punch. Amidst the rapid flight, Vegito, with angelic speed, pursued and stomped upon Beerus's back. Beerus was reduced to a makeshift skateboard, Vegito grinding him across the ground for thousands of meters, leaving a deep furrow in his wake. Vegeta seized Beerus by the hand, forcefully pressing down on his head, and exclaimed, "What is this? The power of a god is so insignificant. Bastard!" Beerus erupted once more, unleashing a destructive energy barrier, but Vegeta grasped it with one hand, applying pressure until it shattered. Utilizing the same tactic repeatedly lost its charm. With a sudden thrust, Vegeta broke Beerus's spine. And just as Beerus was about to curse in agony, Vegeta elbowed him in the neck. Subsequently, he pummeled Beerus's head with several fierce blows, rendering him unconscious. Finally, he grasped Beerus's long ears and hurled him into the sky, declaring, "Now comes the final blow. Your reign as the strongest will conclude today. Ultimate." Vegeta aimed both hands at Beerus, shouting Kamehameha. The instant the energy wave was unleashed, Whis swiftly tapped his staff against the ground, pulling Beerus out of the trajectory of Vegeta's attack. Consequently, the wave reversed direction and hurtled back towards Beerus. Observing this, Whis flew in front of Beerus, raised his staff to absorb the incoming energy wave. With a gentle flick of his staff, Beerus's injuries healed instantly, but Whis chose not to rouse him. For the current circumstances rendered Beerus's awakening meaningless, as it would only subject him to further punishment. Vegeta hovered in the air, observing the two with a smirk. Wasn't it said that angels are absolutely neutral? Whis gazed back at Vegeta with seriousness, replying, while it is commendable that you have triumphed, seeking to take a life is rather excessive. Vegeta responded with a cold laugh. Do you truly believe that if I were the one to lose, Beerus would grant me the chance to live? Whis reminded him, you are not from this timeline, and you are not protected by its rules. So I implore you not to overstep your bounds. Oh, so, if I were to overstep, you could eliminate me at any moment? Vegeta's expression turned grave as he regarded Whis, sensing that he was not as formidable as the previous Whis he had encountered. How about this? Why don't you and the others fuse with Patera and fight me once more? Whis felt belittled, harboring discontent yet striving to maintain composure. Mr. Vegeta, I concede that your power surpasses that of the destroyers and most angels, but that does not imply you are invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal rift in time and space suddenly opened before them. Oh, sneaking in reinforcements? The Grand Zeno, flanked by 2 attendants, the Grand Minister, and the other 11 destroyers and angels emerged from within. The Grand Minister, his gaze piercing with a hint of malice, addressed Vegeta. Enough of this, outsider. The Grand Zeno raised a hand, signaling the Grand Minister to hold back, then slowly floated towards Vegeta. You are indeed powerful, but traversing time and space with such recklessness is a grave offense that warrants punishment. Vegeta crossed his arms, smiling at the Grand Zeno. I wonder what punishment the Grand Zeno has in mind for me. Since you are so formidable, let me enjoy the show. The Grand Zeno waved his hand, and in the next moment, the other 11 destroyers advanced simultaneously, surrounding Vegeta. The previously unconscious Beerus awakened. I want you to face all 12 destroyers alone. Upon hearing this, Vegeta laughed with excitement. Are you certain this is a punishment rather than the greatest reward? If I haven't finished speaking, should you lose or perish, everyone here will be erased. The other destroyers wore confident smiles as they gazed at Vegeta, yet the Grand Zeno added, equally, should you destroyers lose, you too will be erased. A battle to the death. Chapter 57. The advantage of 12. The god of destruction from the 4th universe, Kakarot, stepped forward to gaze at Vegeta. What is there to fear? Even if he could defeat Beerus, he would never overcome the combined strength of the 12 of us. Vegeta looked down at Kakarot and chuckled. You are hardly worthy of my attention. Why not summon your 12 angels as well? The king of all, with a seemingly emotionless gaze, replied, no need. If they cannot prevail against you, it will merely validate the prophecy of fate. All gods shall perish. And at that time, I shall select new gods of destruction. The indifference in the king's demeanor instilled fear in the 12 gods of destruction. They understood that they must exert their utmost effort from the outset. Ha 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 ha. The 12 gods of destruction unleashed a powerful purple aura, encircling Vegeta. With his arms crossed, Vegeta remarked, is this truly the extent of your power? Even Beerus alone could handle the 11 of you. His gaze fixated on Vermid, estimating this fellow, without the use of divine techniques, is merely at Vegeta's deep blue level. The others are scarcely better, only Kakarot is nearly on par with Beerus. Whether the likes of Sidera can withstand even a single blow from me is questionable. He scoffed. The disparity among the gods of destruction is greater than I had anticipated. Without divine techniques, they are quite underwhelming. Vermid, sensing Vegeta's disdainful stare, declared, soon, you shall comprehend the chasm that exists between gods and mortals. Vegeta replied, before we commence, may I pose a question? Vermid laughed. Is this your last will? Very well, ask away. I have heard that in the 11th universe, there exists someone whose combat prowess surpasses yours. Vermid fell silent for a few seconds before responding. You must be referring to Jiren. His strength exceeds mine because he was already superior before I ascended to God of Destruction. Thus, in the 11th universe, he is not bound by certain limitations. Yet, he would never stand a chance against me in my current state. With that, Vermid conjured several playing cards and sent them flying towards Vegeta. He deftly evaded them by a hair's breadth, pondering, concentrating destructive energy into solid form. A mere mortal would vanish upon contact. The god of destruction from the 2nd universe. Helles swiftly drew her bow and shot an arrow at Vegeta. He caught it effortlessly with one hand, inspecting it closely, much like those playing cards. It seems to possess some form of causal locking. Helles, astonished, exclaimed, a mere mortal can catch my arrow. But before she could finish, Vegeta, with a swift motion, thrust the arrow into her abdomen. As the destructive energy began to spiral chaotically, Helles gritted her teeth and extracted the arrow. Struggling to stabilize the energy within, Zampa, standing at the back, shouted, all at once. This is a matter of life and death. Do you think this is merely a game? His words galvanized the remaining gods of destruction, who charged at Vegeta together. Yet, even with their combined might, Vegeta merely crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking their assault with his legs. Even when some attempted to flank him from behind, it proved futile. It was as though he had eyes in the back of his head. In moments of peril, he would evade incoming attacks, causing their strikes to collide with one another. There is a complete lack of coordination, but then again, they are gods of destruction. To expect them to collaborate is somewhat disrespectful. Vegeta soared towards Zampa, who was drenched in cold sweat, yet raised his hand to unleash a destructive energy blast. However, the instant the energy left his palm, Vegeta appeared before him, kicking the blast back into his face. Bang! Zampa, with smoke billowing from his head, was sent flying, unconscious. The fox god of destruction, with 9 elongated tails, each charged with immense destructive energy, shouted, "Get away from me. I won't be responsible if you get hurt." The fox god, Ligel, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his 9 tails. Yet, with astonishing speed, Vegeta navigated through the onslaught, untouched. He landed a solid kick on Ligel's nose and, before the latter could react, quickly stomped on one of his tails. With a swift spinning kick to Ligel's side, the fox god was sent flying, only to be reeled back and due to his tail being pinned. After delivering a series of kicks, one of Ligel's tails snapped. "My tail! My tail!" Ligel stared in disbelief as Vegeta nonchalantly remarked, "I assure you, I did not intend for that to happen." The fox god, bruised and furious, retorted, "You scoundrel! I will kill you. What are you all waiting for? Come help me." Clearly, these gods of destruction were not only wary of Vegeta's strength, but also harbored ulterior motives, hoping to let others expend their energy before claiming the victory for themselves. The 12th universe-esque god of destruction, Jin, resembling a sea creature, swiftly approached Vegeta and said coldly, "We share no enmity, yet this is the king's command, which acknowledges your strength." Jin lunged with a knife-hand strike aimed at Vegeta's waist. But Vegeta immediately seized his wrist, rendering Jin's attempt futile, regardless of the destructive power he summoned. "Have you forgotten that I have yet to use my hands?" With a tug, Jin was pulled closer, and Vegeta delivered a powerful headbutt to his nose, followed by a punch to his abdomen that sent Jin reeling and spewing blood. Vegeta chuckled. "After all, it is 12 against 1. It is only reasonable that I utilize my hands, as this also serves to acknowledge your strength." The Grand Priest discreetly analyzed Vegeta's combat style, relaying his insights to the 12 gods of destruction. Though Vegeta's transformation does not alter his form, it exhibits effects akin to your divine techniques. It allows him to augment his limits without restriction. It could very well be considered another form of divine technique. Reorganize your strategies and continue. Zampa regained consciousness, and the gods of destruction regrouped, now displaying a semblance of formation compared to before. Helles, her wound mended, looked at Vegeta and declared, "This concerns our lives. Even 12 against 1. We must emerge victorious. Do not accuse us of being despicable. It is, after all, an acknowledgement of your strength, as Jin has stated." While Helles spoke boldly, Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, sensing that Helles might be triggering something. Vegeta, after a moment of silence, addressed the 12 gods of destruction, "I shall not call you despicable. After all, the advantage lies with me." Beerus murmured to himself, "Surely, you are not considering employing some form of clone technique?" "Not quite. What I mean is, this battle is fundamentally unequal. I advise you to fuse in pairs through Patera and return. Alternatively," Vegeta gazed at the 12 deities, "it is permissible for your servant to participate." Upon hearing this, the 12 gods of destruction trembled with indignation. Must they unite to contend with a mere human? This was an affront of the highest order. Vegeta extended his hands, splaying his fingers, a gesture that caused all the gods of destruction to recoil in trepidation. "Do not be hasty. I shall inform you before I make a move. Thus, I shall count to 10, allowing you time to ponder whether to merge. Naturally, during this interval, I shall not remain idle. I will systematically eliminate those I deem least effective. This will convey the impression that only through merging can you hope to vanquish me. With every count, I shall slay one of your number. When only 2 remain, regardless of your desires, I shall compel you to merge. Therefore, the sooner you unite, the greater your chances of survival. Are you prepared? I shall commence now." One. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from his position, appearing before Sidera, and with a swift chop, severed his head from his body. The speed was so astonishing that by the time most of the gods of destruction registered the event, they beheld Sidera already fallen to the ground. His head crushed beneath Vegeta's foot. It seemed he could not endure even a second. The god named Papa was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling as he uttered, just a single strike and Sidera is. That fellow is serious. Chapter 58, The Ultimate Destroyer, Barupa. In a flash, Vegeta teleported before the elephant god of destruction, Ramses, and struck him with the back of his hand. Crack. Ramses' tusk shattered instantly as Vegeta swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. Before he could hit the ground, Vegeta unleashed a punch that pierced through Ramses' body, extinguishing his life force in an instant. All of this transpired in what seemed like a mere heartbeat. Kompas clutched Beerus' trousers and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Are you going to let him slaughter us at will? Bardock, give us a pair of Patera." Bardock conjured a pair of Patera earrings out of thin air and tossed one to Kompas, who unhesitatingly placed it on his left ear and handed the other to Beerus. Meanwhile, Vegeta had driven his ki sword through the robotic god of destruction, killing the hidden Moes. With a powerful ki blast, Vegeta obliterated the alien god of destruction, Yardrat. From Universe 5. Time is running out, he declared. Beerus lingered in hesitation, for fusion was a profound affront to a destroyer's pride. Kompas, sensing Beerus' turmoil, rose and grasped his shoulder, shouting, "If we wait any longer, we will have no lives left. What pride are we discussing? Don't forget this is a command from Lord Zeno." With a determined grit of his teeth, Beerus snatched the remaining Patera from Kompas and donned it on his left ear. The pride of the gods of destruction. We shall reclaim it. The two uncontrollably flew toward each other, colliding in a blinding flash of light. At that moment, Vegeta stood atop the corpse of the clown god of destruction, Murd, gripping Hellas by the throat and lifting her off the ground. By the time he released her, she was lifeless. For Vegeta, battle was battle. Devoid of gender, every opponent was treated equally. Especially when the adversary held the title of God of Destruction, he showed no mercy. The only surviving gods of destruction were the Fox God, the Sea Monster God, the Mouse God, and the newly fused Ultimate Destroyer. This figure was a tall and robust cat-like being, in stark contrast to the slender Beerus and the portly Kompas. The newly merged Catman resembled someone who had spent years in a gym, enhancing his physique. Vegeta surveyed his opponent with satisfaction, knowing that according to Kompas' power, he should have been eliminated long ago. However, he understood that the Patera fusion was not solely based on combat strength. The compatibility between the two individuals played a crucial role. The bond between Beerus and Kompas was akin to that of Goku and Vegeta. The results of any fusion among the present gods of destruction would pale in comparison to that of these two brothers. As Vegeta focused his attention on the fused god of destruction, the remaining three gods sighed in relief. The Sea Monster God, Jean, suggested to the Fox God, "Shall we fuse as well?" The Grand Priest interjected, "There is no need for that. If even the fusion of Beerus and Kompas cannot prevail, then your fusion would be futile. From this moment on, this battle no longer concerns you." Vegeta turned to the formidable Catman and inquired, "What is your name?" "Born to defeat you. I am Barupa, your ultimate nemesis." With that declaration, Barupa appeared behind Vegeta in an instant, prompting Vegeta to immediately adopt a defensive stance. A barrage of invisible strikes rained upon him, echoing with relentless collisions. In a mere exchange, Vegeta spat blood, his attire severely tattered. Zeno observed Barupa and asked, "Impressive. How does he compare to the Grand Priest?" The Grand Priest assessed Barupa and replied, "His strength and speed surpass mine. Their overall prowess is nearly equal. In a deathmatch, I would likely emerge victorious." The Grand Priest's words were cautious, even considering Barupa's ability to wield two divine techniques simultaneously. At that moment, Olby and the others began to panic. Piccolo threw off his hat in frustration, cursing, "Damn it. That bastard is too arrogant. This is going to backfire." Olby, sweating profusely, murmured, I have never seen him injured to this extent." Goku, puzzled, asked Olby, "Is this really that serious? What was the most severe injury he sustained before?" Vegeta replied, "He was merely struck and had a bit of blood drawn from his nose by a triple fusion." "Triple?" Vegeta rose and faced Barupa, stating, "It seems it was all worthwhile. I have finally found an opponent capable of matching me." "Match you?" Barupa turned to Vegeta, saying, "That last strike of mine utilized only 60% of my power, and you were already left vulnerable." 60%? Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and chuckled. "Another grandiose claim. If that was merely 60%, you aren't worth my effort." He then gestured to himself. "However, let me be clear, I have only exerted 50% of my power thus far. boasting without evidence. Regardless of your claimed power level, you will soon learn the consequences of defying a god. Bardock stepped forward, then halted, gazing intently at Vegeta. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The previous air of nonchalance had vanished. What is happening? Suddenly, I feel this guy poses a threat to me. He regarded Vegeta seriously and asked, "What have you done?" Vegeta grinned. "Oh? You can sense it?" As expected of a Pot-Terra fusion, inheriting Beerus mastery over Ultra Instinct. You might even surpass him. The Grand Priest cautioned Bardock silently. Do not underestimate him. That individual is also utilizing Ultra Instinct. What? Then why does he show no signs of Ultra Instinct? Vegeta remarked to Bardock, only a half-baked Ultra Instinct would display silver, scorching energy, a complete waste. Naru recalled Goku's Ultra Instinct. No. Perfect Ultra Instinct should cause hair to turn silver even without energy leakage. Moreover, that emotional state does not resemble that of someone in Ultra Instinct. Vegeta glanced at Naru, who now noticed a layer of silver radiance glimmering in Vegeta's pupils. Only the pupils have changed? Vegeta strolled toward Bardock, who, embodying an authoritative demeanor, crossed his arms and taunted. Oh? Despite your slight enhancement, after experiencing my strength, you are not fleeing. Rather, you approach me? Vegeta stood before Bardock and declared, if I don't come closer, how can I make you feel utterly defeated? Enough talk about my strength. Let your body experience it. Ultimate Destroyer. Bardock struck first, launching a punch at Vegeta with such speed that only the Grand Priest and his two attendants could perceive it. Boom. The swift and powerful blow landed on Vegeta's chest, producing a deafening sound. Vegeta's veins bulged on his forehead, yet he stood unyielding, his feet firmly planted. However, the ground beneath him shattered upon absorbing the force of the impact. Immediately thereafter, the entire Spirit Time house, which was akin to the size of Earth, began to crumble and split into two fragments. The King of All gazed at the two and inquired, "What has transpired?" The Grand Priest elucidated. Vegeta deliberately endured that strike to test Beerus' strength. He perfectly controlled his body, transferring some of the force to the ground beneath him. A feat of considerable mastery in the Ultra Instinct technique. The King of All, brimming with excitement, remarked, "They are both remarkable. If they could present me with a spectacular battle, regardless of the outcome, I would contemplate sparing their lives." At that moment, Beerus cautiously stepped back a few paces, questioning, "Are you merely putting on a brave face?" Vegeta responded with a chuckle, "Are you jesting? That level of force is fit only for a massage. To inflict damage upon an opponent, it must be executed like this." In the very instant Vegeta concluded his statement, he vanished from Beerus' sight. A resounding thud followed, and Beerus suddenly felt a searing pain radiate through his insides. Vegeta's fist struck his abdomen, the punch infused with a swirling force that twisted Beerus' muscles and organs severely. A warm sensation surged in Beerus' throat, compelling him to stifle the blood threatening to escape his lips. Clutching his abdomen, his body trembled uncontrollably, gradually bending as his knees drew closer to the ground. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, he concentrated fiercely, employing divine power to mend his body and rise once more. However, his visage remained etched with agony. After a moment of managing his expression, he swallowed the blood in his mouth, donning a facade of nonchalance as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta, observing Beerus, inquired with a grin, "Are you forcing yourself?" The Grand Priest interjected, "It is evident Mr. Vegeta's speed has surpassed Beerus' reaction time in Ultra Instinct. Perhaps it is due to Vegeta's earlier restraint against Ultra Instinct that has rendered Beerus hesitant to unleash his full energy." The Grand Priest, aware that Vegeta could perceive the mental exchange between him and the God of Destruction, stated directly, "Do not hesitate to employ your full energy Ultra Instinct. I will not resort to such trivial tricks to deceive you. This is your own assertion." In the next moment, a radiant aura of silver and purple erupted from Beerus. At that instant, he simultaneously invoked the divine techniques of both God of Destruction and Angel, known as the dual instinct. Vegeta inhaled deeply, unleashing an even more formidable energy. And then in an instant, both vanished from sight. The King of All stared blankly at the sky, exclaiming, "I cannot see them." The Grand Priest raised his hand, generating a time field that slowed the space surrounding them by a factor of 100, yet it remained elusive to capture. Subsequently, he amplified the energy. When their speed was reduced by a factor of 10,000, the King of All was finally able to discern their battle. However, to the King of All it still appeared exceedingly swift. As the pace of the two slowed, Old B and the others also gained clarity regarding their confrontation. Is this the extent of Vegeto's power? Old B clasped his hands, asserting it should not be after his earlier battle with Whis. I inquired. He stated that Ultra Instinct represents only 80% of his strength, and his full power would likely match his opponent's, simultaneously employing 2 divine techniques. Chapter 59, Vegeto's Mastery and Other Divine Techniques. Naru murmured, while those techniques could refine his combat prowess, they do not represent his true zenith. What do you mean? Naru elucidated to the group. If my conjecture is accurate, the 2/10 of power Vegito withholds is an act of clemency towards his adversaries. Clemency. Indeed. Vegito typically disdains engaging in combat with a power differential so vast as to be oppressive. From his engagement with Beerus until now, the only divine technique he has employed is autonomous Ultra Instinct. As for destruction energy, it has not yet reached the pinnacle of a divine technique. It remains merely a concentrated force. Old Vegeta, overhearing Naru's words, muttered he refrains from using them if his opponent cannot. Then why compel us to learn and innovate new divine techniques? Naru chuckled. One may choose to abstain, but one cannot be ignorant. Furthermore, he does not always abstain. Against adversaries he deems worthy of termination or those he holds in contempt. Recall Janemba. Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, surely it isn't reserved solely for those he despises. Old Vegeta comprehended almost instantaneously, inquiring further, is it effective? Android 18, with eyes closed and brow furrowed, nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this, old Vegeta secretly vowed to solicit further tutelage from Vegito in the future. At this juncture, the combat had reached a fever pitch. Despite the considerable expenditure of energy by both Vegito and Beerus, the intensity of their engagement showed no signs of abatement. Rather, it escalated with each passing moment. Beerus' dual Ultra Instinct grew increasingly refined, yet Vegito consistently maintained a slight advantage. Bang! After a collision of elbows, the 2 combatants simultaneously disengaged. Beerus' respiration became labored. Your power is truly astonishing. The rate at which you grow surpasses even the divine techniques of a god of destruction. Vegito, gazing intently at Beerus, chuckled. Does this level of ability truly astound you? I ceased mere numerical augmentation 10 minutes prior. The reason I have been suppressing you stems from autonomous Ultra Instinct. The Grand Minister, observing Vegito, remarked, I comprehend. This conserves a great deal of stamina. It appears Mr. Vegito intends to conserve energy to deal with me as well. If such is your intention, I advise you to abandon it. Vegito turned his gaze towards the Grand Minister. What? Do you believe I am incapable of defeating you? The Grand Minister, with hands clasped behind his back, smiled. It is not a matter of capability. Our power is nearly equal. Perhaps you are marginally stronger. However, if you and I were to engage, it would transcend the boundaries of training. Angels are incapable of unleashing their true potential. Vegito, upon hearing this, turned to Whis and questioned. Did you not assert that outsiders could permit angels to disregard the rules and intervene? The Grand Minister interjected, clarifying for Whis that applies only to angels of lower rank. The higher the angelic station, the greater the constraints imposed. Thus, Mr. Vegito, if you were to engage with me, neither of us could fight at full strength. Focus on the battle at hand. Capitalizing on Vegito's exchange with the Grand Minister, Beerus swiftly materialized behind him and launched a kick. Vegito left an afterimage in his wake, then reappeared beside Beerus, delivering a counterblow that sent him hurtling. He regarded Beerus and stated, Do you wonder why I paused? Because you have begun to bore me. I could conclude this at any moment, should I so desire. Beerus landed heavily, striking the ground with his fist in frustration. Damn it! Is even the fusion of gods of destruction no match for a mere mortal? The Grand Minister, having discerned the nuances of the situation, advised Beerus, perhaps you should refine the sequence of divine technique integration once more, as Mr. Vegito has done. Beerus, rising to his feet, regarded Vegito with perplexity. Like him? He merely employs a half-baked version of perfected Ultra Instinct. He continues to parry attacks that he should be able to evade. Vegito, arms crossed, chuckled. As I suspected. This is the extent of your comprehension. The Grand Minister continued, addressing Beerus, it is not half-baked. While Mr. Vegito employs Ultra Instinct, it differs markedly from that of angels. If my assessment is accurate, Mr. Vegito has diminished the automatic evasion of Ultra Instinct in order to significantly enhance the automatic reinforcement of his body during offense. A numerical representation would provide greater clarity. Assume that perfected Ultra Instinct grants a bonus of 10 to each attribute. Speed 10, reaction 10, automatic evasion 10, automatic blocking 10, automatic reinforcement upon impact 10, automatic reinforcement upon offense 10, energy optimization 10. Mr. Vegeto's current state is as follows: speed 1 to 20, reaction 1 to 20, automatic evasion 1, automatic blocking 1, automatic reinforcement upon impact 1 to 20, automatic reinforcement upon offense 1 to 20, energy optimization 1 to 20. Beerus Pa remained uncomprehending. 1 to 20? What does that signify? Vegito elucidated. It signifies that I only instantaneously reinforce and optimize when necessary. However, this instantaneous surge is immensely potent, and it conserves a great deal of superfluous energy expenditure. Of course, the Grand Minister's 1 to 20 is merely illustrative. The actual upper limit of the instantaneous surge is far greater. However, he is correct in one regard. I have forsaken the automatic evasion and automatic attack capabilities of Ultra Instinct. All is determined by my subjective judgment. I merely perceive the location of incoming threats. Whether to evade, parry, or otherwise is entirely my decision. I do not permit my body to make the optimal judgment on its own. Beerus Pa, gazing intently at Vegito, inquired, "Can this still be considered Ultra Instinct?" The greatest strength of this technique lies in allowing the body to make judgments autonomously. Vegito sneered. Humph. Who is to say that the body's autonomous judgments are invariably the best? Allow me to demonstrate the disparity. Beerus Pa surged towards Vegito, unleashing a flurry of blows. Vegito could only evade, appearing to be completely overwhelmed by Beerus Pa. It was not until Vegito raised his arm, enduring a kick from Beerus, that he countered with a blow that sent Beerus flying. Did you witness that? If I were to permit my body to judge autonomously, I would not necessarily be your equal. Against your rapid attacks, the body's instinct is merely to evade, with no opportunity for retaliation. This is the optimal solution self-determined by the body. Now, allow me to demonstrate my own Ultra Instinct. Beerus Pa launched a second assault, aiming a blow at Vegito's ribs. Vegito did not evade, instantaneously reinforcing his elbow, allowing Beerus Pa's fist to strike the hardest point of his arm. Beerus Pa's hand throbbed with pain. Vegito, smiling, inquired, "Do you perceive it? If I so desired, I could inflict grievous harm upon you with mere parries. Such actions are impossible when relying solely on the body's autonomous judgment, including trading blows, not to mention completely abandoning defense and engaging in a brawl. Ultimately, Ultra Instinct and your divine techniques of destruction are incongruous. The more flawlessly you execute Ultra Instinct, the more limited the improvement to your divine techniques of destruction. However, without Ultra Instinct, you cannot even touch me, unless you can emulate me. In moments of emotional fluctuation, one can still harness the formidable power of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta unreservedly shares his experiences with Beerus. If the High Priest cannot fight at full strength, then Beerus is the strongest being he can currently confront. Nevertheless, even Beerus finds it challenging to unleash his full potential, as he is uncertain where to seek a more formidable opponent. Under the guidance of the High Priest and Vegeta, Beerus gradually learns to maintain Ultra Instinct while releasing his destructive urges. However, this comes at the cost of diminished automatic evasion abilities, much like Vegeta. Yet, as long as his attacks can significantly amplify in strength, and he can anticipate and reinforce the points of impact in the moment of being struck, the absence of automatic evasion becomes inconsequential. Beerus's condition improves, reaching a stalemate with Vegeta, and even a more composed expression graces his face. In response, Vegeta is compelled to exert more energy to amplify his own abilities. Sensing this, Beerus, while battling, chuckles and quips, "I forgot to mention, the god of destruction possesses infinite divine power. How much longer can your divine energy sustain this battle? If I maintain my current state, your defeat is inevitable." Vegeta remains silent, solely focused on the fight. He realizes that without employing other divine techniques, he has reached his limit. As Beerus suggests, if things continue in this manner, defeat is unavoidable. Yet, this very state is what he has tirelessly sought. He can vaguely sense that he is but a step away from another breakthrough. What is still lacking? Other divine techniques? No, that would be too unfair. Greater speed? Stronger power? Do numerical values still hold significance? A higher realm? A domain that transcends divine techniques? A realm that can touch the fabric of causality? Wouldn't that be even more unfair? None of these pursuits resonate with Vegeta at this moment. He has numerous methods to eliminate Beerus in an instant. Simply employing his divine power-driven, innate time manipulation and limitless potential would suffice. Gradually, Vegeta relinquishes his offensive. He slowly lowers his hands, standing still as Beerus delivers increasingly potent blows upon him. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, Beerus grows increasingly anxious. He realizes that no matter how fiercely he attacks Vegeta, his opponent remains immovable. Regardless of where Beerus strikes, even in muscle-less areas such as the head, Vegeta's targeted areas instantly reinforce, neutralizing the force of Beerus's attacks, rendering him immune to all harm. Damn it. Beerus gathers all his strength and delivers a punch to Vegeta's left chest. This time, Vegeta moves, his body shifting in response to the impact with a speed that matches Beerus's punch. Simultaneously, Vegeta's right hand springs into action, delivering a heavy blow to Beerus's cheek. Old Kai looks at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, "What just happened?" The High Priest also gasps in surprise. "Oh, it seems Mr. Vegeta has further advanced on the path of Ultra Instinct." Vegeta opens his eyes, his hair and eyebrows instantly transforming to a silver hue. He gazes at the fallen Beerus, smiling. "This must be the next stage, using force against force. I fully absorb your attack and temporarily store it, subsequently augmenting it with my own power. I counter with speed and strength that surpass my limits." Previously, Vegeta could redirect a portion of the opponent's force into the ground, but such a technique was ineffective in aerial combat. Now, he can not only redirect, but also temporarily store and amplify his power for counterattacks at will. Vegeta approaches Beerus and declares, "Stand up, the real spectacle is yet to come." The High Priest observes the downed Beerus and remarks, "The outcome is clear, Mr. Vegeta. He is finished." What? Chapter 60. Next stop, the Dark Universe. The Omni King gazed at the motionless body of Beerus on the ground, remarking, "It appears to be over." Ketla, drenched in cold sweat from fear, retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "The god of destruction in his fused form was actually killed with a single punch?" The Omni King slowly raised his hand towards the remaining 3 gods of destruction, saying, "Then you shall also vanish." Just as he was about to clench his fist, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered around the Grand Minister and the 2 guards to grasp his hand. "Never mind. I have something far more intriguing to attend to. They may still prove useful to you." The 2 guards turned in terror to stare at Vegeta. When did this happen? They both struck out at Vegeta simultaneously, prompting him to release the Omni King and raise his hands and legs to block their assault. These guards are not particularly formidable. They are merely stronger than the average angel. The Omni King instructed the guards, "Stand down." But one protested, "Let's hear what he has to say first." Vegeta tore through the fabric of space, retrieving the summoning device of the Second Universe's Omni King and pressing it. In an instant, the Omni King and Grand Minister from the Second Universe appeared behind Vegeta. "Vegeta, have you found a suitable universe?" The Second Universe's Omni King inquired. "Indeed. I initially thought this universe was devoid of talent. However, if the gods of destruction can participate, there is a promising candidate here." Vegeta glanced at the corpse of Beerus on the ground, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the Grand Minister from the Second Universe. He immediately grasped the events that had transpired. The guards and Grand Minister from the Third Universe grew alert. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the Third Universe's Grand Minister as he scrutinized his counterpart. "He is incredibly powerful, far stronger than me. I fear that even together with the 2 guards, we would not stand a chance against him. I never anticipated such a universe existed." The Grand Minister from the Second Universe chuckled. "No need to be anxious. We harbor no ill intentions. In fact, we wish to invite you to participate in a competition." "A competition?" The Omni King of the Third Universe's interest was piqued, and he soared forward to inquire, "What sort of contest?" What followed was a dialogue between the 2 Omni Kings regarding the game rules. Upon hearing them, the Omni King of the Third Universe immediately resolved to participate. He turned to his Grand Minister, stating, "Grand Minister, please revive all those who have perished." "All of them?" "Yes, and Beerus need not be reconstituted. Let him remain as he is. As for the other 7 deceased gods of destruction, they shall be demoted to assistants and will aid the new god of destruction alongside the angels." "A new god of destruction?" The Omni King of the Third Universe pointed to Goku and the others from this universe, declaring, "Let these individuals from Universe 7 assume that role. If we are to play this game, we must win. We have already witnessed the formidable strength and potential of the Saiyans." The Grand Minister of the Third Universe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with proper training, we stand a good chance of victory." Subsequently, the Omni King and Grand Minister of the Second Universe remained in the Third Universe for a time. Beerus continued to serve as a god of destruction but was reassigned to other universes. Goku became the god of destruction for Universe 7, while Piccolo replaced Shin as the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Gohan assumed the role of god of destruction for Universe 11, with the former Whis and Margarita becoming his attendants and mentors. The previous candidate for god of destruction, Toppo, was promoted and sent to oversee destruction in other universes. Trunks replaced the god of destruction from Universe 10. Notably, the new gods of destruction did not share a life with the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai retained a shared life with the revived former gods of destruction who had become assistants. Trunks becoming the god of destruction for Universe 10 caused Vegeta some concern, as Zamasu also hailed from Universe 10. There seemed to be an inescapable fate at play, to prevent the individuals from this universe from having their bodies exchanged. Vegeta gathered the Super Dragon Balls and made a wish to ensure that the inhabitants of this universe could not be swapped. As for Zamasu, if he wished to switch, he would have to do so in other universes. The group spent a year in this universe, and it was time to depart once more. Throughout this year, everyone had made progress, and Goku's second son was born. After decades of delay, Goten finally arrived alongside Goku's revival. Upon birth, he possessed battle power far exceeding that of Broly. Before their departure, Goku engaged in a friendly match with Vegeta and Bardock. After arduous training, Vegeta could only manage a draw against the Super Saiyan God Goku. Goku also had Vegeta showcase his Ultra Blue transformation. If all went as expected, Goku's strength would continue to grow. On that day, on Earth in Universe 7, Gohan approached Vegeta and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. Thanks to you, this universe can also be spared from disaster." Vegeta, arms crossed, replied, "This is not yet over. Zamasu may execute his plans in another form." Is there an even greater threat? Vegeta smiled and asked, "What if that threat is me? Prepare for everything." He then patted Gohan's shoulder, stating, "Only by becoming stronger than anyone else can you protect your universe." "Yes, I will train hard." Bulma followed Vegeta onto the spaceship, while Din anxiously gazed at Bardock, saying, "Dad, please take care of Mom." "Rest assured, I will protect her," he replied. Bulma tossed a communicator to Din, saying, "Once you become a god, you won't be able to traverse freely. If you miss us, just give us a call." As the spaceship's hatch closed, the group commenced their new journey. Inside the cabin, Android 18 fiddled with a collection of precious jewelry that Vegeta had gifted her. Bardock turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Where to next?" Vegeta approached the control panel and entered a coordinate, stating, "Here, a dark universe, a place from which recovery may be impossible." According to the second universe's Omni King, encountering such a universe necessitated the elimination of the threat, even if recovery was unfeasible. Bulma and Bardock frowned at the overview of this timeline. A crisis sparked by Kakarot? Indeed, the disaster began in the year 764 of the age, precisely when Kakarot returned from planet Yardrat. Bardock proposed, "Shall we go to the moment the crisis occurs and resolve it then?" Vegeta scoffed at Bardock. "Do you think, when we passed through the second universe, we could have intervened before Gohan's defeat? The time we captured was precisely after his loss, marking the latest temporal node of that timeline. If we were to return and resolve the disaster before it happened, we would merely create an alternate timeline that suppresses the crisis. However, the past of that timeline remains unchanged, and the latest point of disaster is the year 779 of the age, which is when Frieza originally resurrected and invaded Earth. Whether we attempt to alter or eradicate it, we must descend upon this latest timeline. In the year 764 of the age, Trunks was the first to eliminate Frieza and his father, who were invading Earth. Subsequently, the group followed Trunks to the location where Goku was about to land, waiting in anticipation. As the Capsule Corp spaceship approached the Earth's atmosphere, excitement surged among the group. All eyes turned skyward. Only Piccolo furrowed his brow. "Is that Goku's aura?" The Saiyan pod crashed to the Earth, leaving a massive crater. The group gathered around the edge, anticipating the occupant's emergence. The hatch creaked open, and a bloodied hand reached out, gripping the side of the pod. Then, a grotesque figure clad in Yardration attire stumbled out. Gohan and Krillin stared at the abomination, their faces ashen. "Goku." The creature emitted a guttural growl, and when it turned its ravaged face toward its former companions, Krillin collapsed in terror. Beneath the familiar spiky hair, half of the face was a shredded ruin, a gaping wound where the left cheek had been. The teeth were visible in a gruesome display. Red eyes scanned the assembled group. Krillin? The being, once known as Goku, shambled toward Krillin, who instinctively tried to flee but was paralyzed by the familiar voice. A blood-soaked hand reached out and touched Krillin's bald head, leaving a crimson mark. Are you all right, Goku? Hungry. In a flash, the powerful hand clamped onto Krillin's head, and the creature's maw opened, tearing into the bald pate. Dad, Father. Piccolo seized Gohan and blasted off into the sky. In mere seconds, a large portion of Krillin's head had been devoured, and the monster, the thing that was once Goku, clutched a handful of brain matter, stuffing it into its mouth. Trunks drew his sword, shouting, "That's not Goku anymore." Huh. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and lunged at the creature, bringing his sword down on its head with all his might. But the monster's hair flared up, turning golden red, and it caught the blade between two fingers. Super Saiyan. Goku seized Trunks' arm and yanked. Snap. Trunks' left arm was severed with a bite, and Goku tore the flesh from the bone with its teeth, devouring it. Then, it unleashed an aura of despair. Chapter 61. The Zombie Universe in the year 779 of the A.D. era, Earth. A spaceship suddenly appeared above West City, and the onlookers felt an oppressive aura that made them frown. Old Bey stood at the window of the spaceship, gazing down at the dilapidated capsule corporation. What on earth had transpired? Bulma examined the timeline of Earth's abbreviated history, stating, in the year 764 A.D., the same year Sun Jun returned from planet Yardrat. It seems he carried a certain virus that has since infected others, spreading from him as the source until it permeated the entire universe. Vegeta carefully sensed the fabric of this world's rules, remarking, "This time, my power is not suppressed. Moreover, I cannot feel the presence of the Omni King. Perhaps the highest caliber of deity here is merely a god of destruction." Old Bey continued to expand his perception. "I do not sense a formidable aura." Vegeta speculated, "Those who are strong are likely not on Earth anymore. In any case, we will know once we step outside. Protect Bulma at all costs." Before they could exit the spaceship, several humanoid figures soared towards them. Their bodies exhibited varying degrees of damage and decay, appearing exceedingly grotesque. One had its abdomen hollowed out, while another had its skull partially torn off, revealing a swaying half-brain. Such injuries were beyond the capacity of any living being to endure. Upon recognizing them, Bulma immediately retched onto the ground, gasping for air. Old Bey rushed to pat her back. "Are you all right? This is horrendous. Even androids would not commit such cruel acts." The newcomers were none other than Bulma's former friends, Yamcha, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Tien. They gazed at the spaceship in confusion, and when they caught sight of the figures within through the window, they seemed to lose their sanity, rushing to the reinforced glass, pounding and gnashing their teeth. Just as Vegeta was about to raise his hand to reduce them to ashes, Bulma hurriedly grasped his hand, pleading, "Please, do not kill them. Give me a chance. I want to see if I can restore everything. If it is a virus, there must be a way to develop an antidote." Vegeta lowered his hand. "Do as you wish. Let us dock the spaceship in a secure location before proceeding." Crack, crack. At that moment, the reinforced window began to fracture under the assault of the zombies. The auras of the three individuals intensified dramatically, their eyebrows transforming into a dark golden hue. Surrounded by dark golden flames, Old Bey crossed his arms, murmuring, "What is this? Are all Earthlings in this world Super Saiyans?" Due to Yamcha's scalp being torn off, the four could not muster even a single hair, making it impossible to discern any specific changes. Perhaps Kaiatsu had some, but his hat obscured any visibility. Vegeta surveyed the increasingly cracked glass. This specialized protective glass should be impervious even to a full-power Super Saiyan 2 attack. Yet these creatures can crack it through sheer brute force, their energy comparable to that of Cell during the second passive activation of Universe 2. Android 18 frowned at the four, suggesting, "Shouldn't we dispose of these things quickly? They are quite repugnant." Vegeta instantaneously teleported behind the four. They immediately turned and charged at him, but Vegeta swiftly severed their limbs with his energy sword. Exercising restraint, he unleashed a ki blast into their mouths, shattering all of their teeth. Thus, they could be taken for research. The once dismembered four began to writhe, their severed limbs regenerating instantaneously like Majin Buu. Even their teeth grew back. Can they maintain the appearance of zombies indefinitely? Vegeta waved his hand, retrieving a severed arm from the ground, then teleported back into the spaceship with the others. He tossed the arm onto Bulma's workbench, instructing, "Study their limbs, but ensure you take precautions. Otherwise, a mere touch may lead to mutation, and I would have no choice but to eliminate you." the spaceship ascended beyond the atmosphere, hovering as numerous zombies traversed the atmosphere into the cosmos. Vegeta observed the dense horde of zombies, exclaiming, "These creatures can survive in space." Vegeta analyzed. It is likely due to their enhanced life force, enabling them to withstand vacuum, extreme cold, and cosmic radiation. Old Bey placed 2 fingers on his forehead, declaring, "I will eliminate them all." Vegeta teleported outside, amplifying his energy and executing a prince's combat technique to obliterate them into fragments. Yet, some remnants of their massive torsos regenerated. Observing this, Vegeta joined him, realizing that to entirely eradicate them, most of their bodies and heads must be destroyed. Otherwise, they would continue to regenerate, maintaining their monstrous forms. Vegeta pointed his finger at the horde of zombies. Destruction. All remaining zombies exploded, vanishing completely from the material plane. The two returned to the spaceship, and Vegeta, with a grave expression, remarked, "Logically, a single ki blast should obliterate them into ashes. Yet, a minuscule fraction retains most of their bodies. Among them, a few possess at least Super Saiyan 2 level power, and that dark golden hair resembles a Super Saiyan, their energy akin to it. Is that Gohan?" Vegeta spotted a figure resembling future Gohan floating outside, observing them. Unlike the zombies, he emitted no aura and bore no mangled flesh. Instead, his left arm was replaced by a mechanical one. He gazed in surprise at the individuals within, murmuring, "Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, and Miss 18. Vegeta scrutinized the exterior figure of Gohan. He had been augmented, and the extent of his enhancements surpassed that of Android 18, his skin and flesh artificial. Yet, he was still Gohan. Additionally, another figure appeared beside Gohan. It was Android 18. Though her appearance was largely unchanged, her expression seemed more detached, and her internal modifications were comparable to Gohan's. Floating beside Gohan, 18 inquired, "Was that powerful energy signal we detected just now emanating from them?" Gohan nodded, "Yes." "Miss 18, why are you here? I thought I told you to stay at the base." "I came because I was worried about you. Did you find me a nuisance?" "And no." Bulma, with an amused expression, observed the two in space, chuckling. "It seems that Gohan and 18 share a special bond." Vegeta laughed. "This is the charm of the multiverse. Perhaps in some universe, Vegeta's partner is indeed 18. Upon hearing this, Bulma and 18 exclaimed in unison, "He dares." Vegeta, meanwhile, was earnestly contemplating, is there a possibility? Perhaps in some universe, when androids 16, 17, and 18 awoke, only Vegeta was present. And that 18 is not malevolent. After defeating Vegeta, she playfully teased him, leading him to become infatuated. Vegeta crossed his arms, veins bulging on his forehead, asserting, "Enough already. Such a universe cannot possibly exist. How about a bet? Perhaps in some universe, Kakarot is a woman, and you and Kakarot are together." Vegeta, unable to contain his frustration, bellowed at Vegeta, "Such a thing is absolutely impossible. I would rather die. I would rather leap from here. It is implausible that I would consort with a gender-bent Kakarot." Vegito continued to jest with Vegeta. "How about an exchange? You, in a feminized form, are ravished by Kakarot. However, considering your disposition, even in a transformed, feminine state, you would likely be the one to dominate Kakarot. Post-coitus, you would probably adopt an air of entitlement, as if you had, in some way, vanquished him." The ever-outspoken, yet hesitant, Vegeta, his face flushed crimson, bellowed, "You're being utterly preposterous. Furthermore, is there perhaps a reality where both Kakarot and I are feminized, and upon fusion into you, we remain as one, never to separate? I would be intrigued to witness your reaction to a gender-swap version of yourself. Ultimately, given your narcissistic tendencies, it's conceivable that you would find yourselves mutually enamored." Vegito, stroking his chin, murmured, "Now that you mention it, I seem to recall such a scenario from my memories. However, more than a feminized version of myself, I would relish the sight of a female Gogeta, and then present her before Larda." Android 18, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Enough is enough." The Android 18 from outside, observing the camaraderie within, remarked, "They aren't from our universe, are they?" Gohan surmised, "Indeed, much like that Trunks, they hail from another space-time continuum. One of them possesses an aura remarkably similar to Father and Uncle Vegeta. I know not what transpired in their realm, but they appear to be benevolent. I shall caution them to distance themselves from this place." Within the spacecraft, Vegito addressed the assembly, "I shall fetch them forthwith." By the time Gohan regained his senses, He and the Android 18 of this timeline had materialized inside the spacecraft. Chapter 62, The Android Guardian Instant Transmission? We shouldn't be out of energy. How did you manage that? Gohan gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. Vegeta, arms crossed, replied, my instant transmission does not rely on energy. It has been refined by integrating Jebet's method of teleportation. The 18 from the fourth timeline looked at Gohan and asked, Jebet, the attendant beside the Kaishin? I believe his earrings are similar to those worn by the Kaishin. With that, the 18 from the fourth timeline approached the 18 from the second timeline, scrutinizing her. Only basic modifications, yet the energy levels are remarkably immense. I advise you to steer clear of this universe. Vegeta addressed the two, since we have arrived. We certainly have intentions to act, and we are formidable. Gohan surveyed the occupants of the spaceship, silently reflecting. That individual looks exactly like my father. And Nappa and Raditz are inexplicably alive as well. He then turned to Vegeta, saying, I acknowledge your strength, but it is still insufficient. Regardless of whether you are benevolent or malevolent, I do not wish for you to be infected here. Old Bey looked at Vegeta and suggested, why not show him a demonstration? Vegeta, still with arms crossed, responded, I fear it might frighten him. Perhaps you should take the lead. Vegeta relinquished the opportunity to impress, allowing Vegeta to step forward with a smile. You claim we lack power? How about this? Ha ha ha. At that moment, the spaceship's audio system played the evolution theme from Digimon. Old Bey became increasingly enthralled. He could have instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Yet he chose to gradually exhibit all his transformation stages. This is the ordinary Super Saiyan. I trust it is familiar to you. In the next instant, lightning erupted around Vegeta, but Gohan and 18 maintained their composure, which was anticipated by Vegeta. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Addressing Gohan, this is the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan 3. The 18 from the fourth timeline remarked, the energy is potent. Yet it does not compare to Subject Zero or that demon. Gohan nodded, refraining from further comments. He intended to allow the others to reveal their full strength before highlighting the disparity. Noticing their lack of reaction, Old Bey felt somewhat awkward and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. What? This time, Gohan and 18 finally exhibited expressions of surprise. Old Bey relished the moment, stating, how about this? This Super Saiyan 4 transformation should assist you in defeating those foes, right? And to be honest, I possess 2 additional transformation stages beyond this. At this point, Old Bey instinctively pointed his thumb at Vegeta, adding, by the way, that fellow's power far exceeds mine. Vegeta felt a surge of anger as Old Bey aimed a causal weapon at him, but chose not to undermine Vegeta's dignity, silently cursing under his breath. Gohan quickly regained his composure and furrowed his brow, looking at Vegeta. Indeed, it is formidable, but were it not for the androids, even with 2 more transformations, you would ultimately become one of them. Therefore, I advise you to depart swiftly. Gohan turned his gaze to the 18 from the second timeline. Moreover, even someone like Miss 18 would be unable to resist that virus. Extensive modifications would be necessary. Vegeta clenched his fists, saying, in that case, let us obliterate the Earth and find another place to reside. That is not feasible. To my knowledge, every life-bearing location in the universe has been infected. Even if we relocate to another planet, they will inevitably pursue us using instant transmission. Furthermore, there are still many uninfected individuals on Earth. Bulma inquired. Many uninfected individuals? Are they being protected by you? Gohan lowered his head and slowly replied, no. In fact, they are being safeguarded by those monsters. He then looked at Bulma. It is the Bulma Annie from this world who is protecting them. Bulma, confused, pointed at herself. Me? A monster? Protecting humanity? Gohan explained. Those infected by the virus do not lose their previous memories, yet their behavior is entirely governed by instinct. Moreover, since these monsters only consume human flesh, 2 years after the virus outbreak, the Bulma Anti in this timeline proposed a cruel breeding plan. They brought all remaining humans to the sacred world, where it seemed there was a place that could accelerate the flow of time, allowing all survivors to reproduce rapidly to ensure a continuous food supply for the infected. As he spoke, Gohan clenched his fists and closed his eyes. This is a hell. I witnessed countless monsters devour those children. To guarantee the current infected have ample food, they strictly control the number of infected. They kill the food before infection. Thus, even if bitten, they do not transform into monsters. However, there are always some exceedingly vile monsters that derive pleasure from torturing their food. They do not bite directly, but instead tear apart their bodies, forcing them to watch as they are consumed piece by piece, only to be killed when they are on the verge of death. Upon hearing this, everyone gaped in horror, and Bulma covered her mouth. How atrocious. Even the typically cold 18 could not help but exclaim, such monsters deserve to die 1,000 times. Vegeta gritted his teeth, saying, I hope those creatures can still feel pain. I will torture them to death. Gohan looked at Vegeta. The infected Uncle Vegeta is like this. Bulma pointed at Vegeta. Vegeta, how could you be like this? Ah, it is not me. That was not me. Forget it. Gohan continued. Thus, this is why we do not wish for you to intervene. The more powerful you are, the greater the risk. They will select the strong to become part of them. Vegeta looked at Gohan and asked, surely there is a reason for this. What is their ultimate goal? Gohan met Vegeta's gaze and replied, this virus has a peculiar characteristic. When an infected individual consumes food, they acquire the strength and advantages of that food. This enables the infected to continually evolve toward perfection. Therefore, when this universe can no longer sustain them, the Bulma of this timeline modified Trunks' time machine, treating individuals from other timelines as food and nourishment for their evolution. They intend to spread the virus across all universes. Moreover, your ability to reach this timeline signifies that the connection between the two timelines has been established. Consequently, they may likely invade the place from which you came. Bulma stepped back in fright. How can this be? Does that mean our timeline is doomed? Vegeta reassured Bulma, do not fret. This timeline is chaotic due to the absence of the Omni King. Once they invade a timeline with the Omni King, the Grand Priest will be the first to notice and will eliminate them. Gohan, puzzled, looked at Vegeta and asked, Omni King? Grand Priest? What are they? Gods, more powerful gods. Not to be compared with that useless East Kaishin. Old Bey remarked to Gohan, it appears that for this virus to infect, it must bite the target. There is nothing to be concerned about. One can simply operate without limits. Without limits? To explain this would be quite cumbersome. In essence, it refers to a technique that ensures the opponent can never reach one's own self. Gohan, listening to Vegeta's explanation, murmured, a technique that can never be touched. That indeed could be of assistance. For now, let us return to the base together. If we wish to understand the infected, there are more specialized individuals available. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft arrived in a frigid ice cavern in the north. According to Gohan, most infected individuals exhibit diminished healing abilities and sluggish movements in low-temperature environments. However, despite this, everyone has been evading capture and constantly relocating over the years. Vegeta transformed the spacecraft into a capsule and, with a flick of his finger, tore through space to discard it. Subsequently, Gohan led the group into a cave. Gohan and Android 18 walked at the forefront. This place is laden with traps and mechanisms. Although I have forewarned the doctor, please remain cautious, he advised as they stood before a massive steel door, where Gohan inserted an arm into a wall cavity for identity verification. The passage ahead descended steeply, reinforced with specialized metallic materials. It was approximately 1,000 meters down to the base. What greeted their eyes was a vast facility, where a handful of survivors gathered. Yet their numbers did not exceed 100. Additionally, several androids resembling Android 16 were engaged in various tasks. Vegeta, trailing behind Gohan, inquired, the doctor you mentioned. Could it be Dr. Gero? Gohan replied, Dr. Gero is merely one among many, and his original form has been eliminated, leaving only an electronic consciousness. Approaching a large door, Android 17, clad in a black robe, folded his arms and stepped forward. Oh, intriguing, an uninfected Vegeta and Bulma, along with another less modified Android 18. From another universe? Android 18 from Universe 2 retorted to 17. Even being less modified is sufficient to leave you searching for your teeth. Android 17, unfazed, chuckled. Such a sharp tongue. It seems you truly are my sister. It appears a deeper modification is necessary for you to show some respect to others. Then, 17 turned his gaze towards Darius, exuding a hint of menace. You are the Son Goku from another universe? Old Bey addressed 17. His name is Darius. He merely resembles Kakarot. Now, summon that so-called doctor. She has been awaiting your arrival. Upon opening the door, they entered a spacious laboratory where a woman in a white coat stood with her back to them. You are not from the Time Patrol, are you? They have already bungled things once, she remarked, turning to face them and scanning the group. There are no Time Patrol insignias. Vegeta retorted. Do not equate us with that inept group. Android 18 from Universe 2 recognized her. So it is you, one of those who modified us back then. The woman adjusted her glasses, stating, "It appears, at least in our timeline, that modifying you was indeed the correct choice. For androids are the final hope of this universe. They are the guardians." Vegeta scoffed, "Guardians? Look at this universe. What have you truly safeguarded? Ultimately, you, 21, are being plagued by schizophrenia and a penchant for cannibalism in most timelines." 21 paused momentarily, "Though I too have been modified, I have yet to exhibit the conditions you describe. Furthermore, I have a name, it is Vomi. I advise you to return these individuals to your own timeline." "Vegeta, do you know me?" Chapter 63, Gohan Dad. Vomi approached Vegeta, scrutinizing him closely. The warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta from the Time Patrol had succumbed to a similar fate, infected by that demon and transformed into another fiend. Vegeta, taken aback, remarked, "So, there's a zombie version of me in this timeline? Can those plastic earrings from the Time Patrol truly sustain such a transformation for so long?" Vomi speculated, "Perhaps it is due to the virus. It seems that even the fused beings cannot alter their destiny." Vegeta's forehead was etched with veins as he retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. We came here to assist. Yet you persistently drive us away. If you wish to witness our true capabilities, let us engage in battle." For Vegeta, this timeline was not one that required salvation. Yet it echoed the concerns of the Omni King and the Grand Priest regarding the encroachment of dark forces into other timelines. Even if they chose not to intervene, destruction was imperative. Bulma interjected, addressing Vomi, "Indeed, even if these muscle-bound Saiyans cannot be of assistance, as a genius scientist, I can collaborate with you on researching the virus." Vomi adjusted her glasses, considering, "That could indeed be beneficial. As for you all, I happen to possess a location that can isolate battle energy. Allow me to put you to the test." Vomi retrieved a remote control from her pocket and pressed a button, revealing a concealed door that gradually swung open. The group leapt down a passage, emerging before yet another door. Vegeta murmured, "This is a dimensional space." Vomi, hands on her hips and exuding pride, replied, "Precisely. Much like a breeding ground for those monsters, this is a creation of my technology. The flow of time here is 10 times faster than the outside world. 10 days spent inside equates to merely 1 day outside. This grants Gohan and the others ample time to train." With that, Vomi opened the door and stepped inside. Vegeta glanced around the interior, reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber, albeit smaller, akin to a capsule corporation facility. "Is this all?" "The hyperbolic time chamber is as expansive as Earth itself." Vomi pointed at Vegeta, "Are you complaining? Do you have any idea how much effort went into creating this space? Having even this is an achievement. Humph, is it really that challenging?" Vegeta summoned divine energy with a casual wave, instantly transforming the space to match the grandeur of the time chamber. Not only that, but he replicated the environment of Earth, complete with mountains, rivers, cities, and forests. Vomi, astonished, watched as her glasses fell from her face. How did you accomplish this?" Vegeta continued to modify the space, explaining, "By materializing energy, altering space with energy, and adjusting fundamental physical laws. There is nothing surprising about it. After all, even beings like Sin can create planets. Moreover, I have reinforced the entire space. The relative time, gravity, and air can be adjusted to a certain extent." He conjured a remote control and tossed it to Vomi. "Use this to make adjustments. When you can no longer hold your ground, retreat here with the survivors. I have established a natural cycle system for energy and resources, allowing for cultivation and breeding, as well as creating some non-intelligent creatures for hunting. This is the best means I can devise to protect this timeline." Vomi stared at Vegeta, awestruck. "You are not merely a Saiyan, are you?" Androids 17 and 18 from Timeline 4, along with Gohan, gazed in astonishment at the transformed surroundings. Gohan murmured, "Indeed, we can start anew here, but can those monsters enter? I have granted access to those present. For others to enter, unanimous consent is required. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, they must surpass my strength." Vomi expressed concern, "As long as they surpass you? That is still quite perilous." Vegeta fell silent, his silence deafening. The old man, feeling the invisible pressure emanating from Vegeta, broke into a cold sweat, instinctively shielding Bulma, fearing Vegeta might unleash his power and obliterate them all. "Are you serious?" Vomi's heartbeat quickened as she nervously smiled. "At least let me try. If you face a zombie, even a scratch could be fatal." In the next moment, Vomi unleashed a formidable aura, a dark red flame enveloping her. Gohan and the others frowned. "Dr. Vomi is serious." Everyone stepped back. Vegeta sensed the auras of several Saiyans within Womi, including Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, yet he felt no trace of Majin Buu, Cell, or Frieza. It seemed Womi had not incorporated those antagonistic cells into her being. A different route of transformation? Sacrificing regenerative abilities to enhance power limits. The old man remarked. Her aura is detectable. Moreover, her strength is not inferior to mine. Humph. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, prompting Womi to unleash an even greater energy. She then executed a swift kick to Vegeta's head. Vegeta stood unfazed, gazing at Womi. If you were a zombie, could you truly break my skin? Womi quickly distanced herself from Vegeta, thinking, this defies logic. Even against another Vegeta, I could at least put up a fight. Vegeta chuckled. There is nothing illogical about it. Those time patrol fools are simply not on our level, aside from their names and appearances. Womi concentrated dark red energy in her hands, declaring, if you can withstand this attack without harm, I shall acknowledge your strength. Preposterous. My strength requires no validation from you. Womi thrust her hands forward, releasing a powerful energy blast, while Vegeta remained motionless, allowing the energy to crash against him. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood unscathed. Is that all your attack can do? Merely kick up some dust? 18-year-old Raditz, resembling a henchman in the corner, muttered, isn't that a line I once said to Piccolo in my past life? Womi placed her finger on her forehead and, in an instant, teleported behind Vegeta. She then tightly embraced him from behind. Let's see how a zombie attacks. With that, she sank her teeth into Vegeta's neck. This sensation feels off. I cannot even touch his body. I am merely approaching it infinitely. If that is the case, Womi bit for several seconds, yet Vegeta remained rooted, allowing her to gnaw at him. Though there was no direct contact, Vegeta could still feel the intended sensation. This creature is consuming my energy, and she can still enhance her limits through consumption. And not just her mouth. Any point of contact can absorb energy. More advanced than Super 17. Other androids likely possess similar capabilities. Should I emulate Kakarot and unleash a massive surge of energy to overwhelm her? With this thought, Vegeta began to elevate his aura. Womi was instantly overwhelmed, rolling her eyes back, yet she immediately focused her energy to continue absorbing Vegeta's power. While you can withstand my full-powered Super Saiyan energy, if you are not afraid of death, then absorb as much as you wish. Womi, with her teeth sunk into Vegeta's neck, mumbled, whatever you give, I will gladly accept. I will not let go. I shall harness my very essence to confine you. Vegeta's aura gradually diminished, yet he exuded a confident smile. Indeed, you shall, most assuredly. Vegeta's brow furrowed as he unleashed a surge of power, momentarily paralyzing Worm. Her internal safeguards activated, abruptly halting the energy absorption. Worm convulsed on the ground, a trickle of saliva escaping her lips, while sporadic electrical discharges emanated from her head. Vegeta planted a foot upon Worm's chest, his hand poised towards her cranium. You are a creature of capricious whims. To preclude the possibility of your future menace, I shall eliminate you forthwith. Nay, Mr. Vegeta. Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, surged towards Vegeta, ensnaring him in a restraining embrace from behind. Do you also seek to dance? Gohan, exerting his utmost power, failed to dislodge Vegeta. I shall not absorb your energy, Mr. Vegeta. I implore you, spare her. I assure you, she harbors no intent to harm you or us. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, who can truly ascertain? Perchance this entity has subtly manipulated your very thoughts. Moreover, with Bulma present, this artificial being is rendered superfluous. Gohan pleaded, I beseech you. Father. Vegeta paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and slowly lowered his hand. Very well. Let us hope you do not rue this decision, son Gohan. Moments later, Worm sat upright, exclaiming, I am sated. She rose, her face flushed, and pointed at Vegeta, questioning, Dare you permit me another absorption? I too have grown considerably stronger. You may attempt it, Vegeta responded, but I shall unleash an even greater surge of power instantaneously. Worm dabbed at her lips, declaring, then I shall endeavor. Just once. Worm tentatively approached Vegeta, who, sensing an anomaly, furrowed his brow. This time, Worm embraced Vegeta's neck from the front, rising onto her toes. Abruptly, a ki blast streaked between them, forcing Worm to retreat. Android 18 glared at Worm, asserting, enough. He is mine. Vegeta chuckled, assuring Android 18, fear not. I shall not permit her to succeed. I am aware. However, I have been displeased since the outset. Worm, taken aback, Bowed deeply to the android 18 from the alternate timeline. My apologies. I was unaware of your amorous entanglement. This must be an adverse effect of absorbing excessive energy. It shall soon dissipate, presumably. Shortly thereafter, Worm's slightly upturned hair returned to its natural state. She inhaled deeply and addressed the group. I comprehend the source of your confidence. Allow me to elucidate the origins of this affair. In age 737, a spherical spacecraft descended upon Mount Pazu on Earth. Vegito interjected. Age 737? Why not commence from the very genesis of creation? I sought to reconstruct history as accurately as possible to discern any discrepancies. Vegito sighed deeply. Relate only the salient points, or I shall simply delve into your mind and extract the memories directly. Android 18 stepped in front of Worm, stating, Permit her to speak. Begin with the emergence of the virus. Worm pondered for a moment before replying, in that case, we must commence from 5 million years ago. Chapter 64. The beginning of a tragedy. The inception of all tragedies can be traced back 5 million years to a fragment of the demon Majin Buu. This remnant was left behind after an epic battle between Majin Buu and the Supreme Kai of the South. Over the course of countless years, this piece of flesh drifted through the cosmos, gradually dissipating while instinctively absorbing everything in its path. It was not until a fateful day in the year 764 of the age of the Earth that it found itself near a planet close to Yardrat. As the fragment penetrated the atmosphere of Yardrat, it had shrunk to a size comparable to that of bacteria. Yet, it continued to struggle for survival. Absorbing a peculiar virus from that foreign planet as a source of energy, fundamentally altering its very essence. The heart condition afflicting Son Goku was not merely a consequence of excessive usage of the King Kai fist or the effects of the super divine water consumed in his youth. While it is true that extreme fatigue could trigger myocarditis in Earthlings, and the toxins from the super divine water posed a lethal threat, fatigue, toxins, and viruses are entirely distinct concepts across different realms of time and space. Goku's heart ailment could manifest in various forms depending on the locale and the circumstances. But any viral aspect was unrelated to the King Kai fist or super divine water. This virus was formidable enough that even a Super Saiyan would find it insurmountable. In this universe, upon merging with Buu's cells, the virus became even more perilous. This marked Goku's final session of practicing instant transmission on Yardrat. He sensed a potent energy signature and immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive on that planet. However, upon his arrival, he found no signs of any formidable beings. Rubbing his head, Goku muttered, How strange. I distinctly felt a powerful presence just moments ago. Never mind, I should head back. Everyone has been waiting on Earth for quite some time. I must surprise them. At that moment, Goku remained blissfully unaware that he had become the patient zero of this viral crisis. He instantaneously returned to Yardrat, learning that Frieza was preparing to invade Earth. Determined, he resolved to return and provide assistance. His complexion was pale, and beads of sweat dripped from his brow as he boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceship, the Munchkin. A red-skinned Yardration gazed at him with concern and asked, Are you all right, Goku? Goku, gasping for breath while reclining in the ship, replied, I'm fine. Just a bit hungry. A snack and some rest during the journey will do me good. Wait a moment, I'll get you some food. The red-skinned Yardration said before quickly using instant transmission to retrieve sustenance. However, upon his return, he found Goku motionless, his head drooping. Hurry, let us go. What? Goku, summoning his last ounce of consciousness, pressed the ship's launch button, and the cabin slowly closed. The Yardration quickly extended his hand, offering the food to Goku. Yet, in the next moment, he was dragged into the ship by a force beyond comprehension. The Munchkin wobbled as it soared toward Earth. The red glass window shattered under the Yardration's struggle, and Goku's mouth widened as he voraciously devoured the Yardration's head. As he swallowed the cranium and brain, a profound transformation enveloped him. Both his soul and body underwent a sublime metamorphosis. With his hand thrust into his mouth, he exerted a slight pressure, tearing away half of his own face. The loss of muscle connectivity allowed him to open his mouth wider. Greedily, he continued to widen his bloodied maw, devouring the Yardration's head entirely within mere bites. After several days of travel, the ship descended upon Earth. The boy from the future, brimming with hope and anticipation, watched as the cabin slowly opened. Mr. Goku, I will not allow such a future to transpire. My mother's special medicine will surely save you. However, within a mere 10 seconds, the future boy's worldview was utterly shattered. The creature that emerged from the ship had brutally torn apart his once dear companion. devouring half of his brain. Fear, shock, confusion. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Why is this happening? This is not Mr. Goku. Realizing that the being before him was no longer the Goku he sought, the future boy urgently alerted those around him. He is no longer Mr. Goku. Summoning his courage, he drew his sword, unleashing his full power, transforming into a golden-haired, blue-eyed form as he charged at the creature. In that apocalyptic future, the means of acquiring knowledge and entertainment were severely limited. He had once hidden beneath ruins, watching similar films. And even though he had the strength to move massive boulders as a child, the grotesque monsters on screen had always instilled terror within him. After watching, he would feel relieved that such creatures did not exist in his world. But when the horrifying reality unfolded before him, he instinctively associated it with the monsters from the films. His subconscious urged him to act. If he did not destroy the creature before him, the world would descend into a fate far worse than his own future. At that moment, despite his fear, he charged forth, embodying the resolve of a Super Saiyan, an understanding gleaned from his departed master. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku. His movements flowed seamlessly as he sprinted, unsheathing his sword in one fluid motion. Yet, the creature seemed to sense the impending danger, its hair standing on end, transforming into a golden red hue. In an instant, the creature demonstrated its overwhelming power, ensnaring the boy in despair with merely 2 fingers. Super Saiyan. Zombie Goku, intrigued by this fellow Saiyan, felt every cell within him yearn with an insatiable hunger, a desire to battle, a desire for the boy's body. After a fleeting moment of encounter, the creature gazed upon the future boy as a famished individual would upon the most delectable feast. The boy's strength appeared childlike in comparison, allowing the creature to toy with him effortlessly. It opened its gaping maw, and with a single bite, severed the future boy's left arm. Crack, crack, crack. With terrifying force, it crushed the flesh and bone of the arm and swallowed it whole. In that instant, as it consumed, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through it. So satisfying. What is this feeling? The creature reveled in immense pleasure, while despair enveloped everyone witnessing the scene. The mightiest protector of Earth had become the most terrifying entity. The future boy, clutching his severed arm, knelt upon the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gasping for breath, he watched his father charge at the monster. Kakarot. No matter what you have become, I will not fear you. Gallic gun. A violet shockwave surged toward the creature, but to it, the attack felt like a mere gust of wind. The monster regarded Vegeta with a derisive grin. In the next moment, Zombie Goku rapidly approached Vegeta. The face once despised now rendered even more loathsome. Vegeta stood frozen as Zombie Goku grasped his shoulder, fingers piercing through his well-defined musculature. Crack. In an instant, a chunk of Vegeta's trapezius muscle was bitten off, eliciting agonized cries as he summoned every ounce of strength to confront the creature. I will not be defeated by you. For reasons unknown, Vegeta, too, bit into the creature's shoulder, swallowing a piece of flesh. The monster seemed indifferent, as if intentionally allowing the consumption, yet remained unsatiated. It once more opened its maw to devour Vegeta. In that instant, Vegeta was propelled away by the future warrior, who, pale and desperate, cried out, "Flee! I shall impede him." The future warrior knew that abandoning the bitten Vegeta was unwise, yet he could not bring himself to harm his own father. Zombie Goku, in a raspy voice, pointed a finger at the future warrior. You are no match for me, but I shall savor your flesh. The future warrior brandished his blade, but all attacks were effortlessly deflected by a single finger. Vegeta, witnessing this, began to amass a ki blast, intending to obliterate them both. Thus, I shall be the strongest. As his power surged, his raven hair morphed into a golden crimson hue. He dissipated the ki blast and vanished. It was not Zombie Goku who was sent hurtling, but the one-armed future warrior, who crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. Zombie Goku extended a hand toward Zombie Vegeta. Welcome to our ranks. Let us evolve together, and then. The Super Saiyan. His enunciation grew clearer. As the dust settled, the future warrior knelt, clutching his sword. His eyes were bloodshot. I have reached my limit. We cannot allow more monsters to be created. This is all I can do. The future warrior raised his blade, expending his remaining strength as he roared, I shall never become a threat to this world. SHKK. The blade sliced through his own neck. Thud, thud. A golden-haired head fell to the ground, its color instantly reverting to lavender. A hero's body lay lifeless. The zombified Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma rushed to the future warrior's corpse, tearing the hero's body into shreds. Zombie Goku, observing this, murmured, "Alas, he was not granted that privilege. You too shall partake." With these words, Zombie Vegeta lunged forward in a ravenous feast. When the monsters had finished their grisly meal, they knelt in unison before the progenitor, the monster in the sky. "My children, devour all." Within a distant base, Dr. Gero, observing the carnage through a spy robot, recoiled in horror. "A demon. Goku, you are a demon." Chapter 65. The last warrior. From that moment onward, Dr. Gero intensified his augmentations, firmly believing that androids were the only salvation for the world. Vegeta inquired of Android 17. "He wasn't killed by you, was he?" Android 17 shrugged. His cranium lacked the requisite fortitude, and his power was insufficient. During an operation, his cerebral defenses were breached, leading to infection. Fortunately, I preemptively eradicated him, averting his transformation into a zombie. Truth be told, I had long harbored the desire to do so. Had he not been dedicated to resisting the zombies, Android 18, and I might have terminated him upon our awakening. Wolmy inhaled deeply. Fortunately, Dr. Gero was nearing the nadir of his capabilities at that juncture. His demise poses no significant detriment to our endeavors. Vegeta, arms crossed, scrutinized Wolmy. "Was he not your husband? You appear remarkably unperturbed." Wolmy gestured expansively. "Our marital status was merely a facade, facilitating our endeavors." "What of Jivo? Was he an adopted child?" Wolmy regarded Vegeta, replying, "Indeed, Jivo was an orphaned Red Ribbon Army remnant, whom we adopted. To be precise, he was the progeny of Black. Dr. Gero adopted him. To evade reprisal from Adjutant Black, his nomenclature was altered to Jivo. Alas, he ultimately perished at the hands of Black's surviving adherents." "You are likely cognizant that Android 16 was modeled after Jivo." Vegeta stroked his chin, musing. "Evidently, Heidel is absent from this timeline. Continue recounting the viral outbreak." Wolmy resumed. "In truth, Androids 17 and 18 were completed a year after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Subsequent adjustments were merely cosmetic. I then departed to pursue independent ventures. It was not until the advent of the zombie pandemic that Dr. Gero re-established contact, soliciting my assistance in further augmenting all androids. Consequently, in the 3 years following the outbreak, we mass-produced Android 16 and, predicated on the attributes of the zombies, recalibrated the physiques of Androids 17 and 18. Their flesh was transmuted into a synthetic organic construct, capable of absorbing both energy and physical assaults, while possessing formidable defensive capabilities, rendering them immune to infection even if bitten. During this period, while investigating them, I fortuitously discovered the grievously wounded Gohan. All eyes converged on Gohan, as Vegeta probed. "Didn't Piccolo evacuate you immediately? What transpired subsequently?" Gohan inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he recounted. "The narrative commences after Piccolo-sensei and I fled. Age 764, 10 minutes after zombie Goku's arrival on Earth. I trailed Piccolo-sensei toward the lookout. Tears incessantly streamed from my eyes, only to be swept away by the wind. Piccolo-sensei. Father." Piccolo solemnly replied. "He is likely beyond redemption. At present, but a single recourse remains, temporarily sacrificing the existence of the Dragon Balls to amplify our strength. Subsequently, we shall seek out the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore all that has been lost." Piccolo clenched his fist. Given any alternative, he would never have assimilated with Kami. Abruptly, Piccolo descended upon the lookout. He and Kami locked gazes, both tacitly acknowledging this as the only viable option. The moment has arrived. This is not merely a cataclysm for humanity, but for the entire universe. Piccolo approached Kami, stating, "Spare the platitudes. Those abominations may soon be upon us." For once, Kami disregarded the machinations of Cell, who seemed almost endearing in comparison to the encroaching horde. He relinquished his staff and placed his hand upon Piccolo's chest. "Earth is entrusted to you." Hi-ya! As the incandescent radiance dissipated, Piccolo marveled at the power coursing through his veins. Gohan, observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, So strong. Is this the power we possess after refusing Kami and I?" "It is." Piccolo knelt, his fist shattering the lookout's pilasters. "It is far too feeble." "Are you jesting? How can we possibly contend with that monster at this level?" "Nay, there remains a recourse. Time must be bought." Piccolo swiftly arose. "Gohan, accompany me. The onus of protecting Earth now rests upon our shoulders. Prepare for a grueling regimen." "Yes." Gohan responded without hesitation, cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Piccolo led Gohan toward the hyperbolic time chamber, addressing Mr. Popo en route. "Mr. Popo, Yes, that is. Piccolo-sama. Piccolo frowned, though we have refused. I retain dominance over our persona. Refer to me as Piccolo. Furthermore, I implore you to immediately seek out Korin-sama and procure his entire stock of senzu beans. Remember, the entirety. Deliver them forthwith to the hyperbolic time chamber. I beseech you. Yes. Mr. Popo, wasting no time, boarded his magic carpet and soared toward Korin Tower below. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan commenced their arduous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, gazing upon the pristine white expanse, murmured, "It's so hot. The air is thin, and my body feels heavy. Acclimate yourself. We have 2 years to grow stronger. 2 years. 1 year within this chamber equates to but a single day outside. 2 years is the limit. With luck, mayhap they will not arrive immediately." Piccolo removed his turban and shoulder pads. "First and foremost, we shall facilitate your transformation into a Super Saiyan." Gohan stared at Piccolo in astonishment. I can become a Super Saiyan as well." As Trunks had yet to reveal his identity to Goku, Piccolo had not overheard the revelatory news. However, Piccolo's intellect was considerable, further enhanced by his assimilation with Kami, enabling him to deduce, presumably, that enigmatic youth is also a Super Saiyan. Yet, Vegeta has stated that pure-blooded Saiyans possess only black hair, indicating that the lad is likely a hybrid. As to why he is here, given his uncanny ability to predict Frieza's and Goku's return, as if it were predetermined, he has likely journeyed from the future to warn us of some impending catastrophe. Gohan gasped, finding the concept too fantastical to comprehend. However, considering that his father had already fractured his best friend's skull, what further bizarre occurrences could he not accept? The future. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Recall the Capsule Corporation insignia emblazoned upon his attire, coupled with his facial resemblance to Vegeta, and the numerous glances he cast in Vegeta's direction while we awaited Goku's arrival. I surmised that he is Vegeta's offspring. As for his mother, Piccolo truncated his deduction, finding it implausible even to himself. Moreover, the matter was inconsequential. In summation, if he is capable of transformation, so too are you. You have recounted Goku's transformations to me. I believe that they are triggered by rage. Henceforth, we shall cultivate our capabilities while striving to transform under duress. Gohan nodded resolutely, proclaiming, "Yes, I shall strive with all my might. Father, Uncle Krillin, everyone. I will surely restore everything to its former glory." Piccolo assumed a battle-ready stance and cautioned, "You must remember, Gohan, those foes are no longer the individuals they once were. Should they sustain harm, they may very well become one of them. Do not hold back during combat. We can always resort to the Dragon Balls of Namek to seek a means of resurrection afterward. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Chapter 66. The final time the training of Gohan and Piccolo progressed smoothly. Both understood that they were the only ones capable of protecting this planet and the universe. Thus, they committed themselves wholeheartedly, training relentlessly until exhaustion. Particularly after Bobo returned with the senzu beans, Gohan consumed them each time he reached the brink of death during training. He experienced several instances of the Saiyans' near-fatal injuries. Remarkably, he surpassed the strength he had attained in the original story, having undergone 3 years of training with Goku and Piccolo. In just 4 months, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, able to spar evenly with the current Piccolo. However, all this was merely the beginning for them, especially for Gohan. In the 5th month of training, after a sparring session, Piccolo carefully sensed Gohan's restless energy and remarked, "A Super Saiyan should embody the essence of a perfect warrior. Yet, during this time, I've noticed that your energy fluctuates after transformation." "Fluctuates?" Gohan clenched his fists, unleashing his full energy. "My power level is even slightly greater than yours, but it seems I can control it more easily. Do you feel anything unusual after your transformation?" Gohan reverted to his normal state, closing his eyes to compare the sensations of both forms. "How should I put it? I feel like I'm in a heightened state after transforming. As you said, Uncle Piccolo, controlling energy is indeed challenging in this form. For instance, energy blasts like the Kamehameha are more difficult to perfect compared to my normal state. Yet, because of the significant power boost, even with minor imperfections, I can compensate with sheer strength." Upon hearing this, Piccolo crossed his arms, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in contemplation. Vegeta's base combat power should already exceed Goku's when he transformed on Namek. He likely attempted to transform during this period, but failed. There must be something missing. Perhaps a calm mental state. Long-term agitation, despite immense power, is futile. Gohan suddenly seemed to grasp something. exclaiming, "If I could maintain my composure while in Super Saiyan form, perhaps I could fully harness its power." Piccolo looked at Gohan with satisfaction, saying, "You truly are my disciple, but there is likely more to it than that." "What do you mean?" Piccolo's expression grew serious. "Let us speculate boldly. If you can maintain your calm while in Super Saiyan form, and once your body fully adapts to the transformation's effects, then perhaps by channeling your anger further, unexpected results may arise. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. For now, focus on adapting to the Super Saiyan state, even in daily life, including while you sleep." Sleep too. Soon, 2 days passed, and the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened slowly. Piccolo and Gohan emerged, both clad in identical attire. Although Gohan retained his Super Saiyan appearance, his energy was as subdued as that of an ordinary Earthling. However, when Piccolo sensed the external energy, he immediately furrowed his brow. "A powerful presence akin to Vegeta is wreaking havoc. I fear only together can Gohan and I defeat him without injury. And with Goku, in a 2-on-2 scenario, we stand no chance. The others have become unimaginably strong. Shall we take them down one by one?" Mr. Bobo rushed forward as they exited, saying, "Piccolo, Gohan, those monsters have nearly killed half of Earth's population in just 2 days. Many have also been transformed into monsters. Now, fewer than 20% of normal humans remain on Earth." Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration, bowing his head. "Damn. I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly." At that moment, Master Karen and Yachirobe arrived at the lookout. Master Karen approached them with his cane, stating, "Although you have grown significantly stronger, the number of monsters is staggering. Moreover, yesterday, Earth was visited by a group of powerful uninvited guests." Piccolo inquired urgently, "Powerful uninvited guests? Who are they?" Master Karen replied, "It seems they are connected to Frieza, but that is no longer significant. They have all transformed into monsters. Additionally, after observing them for 2 days, we have a general understanding of how they convert humans into monsters. They must bite their prey to initiate the transformation, which takes time. Ordinary individuals can transform in as little as 5 seconds, while those with strong willpower may resist for a while longer, though their limits are uncertain. However, if one dies before complete transformation, they at least die as a normal human." Piccolo nodded, understanding, "I see. We just need to watch out for their teeth. Furthermore, I have a method that might turn the tide, but it requires someone to take a risk. There is a possibility, no, a high probability of death. Regrettably, Gohan and I cannot afford to die just yet." Upon hearing this, Bobo, Master Karen, and Yachirobe broke out in cold sweat. After a moment, Bobo stepped forward, "Let me do it. I trust the wisdom of the divine. If there's a chance, I don't mind risking my life." Master Karen looked at Mr. Bobo, saying, "You and I were both sent to Earth to assist the divine, having worked together for thousands of years. Since the deity is no longer here, I will stay with you." Mr. Bobo responded, "No, I can handle it alone. Master Karen, you can continue cultivating Senza beans. But I am no longer of any use." At that moment, Gohan and Piccolo suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Not good. That being is swiftly approaching the lookout. At this speed, it will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. There is no time. I'll explain the plan to you. Half a minute later, Gohan, Piccolo, and Master Karen boarded Mr. Bobo's magic carpet and the flying Nimbus, departing first. To avoid detection, Yachirobe leapt from the lookout, separating from the others. One figure remained, steadfast regardless of what transpired. He hailed from beyond Earth, untouched by the passage of time. Having sent away each master that stood upon this lookout, he conjured a watering can, smiling as he approached the greenery on either side of the temple. Fulfilling his final mission, he hummed a light tune, and as a butterfly fluttered by, he playfully set down the watering can and chased after it like a child. "Little butterfly, wait for me." He understood. Everything he did now was the last time. The white butterfly soared into the air, and Mr. Bobo waved goodbye. "Are you leaving?" "Little butterfly, farewell." In the next instant, a crimson figure blocked the butterfly's path. As the butterfly neared the figure, it fell to the ground, struggling briefly before ceasing its fluttering altogether. The blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, ultimately settling on Mr. Bobo. The dragon radar remained unresponsive. "Where is the deity?" Mr. Bobo gazed at the figure before him, as if he could see the small boy from yesterday, who had played the bell-catching game with him. The little boy danced like a butterfly within the temple, a vision of innocence and joy. With a smile, Mr. Bobo observed, "There is no longer any deity." In an instant, Wukong appeared behind him, swiftly severing one of Mr. Bobo's arms and feasting upon it. Only when Mr. Bobo lowered his gaze to his right shoulder, realizing his arm had vanished and blood was cascading down, did he feel the excruciating pain. Clutching his wound tightly, he staggered forward a few steps, collapsing to the ground just before the little butterfly. The zombie Wukong approached, tossing several bloodied bones onto the ground, splattering blood onto the lifeless butterfly. Its wings were instantly stained crimson, and it began to flutter once more amidst the blood. How could this happen? Does he not even spare the dead? The zombie Wukong, suppressing the urge to devour his opponent, remarked, for a brief moment. I sense the presence of Piccolo and Gohan. In honor of your past training, do not force me to consume your brain for your memories. Tell me honestly, and I shall allow you to join my ranks. Mr. Bobo rose, declaring, I understand. Please follow me. Leading the way into the temple, Mr. Bobo walked ahead while the zombie Wukong followed, his voice low and ominous. So, it is the room of spirit and time? If you think hiding away to train will allow you to rival me, alas, it will only make you more delectable. Mr. Bobo opened the door to the room of spirit and time, stating, he is within. Sensing an aura reminiscent of Piccolo, the zombie Wukong stepped inside. However, as one foot crossed the threshold, he suddenly thrust his hand through Mr. Bobo's chest. With a decayed visage twisted into a grotesque grin, he declared, from this moment on, you are my servant. Open the door in 1 minute. No, 10 seconds. The door slammed shut, and cold sweat streamed down Mr. Bobo's forehead like rain. Gathering all his strength, he focused on the door of the room of spirit and time. Thus, the greatest threat would be sealed. With a powerful energy wave, Mr. Bobo obliterated the door. He then hastily bandaged his wound. The final task is to calculate the maximum time until infection transforms. His breath quickened, and he pushed through the pain to clean the remnants and bloodstains from the ground. After thoroughly cleansing the temple, Mr. Bobo lay on the tiles outside, gazing at the sky and murmuring, Oh, Divine One, it seems I have reached my limit. He raised his hand to the heavens, launching 10 energy blasts that erupted in the sky like fireworks. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan, now distant, sensed the explosive energy emanating from the temple. Piccolo furrowed his brow, murmuring, 10 minutes? You have worked hard, Mr. Bobo. Gohan knelt on the Nimbus cloud, tears streaming as he looked towards the temple. Mr. Bobo. After unleashing the energy wave, Mr. Bobo completely relaxed. His vision blurred, and he saw a bat-like creature descending upon him, gnawing at the flesh of his chest. Little butterfly. Mr. Bobo seized the flying monster, crushing it in his grasp, and then placed his hand upon his head, gathering energy. He did not wish to become a monster himself. He resolved to end his life, lest he transform after death. He intended to obliterate his own head. Oh, Divine One, have I served you well? Just as Mr. Bobo prepared to unleash the energy wave, boom, a colossal rift suddenly appeared above the temple. The creature that Mr. Bobo had wagered his life to seal emerged, its waist-length golden red hair swirling with dark crimson lightning as it floated forth from the vast spatial tear. Clutching an energy blast not of its own creation, it coldly remarked, You left this bait to lure me in, a clever ruse. Too bad you underestimated my strength. If not for my recent feasting, perhaps you would have succeeded. Ironically, the more hunger I felt, the stronger I became, ultimately allowing me to surpass my limits. Mr. Bobo watched in shock, his mind blank. The creature turned its gaze upon him. Oh, you have not yet transformed. Your will is truly tenacious. Very well, since you refuse to join me, I shall grant you a swift end. Let the temple be reduced to ashes. Bang. Oh, Divine One, I implore you to hide well. Do not engage this monster. Chapter 67. A turning point? The energy wave unleashed by the zombie Goku was deliberately controlled, resulting in the destruction of only half of the temple. The existence of the hyperbolic time chamber reminded him that it could hasten the creation of sustenance. Although the chamber had been obliterated, there would inevitably be a way to restore it, and improvements could be made to allow more than just 2 individuals to enter. Returning to the present, Vegeta gazed at Gohan and remarked, The hungrier one gets, the stronger they become? Gohan lowered his head and murmured, Indeed. Although it may sound absurd, it is the truth. Moreover, not only strength, but various bodily functions also continuously enhance, such as self-healing abilities. Old Bey inquired, In that case, that monster Kakarot would likely refrain from eating entirely to grow stronger. Womi clarified, That's not feasible. It would deplete their vitality. I once captured a living specimen for experimentation. While abstaining from food can temporarily amplify their power, A typical zombie will gradually transform into a desiccated corpse after 3 months without sustenance. Only a select few can endure hunger for a more extended period, yet they too cannot escape the fate of gradual demise. Even the Zero patient is no exception. It is precisely because of such limitations that they realized the resources of a single universe could not sustain their survival indefinitely. Thus, they set their sights on the multiverse, planning to invade other timelines through time machines. Furthermore, aside from the Zero patient, the more intense the hunger, the lower their rationality becomes. In battle, they resemble frenzied beasts. However, the Zero patient is distinct. It consistently maintains a remarkably high level of intelligence. Vegeta crossed his arms and questioned, is this enhancement temporary or permanent? For instance, after a prolonged period of hunger, if they were to consume flesh again, would their strength revert to its previous level? Womi responded, once fully satiated, the power gained from starvation will return to its prior state. To achieve a permanent enhancement of their power limit, they must consume human flesh. At this juncture, Womi cast a worried glance at Vegeta, saying, individuals of your caliber could gain at least 70 to 80% of your strength from a single piece of meat, even if you are immune to viral infections. Their inherent power combined with that 70 to 80% of yours could spell disaster for many universes. Thus, if you require assistance, the safest course of action would be to allow me to transform you into artificial beings before engaging them in battle. Vegeta resolutely declined, no need. To grow stronger as a fusion by undergoing modifications is the greatest insult to me. Womi, looking into Vegeta's eyes, shouted. The last fusion being with your level of confidence has already become one of them. I have told you not to compare me with the pathetic time patrol. Gohan hurriedly interjected between the two. Let us all calm down. Womi, haven't you already verified their techniques? There should be no problem. Womi turned away, crossing her arms, and muttered while biting her thumb. I am concerned they might be infected in other ways. To my knowledge, the Zero patient has already begun to infect others through airborne means. Although this process is slow, once infected, it is only a matter of time before they become monsters. Without artificial lungs, one cannot even engage them in close combat. Vegeta reassured Womi, you need not worry. My techniques can automatically detect atomic-level threats and isolate them. Furthermore, I can even fight in a vacuum. Android 18 from the second timeline inquired, why do you so vehemently reject assistance from others? Is it solely because of the so-called time patrol? Gohan took a deep breath and began to recount. The story begins after Uncle Piccolo, Master Karen, and I left the sacred temple. We evaded capture for 3 years, during which we dared not reveal even a hint of our presence. Until one day, Father, the Zero patient suddenly departed from Earth. It was his first instance of time travel. Uncle Piccolo and I recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And thus we attacked the second most powerful being, Vegeta. In the year 767, Piccolo, having long concealed himself near Capsule Corporation, witnessed zombie Goku boarding Trunks' time machine alone. Now, the strongest in this timeline was none other than Zombie Vegeta. At that moment, Zombie Vegeta had just returned to Earth aboard a massive spaceship from Frieza's army. Having feasted on other planets, a zombie Gula, with half of its head missing, knelt before him and asked, Lord Vegeta, was this meal satisfactory? Compared to Zombie Goku, Zombie Vegeta still retained a semblance of humanity. He gazed at his blood-soaked gloves and lamented, regrettably, I have yet to discover the location of New Namek. Otherwise, we would not have to worry about food planning any longer. Kakarot has gone to other timelines in search of sustenance, and in the meantime, he has returned to Earth to oversee the breeding grounds. In the cargo hold of the spaceship, dozens of aliens were imprisoned. However, these aliens were not intended for immediate consumption. They possessed remarkable reproductive capabilities. Once brought back to Earth, they could be raised as livestock. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Trunks, adorned with a halo, skillfully wielded the Kaioshin sword, striking swiftly. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. The East Kaioshin observed Trunks with satisfaction and asked, How do you feel, Mr. Trunks? I have indeed grown significantly stronger over these 3 years, but I fear I am still unable to defeat that monster. 3 years ago, his aura was so powerful it could reach this sacred domain. At most, I am now as strong as he was then. Although Trunks had violated time management regulations, the East Kaioshin held him in high esteem. After Trunks' demise, the East Kaioshin sought out King Enma, restored his physical body, and brought him to the Kaioshin realm for training. Even Shin could sense that this incident posed a threat surpassing that of Majin Buu. Thus, he needed to cultivate a stronger warrior to navigate this crisis. This warrior would need to possess exceptional qualities, a selfless spirit, and extraordinary combat prowess. Trunks met all these criteria, earning him a second chance. At that moment, Shin sensed someone had opened a rift in time and space, and the energy of zombie Goku dissipated. This is bad. It seems that fellow has ventured into other timelines. Trunks stood frozen for a moment before despairingly kneeling. It must be the time machine I brought. The journey was predetermined. No, mother. Shin urged Trunks. Mr. Trunks, pull yourself together. This presents an opportunity. If that fellow is absent, dealing with Vegeta will pose no problem. For now, let us test the power of the Z-Sword. Shin raised his hand and conjured a block of Cassine steel, tossing it toward Date. Date swung his sword, aiming for the black cube. Crack! As expected, the Z-Sword shattered into two pieces, and with the unsealing of the old Kaioshin, Trunks was granted another opportunity to grow stronger. However, this also marked a pivotal moment that would plunge the entire timeline into irreversible chaos. If anyone in this timeline could prevent such an outcome, it would be Beerus. The instant the old Kaioshin appeared, Beerus was fated never to awaken again. Chapter 68. The Breeding Ground. Piccolo gazed skyward, murmuring, at this pace, Vegeta will likely need another day or two to arrive. Gohan, standing beside him, inquired, should we devise a way to procure a spaceship to New Namek? No. Now is not the time. I fear that even Brawl's power may not restore them to their former selves. Moreover, I can sense that the souls of those infected who were annihilated did not ascend to the afterlife. Instead, they dissipated along with their bodies, making it exceedingly difficult to resurrect the fallen. Even if we succeeded, they might still resemble mere zombies. Frankly, the Dragon Balls have lost much of their utility at this juncture, yet we must act within the next day or so. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo stated, let us visit the sacred temple. Although it was destroyed, I felt those creatures frequenting that location numerous times last year. Perhaps it harbors their secrets. With that, Piccolo and Gohan unleashed their ki and soared toward the sacred temple at astonishing speed. Upon sensing their formidable energies, the zombified Z warriors on Earth hastened to their location. Among them, Zombie Krillin and Zombie Tien awaited at the temple. Shortly thereafter, the duo hovered above the sacred temple. Once a sanctified site, it now reeked of decay, its architecture resembling an ancient castle from the depths of hell. The ground was stained crimson, littered with heaps of skeletal remains. Piccolo's fury ignited at the sight, while Gohan's hair bristled, his pupils turning emerald. This is too much. Krillin, his head covered with a lid-like object, stepped forward, addressing Gohan with a grin. Hey, Gohan, Piccolo. Long time no see. We've been searching for you for ages. It's time to return to the family. Tien, with his eyes gouged out and dark crimson blood oozing from his sockets, fixed his lone forehead eye upon them, declaring, come, join us. Piccolo whispered to Gohan. Remember, they are no longer our former companions. Do not hold back. Understood. Gohan ceased suppressing his energy, unleashing a powerful aura that expressed his emotions. In that instant, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The zombified Krillin and Tien responded by releasing their own formidable auras, rivaling that of the enigmatic youth who had decimated Frieza and his father. Gohan swiftly positioned himself behind Krillin. Uncle Krillin, I shall cherish the days we fought side by side. The promise of fishing with Dad may never come to fruition. As Krillin turned, Gohan struck with a swift chop, shattering his head. Yet, the wound on his neck writhed incessantly. Gohan unleashed a ki blast to obliterate it, effectively neutralizing a powerful adversary. Tien met a similar fate. Piccolo unleashed a dual Mechanicsapo that pierced through Tien's skull and heart. Even as zombies, they could succumb to death. Gohan, standing amidst the sacred temple, erupted with rage, his aura scattering the accumulated bones around him. Together, they advanced into the temple. Piccolo's gaze fell upon a familiar door, his brow furrowing. Gohan exclaimed, "Isn't that the hyperbolic time chamber?" Piccolo nodded. Indeed, Mr. Popo would not err. He must have destroyed the chamber's entrance. Someone must have repaired it. But who besides Mr. Popo could accomplish such a feat? Could it be? Gohan quickly realized, exclaiming, Karen. Master Karen? He mentioned retrieving super divine water to cultivate senza beans, and has been missing for a year since. With a heart heavy with emotion, Piccolo opened the door to find Master Karen, his body reduced to a mere skeleton, gazing at them. It's been a long time, Gohan. Piccolo. After a brief moment of sorrow, Piccolo raised his hand, charging a ki blast. In response, a serene smile graced Karen's remaining half-face. and he turned to ash. Do not grieve, Gohan. Should I ever become infected, I would wish for your mercy. The time and number restrictions for entering the hyperbolic time chamber were lifted, allowing them to utilize this period wisely before Vegeta's arrival. Upon re-entering the chamber, they were met with the sight of tens of thousands of Earthlings, with over 70% being children and infants. Though Gohan surmised the reason, he still struggled to comprehend the reality. Why are there so many Earthlings here? Because this place has transformed into a breeding ground. Piccolo found himself in a dilemma. Time was of the essence, and there was insufficient opportunity to escort them to safety. However, should they eliminate them all, it would render Earth utterly valueless to those monsters. They would undoubtedly obliterate the planet and seek out a more suitable one. Uncle Piccolo, let us evacuate them. I implore you. If they disperse, their chances of survival will increase. After much internal conflict, Piccolo gritted his teeth and relented. Very well. But we must act swiftly. Even though these individuals were merely cold statistics to higher beings like deities and Vegito, for those within the narrative, Gohan and Piccolo, the victims of this world, they understood that perhaps all their efforts would ultimately be in vain. Nevertheless, they did not wish to relinquish their last shred of humanity. Otherwise, what would distinguish them from the undead? Prioritize the evacuation of young women. We shall disregard the excess males, Piccolo instructed. By focusing on one gender, they could save considerable time, and this would also impact humanity's reproductive rate, just enough to ensure that the monsters would find Earth unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. Additionally, in a realm devoid of rules and moral constraints, Piccolo, having merged with a deity, recognized that for women, this place was akin to hell. They swiftly utilized the Nimbus cloud and magic carpet, carrying several individuals as they retreated. Nearly an entire day passed before they successfully evacuated all the young women. The last group consisted of a middle-aged woman with graying hair. She held the hands of two boys, gazing at Gohan with pleading eyes. Please, take my two sons with you. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then replied, Yes, I will ensure you all escape. Old lady? The woman touched her face and smiled. Has it truly been so long? Had I not been confined here, I might be close to your age. But I will not leave. I believe you are warriors resisting those monsters. I wish to stay and fight alongside you. Gohan grasped the woman's hand. Do not jest. Our adversaries are fearsome monsters. Do not underestimate me. My father was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I still possess some skills. Have you heard of Mr. Satan? The woman spoke while striking the air with her fists, and it must be said, after adapting to this tenfold gravity, survival has become a feat. The average combat power of these individuals exceeds 100 points. Gohan's smile bore a hint of sorrow as he said, No. But my father was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I am truly sorry. Why apologize? It is I who should express my gratitude to you. It is nothing. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Gohan did not have the luxury of time to elaborate, so he made his promise and departed with the two children. At this moment, there remained a mere 16 hours before the arrival of the zombie Vegeta on Earth. Chapter 69, Bidalai. Promise me, Gohan. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 8 months have passed since Gohan and Piccolo began their training. Gohan diligently adapts to the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. After a day's rigorous training, Gohan returns to his normal state. Exhaling deeply, Phew, I can nearly master it perfectly. With the Senzu beans now a rare resource, their training cannot be as reckless as before. However, this has left a profound impact on the woman observing from a distance. She hurriedly approaches Gohan, offering him a towel and water. Thank you for your hard work, Gohan. I now understand why you all look down on my help. The woman lowers her head in disappointment, to which Gohan reassures her, It's all right, Aunt Bidalai. Once we defeat all the monsters, we can restore peace to the world. Yes, I believe you will be the saviors of the world. Gohan will become a figure admired by many. I'm sure many girls will pursue you then. Gohan, sitting on the ground, chuckles wryly. No, we fight not for fame or fortune. Bidalai, sitting beside him, can't help but reflect. I always have this feeling that if all of this hadn't happened, perhaps I could have become good friends with Gohan. Gohan smiles at Bidalai. Aren't we already? Their eyes meet, and Bidalai inadvertently places her hand on Gohan's. Upon realizing it, she quickly retracts her hand. Sorry. Haha, it's strange. Despite being an older woman, for some reason, I feel a peculiar sensation when I see you, Gohan. Gohan, blushing, scratches his head. Actually, I feel that way too. By the way, Gohan, can I ask you for a favor? Hmm? Biddle-Eye lowers her head and whispers, "If you ever see me bitten by a monster, please kill me before I turn into one. You must promise me." Gohan cannot fathom the thought of this woman being bitten or killed. Or perhaps, he is afraid to imagine it. Noticing Gohan's silence, Biddle-Eye lifts his face, resting her forehead against his, eyes closed, smiling softly. "Gohan, I don't want you to witness my transformation into a monster, so, will you promise me?" Gohan closes his eyes tightly, nodding. After a year of training, Piccolo furrows his brow. It's strange. What's wrong? By now, Vegeta should have arrived. But he hasn't come looking for us. Gohan suddenly exclaims, "Oh no. What if they destroyed the hyperbolic time chamber from the outside, trying to trap us inside?" That shouldn't be the case. There are very few men left on Earth. Most are here. Trapping us alongside them would be of no benefit to them. In any case, our training has reached a bottleneck. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We must take care of Vegeta before that monster returns. On this day, Biddle-Eye cuts her hair short and dons a purple GI, identical to Gohan and Piccolo's, trailing behind them. I should be among the strongest of regular humans. I can contribute a bit. Gohan firmly states, "No, it's too dangerous." Piccolo interjects, "Let her come, regardless of whether she can help or not. If we fail, everyone here is doomed. The process will be long and painful." Gohan lowers his head, murmuring, "I understand." Open. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly creaks open. Gohan, Piccolo, and Biddle-Eye step out of the temple. They see zombie Vegeta standing amidst a throng of zombies, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. "Hey Gohan, long time no see. You've grown." Gohan gazes at zombie Vegeta. "Vegeta, so you've been here all along." "Indeed, I anticipated you would utilize the time chamber for training. So I waited here for you." Piccolo questions, "You're not seeking a challenge, are you?" Zombie Vegeta grins, "Exactly. Even though my level of existence has elevated and transformed, the Saiyan part of me has always yearned for a balanced contest. I will first defeat you, then feast upon your flesh." Gohan and Piccolo instantly assume a battle stance. "Not so fast." Zombie Vegeta turns to the side. "You handle that Namekian. The Saiyan brat is mine." "Understood." Zombie Gula, not daring to underestimate, immediately transforms into his advanced form. However, even in this state, his head remains only half intact. Piccolo assesses Zombie Gula. "This guy is slightly weaker than me. I will dispatch him quickly to assist you." "All right." Piccolo and Gula engage first, while Gohan steps forward, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His overwhelming aura causes Zombie Vegeta to adopt a serious demeanor. "I see. It seems training has allowed you to surpass Super Saiyan, just in time." "How?" In the next moment, Zombie Vegeta also transforms into Super Saiyan 2. "Let us see who is superior." Gohan raises his hand, aiming at Vegeta, and without hesitation, unleashes a Kamehameha wave. Vegeta swiftly evades with a burst of speed, but the same cannot be said for the minions of Gula's mech squad. Gohan initially targeted those henchmen. The Kamehameha wave splits mid-flight, obliterating several of them into ashes. He then looks up at Vegeta hovering in the air. "I hope for a fair battle. I wish not to be disturbed by anyone. Do as you wish. I must defeat you before I can devour you. Come on." Meanwhile, at the Kaishin realm, Shin and Jebbet observe the scene through a crystal ball. The battle has begun. The old Kaishin lowers his hands. "All right. Your potential is remarkable. I took extra time to fully draw it out. Now just elevate your ki. You need not transform into Super Saiyan. Your ki can reach unprecedented heights." "I understand." "Huh." Before the old Kaishin could retreat, Trunks erupts with energy, sending him flying. The next moment, Trunks' hair stands upright like that of a Super Saiyan, but does not turn golden. He feels the immense power within him, murmuring, "Incredible. I have completely surpassed Mr. Goku from 3 years ago." Jebbet steps forward. "I've already communicated with King Enma. You have 1 day. But fighting at full strength will shorten your time in the living world." The old Kaishin brushes aside the grass atop his head. "That's nothing to worry about. If all goes smoothly, the battle will conclude swiftly." Trunks, still somewhat anxious, asks, "But even if I've grown stronger, can I truly defeat Mr. Goku?" The old Kaishin pauses for a moment. "It's hard to say, but just in case something unexpected occurs, I have an even greater trump card. When the time comes, return to me, and I will share my life force with you. Now, the fate of the universe rests in your hands, Trunks. I will do my utmost." Jebbet places a hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Allow me to escort you." Kai. After Trunks and Jebbet depart, Shin looks at the old Kaishin in confusion. "Old Kaishin, if you have a greater trump card, Why not use it? The Elder Kai sighed deeply, remarking that once utilized, should it fail, it would unleash far greater calamities. At such a juncture, it is likely that no one would be able to avert the emergence of such formidable zombie warriors. Therefore, until the final moment, I am reluctant to reveal my trump card. Furthermore, do not underestimate my capabilities. That young man barely unleashed even half of his potential. Chapter 70. Father and Son. The zombie Vegeta was struck in the abdomen by Gohan's punch, and he spat out a few fingers that had yet to be digested. Damn brat. The zombie Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast towards Gohan. Gohan retaliated with a swift strike, sending it flying, and then rapidly moved behind the zombie Vegeta, delivering a kick to the back of his head. Bang! The zombie Vegeta was knocked to the ground by Gohan's kick. Why is it that despite our comparable base power, he is so much stronger in this Super Saiyan 2 form? I should have endured my hunger and waited for him. Gohan focused on gathering a ki blast aimed at Vegeta. This ends now. Vegeta. The powerful ki wave surged towards Vegeta, yet upon contact, it suddenly halted. The zombie Vegeta kicked Gohan's ki blast skyward. With his waist length, golden red hair, and absent eyebrows, he gazed at Gohan with a smug expression. Although I don't understand why your Super Saiyan 2 is so strong, it still pales in comparison to me. The zombie Vegeta murmured to himself, I never intended to use this form, as it was not earned through my own training. But to defeat you, I am willing to accept Kakarot's gift. The power of the Super Saiyan 3 zombie Vegeta was at least double that of Gohan, causing Gohan to instinctively take a step back. The zombie Vegeta laughed at this. You should be afraid. With that, he thumbed his chin. This is Ultimate Zombie Vegeta. For reasons unknown, Gohan felt a sense of security upon seeing Vegeta make this gesture. The zombie Vegeta charged at Gohan, throwing a punch. But Gohan raised his hands to block, only to be sent flying by the overwhelming force. What's wrong, Gohan? Is this all you've got? You don't seem nearly as appetizing as before. The zombie Vegeta teleported above Gohan, bringing his fists down with force. Ugh! Gohan cried out as he crashed heavily into the forest below Kirin Tower, creating a massive crater. Seeing this, Dend immediately flew up to follow Gohan. The zombie Vegeta stood with arms crossed beside the crater, looking down at Gohan with a smirk. You know, Gohan, although you are of a lower warrior breed, I still admire you. Kakarot has lost much of his Saiyan essence, unlike me. I understand you wish to retain a warrior's dignity in death, so I will ensure you are utterly destroyed before I enjoy your body. Gohan, in agony, knelt in the crater, forcing a pained smile. If I truly cannot defeat you, then an end like that would be best. The zombie Vegeta extended 3 fingers towards Gohan's head. This next move will undoubtedly end your life. Once I consume your body, I may surpass Kakarot. Evil explosion. A massive golden ki wave arced across the ground, and as Vegeta leaped, his legs were still swept away. Both the zombie Vegeta and Gohan turned to the direction of the ki wave. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the zombie Vegeta chuckled. Is that the Super Saiyan who ended his own life? That halo above your head suggests you returned from the underworld, dissatisfied with your previous demise? Trunks landed beside Gohan and asked, Gohan, are you alright? Gohan retrieved a Senzu bean from his waist and consumed it, unleashing his full power. Yes, I'm fine. You are. The one who defeated Frieza and his minions. Trunks introduced himself. I am Trunks. From the future. My mother is Bulma. And my father is this man before you. I originally came to warn you about the impending crisis in the future, but I never anticipated a greater threat would emerge in this timeline. The zombie Vegeta looked at Trunks with surprise. You are my son? Trunks gazed at the zombie Vegeta. Originally, if not for all that has happened, I should have already been born in this timeline. Father. After a moment of silence, the zombie Vegeta chuckled. This feeling is quite peculiar. Do you wish to be utterly obliterated, or to join us? Trunks instantly unleashed a power far exceeding that of Vegeta. I will kill you all. Even if you were once my father, I will show you no mercy. The zombie Vegeta smiled appreciatively and assumed a battle stance. Well said, that is more like my bloodline. But sadly, you will fail. Gohan addressed Trunks. Trunks, let us fight together. No. Gohan, please allow me to handle this alone. I beg you. Gohan understood Trunks' feelings. After all, it was his father. And in a life-or-death situation, this was the best outcome. The two charged at each other, and after a brief encounter, Trunks smacked the zombie Vegeta, splitting his body in two. Even as a Super Saiyan 3, facing Trunks who had fully unlocked his potential, The zombie Vegeta's body felt as fragile as bread wrapped around twigs, easily torn apart. The upper half of the zombie Vegeta flew back a distance before vanishing. Trunks exclaimed, "This is bad. He has consumed Goku's flesh. He should possess all of Goku's techniques." Meanwhile, Piccolo had completely vanquished Guldo. Just as he was about to descend for support, he saw only the upper half of the zombie Vegeta teleport in front of him. Piccolo instinctively struck with a knife hand. But the zombie Vegeta caught his hand and bit down. Piccolo swiftly severed his bitten arm, narrowly avoiding infection. However, after consuming Piccolo's arm, the zombie Vegeta's power surged once more, and his lower half reformed instantaneously, healing in a manner reminiscent of Majin Buu. The zombie Vegeta wiped his mouth and looked at Piccolo with a grin. I never imagined Namekians could train to such a degree. With this, I stand a chance against that brat. The boost given to the zombie Vegeta by Piccolo was almost equivalent to a Super Saiyan 2, albeit slightly weaker than Trunks. Yet, with his immortality and infinite energy, he could wear everyone down. The zombie Vegeta retaliated with a punch that caved in Piccolo's face. "You, just watch from the sidelines. You may yet have some use." At that moment, Trunks and Gohan returned to the lookout, and upon seeing Piccolo lying on the ground, Gohan erupted in a furious rage. "You killed Uncle Piccolo. I will not forgive you." Aya! Gohan's muscles bulged, his hair stood straight up, and the lightning surrounding him intensified. His body was enveloped in a pale blue energy, followed by the golden energy of a Super Saiyan. His power was nearly on par with Trunks. Trunks realized this was not the time for solo efforts, so he and Gohan unleashed evil explosion towards the zombie Vegeta simultaneously. The zombie Vegeta instantly teleported behind the two, delivering a kick. Gohan and Trunks each grabbed one of Vegeta's legs, pulling in opposite directions with synchronized effort. With a sickening sound, the zombie Vegeta's body was torn in half. Trunks raised his hand, aiming at Vegeta's head. "It's over, father." After a wave of Qigong, the head of the zombie Vegeta was obliterated into nothingness. Gohan hurried to Piccolo's side, discovering that he was still alive, and forcefully placed a Senzu bean into his mouth. "Uncle Piccolo, hold on." Daitai gazed at the severed remains of Vegeta on the ground, engulfed in silence. Unable to comprehend that he had personally slain the father of this world, he closed his eyes and murmured, "Rest in peace, father." At that moment, the heart within the left half of zombie Vegeta suddenly pulsated. What? The exposed heart began to beat faster and with increasing vigor. The three of them tensed once more, retreating in apprehension. However, a voice both familiar and despairing echoed from behind them. "I didn't expect you to defeat Vegeta. How intriguing." "Dad." Gohan abruptly turned around to see the zombie Goku, clad in a black and red gi, blood dripping incessantly from his mouth onto the ground. One hand grasped hold of Biddy, as he regarded the three with a sinister grin. And Biddy, barely clinging to consciousness, looked at Gohan and implored, "Gohan-kun, don't worry about me. Take action." Chapter 71. Tears against the tide. The zombified Goku seized Videl by the throat, hoisting her into the air. "Perfect," he sneered. "Let's see if he possesses the resolve to act." Gohan, consumed with fury, bellowed, "Release her." With a dismissive grunt, the zombified Goku exerted a modicum of force, slamming Videl against the ground. Her legs buckled instantly, and a torrent of blood gushed from her mouth as her internal organs suffered grievous compression. Insolent cur. As Gohan surged forward, the zombified Goku planted a foot squarely on Videl's head. "Make no rash movements." The zombified Goku then lacerated his hand, allowing droplets of his ichor to cascade upon the remains of the deceased zombie Vegeta, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others. In the ensuing moment, every fragment of their ravaged forms, save those obliterated into ash, began to writhe and coalesce, culminating in their complete restoration. Vegeta, reborn as a zombie, emanated an even more formidable aura. He glared at the zombified Goku and spat, "To receive your cursed boon once more." How utterly displeasing. The trio, witnessing the resurrection of the zombies they had painstakingly vanquished, were overcome by a profound sense of despair. Though surrounded, not a single zombie dared to initiate an attack. The zombified Goku fixed his gaze upon Gohan and chuckled. "In truth, I could have located you at any time. I deliberately deferred our reunion, knowing the latent potential that resided within you. I have patiently awaited your growth, for I crave a formidable adversary, a true culinary delight. Now, let us ascertain whether you can ascend to even greater heights." With that, the zombified Goku intensified the pressure beneath his foot, eliciting a piercing shriek of agony from Videl, as if her skull were about to shatter. No, please. The zombified Goku turned his attention to Gohan and Trunks, saying, indeed, during my sojourn, facilitated by Trunks' time machine, I ventured to sundry locales. Trunks stared at Goku, dumbfounded. How do you know my name? I never imparted it to you. Furthermore, the time machine is only equipped for a single round trip. How could you possibly? The zombified Goku tapped his temple. Your future mother's cerebral matter provided me with a wealth of knowledge, including, of course, memories of you, though somewhat aged. Her brain was the most delectable I have ever savored. You fiend. Trunks, his patience exhausted, lunged at the zombified Goku without hesitation. However, the zombified Goku's hair bristled in an instant, assuming a crimson hue, as viscous tendrils of violet-red energy emanated from his form. With a mere chop of his hand, he felled Trunks. Piccolo, his gaze fixed on the zombified Goku, muttered to himself, the key has vanished. A novel transformation, perhaps? The zombified Goku, regarding Trunks sprawled upon the ground, jested, fear not, for some still survive in your future world. Moreover, I left no contagion in my wake. In a manner of speaking, I safeguarded your timeline. I eradicated androids 17 and 18 for you. Your desolate future was unworthy of my guidance toward further evolution, or of my continued search for a suitable space-time to facilitate my evolution. I journeyed to age 789, where I discovered an alternate trajectory for Saiyan evolution. That universe warranted infection. Its preeminent figures have become my loyal subordinates, and I have attained another, more potent form. Of course, what you behold now is not that form. It is one I acquired upon my return to Trunks' timeline. I chanced upon a being identical to myself, who styled himself Goku Black. He was formidable, and his rate of growth was astonishing. Ultimately, he assumed a form I had never before witnessed. He proclaimed his intent to annihilate all of humanity, a notion that clashed with my own vision of guiding the universe toward evolution. Thus, he became the most tantalizing ingredient on my current menu. The zombified Goku clenched his fist. I, too, have undergone substantial enhancements, and it was only then that I returned here. The zombified Goku grasped Videl's hair, lifting her up. Ah, yes. Gohan. In that timeline I visited, this woman was destined to become your wife. You would even have a daughter named Pan. Though Pan was rather unremarkable, I shall forever recall her flavor. Even though history has been distorted, you still managed to encounter and recognize each other, which proves that your fates are intertwined. Gohan, utterly devastated, collapsed to his knees, his eyes devoid of focus. Please, I implore you, say no more. The zombified Goku, hauling Videl by her hair, approached Gohan and sneered, alas, in this timeline, she is bereft of any value. Our kind has no need for procreation. Even if you were to persist as a human, she would be unworthy of you. Thwack! The zombified Goku tore away a sizable portion of Videl's neck with a single bite. Ack! Videl was flung before Gohan, spewing blood. Crimson rivulets trickled across the tiled floor from her severed artery. The zombified Goku masticated twice before expectorating Videl's flesh onto the ground. Disgusting. Unlike her counterpart from that other timeline. Though aged, her ichor possessed the essence of fidelity. Gohan knelt, Videl's blood seeping between his fingers. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the crimson fluid. In a tremulous voice, he pleaded, no. Please, no. At that moment, Videl seemed to find solace. She gazed at Gohan with a gentle smile. Gohan, it's all right. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, Videl reached out with her fractured hand, grasping Gohan's. Gohan, I believe there exists a timeline where we can ultimately find happiness. One last request. If you please. Gohan, unable to restrain himself, cradled Videl in his arms. Videl caressed Gohan's cheek. Do not squander your life. Become our savior. Now, do what you must, what you promised me. Gohan, clutching Videl tightly, wept uncontrollably, heedless of the possibility that she might transform into a zombie and bite him. Videl, clinging to her waning consciousness, strained to speak. I'm nearing my end. No, I cannot. The zombified Goku, arms folded, sneered, pathetic. Allow me to offer a final gesture of assistance. With a swift kick, the zombified Goku sent Gohan sprawling, before once more placing his foot upon Videl's head. Observe, Gohan. This is how Videl is meant to be used. Gohan's eyes widened as he beheld Videl. Her throat, along with her other injuries, constricted by a torrent of blood, rendered her mute. She merely gazed at Gohan with unwavering affection, mouthing the words, "I love you." Crack! Vidal's head burst asunder under the immense pressure. An eyeball ejected from its socket, rolling to a halt before Gohan. At that instant, Gohan perceived nothing save the sensation of loss. Something of profound significance had been severed within the depths of his soul. Then, a voice echoed within his mind. "The time has come, Savior." A cacophony of exclamations erupted as a tremendous force surged forth, dispersing the clouds over thousands of miles. A colossal silvery aura ascended towards the heavens, while violet lightning danced around the figure clad in a purple robe. The previously dormant zombies remained motionless, compelled by the command of the Zero patient. Now, their stillness stemmed from an instinctual fear. The zombie version of Vegeta gazed at his trembling hands, pondering, "Am I afraid?" His silver hair, standing defiantly, exuded an air of arrogance. A formidable presence defied the pull of gravity, lifting away all tears that streamed from the corners of his eyes, tears that flowed against the current. His crimson eyes fixed intently on the zombie Goku, declaring, "I shall not spare you." The tremendous pressure forced zombie Goku back several meters, as he wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and smiled at Gohan, saying, "Then let it come, my son." Chapter 72, Zombie Goku vs. Beast Gohan. Gohan stepped forward towards zombie Goku. Instinctively, zombie Goku retreated a few steps, stunned. "I actually stepped back? At this point, I have no flaws. What is there to fear?" As Gohan approached the corpse of Videl, he gently lifted her. "I'm sorry, Videl. My father is responsible for all of this, so I shall bring it to an end. Uncle Piccolo, take her body and Mr. Trunks and find a proper place to bury her." Trunks stood up from the ground and said, "No, Mr. Gohan. I want to stay and fight too." Gohan suddenly turned to Trunks, his eyes forbidding any dissent. "Leave." Yes." Piccolo stepped forward to take Videl's body, speaking earnestly. "Gohan, you must." Before Piccolo could finish, Gohan resolutely replied, "I will survive. I promise." As Piccolo and Den prepared to depart, zombie Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, blocking their path. "Our battle is not over yet." Gohan kicked a stone shattered by his energy, sending it flying to smash zombie Vegeta's head. "Quickly go." The two immediately took flight. Others wished to pursue, but zombie Goku raised his hand. "There's no need to chase. Enjoy the battle at hand." Despite his words, zombie Goku secretly let a drop of blood chase after the descending zombie Vegeta. On the way, Piccolo furrowed his brow and said to Den, "I have a plan. I need you to buy me some time." Back at the sacred world of the Kais, zombie Goku erupted with powerful purplish-red energy, confronting Gohan with an intense gaze. Gohan closed his eyes, as if bidding a final farewell. "Father, this may be the last time I call you that. I will never forget you, the one who fought for Earth and justice. I do not understand how things came to this, but from this moment on, we shall be enemies until the end." Zombie Goku, hands on his hips, laughed. "To be honest, I'm not even sure if I am still the Goku I once was. But I can assure you, my desire to fight is my primary motivation. The notion of saving the Earth is merely a byproduct of my battles. And now, I will fight for a greater purpose. I will lead my race to become the most perfect species in the universe. Words are futile. You will understand once you become one of my subjects. Come, Gohan, unleash your full power." As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan's fist pierced through zombie Goku's heart. Zombie Goku grasped Gohan's arm tightly, opening his mouth to bite down. Gohan's hand rotated within zombie Goku's body before he exerted force again, smashing upward through its chest. The punch broke through its jaw and entire head, and then he flung zombie Goku to the ground, releasing a wave of energy. Yet, in the next moment, zombie Goku, in a completely new form, floated before Gohan, fully healed. Even the half of his face that had been torn apart was restored. His scara was black, laced with crimson veins. His pupils shone red, his skin pale, and his fingernails were also black. He extended his arms, feeling the continuous surge of power within. "This is the feeling. My strength is ever increasing." Gohan frowned slightly, astonished by zombie Goku's astounding healing ability. "You don't actually think you can kill me by breaking me apart, do you?" Unfortunately, previously in Trunks' timeline, I consumed a god with immortality. Initially, he was immune to my infection until I devoured part of his body, which allowed me to infect him again. I have now acquired a healing ability akin to his. If you wish to kill me, you must eliminate every single one of my cells. Gohan stared at zombie Goku. Even if you possess immortality, you must still feel pain, correct? Killing you so easily would be uninteresting. I want you to experience what suffering truly is. Gohan swiftly moved behind zombie Goku and struck his head, exploding it. The headless body did not cease its movements. It gathered purplish-red energy on its right hand and slashed toward Gohan's chest. Gohan caught zombie Goku's hand, forcefully tearing it off and reattaching it to its body. Then, with a fierce glare, he unleashed an energy cannon, sending zombie Goku flying. Magic flash. Zombie Goku's body was shattered once more, yet within mere seconds, it restored itself. He gazed at Gohan, silently admiring, as expected of Gohan. I did not wait in vain all these years. Once I consume him, I will possess unmatched power. Let me have more of that rage. The two engaged in a fierce battle, though zombie Goku was consistently suppressed, despite continuously growing stronger. He could not rival the current Gohan. Do not underestimate me. In an instant, blackish-purple flames erupted around zombie Goku, significantly enhancing his power. Gohan, caught off guard by this sudden shift, exposed a flaw and was pushed back a meter by zombie Goku's punch. Zombie Goku's hairstyle transformed to that of Super Saiyan 2, chuckling as he touched his chest. I didn't expect to continue ascending in transformation levels. Gohan, I hope you're prepared. Gohan coldly replied, what of it if you've merely grown a bit stronger? With a swift motion, Gohan evaded zombie Goku's strikes and appeared behind him, spinning and elbowing him in the head. The skull shattered, and the brain matter was violently expelled from his nostrils. Gohan grasped zombie Goku's head and, unleashing his full speed, slammed him into the ground, grinding him until zombie Goku's body was reduced to a pulp. Clearly, Gohan was instinctively attacking zombie Goku in the most lethal manner possible. A trench spanning several kilometers was filled with blood and flesh, as zombie Goku continuously regenerated only to be shredded again. Gohan turned and fired an energy wave into the trench, annihilating the remnants of zombie Goku within. However, zombie Goku had consumed many brains, including that of the scientist Bulma and others from different worlds, including Piccolo's. His tactical planning and execution had evolved beyond compare. Before the battle even began, he had left remnants of himself on various planets and in other timelines. This regenerative capability allows him to transfer his consciousness to revive in other timelines, even if he is destroyed in the current one. Not to mention, those revived through his flesh. If he wished, he could possess their bodies at any moment. This ability was truly enhanced when he encountered the Supreme Kai in the future. At that time, his powers were nowhere near this formidable, until the Supreme Kai appeared on Earth to investigate Majin Buu. Coincidentally, he encountered Babidi. At that moment, zombie Goku lurked in the shadows, manipulating events. Once Majin Buu was resurrected, Babidi, Dabura, Shin, and Jebit. From that moment on, his abilities were greatly amplified under the influence of Babidi's magic and the divine power of the Supreme Kai, transitioning from mere accumulation of values to a mechanism. Even the resurrected Majin Buu was devoured by him, granting him the same resurrection abilities and infinite stamina as Buu. Most importantly, within the corpulent Majin Buu resides a fragment of the Supreme Kai's divine power. The confluence of various factors has gradually rendered it closer to perfection. It can be asserted that Shin has played a significant role in the evolution of the zombified Goku. Chapter 73, the final card? As the zombie Goku was resurrected somewhere on Earth, on the other side, the zombie Vegeta instantaneously teleported to block Piccolo and Date's path. With arms crossed, he chuckled, "Where do you think you're going?" Just as Date was about to advance, Piccolo urgently cautioned, "Be careful. He is not the same as before. Goku's blood has significantly strengthened him." Date unleashed all his energy, declaring, "Don't worry, Mr. Piccolo. I will hold him off." Zombie Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 once again, engaging in a fierce battle with Date that seemed evenly matched. 5 minutes later, it appeared that Date's stamina was nearly depleted. As a deceased being, he could not rejuvenate on the surface and could only regain strength in the underworld. Through a mental connection, Zombie Goku instructed Zombie Vegeta, "Infect him quickly. If he wishes to fight, we will need him later. And if you allow him to self-destruct again, your existence will be rendered unnecessary." All zombies were incapable of defying the commands of Patient Zero, and Zombie Vegeta promptly altered his combat approach. In a balanced confrontation, biting the enemy was not a daunting task. After numerous exchanges, Zombie Vegeta managed to bite a chunk from Date's trapezius and consume it. He exuded a despairing aura as he proclaimed, regrettably, I must eliminate you this way. I shall forever remember this battle. You have not disgraced your noble royal blood. Date, drenched in cold sweat, fell to the ground in a half kneel, knowing that if he were to perish again, his soul would be irretrievably lost. But what did it matter? His lifelong pursuit was to protect the world, not to become a harbinger of its destruction. Summoning the last of his strength, Date concentrated energy in his hands, gazing at zombie Vegeta. Even if my soul is shattered, I have no regrets. As Date prepared himself, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind him. In an instant, zombie Vegeta disarmed him, casting his hands to the ground. Date turned in despair to face Vegeta. Father. He knelt before Vegeta, his form gradually becoming transparent and fading away, not due to his soul being scattered, but because his strength had been exhausted. He was forcibly summoned back to the underworld. At the entrance to the underworld, a pallid figure materialized, and with the reconstruction of his physical form, his previously vanished hands were restored. A minor spirit approached and inquired, Sir, are you lost? Immediately, the figure looked up at the spirit, lunging at him and eviscerating him with his hands. On Earth, zombie Goku smiled at the sky with this. The underworld and the divine realm are also mine. Go infect King Enma and the Supreme Kai, Trunks. Let Enma supply us with food, and we shall consume the entire underworld. Zombie Goku teleported to zombie Vegeta's side, seizing Date's severed arm and devouring it until only bones remained. Then he erupted with an even more potent aura. Excellent. I have grown stronger. Next, Gohan, it's your turn. Who? Zombie Goku turned towards the source of the commotion nearby, spotting two small vials on the ground. Piccolo raised his hand towards the duo. Trunks will not have sacrificed himself in vain. He has bought me sufficient time. Since I cannot kill you, I shall seal you completely. This is my final measure. It cannot be undone. Double Demon Seal Wave. Piccolo expended all his energy, successfully sealing zombie Goku and zombie Vegeta within the two vials. He then capped them into fixed seals. Just as he was about to finish his statement, a sinister voice echoed from behind. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? With a swift motion, zombie Goku punched through Piccolo's chest, seizing the vials from his grasp and shattering them. The previously sealed zombies re-emerged, but the one that had been encapsulated lay unconscious on the ground. As the other zombie Goku approached, the fallen zombie's body instantaneously transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh, merging into zombie Goku's form. Piccolo, half kneeling, coughed up blood. How could this happen? There are many things you do not comprehend, but it is unnecessary to understand them now, Vegeta. Take him to the hyperbolic time chamber. Utilize the Namekian regeneration abilities wisely. At that moment, Gohan was racing towards the scene, coincidentally encountering the unconscious Piccolo being carried away by zombie Vegeta. Enraged, he charged at zombie Vegeta. Put Uncle Piccolo down. Zombie Goku stepped in front of Gohan, crossing his arms to barely block the incoming punch. Even with Trunks' power, he was still no match for Gohan's current strength. However, the gap was diminishing. Zombie Goku was confident he could infect Gohan within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the underworld, where King Enma had succumbed to the gluttony of the undead. All spirits, regardless of their nature, were granted corporeal forms and devoured. Zombie Trunks looked up towards the realm of the Supreme Kai, placing his hands on his forehead in search of the Kai's energy. Shing and the old Supreme Kai grew anxious upon witnessing this. This is bad. That fiend is looking for us. The old Supreme Kai clenched his fists, gazing towards the god of destruction's realm. Beerus, how long do you intend to slumber? Even if you awaken, you likely won't lend a hand. Shing urged the old Supreme Kai. Ancestor, we have no time. Swiftly devise a plan with your invincible trump card. I have given up. The use of a trump card requires two powerful warriors. Currently, only that last warrior remains on Earth. With a heavy sigh, the old Supreme Kai sat down, lamenting, this universe is doomed. I cannot allow him to consume me. You must obliterate me completely. Suddenly, inspiration struck Shing as he conceived a plan that spanned decades. Wait, it's not over yet. I too possess a final card. We can seek another Supreme Kai. Another Supreme Kai? Are you implying Kuronoa? Shing exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Indeed, I encountered her avatar before. If we summon the Time Patrol, they will surely turn the tide. The old Supreme Kai replied, no, those beings may not even match this monster in strength. One misstep could spread the calamity across multiple timelines. I must try Jebbit. Let us go. The old Supreme Kai scolded as he watched Shing and Jebbit vanish. You fools. Even if you don't take me, you must ensure my utter destruction. However, the next moment, a monstrous creature with a gaping maw loomed behind the old Supreme Kai. Turning, he faced Zombie Date with a smile. I will not let you succeed. As the old Supreme Kai's body began to dissolve into light, Zombie Date took a step forward, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head. Old Supreme Kai. Quickly, run. This is my last shred of sanity. The old Supreme Kai gazed at Date. Do not struggle, my child. We both know you have done your utmost, and I cannot escape. My disappearance here is my responsibility to the world. Date's body convulsed violently, a manifestation of resistance against the command. His form swelled grotesquely. In the end, Great Trunks' body detonated, dissolving completely into a pool of blood. Old Kai's eyes welled with tears, his form becoming translucent. You were a true hero. Trunks. A solitary tear fell from Old Kai onto the bloodstained grass before he vanished entirely. Chapter 74. The Blight of the World. Meanwhile, Gohan and the undead Goku were engaged in a fierce battle. Gohan had been fighting for a considerable time, although he maintained the upper hand. His breath had begun to quicken. In contrast, the unyielding monster, though continuously suppressed, observed Gohan with an air of nonchalance. Have you reached your limit? Perhaps I should tell you a story about what has yet to transpire. Piccolo will not become one of my kin. He shall serve as our sustenance, and I shall exploit his regenerative abilities to the fullest. Upon hearing this, Gohan erupted with a furious aura, exclaiming, Silence! You will pay for that. He charged toward the undead Goku, raising his hand mid-air to unleash a powerful energy wave. Goku raised both hands to defend against the formidable attack, but Gohan swiftly maneuvered behind him. Masenko. Thus, the undead Goku was utterly reduced to ashes between the two overwhelming energy waves. Gohan descended back to the ground, panting heavily. It was evident he was utterly fatigued. He had vanquished the undead Goku no less than 10 times. Yet that infernal creature would always reappear before him, unharmed. The previous attack had nearly drained the last of his strength. Yet that voice of the mortal echoed once more from behind him. You know, not every version of you across the multiverse possesses such formidable power. Gohan turned and fired another energy blast, only for it to be swatted away by the undead Goku. With a smug smile, Goku declared, In the world I hail from, I could tear your wife and child to shreds right before your eyes. The power you can muster is quite limited. Only this version of you, in my eyes, is unique, which is why I have allowed you to live. However, should you fail to grow stronger, soon you shall find yourself as my meal. Gohan widened his eyes in disbelief, retorting, I will not become part of you like Trunks. Even in death, I refuse to join your ranks. The undead Goku glanced at the sky and chuckled. I forgot to mention, the afterlife is also ours. Even if you remain untransformed, once you die and regain your body, I can easily make you one of us. By the way, perhaps this timeline's Bulma has already become a zombie in the afterlife. Scoundrel! Gohan unleashed a terrifying force, delivering a punch that obliterated the undead Goku's head. However, at that very moment, the remaining teeth of the undead Goku mutated, suddenly ensnaring Gohan's left arm. The teeth vibrated like serrated blades. Snap! Gohan's fist was bitten off, and the undead Goku's head restored itself, swallowing Gohan's flesh. Aha! In the next instant, the undead Goku's hair elongated and stood erect, resembling the wild hairstyle of Gohan. Yet, the silver hair transformed into a blood-red hue, radiating a purplish divine aura. Ha! Now I am becoming increasingly perfect. Truly, you are my son. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan twisted his right hand forcefully against his left arm, tearing it clean off at the shoulder. Seizing the opportunity while the undead Goku reveled in his transformation, Gohan delivered a punch to his face. The undead Goku's head merely tilted back slightly, and he gazed at Gohan with a smirk. So you refuse to join us? Gohan continued to unleash immense power, blood erupting as he intensified his strength. I have already stated, even in death, I will not become a monster. Since I cannot find peace in death, I shall burn my very soul to ashes. Aya! As Gohan prepared to expend his final ounce of energy, he faintly heard the voices of Bulma and Piccolo. Live on, Gohan. Gohan stilled his breath, instantaneously appearing behind the undead Goku, seizing his cervical spine and yanking forcefully. He tore out the entire spinal column of the undead Goku, then fled with all his might. This way, it will not sense him for a while. Such an injury will likely take several seconds to heal, perhaps due to excessive blood loss. Gohan's eyelids grew heavier. Mid-air, he lost consciousness, descending into a forest in the north. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a white coat, wearing high heels and sporting long, wavy brown hair, stood beside a crater. She gazed at the various readings on her glasses and murmured, "There are still faint life signs. You have been fighting. It seems you have not been infected." The unconscious Gohan was effortlessly lifted away by the beautiful woman. "I will ensure you live." In an even more perfect form. Returning to the present, Womi explained to Vegito, "This is essentially what transpired. I saved Gohan and transformed him into a cyborg. This way, he is no longer susceptible to bites. While not affecting his maximum output, I also implanted an infinite energy device within him." Vegito scrutinized Gohan and remarked, "However, with such modifications, it will be challenging for him to break through again." Womi elaborated, "Gohan has likely reached the pinnacle of Saiyan power, theoretically. He cannot grow stronger without the virus." "Not necessarily. Do not underestimate the Saiyan limit," replied Vegeta, his expression grave. Both he and Bulma were taken aback by Trunks' tragic fate, who had perished twice in his efforts to protect humanity. In the end, even the virus had not fully controlled him. Vegeta recalled the mother who awaited a dearly departed soul, only to witness that familiar face bring about her demise. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he unleashed boundless energy. "No matter what this universe's Kakarot is, I shall reduce him to ashes." Womi interjected, "That's impossible. Even if you manage to slay all the zombies, you cannot kill Patient Zero. As long as there are still infected beings across the multiverse, it is immortal. No one knows how many timelines it has invaded, and if you have arrived here, it can surely reach your timeline as well." Vegito chuckled, "It lacks that capability. The gods of destruction and the Omni King in the timelines we traversed will not tolerate it." Old B, with a worried glance at Vegito, said, "But it seems you have yet to establish that connection in our primary timeline. With insufficient intelligence, Gohan and the others may." Vegito waved his hand dismissively. "Though he is a fusion of Metamoran techniques, he is still the amalgamation of Kakarot and your essence. Do not underestimate him. Moreover, he has my contact information. If anything were to happen, the deities there could reach out to me." Then Vegito turned to Womi and inquired, "When did the Time Patrol arrive?" Womi reflected for a moment before responding, "Not long after I saved Gohan, the Supreme Kai of Time brought Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta to deliver a wave. The result was, everyone except the Supreme Kai lost contact." Vegito addressed the group, "What did I say earlier? Compared to the undead Kakarot, that creature known as Sin is the true blight upon our world. Forgive my interruption. Please, continue." "For years past, and the Supreme Kai of Time personally led a search party to find me." Chapter 75, Vegito. A preliminary excursion, however, the Supreme Kai did not perish. Throughout those 4 years, he persisted in his quest to discover methods to combat the zombification. Vegito remained silent. The others sensed the shift in atmosphere and cautiously retreated a step. Womi continued, "Later, he brought another Saiyan warrior, immensely powerful." "Broly?" Womi nodded. "Indeed, it was he. Though his self-control was somewhat lacking, I modified him to near perfection. He was also immune to zombification. Alas, he became a component of that demon." "A component?" "Yes. In age 774, Kranoa, once more, led a contingent of Time Patrol members, determined to resolve all issues in one fell swoop. This included alternate timeline versions of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Broly." Vegito murmured, "Time Patrol Broly? The fellow was with them?" Gohan presented a photograph to Vegito. "He's quite different from our timelines, Broly. This was a group photo taken before our departure." Vegito scrutinized the individuals in the photograph, his brow furrowed. "Why take a photograph? Isn't that tempting fate? And why not eliminate the Supreme Kai as a preemptive measure?" Womi closed his eyes in exasperation. "Had I foreseen the subsequent events, I would have unhesitatingly ended his existence. We believed that we had a high probability of success this time, so we committed ourselves entirely to the offensive. This photograph was taken prior to the battle, as a memento. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, with only the zombified Goku and Vegeta posing a significant challenge. The Time Patrol's Goku and Vegeta fused into you after only a few exchanges. However, Patient Zero targeted him, and he was infected within moments, turning against us. Up to that point, there was still a chance to recover, provided my artificial human Broly remained unaffected." Womi inhaled deeply and continued, "At that juncture, I was preoccupied with battling the zombified version of you. The Supreme Kai, witnessing the effects of the Patera, removed his own and tossed them to the 2 Brolys. By the time I realized what had transpired, they had already fused. While the resulting fusion was undeniably formidable, the extent of the modification was diminished, rendering him vulnerable as flesh and blood. He, too, was infected. We had not only gained a terrifying adversary, but also lost a powerful ally. Androids 17 and 18 were dismantled. Gohan and I fled with their heads, eventually being rescued by another Supreme Kai of Time. Vegito interjected, "Was the other one blue?" "Yes." She was called AEOs. She inquired whether I was willing to abandon this timeline and join the Time Patrol. Gohan and I both declined, and she returned us here. Vegeta demanded furiously, "That Supreme Kai is dead now, isn't he?" "He is dead. He was infected but lacked the courage to end his own life. Android 17 terminated him after he had transformed." Vegito turned to Android 17 with a grin. "Well done. It would have been perfect if you had tormented him a bit." Android 17 replied in a monotone, "Rest assured, I thoroughly thrashed him before obliterating him." Vegito addressed the group. "Very well, we have a general understanding of the events. Bring in the refugees. Gohan, I will train you upon my return." "Where are you going?" Vegito opened the door. Their base in this timeline should be at Kami's lookout. "I'm going to indulge myself first." Vegeta Sr. hastily followed Vegito. "I'm coming too." Android 18 from Timeline 2 echoed, "Me too." Vegito responded to the group, 18, you will remain here. This is not like a typical tournament. It is a desperate slaughter. No one will allow you to stand by idly." Android 18 pouted and murmured, "All right. I'll stay here and see if I can be of assistance." Vegeta Sr. exclaimed excitedly to Vegito, "Me? Let me go? I've mastered the limitless technique. Those monsters can't touch me." Vegito scratched his head. "Very well. But you must retreat when I command you to, without hesitation." Wolmi approached Vegito, his expression grave. "If you are unfortunately bitten," Vegito stated firmly, "I will not become a zombie." Wolmi paused for a moment, then produced a miniature version of Majin 21 from his pocket. "This is a fragment of my consciousness, capable of synchronizing with my primary self. While it possesses no combat abilities, it is immune to bites." The miniature Majin 21, held in Vegito's hand, added, "I will relay all pertinent information and gather useful cells." Vegito playfully pinched the miniature 21. "Oh, the texture is quite pleasing. Is it indestructible? It's rather intriguing. Why isn't your primary form like this?" Wolmi frowned as he watched Vegito continuously pinch his avatar. "Although it's indestructible, the sensation of pain is still transmitted to me." "Enough. As for this form, I created it in the Time Patrol using cells given to me by EOs. Its compatibility with my consciousness is exceptionally high, likely a remnant of a modified version of myself from another universe. I fashioned it in this manner to facilitate reconnaissance and information gathering. Remember, do not destroy this version of me." Snap! Without warning, Vegito plucked off the miniature 21's head. He quickly reattached the head, saying, "Apologies. I merely wished to ascertain its resilience." Despite its diminutive size, the miniature 21 possessed regenerative abilities akin to Majin Buu, swiftly healing itself. Conventional physical attacks will not result in my permanent demise. Significant energy assaults are required. Vegito placed his fingers on his forehead, while Vegeta placed a hand on his shoulder. He addressed the group. "Then, we shall return shortly." Whoosh. Earth. Kami's lookout. Vegito utilized Kibito Kai's instant transmission to arrive at their destination. The air was thick with crimson miasma. The acrid, metallic scent immediately caused discomfort. However, due to their constant maintenance of the limitless technique, the virus could not be inhaled. Upon approaching their bodies, it was automatically repelled by their skin, allowing only ordinary air to be inhaled. Vegeta glanced down at the viscous, red floor tiles. The miniature 21 murmured as it surveyed the surroundings. "The air here is so saturated that a single inhalation would likely zombify an ordinary person. It appears they are researching more effective methods of transmission. Should this spread to other planets on a large scale, the consequences would be catastrophic." Vegito raised his hand. "Is that so?" In an instant, the crimson miasma enveloping the lookout coalesced into Vegito's palm, forming a sphere of blackish-red energy. He then lightly tapped it with his finger, obliterating it with destruction. "It doesn't seem overly difficult." The miniature 21 stared in astonishment. "How did you accomplish that?" "How?" "The explanation is rather complex. Simply understand that I employed the principles of the spirit bomb to gather the energy, followed by the technique of a god of destruction. Then you could have left me a sample to study."